The sky was overcast, the wind howled outside, and the light inside the house was dim and gloomy. Old Lady Chen sat on the edge of the heated brick bed, her expression complicated as she looked at Wang Aijuan sitting across from her. Aijuan, you have a job, a husband, and a child. Isn't your life going well? Ruanruan is still alone, and she finally managed to get into college. Now you want her to give up her spot for you. What will she do in the future? I was the one who asked someone to get you that job in the first place. When you said you wanted it, she gave it to you without a second thought. Back then, I thought she was still young, so I didn't say anything. But now, how can you try to take her? Then give her the job. I'll go to college. Wang Aijuan's voice was full of desperation. If she could, she would have grabbed the acceptance letter and enrolled right then and there. College. It was something she'd never even dared to dream of before, and now that the opportunity was right in front of her, how could she let it slip away? Seeing how unreasonable Wang Aijuan was being, the usually kind old lady Chen's face darkened. No, Ruanruan got into college on her own. No one is taking that away from her. You can't just take her spot because you didn't get in yourself. Why not? I'm her real sister. If I tell her to give it to me, she has to. You old hag, if you try to stop me again, you'll see what happens. Wang Aijuan grew more agitated as she spoke. She shoved the table in front of her, pushing it toward old lady Chen. But she used too much force. The table slammed into the elderly woman, knocking her over. Behind her was a sewing basket with a large pair of scissors inside. As she fell, her head struck the scissors directly. Wang Aijuan was startled, leaning forward to look. She saw blood gushing out from under old lady Chen's head. Wang Aijuan screamed, collapsing onto the bed in shock. Suddenly, the door burst open from outside. Ruanruan rushed in, panting. Grandma, I'm back, Before she could finish, she saw old lady Chen lying in a pool of blood. Grandma, what happened to you? Ruanruan ran to the bed, noticing how pale old lady Chen's face was almost as white as snow. She lay there motionless, her chest barely moving. A large patch of bright red blood was spreading from the back of her head, soaking her clothes and the bedsheet beneath her. Blood. The sight shocked Ruanruan to her core. Her pupils shrank, and her trembling hand instinctively reached out to check for breath under old lady Chen's nose, but she felt nothing. Her heart sank to the bottom. She whipped her head around to glare at Wang Aijuan, shouting, "What happened to my grandma? What did you do to her?" Wang Aijuan finally snapped out of her daze, waving her hands frantically. "I didn't do anything. I just pushed the table a little. She fell by herself. It's not my fault." "Yeah, it's not my fault. She deserved it. Who told her not to let you give me the college spot? She brought this on herself. Don't you dare blame me." Her words were jumbled, but Ruanruan got the gist. She did all this for the college spot. Ruanruan suddenly stood up, yanked open the bed cabinet, and pulled out the college acceptance letter that Wang Aijuan had been coveting. "You want this? The college acceptance letter." Wang Aijuan's eyes lit up. Rip. Ruanruan tore the letter in half with both hands, then ripped it into smaller and smaller pieces, grabbed a handful, and stuffed them straight into her mouth. "Go to college? In your dreams. You'll never get to go in this lifetime." Wang Aijuan's eyes widened in shock, her expression twisting from hope to rage. "Ruanruan, I'll kill you." Seeing Wang Aijuan jump off the bed toward her, Ruanruan turned and ran for the door. She couldn't die now. She had to make sure Wang Aijuan got what she deserved. Ruanruan ran fast, not watching where she was going, and crashed headlong into someone at the door. Before she could look up to see who it was, she heard Wang Aijuan's crazed scream behind her. "Mom, stop her. That bitch ate the acceptance letter. Make her spit it out. Spit it out." Ruanruan looked up, and sure enough, she saw her own mother, Lu Xioli. Clutching Lu Xioli's hand tightly, Ruanruan held onto a sliver of hope and choked out, "Mom, Wang Aijuan has gone mad. She killed Grandma just to get the university admission letter. I want someone to arrest her." Lu Xioli froze for a moment, but in the next second, she gripped Ruanruan's hand tightly, begging desperately, "Ruanruan, Aijuan is your real sister. How could I bear to let anyone arrest her? She's still young. Granny Chin was old. It's normal for her to fall and not make it. Are you really going to ruin your own sister's life over an outsider? Think about everything your sister has done for this family. If she hadn't dropped out of junior high and gone to work as a temp at the textile factory, working day and night so you could enjoy life at home, would you have been able to go to high school? Would you have gotten into university? All hope instantly vanished from Su Ruanruan's eyes. She stared at Lu Xiuli in disbelief, unable to understand how her mother could say such things. Back then, it was Granny Chin who pulled strings to get her that job at the textile factory. Lu Xiuli and Wang Aijuan had cried and begged her to give up the job for her sister. When high school classes resumed, she'd asked Wang Aijuan if she wanted to go back to school, but Wang Aijuan herself had said she was doing well at the factory and that even if she went back to school, it wouldn't help much. So why was everything now being blamed on her? Why was all the guilt being pushed onto her shoulders? She'd always known her mother favored her sister, but she never imagined her mother's bias would go so far as to ignore right and wrong. Su Ruanruan's voice turned cold. If you can't bear it, I can. Wang Aijuan killed my grandma. A life for a life. Bang! With a dull thud by her ear, Su Ruanruan felt a sharp pain on her head, and her body went limp, collapsing to the ground. She struggled to lift her eyelids and saw Wang Aijuan glaring at her with a twisted, crazed expression. If you won't let me go to university, then go die with that old hag. Wang Aijuan was holding a wooden box, blood dripping from it. Su Ruanruan's consciousness began to fade, her vision blurring, but she could still hear Lu Xiuli's suppressed cry. Aijuan, how could you treat your sister like this? Mom, she ate my university admission letter. She destroyed my dream of going to college. She ruined my life. I'm going to kill her. Only then will I be free of this hatred in my heart. Even with her vision clouded, Su Ruanruan could imagine how twisted and deranged Wang Aijuan's face must look as she said those words. And her mother? Would she save her? As Su Ruanruan was still wondering, she heard Lu Xiuli's voice, full of motherly love. Aijuan. My dear Aijuan, don't cry, you're breaking my heart. Don't worry, Mom will find a way for you. Who says you can't go to university just because the admission letter is gone? It's just a piece of paper, it'll be fine, okay? Mom, can I really still go to college? You can. Aijuan, as long as you want it, Mom will get it for you. But now's not the time to talk about this. Let's deal with them first. Lu Xiuli crouched down, her trembling hand covering Su Ruanruan's eyes. I'm sorry, Ruanruan. Mom really has no other choice. Suddenly, thunder cracked in the air and rain poured down in sheets. Su Ruanruan's eyes slowly closed, a single tear sliding down her cheek. These were the family members she had tried so hard to win back. Hey! Just before her world was swallowed by darkness, she heard hurried footsteps. Then, she felt herself being tightly embraced by a cold body, and above her head came a voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Su Ruanruan, hang in there. I'm taking you to the hospital. Don't fall asleep. Do you hear me? Who is calling her? Su Ruanruan wanted to open her eyes to see who it was, but in the next moment, she lost consciousness, falling into endless darkness. Ruanruan, wake up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Woo-woo. Su Ruanruan's mind was groggy, and there was a throbbing pain at the back of her head. To make matters worse, someone was sobbing and wailing right next to her ear, making her feel irritated and restless. Stop crying. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Ruanruan froze. Wait, wasn't she dead? She could still remember the sensation of warm blood slowly seeping out, yet now she could actually speak. Su Ruanruan raised a hand to touch the back of her head, only to feel a hard bump. The pain made her suck in a sharp breath, but it also jolted her fully awake. She opened her eyes to see a familiar ceiling. This was the house she'd lived in for over 30 years, the Su family home. Could it be that her attachment was so strong that even after death, she could still see the Su house? As Su Ruanruan was pondering this, someone suddenly grabbed her arm and started crying right by her ear. Ruanruan, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hit you just now. Are you okay? Does your head still hurt? Please don't tell Granny Chin, okay? Otherwise she'll definitely blame me. Su Nuanyuan couldn't be more familiar with this voice. Who else could it be but Wang Aijuan? But why did her voice sound so young and childish, just like when Wang Aijuan was younger? Su Nuanyuan tilted her head to look. The person clinging tightly to her with dry, thin hair still tied into two braids. Wasn't this Wang Aijuan in her youth? Having Wang Aijuan so close made Su Nuanyuan feel disgusted. She gave a slight tug and pulled her arm free. Wang Aijuan looked up in surprise. Nuanyuan, what's wrong? Are you still mad at me? I really didn't do it on purpose. Propping herself up, Su Nuanyuan sat up and finally noticed Lu Xioli sitting by the small table at the edge of the king. When Lu Xioli saw Su Nuanyuan looking her way, she gave her a loving smile. Nuanyuan, your sister just lost her grip for a second. That's why the box hit your head. You're fine now, so don't blame her. Look, she's cried so much her eyes are all swollen. Hearing this, Su Nuanyuan glanced at Wang Aijuan's face. Her eyes were indeed a bit red, but it looked more like she'd rubbed them hard. As for swelling, there was none at all. Caught under Su Nuanyuan's gaze, Wang Aijuan guiltily lowered her eyelids, but quickly forced a smile. Don't listen to Mom's nonsense, Nuanyuan. I'm fine. Lu Xioli got up, walked over, and sat down in front of Su Nuanyuan, reaching out to grab her hand, but Su Nuanyuan dodged. Lu Xioli paused for a moment, then smiled again. Nuanyuan, have you thought about what I mentioned before? You're only 14 this year. Going to work at the textile factory alone, not only Granny Chin, even I wouldn't feel at ease. Why not let your sister go? She's just the right age. You two are sisters anyway, what's the difference who goes? Wang Aijuan beamed, looking at Su Nuanyuan with doting eyes. Nuanyuan, I'll go to work and earn money to buy you treats. You won't have to do anything, and you can stay with Granny Chin. Isn't that better? Su Nuanyuan lowered her gaze, finally understanding what was going on. That job, Granny just mentioned it to me. Nothing settled yet. As she spoke, Su Nuanyuan looked up at the two of them, her eyes clear and her tone calm, not a hint of a lie to be seen. Wang Aijuan and Lu Xioli exchanged glances and, in the end, believed her. After all these years, Su Nuanyuan had always done whatever they asked. She wouldn't lie to them. Lu Xioli gave a dry laugh. Well, let's wait until it's settled then. Nuanyuan, you rest up. It's getting dark, so we'll head back now. With that, they left swiftly, not the least bit concerned about leaving a young girl alone at home. Watching their retreating backs, Su Nuanyuan's lips curled into a cold smile. I didn't expect you could lie too. A clear male voice suddenly rang out in the air, startling Su Nuanyuan. She looked up at the doorway and saw a tall, slender figure walking in against the light. As he drew closer, the dim light in the room illuminated his face. A young man's features came into view. He wore a half-smile, as if amused by the lie she'd just told. Wait a minute, wasn't this Xiao Chunjin, the village chief's grandson? Su Ruanruan frowned uncomfortably. What are you here for? Grandma Chen is at my house talking to my grandpa. She was worried you'd be scared alone at home, so she asked me to come check on you, Xiao Chunjin replied nonchalantly. Oh. Su Ruanruan answered, but in her heart, she wondered, why didn't this happen in my previous life? What she didn't know was that Xiao Chunjin had come in her previous life too. But back then, he'd overheard her outside the door, being completely manipulated by Lu Xioli and Wang Aijuan. He'd muttered idiot under his breath and hadn't bothered to come in. Even so, he'd still waited outside the Su family's door until Granny Chin returned. But this time, not only did Su Ruanruan avoid being tricked by Lu Xioli and Wang Aijuan, she'd even lied to send them away. Xiao Chunjin was satisfied, so he came inside and said what he just did. Your job is already settled. Your grandma is at my house talking to my grandpa about getting your household registration transferred, Xiao Chunjin said. Su Ruanruan replied, Oh. What's with the oh? Why did you lie to them and say your job wasn't settled? Su Ruanruan blinked. If I didn't lie and say the job wasn't settled, what, was I supposed to give the job to Wang Aijuan? Hearing this, Xiao Chengjin grew even more interested. He stepped closer, looking down at Su Ruanruan from above. Didn't you always call her sister before? I don't want to anymore. Why not? Did you finally realize you've been tricked all along and don't want to be a fool anymore? Su Ruanruan said, yes, you're right. Xiao Chengjin raised his eyebrows proudly. I knew it. Since you've finally come to your senses, if they ever bother you again, just tell me. Seeing Xiao Chengjin's smug little expression, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Chengjin was only a year older than her, still very much a teenager. There was no point in fussing with a kid. After thinking for a moment, Su Ruanruan smiled and asked, tell you, and then what? In the past, Su Ruanruan always kept her head down and shoulders hunched, never daring to look anyone in the eye. Xiao Chengjin knew she was pretty, but he'd never paid it much mind. But now, with Su Ruanruan staring straight at him, her big, clear eyes reflecting his own image, Xiao Chengjin suddenly found himself unable to meet her gaze. His face grew hot. Then I'll have my grandpa dock their work points. Pfft. Su Ruanruan couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Hearing her laughter, Xiao Chengjin's face turned even redder. He realized he'd just said something stupid. Unlike the other boys in the village, Xiao Chengjin had fair skin. Almost as fair as Su Ruanruan's, and striking features. His eyes were especially long and dark, shining brightly. When he smiled, they curved into crescents, making people's hearts flutter. Such a handsome boy, blushing shyly, made Su Ruanruan's hand itch to ruffle his hair. And so she did. Caught off guard by the sudden head pat, Xiao Chengjin jumped back 2 steps, staring at Su Ruanruan in shock. What are you doing? I'm thanking you. All the unmarried girls in the village wore their hair in 2 braids. But Su Ruanruan was different. She kept her hair short, cut to her chin, black and shiny. She had a few wispy bangs on her forehead, and through them you could see her smooth, full brow. Her face was round and fair, her features delicate, her eyes big and bright, making her look even younger than she was. Right now she was smiling, her round eyes curving into crescents, making even the tips of Xiao Chengjin's ears turn red. You should get some sleep. I'll keep watch outside. I'll leave when Grandma Chen comes back. Xiao Chengjin turned and walked away quickly, always giving Su Ruanruan the feeling that he was fleeing in panic. Su Ruanruan's lips curved into a slight smile. In her memory, Xiao Chengjin had always carried himself with his chin slightly raised, proud, aloof, and hard to approach. She never expected to see such an adorable side of him. Just as she was about to lie down, she caught sight of the wooden box on the king cabinet out of the corner of her eye. The box was only about the size of a red brick, square and plain without a single decorative pattern, but it was extremely heavy. If it hadn't been so, Wang Aijuan wouldn't have been able to kill her with it in her previous life. She had been killed by it in her past life, and when she woke up again, it was because she'd been struck by it once more. Su Ruanruan's feelings were complicated. Almost without thinking, she picked up the box. Knowing how heavy it was, she used all her strength to lift it. But to her surprise, the box felt light as a feather in her hands, making her start in shock. After steadying herself, Su Ruanruan felt a bit dizzy. Maybe it was the dizziness, but suddenly, the scene around her changed. She found herself in a place she'd never seen before, with rows upon rows of shelves, each one filled with a dazzling array of goods. Stunned, Su Ruanruan stared at the items, and before she knew it, she was on her feet, walking toward the nearest shelf. On the shelf were boxes packed tightly with dried persimmon cakes. These persimmon cakes were even bigger than her palm and gave off a sweet, fragrant aroma that kept wafting into her nose. Even though she'd already had dinner, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but swallow. After hesitating for a moment, she carefully reached out and picked up a persimmon cake. It felt soft and smooth in her hand, and when she took a bite, it was fragrant, tender, and sweet. This sensation, there's no way it was just a hallucination. Before she knew it, Su Ruanruan had finished the whole persimmon cake. After eating, her stomach felt warm and cozy. Now, Su Wanwan was even more certain. This definitely wasn't a dream. But if it wasn't a dream, where was she? She looked around, then simply started walking forward. As she walked and looked around, Su Wanwan was shocked to find that this place was many times larger than the county department store. Some of the things here she'd seen in stores before, but many she hadn't. And the quantity, there was no comparison. Any random row of shelves here held more goods than the entire supply of the department store. As she walked, Su Wanwan saw all sorts of rice, flour, grains, oil, salt, sauces, vinegar, candies, pastries, fabrics, ready-made clothes, and shoes. She even saw rows and rows of canned goods. The canned goods were packed in glass jars, with nothing stuck on them, so she could clearly see what was inside. Apple preserves, orange preserves, yellow peach preserves, and countless other fruit preserves she couldn't even name. Besides fruit preserves, there were all kinds of canned meats. These cans did have labels, but they were very simple. Braised pork, braised ribs, fish, beef, lamb. The more she looked, the more variety she saw, and the hungrier she felt. And she'd already eaten. Su Wanwan quickened her pace and hurried forward. Up ahead, she saw even more metal cans. She paused, picked one up, and saw 3 big characters on it, malted milk. She put it down and walked a bit further, picked up another can walnut powder. She kept going and saw kudzu root powder, rice flour. These were all good things you couldn't buy even if you had money, not without a ration ticket. By now, even if Su Wanwan were a fool, she'd realized she'd struck it rich. With all these things, she and Granny Chin could live comfortably for decades. There was no need to fear famine anymore, and Granny Chen would never have to suffer from illness caused by hunger or poor nutrition again. After the excitement faded, Su Wanwan thought of the most pressing issue. How could she get out of this place? Just as she was thinking about it, the scene before her eyes blurred, and suddenly she was standing on the Kong bed. Looking down, the box was still there on the Kang. But Su Wanwan wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. The box seemed much duller than before. Its once bright red color had faded, now looking almost black. She picked up the box to examine it more closely, and somehow, she accidentally pressed something. The box popped open. Inside was a yellowed piece of paper with 2 lines written on it. Treasure space for the faded one. Su Wanwan tried to read more carefully, but right before her eyes, the paper slowly turned transparent and then vanished. Seeing this, Su Wanwan was surprised, but she could accept it. First she'd been reborn, then she'd seen all those supplies, and now this Su Wanwan was starting to take it all in stride. She was just sitting down with the box when she heard Xiao Qingjian's voice drifting in from outside. "Granny Chin, you're back?" Su Wanwan's heart tightened. She hurriedly put on her shoes and got off the Kang, heading outside. She hadn't even reached the middle of the room when Granny Chin walked in. Granny Chin was just 50 this year, with no white hair yet and a sturdy frame. When she saw Su Wanwan, she immediately broke into a smile. "I thought you were asleep. Why are you up again?" Seeing that familiar smile and hearing that familiar voice, Su Wanwan's eyes grew hot. She nearly burst into tears. When she was born, old Lady Wang, her so-called biological grandmother, had wanted to throw her out on the back mountain to feed the wolves. It was Granny Chin who saw and stopped her, giving old Lady Wang a large sum of money to buy Su Wanwan's life. Granny Chen's husband, Su I-mean, had joined the army early on and never came back. Granny Chin lived alone on his pension, her days quiet and lonely. She always said that after Su Wanwan came, her life finally had something to look forward to. Granny Chin treated her even better than most people treated their own granddaughters. Even though Su Wanwan always missed her birth parents and siblings, Granny Chin never once reproached her. When Su Wanwan gave her own food rations to the Su family, Granny Chin would give her hers instead. If not for that, Granny Chin wouldn't have fallen ill and suffered for so many years. Su Wanwan started school early, attending with Wang Ijuan, who was a year older. When Su Wanwan was 14 and Wang Ijuan 15, they both graduated from junior high. It was 1960, a bad year. No one had enough to eat, let alone go to school. The town's junior high had stopped classes, and even the county high school wasn't admitting students. Granny Chin, thinking Ruanruan was young and not strong enough for farm work, pulled some strings to get her a job at the textile factory. Because she was underage, it was only a temporary job. But even a temp job was a coveted position in the countryside. Wang Ijuan set her sights on it, dragging Lu Xiuli along to cry and beg in front of Ruanruan, saying all kinds of nice things. In her previous life, Ruanruan had a soft heart. After all the crying and pleading from Lu Xiuli and Wang Ijuan, she gave up the job. When Granny Chen found out, she just sighed and didn't say much. Ruanruan had poured her heart out for Wang Ijuan, never expecting to raise a thankless wolf. Thinking of everything that happened before her death in her last life, Ruanruan wished she could strangle Wang Ijuan. Granny Chin waited a while, but when Ruanruan didn't speak, she looked closely and saw her dazed expression and reddened eyes. Instantly, Granny Chin grew anxious. "Why are you crying?" Ruanruan, don't cry, Grandma's here, all right." As Granny Chin spoke, she gently patted Ruanruan's back, coaxing her as if she were a little child. Hearing Granny Chen's loving voice, Ruanruan's eyelashes trembled. She could no longer hold back her tears, and they slid down her cheeks. "Granny!" Ruanruan threw herself into Granny Chen's arms, hugging her tightly. In this life, no one was going to hurt her grandmother. Xiao Chunjin, who had been standing outside, heard the commotion inside and hurried in. Seeing the scene before him, he immediately said, "Are you crying because they bullied you? Don't cry. I won't let Wang Ijuan take your job away." Granny Chen hadn't known why Ruanruan was crying, but when she heard Xiao Chungjin's words, she immediately understood. She quickly comforted Ruanruan. "Don't cry, Ruanruan. Granny's here. The job is yours, no one's going to take it from you, you hear? Don't worry." Ruanruan was overwhelmed with emotion, touched, aggrieved, guilty, and regretful, all mixed together, and she just couldn't stop crying. When she finally cried herself out and started feeling dizzy, Granny Chen helped her lie down on the kang bed, and before long, she fell asleep. While tidying Ruanruan's hair, Granny Chen felt a bump on the back of her head. Her face instantly turned cold and frightening. "Chunjin, tell Granny everything you know." Xiao Chunjin nodded and told Granny Chen everything he'd heard since he arrived. After listening, Granny Chen's expression grew even darker. She had only allowed the Wang family to see Ruanruan because they were her blood relatives. Ruanruan was pure-hearted and sincere to everyone, but she never expected the Wang family to trick and deceive her like this. Absolutely shameless. She'd gone out of her way to find a job for Ruanruan, and the Wang family had the nerve to try and steal it. "Chunjin, it's getting dark. You should hurry home." "Thank you for staying here with Ruanruan today," Granny Chen said. Xiao Chungjin scratched his head and smiled. "No need to thank me, Granny Chen. I'll be going now." He glanced at the sleeping Ruanruan on the kang bed before turning to leave. This little girl looked even more like a child when she was asleep. Ruanruan woke up from the heat. Opening her eyes, she found herself covered with a thin blanket. Even though it was thin, it was already June, and the early morning sun was blazing. No wonder she was sweating. Still, Ruanruan smiled happily. She knew Granny Chen had covered her up. Granny always worried about her catching cold. Ruanruan folded the blanket and put it away in the kang cabinet, slipped on her shoes, and headed to the outer room. In the kitchen, Granny Chen was making breakfast. When she saw Ruanruan come out, she beamed, "Ruanruan, you're up. Go wash your face, breakfast will be ready soon." Ruanruan nodded, "Okay, Granny." She walked over to the cupboard by the wall and took down an enamel mug with "Labor is the most glorious" written on it. Inside the mug were her toothbrush and toothpaste, which Granny Chen had specially bought for her from the supply store in town. Most people in the village just used willow twigs dipped in coarse salt to scrub their teeth. Their mouths would be rubbed raw before their teeth were even clean. Even Wang Aijuan had been eyeing her toothbrush and toothpaste for ages. If Granny Chen hadn't kept a close watch, Su Ruanruan wouldn't have these things now. When Su Ruanruan finished washing up and came back, Granny Chen had just finished making breakfast. On the square kitchen table sat 2 bowls of porridge made from rice and corn grits, a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes, a few freshly steamed mixed-grain buns, and 2 boiled eggs. Mixed-grain buns were made by adding sweet potato flour or cornmeal to white flour before steaming. Pure rice or white flour was too expensive to eat on its own, so Granny Chen would mix a bit of rice or white flour into coarse grains. That way, the food tasted better and was more nutritious. Luckily, the commune canteen had been disbanded when spring started. Otherwise, even if Granny Chen managed to buy some grain, she wouldn't have been able to cook tasty meals for Su Ruanruan. The grandmother and granddaughter sat down to eat. As Su Ruanruan ate, she wondered how she could take out some food from her secret stash and give it to Granny Chen. She hadn't figured out a way yet when Wang Aijuan showed up at the door. Both Su Ruanruan and Wang Aijuan had just graduated from junior high and hadn't been home long. Wang's grandmother was nothing like Granny Chen. She'd always looked down on her granddaughter. Even though Wang Aijuan had barely spent a few days at home, her grandmother was already fed up, nagging her every day to go work in the fields and earn work points. They belonged to the 3rd production team of the Hongqi commune. The girls Wang Aijuan's age who hadn't gone to junior high were already earning 8 work points a day. Even the less capable ones could manage 6. If you worked steadily for a few months, you'd get a good share of grain at the autumn harvest. Wang's grandmother was greedy for that extra share of food and would never let Wang Aijuan idle at home. If Wang Aijuan hadn't sworn up and down that she could get a temporary job at the county textile factory, her grandmother would have dragged her by the ear to work in the fields long ago. Not wanting to become a dirt-poor farm girl, Wang Aijuan had no choice but to come looking for Su Ruanruan early in the morning. Hearing Wang Aijuan shouts from outside, Su Ruanruan calmly continued eating her breakfast, nothing like before, when she'd jump up the moment she heard Wang Aijuan calling. Seeing this, Granny Chen smiled. Our Ruanruan has grown up. Su Ruanruan blushed. Grandma, was she saying that she used to be small and foolish, and that's why Wang Aijuan could trick her? All right, I won't say any more, Granny Chen said, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Since Ruanruan has grown up, Grandma doesn't have to worry anymore. As for the person outside, Grandma, don't worry. I'll handle it myself in a bit. Su Ruanruan spoke with determination and confidence. Seeing this, Granny Chen didn't say any more. Children have to learn to fly on their own someday. All she needed to do was watch over her. Granny Chen wasn't that old yet and still needed to work, but her job was easy. She looked after the production team's sheep. The 3rd production team only had 3 sheep. There was no way to raise more. Times were so hard that some people were digging up roots and eating tree bark. Where would you find enough grass to feed more sheep? It was only because Granny Chen received a pension and monthly grain coupons that she could ask Su Aimin's old army buddies in the county to buy grain for her. Otherwise, if they had to rely on the 6 work points she earned from herding sheep, the grandmother and granddaughter would have starved long ago. After breakfast, Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen tidied up the dishes and table, then walked together to the front gate. Wang Aijuan had been shouting outside for so long her throat was hoarse. When the door finally opened, Wang Aijuan immediately started to curse, Su Ruanruan, you little. But before she could finish, she caught sight of Granny Chen's dark, stern face. The rest of the words died in her throat, and her sallow face turned bright red from holding them back. Granny Chen. It wasn't that Wang Aijuan was afraid of Granny Chen. She just needed something from her right now, so she had no choice but to lower her stance. Granny Chen shot Wang Aijuan a cold look, then turned to Su Ruanruan and said, Ruanruan, make sure to close the door later. Don't let any riffraff into the yard, understand? Su Ruanruan nodded obediently. I understand, Grandma. Only after Granny Chen had walked away did Wang Aijuan approach Su Ruanruan. Ruanruan, don't get the wrong idea. I called for you for ages, and you didn't open the door, so I got anxious. Please help me explain to Granny Chin, I didn't mean anything by it. Why didn't you open the door just now? I yelled so long my throat's about to catch fire. Go make me a bowl of sugar water. As she spoke, Wang Aijuan tried to push past Su Ruanruan into the yard, but Su Ruanruan quickly stepped in front of her, blocking her way. Ruanruan, what are you doing? Wang Aijuan frowned, looking at Su Ruanruan in displeasure. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination, but Su Ruanruan seemed different today. There was no trace of a smile on Su Ruanruan's face. The timid, delicate look she usually wore was gone, replaced by a rare coldness. Didn't you hear what my grandma said? I'm not supposed to let any riffraff into the yard. Wang Aijuan, never one for a good temper, immediately raised her voice. What's that supposed to mean, Su Ruanruan? How am I riffraff? I'm your real sister. Su Ruanruan sneered. My real sister, who tried to take my food rations and my job? You? What are you talking about? A flash of panic crossed Wang Aijuan's face. Though she usually acted gentle in front of Su Ruanruan, she was only a 15-year-old girl. It was impossible to hide her emotions completely. Seeing the panic on Wang Aijuan's face, Su Ruanruan changed the subject. Grandma said she's giving the temp job to Sister Xiaolan from the village chief's family and asking the chief to find me some easy work. When she heard this, Wang Aijuan looked at Su Ruanruan as if she'd seen a ghost. Is your grandma crazy? Why would she give such a good temp job to that wretched Xiaolan? Ignoring Wang Aijuan's murderous glare, Su Ruanruan beamed. Sister Xiaolan is kind and hardworking. If she goes to the textile factory as a temp, she'll get a permanent position in no time. Then she'll be an official worker. My grandma's giving her such a big favor, just so the chief will find me some easy work. I'm sure he'll agree. That way, I can stay in the village with grandma and still earn work points. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Besides, didn't you say you couldn't bear for me to go work at the textile factory alone? I can't bear to leave you either. Now we can both stay in the village and see each other every day. Isn't that great? At this point, Wang Aijuan couldn't hear a word Su Ruanruan was saying. Her mind was stuck on one thing. The temp job had already been given to Xiaolan. Seeing the bright smile on Su Ruanruan's face, Wang Aijuan wanted nothing more than to scratch it off. Without that temp job, she'd have to work in the fields. After all those years of schooling, how could she become just another dirt-grubbing farmer? Wang Aijuan stepped forward and grabbed Su Ruanruan's arm. Ruanruan. Ruanruan. Go talk to the village chief and get the temp job back, please. Su Ruanruan's smile vanished. No. Didn't you say you didn't want to be a temp worker either, because you couldn't bear to leave me? Now neither of us has to go, so why aren't you happy? Or were you lying to me before? Did you just not want me to go so you could take the job for yourself? You liar. I never want to see you again. After rattling off that long string of words in one breath, Su Ruanruan took advantage of Wang Aijuan's stunned silence to break free from her grip, turn around, and head into the yard, slamming the gate shut behind her with a bang. The sound of the door jolted Wang Aijuan out of her daze. Staring at the tightly closed gate, she opened her mouth to say something, but didn't know where to start. Earlier, when she said she couldn't bear to let Su Ruanruan go work as a temp, it was, of course, because she wanted the job for herself. But could she say that out loud? Absolutely not. If she did, there'd really be no turning back. Su Ruanruan had been raised by Granny Chen to be innocent and kind. Even if she got angry, it never lasted long. Wang Aijuan bit her lip, putting on a pitiful face as she said, Ruanruan, I'm really just thinking of you. You don't know how tiring temp work is. You're still young, what if you get so worn out you stop growing? I never thought you'd misunderstand me over this. Since that's how you feel, then giving the temp job to Xiaolan is fine too. At least you won't keep misunderstanding me. Just stay home and rest. I'll get going now. But after saying that, Wang Aijuan didn't actually leave. She was waiting for Su Ruanruan to open the door. Su Ruanruan was always soft-hearted. After hearing her speech just now, she'd definitely be moved to tears, open the door, throw herself into her arms, cry her heart out, and then hand over the temp job. Minute by minute, time ticked by. Wang Ijuan went from confident to uneasy to downright anxious, but the door never opened. She pressed her ear to the door, listening intently, but there wasn't a sound from inside. At this point, Wang Ijuan had to admit that Ruanruan wasn't joking when she said she didn't want to see her, she meant it. In the sweltering June heat, Wang Ijuan's face turned pale and her forehead broke out in a cold sweat. She grew more and more uneasy. If she couldn't get the temp job, what was she supposed to do now? Just thinking about having to face the fierce and terrifying old lady Wang at home made Wang Ijuan shudder. With things at this point, Wang Ijuan couldn't keep up her act any longer. She raised her hand and started pounding on the door. Ruanruan. Ruanruan. Get out here. That temp job was hers, why should it go to some Xiao Xiulan? She was determined to make this wretched girl Ruanruan change her mind today. With that thought, Wang Ijuan's expression grew twisted. She was about to keep pounding when suddenly someone grabbed her from behind. Who is it? Let go of me. Wang Ijuan shouted, twisting around to see who it was. And then she froze. Xiao Chenjin. What are you doing? Xiao Chenjin snorted coldly, tightened his grip, and shoved Wang Ijuan aside. You trying to steal my sister's job? Xiao Chenjin was the same age as Wang Ijuan, but stood a full head taller. Now, looking down at her, his eyes were full of disdain. I wasn't. I don't care what you were doing. If you dare come back, I'll beat you up. As he spoke, Xiao Chenjin even waved his fist at her. Xiao Chenjin was the team leader's grandson, known for being tough and domineering. Even back in middle school in town, no one at school dared mess with him. Whenever Wang Ijuan saw him, she'd go out of her way to avoid him. Now, threatened like this, she didn't dare say another word and took off running. Watching her retreating back, Xiao Chenjin snorted, then knocked gently on the door. Ruanruan had been listening to everything from inside the yard. As soon as she heard the knock, she went to open the door. Before Xiao Chenjin could say anything, Ruanruan beat him to it. Why are you here again? Xiao Chenjin, was she disgusted with him? Meeting Ruanruan's curious gaze, Xiao Chenjin stuck his hands in his pockets, lifted his chin slightly, and tried to sound casual as he said, I just came to see if you were still crying. Hearing this, Ruanruan nearly exploded. That was all last night's business. How could she possibly still be crying now? Ruanruan felt like she finally understood why she and Xiao Chenjin weren't close in her previous life. It had to be because he was just too infuriating to talk to. I'm not crying. You've seen for yourself, so you can go now. As soon as she finished speaking, Ruanruan moved to close the door, but Xiao Chenjin was quick and grabbed the doorframe to stop her. What do you want now? Ruanruan frowned slightly, looking at Xiao Chenjin in confusion. With Granny Chen out, she'd been hoping to take a good look at her treasure space. Why was Xiao Chenjin still hanging around? So, why did you say you gave the job to my sister just now? He'd just come from home and hadn't heard anything about this. So that's what he wanted to ask. Ruanruan suddenly understood and stopped trying to close the door. I just talked it over with Grandma today. Once we're done with work later, she'll go talk to the team leader. Why don't you want to work at the textile factory? Xiao Chenjin couldn't understand Ruanruan's thinking. They couldn't go to high school right now, and getting a job at the textile factory was a great opportunity. Why was she always giving good things away to someone else? Ruanruan had no idea what Xiao Chenjin was thinking. She just explained her own reasoning. I don't want to be too far from Grandma. If I leave, she'll be all alone at home. At the latest, high school would reopen next fall, and she'd have to go back then. There was really no point in taking a temporary job at the textile factory. If she didn't have her treasure space, maybe she'd consider it, but now that she did, she wasn't even tempted. Xiao Chenjin stared at Ruanruan for a long moment before finally nodding. All right, I'll go home and let my grandpa know. With that, he let go of the doorframe. Ruanruan thought he was leaving, but before she knew it, Xiao Chenjin had quickly pulled something from his pocket and stuffed it into her hand. She didn't even get a good look at what it was before Xiao Chengjin had already run more than 10 meters away. He sure runs fast. Ruanruan couldn't help but marvel. Only after his figure disappeared from sight did she lower her head to see what he'd given her. Colorful glass candy wrappers sparkled in the sunlight, leaving Ruanruan momentarily stunned. Xiao Chengjin had given her fruit candies. And they were the kind with wrappers. Fruit candies weren't cheap these days. The unwrapped ones cost a cent each, but the wrapped ones were at least 2 cents apiece. Ruanruan counted. There were 5 candies in total. That was a whole dime. No wonder he was the team leader's grandson, with parents working in the county. He was certainly generous. But she wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Later, she'd check her treasure space to see if there was anything she could give Xiao Chengjin in return. After turning a corner, Xiao Chengjin stopped, waited a moment, and then quietly peeked back. The Su family's door was already closed. He leaned against the wall, thinking to himself, once she eats the candy, Ruanruan probably won't feel sad anymore. His sister, Xiao Xiulan, always ate candy when she was upset, saying that sweets made everything better. A little girl like Ruanruan must love sweets too. After returning to her room, Ruanruan closed the door and hurried into her treasure space. Once she successfully entered the treasure space again, Ruanruan still felt like her eyes weren't enough to take everything in. She'd been in such a rush during her visit yesterday that she hadn't had time to look at much. Now, she finally had the chance to take a proper look around. As she wandered, Ruanruan discovered that the space wasn't just stocked with all kinds of food, but also various fabrics and ready-made clothes and shoes. There were enamel mugs, enamel wash basins, thermos flasks, flashlights, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, and laundry soap, so many things. It was dazzling, and she couldn't even begin to count them all. After making a round, Ruanruan left the treasure space. No sooner had she come out than she heard urgent knocking and an angry, impatient shout. The voice was familiar. It was Lu Xioli. There was no need to guess. Lu Xioli was definitely here about the temp job. It was work time, after all, and yet Lu Xioli had run over here instead of doing her job. The corners of Ruanruan's mouth twitched into a cold smile as she quickly headed outside. When she reached the front door, Ruanruan didn't hesitate at all and opened it right away. She was so fast that Lu Xioli, who was pounding on the door, was caught off guard. Her hand swung through empty air, and she stumbled forward. Ruanruan stepped aside, and Lu Xioli fell flat on the ground. Wang Aijuan, who had been standing behind Lu Xioli, was startled and rushed forward to help her up. Once Lu Xioli was on her feet, Wang Aijuan was stunned. Lu Xioli's nose was red and swollen, with 2 streams of nosebleed running down, and the rest of her face was smeared with yellow dirt. Ruanruan hadn't expected Lu Xioli to fall so badly either. She wanted to laugh, but managed to hold it in. Lu Xioli's eyes were swimming with pain. She wiped at her nose with her sleeve for ages, but couldn't get the blood off. Instead, she just smeared it all over her cheeks, making her look even more ridiculous. Ruanruan was still trying hard not to laugh when Wang Aijuan suddenly turned around and snapped at her. Ruanruan, what's wrong with you? Look what you did to Mom. Ruanruan blinked her big, round eyes, looking as innocent as could be. How can you blame me for this? I heard someone shouting so anxiously, so I hurried to open the door. Clearly, it was Lu Xioli who hadn't been standing steady. How could that be her fault? You! Aijuan! Wang Aijuan wanted to say more, but Lu Xioli stopped her. This isn't Wanwan's fault. Hearing Lu Xioli's words, Ruanruan lifted her chin proudly and said to Wang Aijuan, "See? It's not my fault." Wang Aijuan was so angry her nose almost went crooked. She could only huff and turn away, refusing to look at Ruanruan. By now, Lu Xioli had finally managed to stop the bleeding. She forced a smile at Ruanruan. "Wanruan, I heard from Aijuan that you gave that temp job to Xiao Xiulan?" "That's right." Even though she'd already heard it from Wang Aijuan, Lu Xioli still felt a jolt when Ruanruan admitted it so straightforwardly. But she quickly forced another smile. "Wanruan, How could you let an outsider have such a good opportunity? At this, Ruanruan replied seriously, how can you call her an outsider? We're all from the same production team. We should care for each other and help one another out. Isn't that what you always told me, Mom? The smile on Lu Xiuli's face almost slipped. Had she really said that before? She distinctly remembered saying that Ruanruan and Wang Aijuan were real sisters and should love and help each other. Was this girl really that naive, or was she just pretending? Watching the ever-changing expressions on Lu Xiuli's face, Ruanruan felt quite pleased and continued, it's not like I don't know who's close and who's not. The temp work at the textile factory is definitely tough. I think Sister Xiulan should take on that hardship instead. Wang Aijuan. She was perfectly willing to work hard. Lu Xiuli's smile was already slipping. Ruanruan, Aijuan's not afraid of hard work. Ruanruan blinked. But I feel bad for her. So we'd better just stay in the village. Since talking nicely wasn't working, Lu Xiuli was getting annoyed. Her brows drew together as she looked at Ruanruan with obvious impatience. Why can't you just understand what I'm saying? I told you, Aijuan isn't afraid of hard work. So hurry up and get that temp job spot back and give it to Aijuan. Seeing Lu Xiuli like this, Ruanruan put on a shocked expression, her eyes full of disbelief. You're actually yelling at me. Didn't you always say you felt guilty for sending me away when I was little and wanted to make it up to me? I'm only thinking of my sister's well-being, that's why I want her to stay in the village, but you're yelling at me. Were all those things you said before just lies? I'm never going to believe you again. Get out of my house. As she spoke, Ruanruan reached out to push Lu Xiuli. Normally, an adult like Lu Xiuli wouldn't be so easily pushed, but somehow, Ruanruan effortlessly shoved both her and Wang Aijuan right out the front door, then slammed it shut with a bang. Staring at the tightly closed door, Wang Aijuan felt her temples throbbing. All thanks to Ruanruan making her so angry. Mom. Wang Aijuan looked at Lu Xiuli, aggrieved, tears brimming in her eyes. What were they supposed to do now? It would be quitting time soon, and when that happened, old lady Wang would definitely ask her about the temp job. Lu Xiuli's face was also dark. Had Ruanruan lost her mind? When did she become so stubborn? Mother and daughter both seethed with anger, but neither dared to go to the Xiao family to look for Xiao Xiulan. Lu Xiuli knocked on the door again, wanting to talk things over with Ruanruan, but after knocking for ages, there was still no sign of her coming to open up. There was nothing for it, Lu Xiuli could only leave with Wang Aijuan. Inside the courtyard, Ruanruan didn't care at all when Lu Xiuli and Wang Aijuan left. She was busy pacing around, looking for something heavy to test her strength on. She'd noticed it just now, when she pushed Lu Xiuli and Wang Aijuan. Her strength seemed much greater than before. After searching around, Ruanruan's gaze landed on the small millstone in the corner of the yard. It might be small, but it still weighed about 100 jin, 50 kilograms. Ruanruan took a deep breath, stood by the millstone, and grabbed it with both hands. To her surprise, she lifted it easily. Staring at the millstone in her hands, Ruanruan's mouth dropped open in shock. When did she get so strong? Could this be another perk of being reborn? Thinking of this, Ruanruan broke into a wide, delighted grin. Being strong was great. Now, if anyone disagreed with her, she could just settle things with her fists. Lu Xiuli and Wang Aijuan had barely left the Su house when they ran into the crowd coming back from work. The others didn't say much, but as soon as Xiao Aimei spotted Lu Xiuli, she stopped and called out loudly, Xiuli, where have you been all morning? I didn't see you anywhere. When it's time to work, you're not in the fields, how are we supposed to give you any work points? Xiao Aimei was the brigade leader's daughter, which made her Xiao Qingjin's aunt. When she got married, she married Shen Pingchuan, who was also from the same brigade. Because she was educated, literate, and good with numbers, she wasn't just the women's director of the 3rd Production Brigade, but also a scorekeeper. Of course, a brigade couldn't have only one scorekeeper. Scorekeepers were assigned according to different land areas. As luck would have it, Lu Xiuli happened to be in the area Xiao Aimei was responsible for. At first, Xiao Aimei didn't notice that Lu Xiuli wasn't working in the fields. It was only when Xiao Chungjin suddenly ran over and told her about Lu Xiuli's absence that she realized something was wrong. Xiao Aimei walked around the fields but couldn't find Lu Xiuli anywhere. At first, she thought maybe Lu Xiuli had just gone to the latrine, but even after waiting until the end of the shift, Lu Xiuli never came back. Xiao Aimei was immediately displeased. Now, seeing Lu Xiuli, she naturally didn't have a pleasant expression. Lu Xiuli felt uncomfortable under everyone's stares, but she had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward, forcing a smile at Xiao Aimei. Aimei, my stomach was upset, so I spent a long time in the latrine. I wasn't skipping work on purpose. You can't dock my work points for this. Hearing this, Xiao Aimei frowned deeply, her gaze turning sharp as she looked at Lu Xiuli. You say you weren't skipping work on purpose, so you think you shouldn't lose any work points? If everyone in the brigade did what you did, who would be left to work? That kind of thinking is unacceptable. You're taking advantage of the collective. That's pure self-indulgence. Comrade Lu Xiuli, this kind of bad behavior must be stopped. Your work points for this morning must be docked, otherwise, how could we face the hard-working members toiling in the fields? Am I right, everyone? Xiao Aimei's words immediately won a chorus of agreement from those around her. The other brigade members all nodded and chimed in, and a few who loved to watch the drama even pointed at Lu Xiuli and started lecturing her. One pair of fists can't fight four hands, let alone so many people. No matter how upset Lu Xiuli was, she could only swallow her anger. Before Lu Xiuli even made it back to the Wang household, the news that her morning's work points had been docked had already reached Old Lady Wang's ears. Old Lady Wang was so furious when she heard the news that she was practically steaming. As soon as she turned around and saw Lu Xiuli and Wang Aijuan entering the house one after the other, she immediately started cursing. You lazy woman! Did you fall into the latrine? Just lost a whole morning's work points like that. I think you shouldn't even eat lunch today. Hearing her mother being scolded, Wang Aijuan stepped forward to shield Lu Xiuli. Grandma, my mom didn't do it on purpose, and besides, she didn't. I'm talking to your mother. Who asked you, you money-draining wretch? You said you could get a temp job at the textile factory. How many days has it been now? Still no news? You just sit around at home eating for free all day. Where do you get the nerve? This afternoon, you're going to work. I'll go find the brigade leader and have him assign you a job. You're 15 already. Still mooching at home, aren't you ashamed? If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to live. And yet you still eat and eat. Why haven't you choked to death yet? At the end, Old Lady Wang even rolled her eyes dramatically, fully expressing her disgust toward Wang Aijuan. Old Lady Wang's favoritism toward boys over girls was nothing new. Wang Aijuan had grown up listening to her scolding, but even so, hearing these words still made her eyes turn red. At the same time, her resentment towards Su Ruanruan grew even deeper. If only she had been the one sent to the Su family back then. How much better her life would have been. At the Su household, Su Ruanruan had already finished making lunch and was packing it into aluminum lunchboxes. Although she had plenty of good things in her magical storage space, she still needed a good excuse to take them out. So for this meal, she just used the regular ingredients they had at home. She made a simple bowl of hand-pulled noodles with shredded eggplant. The noodles were made from a mix of white flour and cornmeal, giving them a slightly yellow hue, but the aroma was rich and mouth-watering. There were only two people in the Su family, Granny Chin and Su Ruanruan. Every year, Granny Chin would save the care packages she received for the two of them to use, only exchanging what they couldn't finish for money or food coupons. That's why the Su family had 2 aluminum lunchboxes, one for each of them. Although Granny Chin doted on Su Ruanruan, she made sure to teach her all the survival skills she'd need. Every morning after breakfast, Granny Chin would take the sheep out to graze and wouldn't return until mid-afternoon. That meant Su Ruanruan had to make her own lunch. Granny Chin would just bring some flatbread and water with her and make do. In her previous life, Su Ruanruan had never brought lunch out to Granny Chin, but now she wanted to treat her better. The more she cooked, the better she got at judging the portions. By the time both lunchboxes were full, the pot was scraped clean. She tucked the 2 lunchboxes into her net bag and finally headed out. It was lunchtime, so there was hardly anyone outside. After locking the front door, Ruanruan headed straight for the mountain behind their house. The Su family lived right at the foot of the mountain, and Granny Chin grazed the sheep there. It didn't take long for Ruanruan to find her. Seeing Ruanruan coming, Granny Chin was a little surprised. "Ruanruan, what brings you here?" Ruanruan lifted the net bag in her hand and smiled. "I made hand-pulled noodles. Grandma, let's eat together." Granny Chen's eyes crinkled into slits as she grinned. "Well, looks like I'm in for a treat today." Hearing this, Ruanruan felt a pang in her heart, but she didn't show it. She just smiled and said, "From now on, I'll bring you lunch every day, Grandma. You won't have to bring flatbread anymore." At that, Granny Chen's smile grew even brighter, her eyes full of pride and affection as she looked at Ruanruan. "Our Ruanruan has really grown up. You even know how to care for your grandma now. But you can't bring me lunch every day, soon you'll be starting work at the textile factory." As she spoke, Granny Chen's voice was tinged with reluctance. When Ruanruan was born, she'd been as frail as a kitten. Granny Chen had cared for her day and night, and it hadn't been easy raising her to this age. All these years, Ruanruan had never been apart from her. Now, all of a sudden, she was going to work in the county on her own. Granny Chen couldn't help but feel a little sad. Ruanruan had originally planned to tell Granny Chen about the temp job after lunch, but since she'd brought it up, she decided not to wait. "Grandma, I'm not planning on taking the temp job at the textile factory." "What?" Granny Chen's heart sank. Had Ruanruan been tricked by Wang Ijuan again? Before Granny Chen could ask, Ruanruan continued, "I'm going to let Sister Xiaolan from the village chief's family have the temp job, and I'll ask the village chief to find me some lighter work instead. That way, I can stay with you, Grandma." Hearing this, Granny Chen's first thought was relief. At least Wang Ijuan hadn't tricked her. But, Ruanruan, being a temp worker is much better than working in the village. Out in the fields, you're exposed to the wind and sun. How many work points can a young girl like you earn? Besides, taking the temp job won't stop you from going to high school later. Ruanruan set the net bag down on the ground and clung to Granny Chen's arm, shaking it gently. "Granny, I don't want to work at the textile factory. I'm scared." Granny Chen doted on her the most, so as soon as she heard this, she definitely wouldn't make her go work at the factory anymore. Sure enough, just as Ruanruan expected, Granny Chen finally nodded, sighing helplessly. "If you don't want to go, then you don't have to. Tonight I'll talk to the team leader and see if we can find you something else to do. The summer harvest is coming up, but look at you. With those skinny arms and legs, what kind of work could you possibly do?" If it were the Ruanruan from her previous life, she really wouldn't have been able to do any hard labor. But now she was no longer the same Ruanruan. Ruanruan stood up and glanced around. Her gaze finally landed on a dead tree. No one knew what kind of tree it was, but its trunk was even thicker than Ruanruan's waist. She walked over in a few quick steps, bent down, and wrapped her arms around the trunk. Granny Chen was so startled by Ruanruan's actions that her voice trembled. "Ruanruan, you." Before she could finish, she saw Ruanruan lift the dead tree and walk toward her, step by step. Ruanruan's smile bloomed like a flower, her eyes full of pride. "Granny, look. I may have skinny arms and legs, but I'm strong. I can do any kind of work. From now on, I'll earn work points and take care of you." Looking at Ruanruan's face, clearly hoping for praise, Granny Chen was both exasperated and amused. "You silly girl, that's not how you're supposed to use your strength. Put it down right now, what if you hurt your back?" Ruanruan gently set the dead tree on the ground and grinned. "Granny, aren't you always saying that kids like me don't even have a waist?" With that interruption, Granny Chen couldn't even pretend to be angry anymore. "Ruanruan's all grown up now, Granny can't out-talk you anymore." Hearing this, Ruanruan immediately ran to Granny Chen's side, tugged on her sleeve, and acted cute. "Granny, I'll always be your little darling. You." Granny Chen tapped Su Ruanruan's nose and led her off to eat. They dawdled so long that the noodles were all mushy, but the grandmother and granddaughter still ate happily together. Behind them, about 10 meters away, Xiao Chenjin cautiously withdrew his gaze from behind a large tree. He turned and sat down on the ground, leaning against the trunk. That scared him to death. How could Su Ruanruan, that delicate, soft little girl, possibly be so strong? Shouldn't a cute girl like her burst into tears for half a day after getting punched? Xiao Chenjin fell into deep self-doubt. By the time he snapped out of it and tried to stand up, he looked up and saw Su Ruanruan. She was carrying the net bag, smiling. "What are you doing sitting here?" Xiao Chenjin instinctively glanced at her hands, swallowed nervously, and stammered, "And nothing." Su Ruanruan looked down at the net bag in her hand and suddenly understood. "Are you hungry? Come on, let's go to my house for a meal." It was the least she could do to thank him for those pieces of candy he'd given her. Thinking of that dead tree, Xiao Chenjin nodded briskly and decisively. He didn't dare say no. If he made her mad, what if she punched him and made him cry for half a day? As they walked, Xiao Chenjin thought of Wang Aijuan and her daughter. It was a miracle they'd survived this long. But then he remembered how Lu Xioli had gotten a nosebleed that morning and figured that miracle probably wouldn't last much longer. The two of them returned to the Su family home. As Su Ruanruan washed out the lunchboxes, she asked Xiao Chenjin, "What would you like to eat?" They were out of noodles, so if Xiao Chenjin wanted anything, she'd have to make something else. Of course, Xiao Chenjin didn't dare make any requests. "I'll eat whatever you make." Hearing this, Su Ruanruan thought for a moment, then simply went to the backyard to pick some vegetables. She made a bowl of dumpling soup for Xiao Chenjin, cracking an egg into it as well. Counting both her past and present lives, Su Ruanruan had been cooking for decades. Her skills were nothing to scoff at. Xiao Chenjin took just one bite, and all the messy thoughts in his head vanished into thin air. He focused on eating, savoring every mouthful. At 15, he was a growing boy with a big appetite. Even though Su Ruanruan had made a large bowl, Xiao Chenjin was only about 70% full. But Su Ruanruan didn't know that. There were only two people in the Su family, Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen, and neither of them ate much. A bowl of dumpling soup like this would be enough to stuff Su Ruanruan all by herself. Naturally, Xiao Chenjin didn't dare admit he wasn't full. On the contrary, he was already planning in his head. His dad had brought back some canned fruit from the county, and there was still an unopened can left. He could bring it over for Su Ruanruan next time. If Su Ruanruan ate more sweets and was in a good mood, she definitely wouldn't go around hitting people for no reason. Seeing that Xiao Chenjin was still hanging around after eating and drinking his fill, Su Ruanruan was a bit puzzled. "Why are you still here?" Xiao Chenjin. Looking at Su Ruanruan's slightly impatient face, Xiao Chenjin secretly decided he'd better hurry home and fetch that canned fruit. Just as he was about to reach the front gate, Xiao Chenjin stopped, turned around, and said to Su Ruanruan, "Oh, by the way, because Lu Xioli skipped work without a reason, she got docked a whole morning's work points." He'd actually come over specifically to tell Su Ruanruan this, hoping it would cheer her up. But before he'd had the chance, he'd seen her hugging that dead tree and got sidetracked. Only now did he remember. Su Ruanruan was stunned for a moment when she heard this, but then she broke into a smile. Serves her right. Su Ruanruan was cute to begin with, but when she smiled, it was even sweeter than honey. Xiao Chenjin couldn't help but smile along with her. "Don't worry, if she tries to mess with you again, I'll tell my aunt." "Aunt?" Su Ruanruan didn't have to think hard to figure it out. Xiao Chenjin's aunt, Xiao Aimei, was the scorekeeper. Xiao Chenjin must have told her about Lu Xioli's skipping work. Su Ruanruan didn't get any direct benefit from Lu Xioli losing work points, but just knowing Lu Xioli was upset made her happy. As for Xiao Chenjin, who'd helped make it happen, Su Ruanruan felt even more grateful. "Wait for me," she called out, then turned and hurried into the house. Once inside, Su Ruanruan closed the door, entered her treasure space, found a piece of oiled paper, and wrapped up 10 persimmon cakes. After a short wait, Xiao Chenjin saw Su Ruanruan come out holding the oiled paper package. "This is for you." "For me?" Xiao Chenjin could hardly believe it. Did Su Ruanruan know he hadn't eaten enough, so she'd specially found something else for him? Sure enough, Su Ruanruan wasn't just soft in name, she had a soft heart too. She was just a little too strong. Taking the package, Xiao Chenjin thanked her earnestly before hurrying away. He had to get home quickly to fetch that canned fruit. Watching Xiao Chenjin's figure grow smaller in the distance, Su Ruanruan was left a little confused. Why did Xiao Chenjin thank her? Xiao Chenjin hurried all the way home and soon arrived at the Xiao family house. As soon as he stepped through the courtyard gate, he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw it was his older sister, Xiao Xiulan. Xiao Xiulan looked him up and down. "Where did you go? You didn't even come back for dinner. And what's that in your hand?" As she spoke, she walked right up to Xiao Chenjin and reached out to take the oil paper package from his hands. When she opened it, the sweet, fragrant scent of the bright, glossy persimmon cakes inside immediately filled the air. Even though she'd just eaten, Xiao Xiulan couldn't help but swallow at the sugary aroma. "Where did you get such good persimmon cakes?" Forget about the supply and marketing cooperative in town. Even the big department store in the county might not have such fine-looking persimmon cakes. Xiao Chenjin snapped back to his senses. Hearing her question, he didn't answer. Instead, he snatched the oil paper package back. "I haven't even eaten my fill yet." Before he'd even finished speaking, he'd already dashed into the house and shut the door behind him. Staring at the tightly closed door, Xiao Xiulan's eyes went wide with disbelief. "Xiao Chenjin, you got something tasty and you're not even going to share with me." She stomped over to his door, about to knock, when suddenly it swung open and Xiao Chenjin poked his head out. "Oh, by the way, you'll be able to start working as a temp at the textile factory in a couple of days. Aren't you happy?" Excited? The topic changed so abruptly that Xiao Xiulan felt her brain couldn't keep up. What temp job? Where did this temp job come from? Their parents both worked at the food factory in the county, but the factory wasn't hiring anymore. Even if they wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. So how did Xiao Chenjin suddenly say she could go work as a temp? Seeing Xiao Xiulan's brows knit tighter and tighter, Xiao Chenjin stopped keeping it to himself and quickly explained the whole situation. After listening, Xiao Xiulan frowned even more. "How can I just accept such a big favor for nothing? A temp job paid 13.5 yuan a month, plus all sorts of ration tickets. They weren't even relatives. How could she take advantage of someone like that?" Xiao Chenjin thought for a moment and offered a suggestion. "If you really feel bad about it, once you start getting paid, just buy her something nice to eat every month." Hearing this, Xiao Xiulan fell silent, deep in thought, but didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Xiao Chenjin quietly closed the door, sat on the heated brick bed, and started eating the persimmon cakes one by one. Not only did these persimmon cakes look delicious, they tasted even better. Before he knew it, Xiao Chenjin had finished all 10 of them. Looking at the now empty oil paper, he licked his lips, still craving more. Next time he saw Su Ruanruan, he'd have to ask her where she got these persimmon cakes. Sure, Su Ruanruan was a bit stronger than most, but she was also pretty and soft-hearted, and she even shared such delicious persimmon cakes with him. From now on, he was going to look out for this little girl. Unaware that she'd just been taken under someone's wing, Su Ruanruan was busy helping Granny Chen cut grass. These 3 goats needed to eat grass not just during the day, but at night too. So every afternoon, Granny Chen would cut a whole basket of grass to take back to the goat pen for their midnight snack. After seeing how strong Su Ruanruan was, Granny Chen didn't try to stop her from helping anymore. As for why Su Ruanruan had suddenly become so strong, Granny Chen didn't think too much about it. Strong or not, she'd raised Ruanruan since she was little. There was no way she'd mistake her own child. Around 5 o'clock, Granny Chen started herding the 3 goats toward the pen, with Su Ruanruan following behind, carrying a basket of grass on her back. The goat pen wasn't far from the Su family home, just southeast of the house. It only took about 10 minutes to get there by cutting through a small path. Once the goats were herded into the pen and the grass dumped into the trough, their work for the day was done. But the two of them couldn't head home just yet. Granny Chen still needed to stop by the Xiao family's place to talk to team leader Xiao Dashan about the temporary workers and arranging a job for Su Ruanruan. Ruanruan, are you coming? Granny Chen asked her. In Granny Chen's opinion, it didn't really matter whether Su Ruanruan went or not. Su Ruanruan was just about to say yes when she suddenly heard a muffled coughing sound. Her heart skipped a beat, and the words on her lips changed direction. I won't go. You go ahead, Granny. That's fine. If you don't want to go, just head home early, Granny Chen said, giving her a few last instructions before hurrying off toward the Xiao family. Su Ruanruan stood there watching Granny Chen walk away, then turned and headed toward the back of the goat pen. Right next to the goat pen was the cattle shed. But the third production team didn't raise any cattle at the moment. On the other side of the goat pen, there was a pigsty with 4 pigs, but someone else was in charge of feeding them. Although there were no cattle in the shed, it wasn't empty. Right now, 2 elderly people were living there. In her previous life, those 2 elders had also moved into the cattle shed around this time. But back then, Su Ruanruan had been preoccupied with getting the temporary job for Wang Aijuan, so she rarely came by the goat pen. It wasn't until the matter was settled that she started coming over often to help Granny Chen feed the animals, and only then did she gradually get to know the elders living in the cattle shed. But at that time, she only got to know one of them. It was only later that she learned from him that his wife had fallen ill soon after they moved into the shed. With no medicine, she didn't make it through. After losing his wife, the old man still had to clean the pigsty and the goat pen. Doing the dirtiest, hardest work, yet never having enough to eat or wear. He was about the same age as Granny Chen, but looked 10 years older. Later, when she was preparing for the college entrance exam, the old man even helped tutor her. She owed her admission to university in large part to his help. Unfortunately, before she even received her acceptance letter, the old man passed away. Now that she had been reborn, she hoped she could change the fate of the old man and his wife. Lost in memories of her past life, Su Ruanruan found herself already at the entrance of the cattle shed. This area was pretty secluded, and hardly anyone came by on a normal day. It wasn't even time to get off work yet, so Su Ruanruan wasn't worried about being seen. She stood outside the cattle shed for a while before slowly stepping inside. The shed had originally been 3 walls and an open side, but to make it livable, a 4th wall had been added, along with a small door and a tiny window. But with that, the light inside was rather dim. Standing at the doorway, Su Ruanruan could see someone lying on the bed against the wall. The muffled coughing was coming from her. The woman seemed to have heard footsteps and looked toward the door. When she saw Su Ruanruan, she was momentarily surprised. "Little girl, do you need something?" The question caught Su Ruanruan off guard. She hesitated for a moment before stammering, "I heard someone coughing, so I came to check." When Su Yinghua heard Su Ruanruan's words, she felt a little embarrassed. She had already tried her best to suppress her coughing, but had she still disturbed someone? "Did I bother you? I'll try to cough, 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 cough." Before she could finish her sentence, another fierce bout of coughing overtook her. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan hurried over to the bedside in just a few quick steps. She helped Su Yinghua sit up and gently patted her back to help her catch her breath. Realizing that her earlier words had caused a misunderstanding, Su Ruanruan quickly explained, "You didn't disturb me. I came over with my grandma to feed the sheep. I heard someone coughing, so I thought I'd come and check. Are you here by yourself?" Of course, Su Ruanruan knew Su Yinghua wasn't the only one living in the cowshed, but she could only ask like this. Otherwise, how could she explain how much she knew? Su Yinghua gave a faint smile. "No, my husband is here too. He went out to fetch some water. He should be back soon." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, someone walked in carrying a bucket of water. Su Ruanruan looked toward the door, and her eyes instantly lit up when she saw who it was. It was old Qi. It really was him. So, her rebirth hadn't changed anything after all. Old Chi's full name was Cheonfu. He and Su Yinghua were both university professors from the capital. Why they had been assigned to live in the cowshed, Cheonfu had never gone into detail with Su Ruanruan. While Su Ruanruan was still lost in memories of her previous life, Cheonfu had already set down the bucket and walked over, looking at her with suspicion. And you are? They had only just arrived here 2 days ago. Most people in the brigade didn't know them yet, so why would someone come looking for them? Su Ruanruan stood up, feeling a little awkward for a moment, but her mind was quick and she immediately came up with an explanation. My grandma asked me to come check on you. If you need any help, just let me know. Worried that Cheonfu wouldn't know who she meant, Su Ruanruan added, my grandma comes by every day to tend the sheep. At this, Cheonfu finally understood who she was talking about. The cowshed and the sheep pen were right next to each other, so whenever he cleaned the sheep pen or went out to fetch water, he would run into Granny Chen. She was a kind person, always greeting him with a cheerful smile and telling him to speak up if he needed anything. He'd always thought she was just being polite, but he hadn't expected her to actually send her granddaughter over. Cheonfu glanced at Su Yinghua on the bed. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help himself and spoke up. If it's possible, could you help us buy some medicine? Because of his status, he couldn't leave the production brigade, let alone go to town to buy medicine. This was exactly why Su Ruanruan had come, so she quickly agreed, of course. What kind of medicine do you need? Is there anything else? Cheonfu hesitated for a second, but for his wife's sake, he put aside his pride and said, if you could get some refined grain, that would be even better. But if you can't, that's all right. His wife's health had never been good. After all the hardship of their journey, she'd fallen ill as soon as they settled in. He really hoped to get some refined grain to help her recover. Cheonfu walked over to the bed, rummaged through a bundle, and finally took out a gold bracelet, handing it to Su Ruanruan. We don't have any money or ration tickets on us, so this is all we can give you. He knew this wasn't as practical as money or tickets, but he had no other choice. Su Ruanruan looked at the slightly tarnished gold bracelet, hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it. In her previous life, Su Ruanruan had spent over a decade with Cheonfu, so she knew the old man's character well. He wasn't the type to take advantage of others. If she didn't accept the bracelet today, he wouldn't accept the medicine and food she brought. Clutching the bracelet tightly, Su Ruanruan said firmly, don't worry, I'll bring the things over as soon as I can. After noting down the medicine and food Cheonfu needed, Su Ruanruan left. She needed to hurry home and, while Granny Chen was still out, slip into her treasure space to gather the necessary medicine and food. Back in the cowshed, after Su Ruanruan left, Su Yinghua, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Aren't you afraid that girl will take the bracelet and report you? Cheonfu chuckled at that. I may have suffered a setback, but my eyes still work. You can tell at a glance that she's not that kind of person. Hearing this, Su Yinghua also smiled. After a while, Su Yinghua said softly, people that heartless are still the minority. Cheonfu nodded in agreement. Ain't that the truth? When Su Ruanruan got home, she closed the door and entered her treasure space. There were plenty of medicines in the space, neatly arranged on a long shelf. She'd only glanced at them before, but now she looked through them one by one and quickly found the 2 types Cheonfu wanted, one for cough relief and one for inflammation. She carefully checked the bottles. Aside from the medicine names, only the main symptoms treated and some precautions were written on the labels, nothing else. Relieved, she decided there was no need to repackage them. Besides the 2 medicines, Su Ruanruan tore off a piece of black cloth and sewed a simple pouch, into which she put 2 jean of millet. After thinking for a moment, she added 4 eggs as well. She had all sorts of good things in her space, but she couldn't just hand them out freely. If she drew too much attention, it would only cause trouble. Even so, she still needed to make a trip to town. Otherwise, if Cheonfu and Granny Chen met and thanked Granny Chen, she'd be exposed. If she went to town, she could just say she got these things from the black market. At most, Granny Chen would scold her a bit, but wouldn't suspect anything else. It wasn't that Ruanruan didn't trust Granny Chin. She just understood the saying, a man's wealth is his own ruin. The treasure space was too miraculous and too dangerous. It had to remain her deepest secret. That was best for both her and Granny Chin. Ruanruan put the millet and medicines somewhere easy to grab, then left the treasure space. It got dark late in the summer. Even though it was already past 6, the sun hadn't set yet. Ruanruan figured Granny Chin would be home soon, so she started making dinner. There were still some steamed buns left from the morning. Ruanruan cooked some cornmeal porridge, reheated the buns, and made a cold eggplant salad. Dinner was ready. Just as she finished, Granny Chin came home. As soon as she walked in, Granny Chin smiled at Ruanruan. Everything's settled. Ruanruan, you can start work tomorrow. Ruanruan immediately pulled a face. Grandma, can I start the day after tomorrow instead? She still wanted to go to town tomorrow. Seeing Ruanruan's little face all scrunched up, Granny Chin laughed and tapped her on the forehead. All right, you can go whenever you want. Or not at all. Although Ruanruan had said she wanted to earn work points to support her, Granny Chin never really took it to heart. After dinner, Ruanruan told Granny Chin that she wanted to go to town. But going to town wasn't as simple as just deciding to go. Although Granny Chin agreed, they still needed to get a letter of introduction from the team leader. Since it wasn't too late yet, Granny Chin took Ruanruan and headed straight to the Xiao family's house. When they arrived, the Xiao family had just finished eating as well. Xiao Dashan was a bit surprised to see Granny Chin back so soon after just leaving. Once Granny Chin explained why they'd come, he agreed without hesitation and went inside to write the letter of introduction. The moment Xiao Chenjin saw Ruanruan walk in with Granny Chin, his eyes lit up. When he heard she was going to town the next day, he immediately grew restless with excitement. As soon as Granny Chin and Ruanruan left with the letter, Xiao Chenjin darted over to Xiao Dashan. Grandpa, I want to go to town tomorrow too. Xiao Dashan shot him a look. What? Haven't you caused enough trouble in the team already? Now you want to stir things up in town? Xiao Chenjin just grinned. I just want to look around and buy you a few packs of cigarettes while I'm at it. Cigarettes. Xiao Dashan's fingers twitched, but he kept a stern face. You'd better behave yourself. No one in town cares that I'm the team leader. Xiao Chenjin nodded enthusiastically. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm the most well-behaved person there is. Before Xiao Dashan could say anything, Xiao Xiulan, who was sitting nearby, snorted. I think you must have some serious misunderstanding about what honest means. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Granny Chin was about to head out to tend the sheep. Before leaving, she reminded Ruanruan again, still a bit worried, Ruanruan, make sure you go early and come back early. Be careful on the road. Ruanruan smiled and replied, Don't worry, Grandma. I'll definitely be back early. Granny Chin was willing to let Ruanruan go to town by herself for a reason. After all, Ruanruan had attended junior high in town for 3 years. Plus, their brigade was pretty close to town. It was only a half-hour walk, and Ruanruan had made the round trip so many times she knew the road like the back of her hand. There really wasn't much to worry about. After Granny Chin left, Ruanruan found a basket, lined the bottom with some dry grass, then carefully packed all the things she'd prepared inside. She covered everything with more dry grass, locked the door, and set off for town. She followed a small path out of the house and before long reached the main road. From there, it was just a half-hour walk to town. Ruanruan had walked this road countless times. She could do it with her eyes closed. When she arrived in town, it was just after 8 in the morning. Some of the houses in town had brick walls and tiled roofs, while others were made of mud walls and thatched roofs. But overall, the town looked much nicer than the 3rd Production Brigade. It wasn't as big as the county seat, but the town was still a decent size. There were 4 main streets running in a grid, and the supply and marketing cooperative, post office, state-run restaurant, school, and town clinic were all located along them. But Ruanruan didn't head for any of those places. Instead, after winding through a few alleys, she slipped into a public restroom. Taking advantage of the fact that no one else was inside, Ruanruan quickly changed her appearance. She rubbed some powder from her treasure space onto her hands and face, turning her fair skin a dull, sallow yellow. She'd also secretly borrowed Granny Chen's clothes and headscarf. After putting them on and hunching her back a little as she walked, she looked just like a skinny, frail old lady. Once she was done with her disguise, Ruanruan finally headed for the town's black market. They called it a black market, but in reality, it was just a secluded alleyway surrounded by rundown houses, some of which were completely uninhabited. Because so few people came here, over time it had become an underground trading spot, a black market. Wherever there are people, there are needs. The supply co-op only offered limited goods, and even then you needed ration tickets. Naturally, this gave rise to the black market. Ruanruan had visited the black market in her previous life. She couldn't claim to be an expert, but she at least knew how to keep a low profile. After disguising herself, and with her magical storage space at her disposal, even if someone tried to target her, she had plenty of ways to escape. When she arrived at the alley where the black market was held, she saw that a few people were already there. Ruanruan kept quiet and found a corner to stand in. That way, if anything happened, she could turn and run right away. She hadn't been standing there long when a woman with short hair and a basket on her arm walked over. "Hey, little sister, what do you have in your basket?" The woman looked to be in her 40s or 50s. Her clothes were neither new nor old, but there were no patches. Clearly, her family was doing all right. Ruanruan lowered her voice and replied with a question of her own. "What are you looking for?" The woman didn't seem bothered by the evasive answer. She stared at Ruanruan's basket for a while, then leaned in and whispered, "My daughter-in-law just had a baby and is still in confinement. I want some millet and eggs to help her recover." Ruanruan nodded, reached into her basket, and started taking things out one by one. 2 jean of millet, 10 eggs, and a jean of fine noodles. These were all good things. The woman's eyes lit up as she stared at the cloth bags in Ruanruan's hands. She couldn't wait to ask, "Little sister, what do you want in exchange for these?" Ruanruan had already made up her mind, so she didn't hesitate. Millet is 2 yuan per jean plus 2 jean of grain tickets. Eggs are 10 cents each plus half a jean of grain tickets. Noodles are 5 yuan per jean plus 1 jean of grain tickets. Her prices were 10 times higher than those at the supply co-op, but in the black market, this was perfectly normal. Sure enough, the woman didn't argue. She immediately started pulling out money and ration tickets. The two of them exchanged goods in payment, checked everything over, and then the woman hurried off with her basket. Their transaction caught the attention of a few others. Soon, 2 or 3 more people came over, and Ruanruan sold them some fine grains, noodles, or eggs as well. After finishing another deal, Ruanruan slung her basket over her back and quickly left. The alleys here were a tangled maze. After turning a few corners, Ruanruan was far away from the black market. She didn't bother with the public restroom this time. Instead, she found an abandoned house with no door, slipped inside, took off the clothes she'd borrowed from Granny Chen, removed her headscarf, and used a basin of water she'd prepared earlier to wash her hands and face. Only then did she put her basket back on and leave. While Ruanruan was happily making money and collecting ration tickets at the black market, Xiao Chunjin had also arrived in town. He'd gone to the Su family's house after breakfast, planning to go to town with Ruanruan. But when he got there, he saw a big lock hanging on their front gate. There was no one at the Su house. It was obvious Ruanruan must have already gone to town. Xiao Chunjin didn't have time to think about anything else. He turned and hurried toward town. But once he got there, he was at a complete loss. The town wasn't exactly big, but it wasn't small either. Finding someone here was easier said than done. While Xiao Chunjin was searching all over town for Ruanruan, she had already left and was on her way back. As she walked along the road, Ruanruan was still doing her calculations in her head. This trip to the black market had earned her a total of 37 yuan and 50 cents in cash, plus 20 jean of grain coupons, a few soap coupons, 1 gene each of meat and sugar coupons, and an industrial coupon. Although she wasn't lacking any of these things, having both money and coupons on hand always made things easier. Lost in these thoughts, Ruanruan had already entered the 3rd Production Brigade, still taking the small path, planning to head straight to the cowshed. But she didn't expect that just as she rounded a pile of firewood, someone would block her way. Seeing who it was, Ruanruan actually smiled. She hadn't gone looking for trouble, but trouble had come looking for her. 3 people were blocking her path. The one standing in front was none other than her own younger brother, Wang Aishue. Wang Aishue was only about 10 months younger than her. In other words, Lu Xiuli had gotten pregnant with him just a few months after giving birth to Ruanruan, and after 10 months, Wang Aishue, the precious eldest grandson of the Wang family, was born. As the only male grandchild of his generation, Wang Aishue was doted on by the Wang family. If he asked for the stars, they wouldn't dare give him the moon. When the rest of the Wang family could only eat coarse grains and thin porridge, Wang Aishue still got to eat fine grains and eggs, and every so often, even got a meal with meat. So while the rest of the Wang family were all skinny, Wang Aishue was the only chubby one. Not only was he fat from eating well, he was also tall. Ruanruan, who was a year older than him, was only about the same height. Wang Aishue looked Ruanruan up and down, his gaze quickly landing on the basket she was carrying on her back. Ruanruan, what are you carrying? Let me see. Ruanruan didn't even think before refusing flatly no. Wang Aishue had been spoiled rotten by the Wang family and had never had a shred of affection for Ruanruan, the second sister who'd been sent away as a child. He always ordered her around high and mighty. In her previous life, Lu Xiuli and Wang Aijuan would always tell her that Wang Aishue was still young and she shouldn't fuss with him. But now she was determined to fuss with him. Wang Aishue was young, but wasn't she young too? She was only a little over 10 months older than him. In Granny Chen's eyes, she was still just a child. Who wasn't someone's precious baby? Why should she have to give in to Wang Aishue? The last time Wang Aishue had seen Ruanruan was 5 or 6 days ago. Back then, Ruanruan had still looked like a bullied pushover, timid and shrinking, not daring to speak up, let alone resist. How had she grown so bold in just a few days? After his initial shock, Wang Aishue grew angry. You unwanted little brat, how dare you not listen to me? I'll beat you to death. As he spoke, he turned to the 2 boys beside him. Ruanruan always has good stuff to eat. Let's get her together and split whatever we take. The 2 boys with Wang Aishue were just like him, rude, bossy, lazy, and greedy. The moment they heard there was food, their eyes lit up, and without hesitation, they charged at Ruanruan with him. The 3 of them were all about the same age, half-grown kids who didn't have much strength to begin with. But Ruanruan was now far stronger than ordinary people. With a kick for each, she sent all 3 sprawling on the ground, unable to even get up. Wang Aishue lay sprawled on the ground, waves of pain pulsing through his body. He felt wronged, scared, and hurt all at once. The next moment, he started wailing at the top of his lungs. Ruanruan, how dare you hit me? I'm telling my mom, my grandma, and my dad they'll beat you to death. You worthless money drainer. You stinking girl. You deserve to be thrown out. The Wang family doesn't want someone like you. Wang Aishue was still young, but his mouth was vicious. He knew just how to hit where it hurt, and every word was like a knife stabbing at Ruanruan's heart. In her previous life, hearing these words would have left Ruanruan heartbroken. But now she just let out a cold laugh. The Wang family doesn't want me? Like I care. But you cursing me one moment and begging me for food the next, aren't you ashamed? Even if I toss a steamed bun to a dog, it'll wag its tail at me. You've eaten so much of my food, yet you're not even as good as a dog. Wang Aishue had never been spoken to like this in his life. He stared at Ruanruan in a daze for a long while, then started bawling again, louder than ever. He cried and cursed at the same time, but Ruanruan couldn't even make out what he was saying. Glancing around, Ruanruan spotted a pile of dog poop not far from Wang Aishue. She strode over, grabbed Wang Aishue by the collar, and dragged him right next to the dog poop. "If you dare insult me again, I'll shove this dog poop in your mouth. Then we'll see which stinks more, your mouth or the dog poop." As she spoke, Ruanruan pressed Wang Aishue's head closer to the pile. Wang Aishue's eyes went wide as saucers as the dog poop got closer and closer, his voice trembling with terror. "I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I'll never curse you again." Wah! Unlike his earlier dry sobs, this time Wang Aishue was truly crying. He didn't want to eat dog poop. Seeing he was scared out of his wits, Ruanruan tossed him aside. "I'm leaving this dog poop here for you. If you ever insult me again and I hear about it, I'll shove it right in your mouth." With that, Ruanruan didn't spare him another glance. She strode away, rounded a corner, and soon disappeared from sight. Only when Ruanruan was completely gone did Wang Aishue stop crying. He cursed viciously, "Ruanruan, you money-draining wretch, you stinking girl, you ugh. Bleh." Just as he was getting into his tirade, Wang Aishue suddenly felt something push the back of his head, and he toppled forward. He landed face first right in the pile of dog poop. The stench filled his nose and mouth, making him gag uncontrollably. But he couldn't get up, because Xiao Chenjin was pressing his foot down on the back of Wang Aishue's head. Xiao Chenjin had actually arrived a while ago. He'd seen Ruanruan beat up Wang Aishue and his friends, and heard her threaten Wang Aishue too. Once Ruanruan left, he was about to go as well, but he'd barely taken 2 steps when he heard Wang Aishue start cursing again. He'd eaten the persimmon cake Ruanruan gave him, and he'd already decided to look out for her. So of course, now was the time to help her out. Ruanruan had just said that if Wang Aishue cursed her again, he'd have to eat dog poop. Since she wasn't here, it was up to him, Xiao Chenjin, to make sure it happened. Now, Xiao Chenjin was just wondering, should he go tell Ruanruan about his good deed himself, or wait for Wang Aishue to do it for him? Ruanruan had no idea what had happened after she left. By now, she had already walked to the cowshed. Looking around to make sure no one was nearby, she lifted her foot and went straight in. Inside the cowshed, Qi Anfu and Su Yinghua were both there. Su Yinghua was half lying on the bed, while Qi Anfu sat beside her, holding a bowl of hot water, his face full of worry as he looked at Su Yinghua. Suddenly, they heard footsteps. Both of them looked toward the door, and when they saw it was Ruanruan, they breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Before they could ask any questions, Ruanruan took off her basket and set it on the ground, then began taking things out one by one. "This is cough medicine. This is anti-inflammatory medicine. Here are 2 gean of millet, there are 10 eggs in here, and here's a gean of egg cake." From the moment Ruanruan pulled out the first item, Qi Anfu and Su Yinghua were both stunned. Even though Qi Anfu had entrusted the matter to Ruanruan, he hadn't expected that she would be able to buy the medicine in just one day. Not only did she bring medicine, but also millet, eggs, and egg cake. None of these things were easy to get, even if you had money. A thought struck Qi Anfu, and he guessed, "Did you get these from the black market?" Ruanruan nodded. She couldn't deny it. After all, as a young girl, the only way she could get these things was by buying them on the black market. Qi Anfu was already in his early 50s and had seen all kinds of people in his life, but at this moment, he was truly moved by Ruanruan. His nose tingled and he almost shed tears. He had thought that he'd just try to get by, one day at a time, in this place. He never expected to meet someone like Ruanruan. This girl was truly a good person. Ruanruan was still giving instructions. "The directions for the medicine are on the bottles. Make sure to take them on time. Eat the millet and eggs first. When you run out, I'll bring more. This place is small, so it's not good to keep too much here." Although Ruanruan spoke vaguely, Qi Anfu and Su Yinghua understood what she meant. Given their situation here, it really wasn't safe to keep too many things around. "Ruanruan, thank you so much. You're such a good girl. If you hadn't brought these things, your Granny Su would have suffered a lot more," Qi Anfu said, his cheeks flushed with emotion. his eyes full of gratitude as he looked at Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan waved her hand. I'm just running errands, that's all. Hearing this, Chi Anfu slapped his own forehead, a little embarrassed. Look at me, getting old and muddle-headed. All these things, I'm afraid that bracelet I gave you isn't enough to pay for them. As he spoke, he rummaged through the bundle on the bed, and this time he pulled out a gold ring and handed it to Su Ruanruan. The gold ring was shaped like a peony flower, with intricate petals. It was clearly something valuable. Su Ruanruan didn't want to accept it, but Chi Anfu pressed it into her hand. You helped us get these things, that's already the greatest help you could give us. How could we let you spend your own money? What would that make me and your Granny Su? Since he put it that way, Su Ruanruan didn't insist and accepted the ring. After all, she wasn't going to sell these things for money anyway. She'd just keep it safe for Chi Anfu and return it to him in the future. Seeing that it was almost noon, Su Ruanruan said her goodbyes. She still had time to go home and make lunch for Granny Chin. But just as she reached the Su family's door and was about to unlock it, someone tapped her on the shoulder. She turned around, and who else could it be grinning at her with a mouthful of big white teeth but Xiao Chunjin? Clutching her chest, which was pounding from the fright, Su Ruanruan shot Xiao Chunjin an annoyed glare. What are you doing? Didn't he know that jumping out at people could scare them to death? Xiao Chunjin didn't pick up on Su Ruanruan's irritation. He just grinned even more brightly. I did something for you, but you don't need to thank me. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan was full of question marks. You did something for me? What did you do? When had she ever asked Xiao Chunjin to do anything for her? Xiao Chunjin was just about to answer when a shrill, angry voice caught his attention. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin both turned toward the sound and saw old lady Wang storming over, cursing as she came. The words coming out of her mouth were filthier than anything you'd find in a cesspit. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan frowned deeply. What was wrong with old lady Wang now? Before she could figure it out, she heard Xiao Chunjin sigh beside her. I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect her to come over so quickly. At his words, Su Ruanruan suddenly had a strange feeling. Before she could think too much about it, Xiao Chunjin continued, After you left just now, Wang Aishues started cursing you again, so I. Su Ruanruan's round eyes grew even wider as she stared at Xiao Chunjin in shock. He was still beaming as he opened his mouth and said, So I fed him dog poop for you. Xiao Chunjin turned his head, his eyes dancing with excitement as he looked at Su Ruanruan. Don't worry, I handled it. I stuffed that whole big lump right into his mouth. Good thing his mouth is so fat and wide, if it were anyone else, I'm not sure it would have fit. Even though she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, just hearing Xiao Chunjin's words painted a vivid picture in Su Ruanruan's mind. The next moment, Su Ruanruan's eyes curved with laughter. She gave Xiao Chunjin an approving pat on the shoulder. Well done. Xiao Chunjin was more than a head taller than Su Ruanruan, so she had to stand on tiptoe to pat his shoulder, which looked a bit funny. But Xiao Chunjin didn't laugh, he was just as happy. See? He knew he hadn't done the wrong thing. While the two of them were talking, old lady Wang had already rushed up to them. Old lady Wang's hands were raised high, clearly aiming straight for Su Ruanruan's face. Even with old lady Wang almost upon her, Su Ruanruan was still considering whether to dodge or strike first. Before she could decide, Xiao Chunjin had already grabbed old lady Wang's hands. Old lady Wang was about the same height as Su Ruanruan, a skinny, frail old woman. At her age, she was no match for the strong and sturdy Xiao Chunjin, who easily restrained her. Old lady Wang's hands were caught, but she still had her mouth. She glared at Su Ruanruan, eyes practically spitting fire, and spat out her words with so much saliva it was like a light rain, making Su Ruanruan edge away a few steps. You little wretch. You really are black-hearted and vicious. Aishue is your own little brother. What did he ever do to you? And you stuffed dog shit in his mouth. Aren't you afraid of being struck down by heaven for doing something so wicked? Watching old lady Wang hopping mad, Su Ruanruan just smiled sweetly. Of course I'm not afraid. We live in a new society. Who believes in heaven's retribution anymore? That's feudal superstition. It's outdated, it's a cancer. If people found out you were saying things like that, you'd be paraded through the streets with a dunce cap and a sign around your neck. Since you're old, I'll let it slide this time. But if it happens again, I'll have no choice but to put justice above family. After hearing Su Ruanruan's words, Wang Posey, who was about to continue scolding, suddenly clammed up like a chicken with its neck wrung, her mouth open, but not a single word coming out. Su Ruanruan was still smiling sweetly at Wang Posey, but there wasn't a trace of warmth in her eyes. I have nothing to do with your Wang family, and I don't have any so-called little brother. From now on, keep your precious grandson away from me. Otherwise, next time, it won't be as simple as eating dog shit. There were so many latrines in the village, she could easily pick one and have Wang Aishue take a bath in it if she wanted. The more Su Ruanruan thought about it, the more she liked the idea, and her mood improved. She glanced sideways and said to Xiao Chengjin, "Let her go." Xiao Chengjin didn't hesitate and immediately released his grip. Neither Su Ruanruan nor Xiao Chengjin was afraid of Wang Posey. Wang Posey looked at Su Ruanruan, then at Xiao Chengjin. She wanted to scratch up Su Ruanruan's face, but was afraid Xiao Chengjin would restrain her again. She wanted to keep cursing to vent her anger, but was worried Su Ruanruan would catch her saying something wrong and use it against her. Left with no options, Wang Posey could only leave, unwillingly. When Wang Posey returned to the Wang house, the family members who had gone out to work had just come back. The moment she spotted Lu Shili, she marched over and gave her a hard slap on the back. It was summer and clothes were thin. Wang Posey put all her strength into that slap, making Lu Shili grimace in pain. She spun around, ready to curse, but when she saw it was Wang Posey who hit her, the words died in her throat. Face twisted in pain, Lu Shili sucked in a sharp breath and asked, "Ma, what did you hit me for?" After the slap, Wang Posey felt a bit better. She snorted coldly, "Why did I hit you? You tell me." "It's bad enough you gave birth to a money-losing girl, but now that girl is even bullying my precious grandson. I want to teach her a lesson, and she threatened to report me to the county. What's the use of you, huh? If you hadn't given birth to that thing, would Aishue and I have to suffer like this?" Wang Posey's words were muddled, and Lu Shili was confused, but she knew this must have something to do with Su Ruanruan. She didn't have time to ask for details and hurriedly asked, "Ma, where's Aishue? Is he all right?" He was her only son. If anything happened to him, what would she do? Before Wang Posey could answer, Wang Aishue burst out of the house. "Ma, you have to get revenge for me. That wretched Su Ruanruan stuffed dog shit in my mouth." "What?" Lu Shili's legs went weak, and she nearly dropped to her knees. She staggered over to Wang Aishue, and when she got a closer look, she immediately noticed something was wrong. His cheeks and lips were swollen and red, and if she leaned in, she could even smell a faint stink. Rage rushed to Lu Shili's head, her temples throbbing. That damned Su Ruanruan. Is she crazy? Wang Posey shot Lu Shili a glare. All these years, you've been cozying up to her, saying you've got her wrapped around your finger. Well, look at what she's done to Aishue. Today she dares do this to Aishue, tomorrow she'll do the same to you. Every word from Wang Posey stabbed at Lu Shili's heart, making her face go pale. I'll go find her right now. With that, Lu Shili turned to rush out. Seeing this, Wang Aishue hurried after her for a couple of steps and said, "Ma, Su Ruanruan went to town today and came back with a basket. She must have brought back something tasty. Get all the good food from her for me. And make her eat a lump of dog shit too." Lu Shili looked at the miserable Wang Aishue, her heart aching so much it felt like it was breaking. She agreed to all of Wang Aishue's requests without hesitation. All right, whatever you say." Seeing that Lu Shili was about to leave, Wang Aishue thought for a moment and quickly followed her. "Mom, I'll go with you." He wanted to see Su Ruanruan eat dog poop with his own eyes, and he also wanted to eat up all of Su Ruanruan's delicious food right in front of her. Lu Shili never refused Wang Aishue's requests. "All right, let's go together. I'll make sure that wretched Su Ruanruan apologizes to you." Wang Aishue lifted his chin proudly. I want her to kneel and apologize. I want her to kowtow to me. Lu Xiaoli nodded repeatedly. All right. We'll do exactly as you say. After Granny Wang left, Xiao Chenjin hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his doubt. This morning in town, why didn't I see you? You went to town too? Su Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chenjin in surprise, then replied nonchalantly, maybe we just missed each other. After all, the town is pretty big. Xiao Chenjin thought about it and realized there was nothing wrong with that explanation. Having asked what he wanted, Xiao Chenjin was ready to head home. It was almost lunchtime, and he had no intention of staying for a meal. Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen depended on each other for survival, and their life definitely wasn't easy. He couldn't keep eating their food again and again. Su Ruanruan, whose life was not too difficult, took off the basket from her back and reached into the dry grass, actually pulling out a small bag of walnut crisps from her treasure space. She had made quite a few cloth pouches, filled some with food, and kept them all on a shelf. That way, she could grab whatever she wanted at any time. Very convenient. Su Ruanruan handed the bag to Xiao Chenjin. Here, have this. Consider it a thank you for his help. What is it? As he spoke, Xiao Chenjin opened the bag and immediately saw the walnut crisps inside. The cloth pouch wasn't very big, but it held 4 or 5 pieces of walnut crisp, each about the size of his palm. The surface of each crisp was studded with chunks of walnut. Just one look, and you could tell they were high quality, nothing like those cheap, shoddy ones. Such good walnut crisps. Xiao Chenjin calmly handed the bag back to Su Ruanruan. I won't eat it. You eat it. Su Ruanruan looked at the cloth pouch in her hand, puzzled. You don't like these? Walnut crisps were fragrant, crunchy, and delicious. Why wouldn't Xiao Chenjin like them? Xiao Chenjin hesitated. Right, I don't like them. You keep them for yourself. They looked so tasty. But how could he eat Su Ruanruan's food? He was supposed to be the one protecting Su Ruanruan. Anyway, you'd better hurry home and make lunch. I'm heading back too. With that, Xiao Chenjin turned and left. With his long legs, he walked fast and soon disappeared from sight. Xiao Chenjin hurried all the way home, and as soon as he got back to the Xiao house, he rushed into Xiao Dashan's room. Grandpa, where's that unopened jar of canned food we have? Xiao Dashan had just come back from work and was sitting on the kang smoking his pipe. Hearing this, he almost choked on his smoke. What do you want canned food for? We're about to eat. As he spoke, Xiao Dashan looked Xiao Chenjin up and down. You rascal, you've been out all morning. What have you been up to? I went to town. Before he could finish, Xiao Chenjin suddenly remembered he'd promised to buy cigarettes for Xiao Dashan. But once he got to town, he'd been so focused on looking for Su Ruanruan that, not finding her, he'd rushed back and completely forgotten about the cigarettes. Xiao Chenjin scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I forgot about that. Don't worry, Grandpa, I definitely won't forget next time. Can you give me the canned fruit first? As Xiao Chenjin's biological grandfather, Xiao Dashan knew him better than anyone. Seeing Xiao Chenjin like this, what was there not to understand? The boy had clearly gotten distracted by something else again. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, Xiao Dashan jerked his chin toward the kang cabinet. It's all in there. Hearing this, Xiao Chenjin immediately broke into a grin and hurried over to the cabinet. When he opened it, he spotted the canned fruit right away. As soon as Xiao Chenjin grabbed the can and turned to leave, Xiao Dashan took the pipe from his mouth and pointed it at Xiao Chenjin's back. Hey, don't go handing that out to those rascals outside. This isn't something that just fell from the sky, it's what your parents worked hard to earn. Without even turning his head, Xiao Chenjin waved his hand and kept walking. Got it. I won't give it to those rascals. Why should those rascals get to eat sweet canned fruit? This was for Su Ruanruan. After watching Xiao Chenjin leave, Su Ruanruan turned and opened the main door. Once inside the kitchen, she set her basket aside and started unpacking. Before heading to town, Granny Chen had given her 2 yuan and 2 jin of grain coupons, telling her not to rush home for lunch and to treat herself to something nice at the state-run restaurant. Of course, Su Ruanruan had no intention of actually going to the restaurant, but she didn't refuse the money and coupons either. With them, she had the perfect excuse to take some things out of her treasure space. After picking through her supplies, Su Ruanruan took out 2 jean of rice, 2 jean of white flour, a jean of walnut crisps, and a jean of sponge cake. These were all filling foods, much more practical than anything else. Right now, Su Ruanruan just hoped that Granny Chin could eat her fill at every meal and get her health back. Everything else could wait. There was no rush. Once she'd put everything away, Su Ruanruan started preparing lunch. But today's lunch was destined to be full of interruptions. She hadn't even decided what to cook when someone started banging on the door again, accompanied by Lu Xiuli's shrill curses. Hearing the commotion, Su Ruanruan's brow twitched. First the young ones, then the old ones, and now a middle-aged one. Was this ever going to end? Feeling a bit impatient, Su Ruanruan strode to the door and flung it open. Outside, Lu Xiuli stumbled and almost fell, barely managing to steady herself at the last second. Patting her chest in relief, Lu Xiuli thought to herself, I absolutely can't trip over the same stone twice. Once she'd calmed down, Lu Xiuli quickly remembered why she was here. She dragged Wang Aishue over, pointing at Wang Aishue's swollen face and lips. Look at this. Just look. Su Ruanruan studied Wang Aishue's mouth and face carefully for a moment, then looked at Lu Xiuli with a puzzled expression. Okay, I've looked. And? You have the nerve to ask me, and? Why did you feed your brother dog poop? Su Ruanruan's face lit up with sudden understanding. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I didn't feed him dog poop. You still won't admit it? Lu Xiuli's voice shot up several octaves, making Su Ruanruan's eardrums ache. She couldn't help but frown. I said I didn't, and I didn't. If you don't believe me, ask Wang Aishue yourself, did I feed him dog poop or not? Su Ruanruan spoke with such conviction that Lu Xiuli started to doubt herself. If it wasn't you, then who was it? If you didn't do it, why did Ai Shui say it was you? When she first heard about this from Wang Pozi, she was so furious she lost her head and really believed Su Ruanruan was the culprit. But now that she'd calmed down, she started to think things through. What kind of person was Su Ruanruan? She was the type who wouldn't even hurt an ant, whose voice was softer than a rabbit's. Would someone like Su Ruanruan really dare to force Wang Aishue to eat dog poop? Even if you gave her a few extra guts, she still wouldn't dare. Thinking this, Lu Xiuli turned to Wang Aishue. Aishue, tell me, was it really her? Wang Aishue hesitated, lips pressed tightly together, refusing to say a word. Since he wouldn't talk, Su Ruanruan had her own way to make him speak. Since you said I forced you, I guess I'll have to actually feed you a pile of it. Otherwise, I'm being falsely accused for nothing, aren't I? The fear from being kicked to the ground by Su Ruanruan still lingered in Wang Aishue's mind. He knew that if Su Ruanruan said she'd do it, she definitely would. This time, he didn't dare keep up the act. It was Xiao Chenjin, he blurted out, lowering his head. Xiao Chenjin was the team leader's grandson, good-looking, a top student, eloquent, and, most importantly, his punches really hurt. Wang Aishue knew he couldn't afford to mess with him, so he never dared get close or provoke him. This time, after being forced that dog poop by Xiao Chenjin, he didn't dare retaliate, so he tried to pin it on Su Ruanruan, hoping to get some payback from her instead. But he hadn't expected that Su Ruanruan was no pushover anymore either. Lu Xiuli had no idea what was going through Wang Aishue's mind. When she heard his confession, she was stunned. Why would Xiao Chenjin force you to eat dog poop? And why did you say it was Su Ruanruan? Before Wang Aishue could answer, Su Ruanruan let out a cold laugh. You always said you felt sorry for me, that you'd make it up to me and treat me better in the future. Turns out it was all lies. Wang Aishue tells a random lie and you believe him without question, even coming to accuse me. I don't need relatives like you. From now on, don't come looking for me. Su Ruanruan wasn't worried about people suspecting her sudden change in attitude. In fact, she was glad to have an excuse to break ties with the Wang family. First it was Wang Aijuan wanting her temp job, now Wang Aishue was slandering her. It was the perfect opportunity to make a clean break with the Wang family. Whether or not she could truly sever ties didn't matter. What mattered was that her stance was clear. Hearing Su Ruanruan's words, Lu Xiuli immediately panicked. Wang Aijuan was her first child. Even though she was a girl, she was still very important to Lu Xiuli. All these years, with Lu Xiuli's protection, Wang Aijuan had barely done any work. That's why, after working all afternoon yesterday and all morning today, Wang Aijuan looked completely worn out, her little face sallow and sickly. It made Lu Xiuli's heart ache. Originally, Lu Xiuli had planned to come and coax Su Ruanruan before the afternoon shift, hoping to persuade her to change her mind. Who would have thought she'd end up offending Su Ruanruan even more, to the point where Su Ruanruan wanted to cut ties altogether? Other people might not know, but Lu Xiuli was well aware of just how many benefits she managed to swindle from Su Ruanruan every year, so many she couldn't even count them all. If Su Ruanruan really drew a clear line with her, just how much good stuff would she lose out on in the future? Anxious and flustered, Lu Xiuli's mind went blank for a moment. She raised her hand and gave Wang Aishue a slap on the back. You child! How could you lie like that? Ruanruan is your second sister. How could you falsely accuse her? Hurry up and apologize to your second sister. Once Wang Aishue apologized, Lu Xiuli planned to say a few nice words to Su Ruanruan. With any luck, she could smooth things over and settle both this matter and the temporary job issue. But as wonderful as things were in her imagination, reality was just as harsh. Since she was little, Wang Aishue had been doted on by the Wang family. When had she ever been hit? Even though the slap wasn't hard at all, Wang Aishue still felt incredibly wronged and furious. You hit me. You hit me over some worthless girl you gave away? If you care about her so much, why did you send her away in the first place? I'm going home to tell Grandma you hit me, she'll deal with you. With that, Wang Aishue turned and ran off. She was a chubby little thing, but at this moment, she ran surprisingly fast. When Lu Xiuli heard Wang Aishue's accusation, she immediately regretted it. Seeing how fast Wang Aishue was running home to complain, Lu Xiuli grew even more anxious. She didn't have time to say anything more to Su Ruanruan and took off after Wang Aishue. The two of them, one after the other, running off into the distance, happened to be spotted by Xiao Chenjin. He glanced at them curiously, then looked away and quickened his pace toward the Su family's house. Su Ruanruan was just about to turn and go into the yard when she saw Xiao Chenjin. She shifted her feet, but finally decided to stand still and wait for him to come closer. Facing Xiao Chenjin, Su Ruanruan didn't rush to speak. Instead, she just looked at him, waiting for him to say why he'd come. Xiao Chenjin beamed at her, his big white teeth flashing so brightly they almost dazzled Su Ruanruan's eyes. This is canned fruit my parents brought back from the county. It's for you. As he spoke, Xiao Chenjin brought his hand out from behind his back, revealing a jar of canned fruit. The clear glass jar was filled with golden fruit pieces, making Su Ruanruan's mouth water just looking at it. She stared at the jar for a while but didn't reach out to take it. She didn't quite understand what Xiao Chenjin meant by this. Why was he suddenly giving her canned fruit? Canned fruit wasn't cheap, and it wasn't something you could buy just because you had money. How could she accept something so valuable from Xiao Chenjin? Seeing that Su Ruanruan didn't take it, Xiao Chenjin thought for a moment and then asked, "Just now I saw Wang Aishue and her mother running one after the other. What were they doing here?" "Oh, Wang Aishue told her family I stuffed her mouth with dog poop, so her mother came over to settle accounts with me. I exposed her lie, so her mother slapped her. She got mad and ran off." Xiao Chenjin let out a long "oh." Then, in the next instant, he shoved the jar of canned fruit into Su Ruanruan's arms. "It's because of me that they came to bother you. Think of this as my apology, take it and enjoy." With that, Xiao Chenjin turned and ran off, as if something was chasing him. Su Ruanruan was left standing there, dumbfounded, holding the jar of canned fruit. What on earth was going on in Xiao Chenjin's head? Why did he give her canned fruit? She watched as Xiao Chenjin dashed away and disappeared from sight, and could only return to the yard, full of questions. Su Wanwan couldn't figure out why Xiao Chenjin had done what he did, so she decided to just stop thinking about it for now. She set the canned food down on the kitchen table and started making dinner. She steamed enough rice for 2 people, stir-fried some greens, and made another dish, shredded pork with string beans. She only used lean pork, and not much of it at that. Su Wanwan would have liked to cook a bit more meat, but if she made too much, Granny Chen would ask about it, and she wasn't sure she could come up with a perfect explanation. So she only added a little meat, just enough to satisfy their cravings. Cooking on the wood stove was quick. Rice steamed in the small pot, vegetables fried in the big one. In less than half an hour, everything was ready. Su Wanwan packed the rice into 2 lunchboxes, divided the 2 dishes evenly on top, closed the lids, and carried them off to find Granny Chen. When she arrived, she saw Granny Chen just about to eat some flatbread with water. "Granny, let's save the bread for later and heat it up at home tonight. I brought lunch. I told you not to rush back. You finally made a trip to town. Why come back in such a hurry? And now that you're back, instead of resting at home, you came all the way here to bring me lunch? It's the hottest part of the day." Granny Chen kept grumbling, but the smile on her face was impossible to hide. Su Wanwan knew that all those words were just Granny Chen's way of showing her care and love, so she just smiled. "Granny, come try it. I made something tasty today." Seeing Su Wanwan's mysterious smile, Granny Chen grew curious. "What tasty thing?" Granny Chen knew Su Wanwan's personality better than anyone. If it wasn't something special, Su Wanwan wouldn't look so secretive. The 2 of them sat down under a tree for shade. Su Wanwan crossed her legs, opened one of the lunchboxes, and handed it to Granny Chen. "Granny, eat while it's hot. It tastes best that way." Granny Chen took the lunchbox, looked inside, and was stunned. There was shredded pork. And underneath the vegetables, white rice. White rice was one thing. They had some at home, and sooner or later they'd eat it. Su Wanwan steaming some wasn't a big deal. But where did the meat come from? After her shock, Granny Chen's face turned serious as she asked, "Wanwan, where did this come from?" Su Wanwan had already thought up an explanation while she was cooking. Now, hearing Granny Chen's question, she glanced around, then leaned in close and whispered in Granny Chen's ear. "Granny, after you went to the team leader's house yesterday, I heard someone coughing by the cowshed. I went to check and found an old couple living there. They looked so pitiful and the old lady was sick. The old man begged me to help buy medicine for them and gave me a gold bracelet and a gold ring. I felt sorry for them and agreed. This morning I went to the black market, traded those 2 things for medicine and some money. I figured they didn't have much to eat, so I bought them some food. And with the money you gave me, plus what I'd saved up, I bought a few things for us too." At Su Wanwan's last sentence, Granny Chen's brow twitched. "Bought a few things? So it wasn't just meat, there was more?" Su Wanwan looked at Granny Chen with her big, round, watery eyes, making it impossible for Granny Chen to scold her. After a long moment, Granny Chen could only sigh. "Ruanruan, how did you get so brave? What kind of place is the black market? Is it somewhere a young girl should be going? What if she gets caught?" Granny Chen took a deep breath, not daring to let her thoughts go any further. "Ruanruan, you mustn't go to the black market again. We have enough food at home." With Granny Chen staring at her, Su Wanwan could only nod reluctantly. "Fine, I won't go to the black market. It doesn't matter, if you've got the will, you can sell food anywhere." Ever since she was little, Su Wanwan had always kept her word. Seeing Su Wanwan agree, Granny Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Wanwan, I know you have a soft heart. When you see others struggling, you want to help. But when we help others, we still have to look after our own safety. Don't put yourself in danger." Granny Chen looked at Su Wanwan with loving eyes, hoping she would stay safe, but not wanting to raise her to be cold-hearted either. All she could do was compromise, let Su Wanwan help others, but make sure she protects herself first. Su Wanwan understood Granny Chen's worries. She set her lunchbox aside, took Granny Chen's arm, and leaned her head on her shoulder. Don't worry, Grandma. I know what I'm doing. Wang Aishue ran all the way home, bursting through the Wang family's front gate. As soon as he got inside, he ran straight to old lady Wang, grabbed her leg, and started bawling his eyes out, not forgetting to tell her how Lu Xiuli had hit him. The moment she heard her precious grandson had been beaten, old lady Wang's face turned red with rage. She scanned the room, and her eyes landed on the rolling pin. The solid wooden rolling pin was as thick as a child's arm and felt heavy in her hand. Just as Lu Xiuli chased him through the front door, she ran smack into old lady Wang swinging the rolling pin. The rolling pin came down hard on Lu Xiuli's shoulder, sending her stumbling and sprawling to the ground. Before Lu Xiuli could get up, the rolling pin rained down on her again and again, making her roll around on the floor in pain, wailing and screaming miserably. Her cries quickly drew the rest of the Wang family out. Lu Xiuli's husband, old lady Wang's eldest son, Wang Dafa, rushed over in a few strides. Seeing his mother beating his wife with a rolling pin, he wanted to intervene but didn't dare, so he could only ask, "Ma, what's wrong with Xiuli? Tell me, I'll deal with her. Don't throw your back out." Old lady Wang was already in her 50s, and after swinging that heavy rolling pin for so long, she was getting tired. Hearing her son, she stopped, put one hand on her hip, and handed the rolling pin to Wang Dafa. "Fine, you hit her then." Looking at the rolling pin thrust in his face, Wang Dafa's scalp tingled. "Ma, what exactly did Xiuli do? He didn't know anything, how could he just beat her half to death?" Seeing Wang Dafa refuse to take it, old lady Wang tossed the rolling pin onto Lu Xiuli, making her cry out again. "Bah!" Old lady Wang spat at Lu Xiuli. "You wretched woman, you've got some nerve. How dare you hit my precious grandson? Who gave you the guts? Who gave you the right? For the sake of that money-losing girl, you even dared to hit Aishue. Since that's how it is, you don't need to stay in our Wang family anymore. Go live with that money-losing daughter of yours." At this, Wang Dafa finally understood what was going on. Without thinking, he kicked Lu Xiuli hard. "How many times have I told you, stop going to see that money-losing girl? Haven't we got enough trouble with one of them in the family? You want to bring another one back too? Lu Xiuli, I'm telling you, don't even think about bringing that money-draining girl back here. Our family doesn't have enough food to feed so many useless mouths. If you dare go looking for her again, you might as well not come back yourself." Wang Dafa and old lady Wang's preference for sons over daughters was something passed down through generations. Wang Dafa had long known that Lu Xiuli often went to see Su Ruanruan. But since Lu Xiuli always managed to bring back some food each time, Wang Dafa never really minded free food was free food, after all. But if Lu Xiuli dared to hit Wang Aishue for Su Ruanruan's sake, that was crossing Wang Dafa's bottom line. Wang Dafa was already in his mid-30s, and Wang Aishue was his only son. He protected him like the apple of his eye. He himself could lay a finger on the boy, but no one else could. After warning Lu Xiuli, Wang Dafa didn't spare her another glance. He turned around and immediately saw Wang Aishue standing at the kitchen door. He strode over and ruffled Wang Aishue's hair with his big hand. "Aishue, your mother's just muddle-headed. Don't pay her any mind. If she ever dares hit you again, just tell me, I'll teach her a lesson." Wang Aishue grinned, his smile sweeter than honey, and nodded vigorously. "Dad, I knew you were the best to me. Grandma's good to me too." Wang Dafa laughed as well. "You're my only son. If I'm not good to you, who would I be good to?" "Dad." Wang Aishue looked at Wang Dafa with shining eyes. "Su Ruanruan kicked me. And she had good food but wouldn't share it with me." Wang Dafa's smile froze, his expression quickly turning cold. "That little girl dared to hit you? She's really getting out of hand. Girls should be grateful just to have wild vegetable buns to eat. Aishue, just wait here. I'll go find her right now." With that, Wang Dafa turned and strode out. As he passed Lu Xiuli, he spat, "Look at what kind of thing you gave birth to." After dinner, Su Ruanruan picked up her lunchbox and headed home. She hadn't even reached the Su family's door when she saw someone standing outside. Su Ruanruan raised her eyebrows in confusion. As she got closer, she recognized the person as Wang Dafa. Unlike Lu Xioli, Wang Dafa had never bothered to hide his dislike and disdain for her. Wang Dafa was deeply biased toward sons. Not to mention a daughter who'd been sent away like her. Even Wang Aijuan, who lived at home, never got a kind look from him. In his heart, there was only Wang Aishue. In her previous life, Ruanruan had been hurt by Wang Dafa's attitude. Back then, Lu Xioli had tried to comfort her, saying that Wang Dafa was just a man who didn't know how to express his feelings, that he didn't know how to interact with her, but he actually liked her. She'd believed Lu Xioli's nonsense at the time, but she wouldn't make the same mistake again. Memories from her past life flashed through Ruanruan's mind like lightning, but her steps didn't falter. She quickly reached the front gate. Wang Dafa seemed to hear her footsteps and turned around to look. As soon as he saw Ruanruan, Wang Dafa raised his hand and swung it toward her face. Ruanruan didn't dodge or flinch. She raised her own hand and firmly grabbed Wang Dafa's wrist. With his wrist caught, Wang Dafa's eyes widened in shock. "You little brat, what are you doing? Let go of me right now." Ruanruan looked at Wang Dafa expressionlessly. "Let go of you? So you can hit me?" Wang Dafa glared furiously. "I'm your father. Of course I should hit you. And you dare fight back? You unfilial girl. My surname is Su, yours is Wang. I was never your daughter to begin with. If I was never your daughter, then don't even talk to me about filial piety." Hearing this, Wang Dafa was too shocked to even be angry. He just stared at Ruanruan in disbelief. "You're actually denying your own father now?" Ruanruan looked at Wang Dafa with a mocking expression. "Father? What father? Where was this so-called father when I was almost thrown into the mountains to be fed to wolves right after I was born? Where was this father all those times I was sick over the years? Now you suddenly remember you're my father." Wang Dafa's face flushed red, then turned pale. He wasn't embarrassed, he was angry. "I'm your real father. Without me, you wouldn't even exist. However I treat you is my right. If you're not filial, that just means you're heartless." Hearing Wang Dafa shamelessly spout such words, Ruanruan almost laughed out of anger. She couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. She shook off Wang Dafa's hand and said coldly, "Fine, then just think of me as heartless." If she really tried to be conscientious with the Wang family, she'd have to be out of her mind. Seeing Ruanruan about to leave, Wang Dafa took a step forward and reached out to grab her hair. But before he could touch her, someone grabbed his wrist. After being restrained again and again, Wang Dafa was both angry and embarrassed. He glared over, only to see Xiao Chengjin grinning at him mischievously. When Wang Dafa looked over, Xiao Chengjin's smile grew even more mocking. "You're a grown man and you're trying to pull a girl's hair? Don't you have any shame?" Wang Dafa tried hard to yank his hand back, but couldn't break free. Ruanruan heard the commotion behind her, turned around to look at Wang Dafa, then at Xiao Chengjin, and asked seriously, "Do you live outside my house or something? Otherwise, why does he always show up at just the right time?" Xiao Chengjin was a little flustered by Ruanruan's clear, bright eyes. He looked away, mumbling, "Just a coincidence, just a coincidence." He'd finished eating and was wandering around the village with nothing to do, and somehow ended up at the Su house, just in time to see this scene. The two of them chatted as if no one else was around, making Wang Dafa so angry he was practically fuming. He kept struggling to pull his hand free. Xiao Chengjin was getting annoyed by all the fuss. When Wang Dafa yanked hard again, Xiao Chengjin simply let go. Wang Dafa hadn't expected Xiao Chengjin to release him just then. All the force he'd used couldn't be stopped in time, and he staggered backwards a few steps before landing hard on his backside, right on some sharp stones. Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin both turned to look at Wang Dafa. Seeing how pathetic he looked, neither of them laughed or said a word. But even so, Wang Dafa's face burned with humiliation. He scrambled up and turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped, turned back, and snarled at Ruanruan, "If you don't acknowledge me now, don't you dare try to later." Ruanruan nodded. "Don't worry, I definitely won't. And when you get home, Tell your wife and kids to stop hanging around me all the time. Otherwise, people might think your Wang family is so bad they want to change their surname to Su and join me. Wang Dafa was infuriated by her words. He snorted coldly and stormed off. After walking a while, Wang Dafa suddenly remembered that he'd promised Wang Aishuet to get Su Ruanruan's food and bring it back for him. He stood there, torn. But soon, he kept walking. Even if he went back to ask, that Su girl would never give it to him. She'd probably just say something nasty to make him even angrier. It's all that damned Lu Xiuli's fault, giving birth to such a debt collector. Wang Dafa had left, and Su Ruanruan was getting ready to go home as well. She still needed to wash her lunchbox and find Granny Chen. Just as she was about to open the door, she caught a glimpse of Xiao Chunjin out of the corner of her eye. Remembering the jar of canned fruit she'd left in the kitchen, Su Ruanruan called out, "You're just in time, let me give you that canned fruit." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Chunjin turned and ran off as fast as he could. Su Ruanruan. What's up with him? Early the next morning, after breakfast, Su Ruanruan set out with Granny Chen. But instead of heading straight to tend the sheep, Granny Chen took Su Ruanruan to find Xiao Dashan. Today was Su Ruanruan's first day of work, and Granny Chen was still a bit worried. She wanted to talk to Xiao Dashan and make sure he gave Su Ruanruan an easier job. When they arrived at the fields, quite a few people were already there. Xiao Dashan was busy assigning tasks to everyone. Granny Chen pulled Su Ruanruan to the side to wait. Once Xiao Dashan had finished giving out assignments and the team members had gone off to work, she brought Su Ruanruan over to him. "Captain." When Xiao Dashan saw it was Granny Chen and Su Ruanruan, he smiled. "Oh, it's you too. Ruanruan is still young, so let her water the crops in the field." This year had been especially hot, and ever since summer began, not a single drop of rain had fallen. With no rain, the crops still needed to be cared for, so the team members had to carry water to irrigate the fields. Carrying water was hard work, usually done by the strong laborers. Women and older children who weren't as strong would stay in the fields and use buckets to water the crops with the water the men brought over. Granny Chen was pleased with Xiao Dashan's arrangement. Watering was a good job. It wasn't too strenuous, and Su Ruanruan was stronger than most girls anyway, so there was no need to worry about her getting tired. But before Granny Chen could say anything, Su Ruanruan spoke up first. "Captain, I don't want to stay in the field and water the crops." Xiao Dashan looked at her in confusion. She doesn't want to water the crops? Then what does she want to do? At this time of year, besides carrying and watering, there wasn't much else to do in the fields. Did Su Ruanruan not want to work? Just as he was thinking this, Su Ruanruan said firmly, "I want to carry water too." What? Not only was Xiao Dashan stunned by her sudden declaration, even Granny Chen was speechless for a moment. As the two of them stared at Su Ruanruan in shock, unsure of what to say, Su Ruanruan spoke again. "I want to carry water. I want to earn full work points. That way, when the autumn harvest comes, I'll get more grain." Looking at the confident Su Ruanruan, Xiao Dashan opened his mouth, but no words came out. All he could do was glance at Granny Chen. What was this supposed to mean? A little girl wanting to carry water? Granny Chen felt conflicted and tried to persuade her, "Ruanruan, you don't need to earn full work points. Our family has enough to eat. What if you wear yourself out? You're just a young girl." Su Ruanruan's gaze was resolute. "Grandma, just let me try. If I can't do it, I'll obediently go water the crops." Having watched Su Ruanruan grow up, Granny Chen knew better than anyone that although Su Ruanruan looked soft and delicate on the outside, she was incredibly determined on the inside. Now that she'd said this much, it meant she'd made up her mind. There was nothing Granny Chen could do but sigh. "All right, I know you have your own ideas, but don't push yourself too hard." Su Ruanruan beamed. "I know, Grandma." Xiao Dashan looked from Su Ruanruan to Granny Chen, feeling more confused than ever. What was up with this grandmother and granddaughter? Su Ruanruan was just a young girl who didn't know how exhausting carrying water could be. That was understandable. But Granny Chen had lived half her life already. How could she not know? How is it that, after just a few words, she was persuaded by Su Ruanruan? Xiao Dashan looked at Granny Chin. Old sister-in-law you. Granny Chin smiled at him. Captain, don't worry. Ruanruan knows what she's doing. She'll be fine. Afraid Xiao Dashan was still uneasy, Granny Chin added, Ruanruan is much stronger than other people. Since even Granny Chin said so, Xiao Dashan couldn't say anything more. He could only nod in agreement. All right then. Ruanruan, if you can carry water for the whole day, you'll get full work points. Hearing this, Ruanruan let out a small cheer, then turned and ran off to fetch the carrying pole and water buckets. Watching her skip away, even her back brimming with joy, Xiao Dashan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She really was a girl who'd never done hard labor. Did she think carrying water was some kind of game? Did she think full work points were that easy to earn? He figured that once she started carrying water, she'd soon realize how tough the job really was. Oh well, he was the elder and the team leader after all. At worst, he'd go comfort her later, then have her obediently go water the fields. Granny Chin still had to go herd the sheep. Seeing Ruanruan walk off with the buckets, she turned and left as well. Although Xiao Dashan was the team leader, he still had to work. But before getting started, he made his rounds, checking that everyone was working diligently before heading off to do his own tasks. But just halfway there, Xiao Dashan stopped in his tracks. Wasn't that Ruanruan in the distance, carrying 2 buckets of water and walking at lightning speed? He stared in disbelief for a while, then rubbed his eyes hard. But as soon as he lowered his hand, Ruanruan was already right in front of him. Now that she was closer, he could see even more clearly. Ruanruan was carrying 2 large wooden buckets, both filled to the brim, walking briskly, yet barely spilling a drop. Seeing Xiao Dashan staring at her, Ruanruan stopped and flashed him a smile. Captain, how am I doing? Does this count as full work points? Xiao Dashan swallowed and replied dryly yes. How could it not? Even some grown men couldn't carry water as well as Ruanruan. After all, when you walk, the carrying pole bounces up and down, and the buckets swing all over the place. Water is bound to spill. Without enough experience and skill, there's no way to manage it like Ruanruan. Getting the answer she wanted, Ruanruan didn't waste any time and continued on her way with the water. She knew exactly why Xiao Dashan was so surprised, but she didn't feel the need to explain. She hadn't volunteered to carry water just because she was strong now. In her previous life, after graduating high school and before the college entrance exams were reinstated, she'd spent her days in the 3rd production team, doing all kinds of farm work. Carrying water was nothing to her. Back then, she wasn't even this strong, but she could still carry water steadily. Now, with her added strength, it was even less of a challenge. Everyone in the production team knew Ruanruan. After all, her fair, delicate looks made her stand out from the other children. So when the team members saw Ruanruan striding briskly with 2 full buckets, they all wore looks of shock. After watching for a while, everyone turned their eyes away and went back to their own work. Ruanruan was just a 14-year-old girl, but she could work so hard, there was no way they could let themselves fall behind. If they worked hard, they could earn more work points, and when the grain was divided after the autumn harvest, they'd get a bigger share and have more to eat. That was much more practical than just staring at someone else. Ruanruan had no idea that her own diligence was actually inspiring the other team members to work harder. She was too busy carrying water to pay attention to anyone else. But Xiao Dashan saw all of this and was more than happy about it. By the time work ended at noon, Ruanruan had lost count of how many buckets of water she'd carried. All she knew was that her shoulders were burning with pain. It was only then that Ruanruan remembered this was a body that had never done farm work before, not her body from her previous life, which had grown calluses from all kinds of manual labor. Her shoulders hurt, but Ruanruan didn't pay it much mind. She'd just wash up when she got home, find some medicine in her treasure space, and rub it on. In a few days, she'd be fine. Once she did this kind of work more often, she'd build up calluses and wouldn't feel the pain anymore. Thinking this, Ruanruan hurried home. She still had to cook and bring food to Granny Chin. She was busy. What she didn't know is that not far behind her, Wang Aijuan was staring at her so hard it was as if she wanted to burn a hole through her back. Wang Aijuan really thought Su Ruanruan was an idiot. She could have kept her easy temp job, but instead she came out to do farm work, carrying water, no less, a job meant for grown men. Was she out of her mind? Didn't Granny Chin dote on her? How could she bear to let her do such hard labor? Wang Aijuan even thought nastily, Granny Chin must have realized Su Ruanruan was grown up and didn't want to feed her for nothing anymore, so she made her go out and earn work points. Thinking this way, Wang Aijuan felt a lot more balanced inside. They really were sisters, so they should suffer together. But Wang Aijuan's good mood didn't last long. That afternoon, when work ended, Xiao Dashan specifically called the members of the third production team together and praised Su Ruanruan in front of everyone. Don't be fooled by Su Ruanruan being a girl, and only 14 at that. When it comes to work, she's just as good as any of the men in our team. She spent the whole day carrying water today, and every time, she carried 2 full buckets. I'm sure everyone saw it for themselves. So I'm announcing that Su Ruanruan will get full work points for today. From now on, as long as she works like she did today, she'll get full points. Does anyone have any objections? What objections could anyone have? Everyone had seen how capable Su Ruanruan was. If they tried to keep her from getting full work points, even they would feel guilty. At that moment, Wang Aijuan was both shocked and furious. She'd worked hard all day and only got 5 work points, but Su Ruanruan got full points. Why? It had to be because Su Ruanruan gave her temp job to Xiao Xiulan, so Xiao Dashan was playing favorites. That had to be it. Wang Aijuan bit her lower lip, her eyes full of resentment as she looked at Xiao Dashan. When Xiao Dashan came home from work, he hadn't even had a chance to sit down and catch his breath before Xiao Chunjin came over with a big smile on his face. Grandpa, I want to discuss something with you. Hearing this, Xiao Dashan paused, his hand halfway to picking up his tobacco pipe, and looked at Xiao Chunjin with a hint of suspicion. What are you up to this time, boy? Xiao Chunjin grinned even wider. This time it's definitely a good thing. Xiao Dashan eyed him doubtfully, clearly not convinced. What good thing could you possibly have in mind? I want to go to work with you tomorrow. I won't do anything else, just carry water. What? Xiao Dashan dug at his ear, staring at Xiao Chunjin as if he were a complete stranger. Was this really his own grandson, the boy he'd watched grow up? Had he been swapped out for someone else? Xiao Chunjin had never liked farm work. As he always said, if you can earn your food with your brains, why use your strength? Whether he could actually earn a living with his brains, Xiao Dashan hadn't seen yet, but he'd certainly managed to avoid hard labor all these years. Fortunately, the family didn't need a half-grown child like him to earn work points. Not only did Xiao Dashan himself always earn full points, but his son and daughter-in-law made good money in the county every month, so the family never lacked for food. But now, out of the blue, Xiao Chunjin wanted to go to work. Xiao Dashan took a puff from his pipe before slowly speaking. Why do you suddenly want to go to work? Are you up to something? At this, Xiao Chunjin immediately put on a serious face. Grandpa, how can you think that? I don't have school now and I'm just sitting around at home every day. I might as well go earn some work points. That way, you and Grandma can eat the food I earn. As soon as he finished speaking, the old lady of the Xiao family, Xiao Dashan's wife Luo Yufeng, walked in. Her wrinkled face was beaming with joy, and her eyes were full of affection as she looked at Xiao Chunjin. Our Chunjin is such a filial child. Old man, if the boy wants to be filial, you should let him. Why keep stopping him? Xiao Dashan looked at Xiao Chunjin, then at Luo Yufeng and could only nod. All right then. If he wants to carry water, let him carry water. Did they really think carrying water was some easy job? Now everyone wanted to do it. He didn't know much about Su Swan, but Xiao Chunjin was his own grandson. He'd watched him grow up, so how could he not know him? Even though Xiao Chunjin was sturdy and had some strength, carrying water was hard work. There was no way he'd last. Well, he'd just let him try. Maybe it would toughen him up and help him mature. The next day, when Su Swan came to work again, she saw Xiao Chenjin. He was still grinning brightly, flashing a set of big white teeth at her. What a coincidence. From now on, we'll be working together. I'm carrying water too, just like you. Su Swan was a bit puzzled. The Xiao family was one of the most well-off in the whole production team. There weren't many of them, but they were all capable. By rights, neither Xiao Chenjin nor Xiao Xiaolan needed to work in the fields for work points. They just had to wait for a job opening at a factory in the county and go work there. So why was Xiao Chenjin here carrying water now? Although Su Swan found it odd, she didn't dwell on it or ask any questions. After all, it was their family's business, and it wasn't her place to pry. She simply nodded at Xiao Chenjin and said, "Then let's work hard together." Before officially starting work, just like yesterday, everyone had to listen to Xiao Dashan speak first. Xiao Dashan said a few brief words and then told everyone to hurry up and get to work. As noon approached, the weather grew hotter. The sooner they started, the sooner they could finish and go home to rest. Xiao Chenjin carried a shoulder pole with 2 empty buckets hanging from it. As he walked, the buckets swung back and forth, sometimes bumping into his legs and making him frown in pain. But when he looked at Su Ruanruan walking ahead, the 2 buckets she carried hung obediently, not bumping into her legs at all. Could it be that Su Ruanruan's buckets and pole were different from his? When they reached the river, Xiao Chenjin saw Su Ruanruan half squatting there. She pressed her right shoulder down, moved her arm in some way he couldn't quite figure out, and tilted the bucket floating on the water's surface. In just a moment, she had filled a bucket with water. She shifted her body and, using the same method, filled the other bucket. From start to finish, it took her no more than 2 minutes. Su Ruanruan finished filling the buckets and turned to head back. As soon as she turned around, she saw Xiao Chenjin staring at her, dumbfounded. Su Ruanruan blinked, a little puzzled. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Chenjin blurted out, "I'm just amazed at how skilled you are." Hearing this, Su Ruanruan laughed. "That's nothing, I can do a lot more than that." With that, she stopped chatting and carried her 2 buckets away. Seeing Su Ruanruan leave, Xiao Chenjin hurried to fetch water himself. But when he stood by the river, no matter how he twisted left or right, he just couldn't fill the buckets like Su Ruanruan did. Instead, he worked up a sweat from his anxious efforts. Not far from Xiao Chenjin, an old, experienced farmer saw what was happening and chuckled, saying, "You've never carried water before, have you? That's not the way to do it. Put the pole down, fill the buckets one at a time, and then use the pole to carry them back. Don't fill the buckets too full, or the water will spill out." Thinking of how Su Ruanruan had just walked away with 2 full buckets, Xiao Chenjin couldn't help but ask, "But Su Ruanruan carried 2 full buckets, and I didn't see her spill a drop." The old farmer laughed again. "That little girl Su Ruanruan clearly carries water all the time, she's practiced. How can you compare to her?" Xiao Chenjin. Why couldn't he compare? Unwilling to admit defeat, Xiao Chenjin put the pole on the ground, filled both buckets to the brim by hand, and hooked them onto the pole. He heaved the pole onto his shoulders with a burst of strength, but immediately staggered, barely managing to steady himself. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chenjin started walking forward. The buckets immediately began swaying wildly from side to side, splashing out most of the water and soaking his shoes. The old farmer shook his head at the sight, then picked up his own buckets and walked away. Young men need to suffer a few setbacks, only then will they listen to advice. Xiao Chenjin struggled forward with the buckets, spilling water with every step. Before he was even halfway back, there was only a little water left in the buckets. As Su Ruanruan returned with her empty buckets, she saw this rather comical scene. Looking at the Xiao Chenjin before her and remembering the Xiao Chenjin from her previous life, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, still too young, after all. She walked up to Xiao Chenjin and said softly, "You need to find a point of balance first." Suddenly hearing Su Ruanruan's voice gave Xiao Chenjin quite a scare. She'd seen him acting so foolish, what must she think of him now? Su Ruanruan had no idea what was going through Xiao Chenjin's mind. Seeing that he stayed silent, she thought maybe he didn't understand what she meant, so she explained further, the carrying pole is so long you need to find the balance point. That way, the pole won't wobble so much when you walk, and the water in the buckets won't keep sloshing out. Hearing Su Ruanruan's words, Xiao Chenjin looked up at her, only to see her watching him with complete sincerity. In that instant, Xiao Chenjin understood. Su Ruanruan was genuinely sharing her experience with him, not making fun of him at all. His mood instantly brightened. I got it. Thank you, Ruanruan. He figured his parents would be back in the next couple of days, and they'd definitely bring back lots of good food. He'd save the very best for her as a thank you. Xiao Chenjin's earnest gratitude made Su Ruanruan a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, Su Ruanruan felt she couldn't just accept his thanks for nothing, so she said, "Go ahead and pick it up. I'll tell you exactly what to do." Hearing this, Xiao Chenjin was even happier. At this point, he didn't care about saving face anymore. He quickly did as Su Ruanruan said and hoisted the carrying pole onto his shoulder. With Su Ruanruan's hands-on guidance, Xiao Chenjin, who was already smart and strong, quickly grasped the key points. It didn't take him long at all. Now, all he needed was a bit more practice. Neither Su Ruanruan nor Xiao Chenjin noticed that, as they talked, Wang Aijuan was hiding among the crowd, watching them with eyes full of resentment. That evening, when work was done, Xiao Dashan gathered the members of the third production team and once again praised Su Ruanruan. Comrade Su Ruanruan isn't just a hard worker, she's also always willing to help others. She's the kind of good comrade we should all learn from. Being praised in front of so many people made Su Ruanruan blush a little. She'd only helped Xiao Chenjin, and it was just a small thing. Now Xiao Dashan was making a big deal of it in front of everyone, and she really felt a bit embarrassed. But when she looked around and saw everyone smiling at her, echoing Xiao Dashan's praise, Su Ruanruan felt relieved. As long as no one saw her as a show-off and wanted to bring her down, she was fine. She just wanted to earn her work points honestly, not stand out too much. Wang Aijuan stood in the crowd, watching Su Ruanruan at the front. Her hands were clenched so tightly that her nails nearly dug into her flesh. That night at dinner, Wang Aijuan got an earful from old lady Wang, who pointed at her nose and scolded her. "Tell me, what use are you? You and Su Ruanruan came from the same womb, but Su Ruanruan can earn full work points and even get praised by the team leader. And look at you, after a whole day's work, you only manage 5 work points? Do you eat less than her, or are you not going to live as long? Eat, 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 that's all you know how to do. Were you a starving ghost in your past life? What's the point of all those years of schooling? Just a waste of the family's money. If I'd known it'd turn out like this, I'd have sent you to work in the fields years ago. By now, you could at least manage 8 work points a day. And you're still eating. Go on, add up your work points. Are they even enough to cover your own rations?" As Wang Pa spoke, her sharp gaze kept stabbing at Wang Aijuan, making Wang Aijuan's face burn with embarrassment. Her grip on the cornbread in her hand tightened. Lu Xioli looked at Wang Aijuan with pity, but didn't dare say a word. In the past, she could have stood up for Wang Aijuan, but now she could barely protect herself, let alone anyone else. It was all Su Ruanruan's fault. If only Su Ruanruan had obediently given the temp job to Wang Aijuan, none of this would have happened. After finally finishing dinner and returning to her own room, Wang Aijuan couldn't hold it in any longer. She flopped onto the kang and burst into tears. After crying for a while, Wang Aijuan sat up, rummaged through the cabinet for paper and pen, and started writing furiously. After work, Su Ruanruan returned to the Su family home. As soon as she pushed open the door, the delicious aroma of food greeted her. She turned to close the courtyard gate, calling out loudly as she walked toward the kitchen, "Grandma, what tasty food are you making?" Granny Chin, who was cooking in the kitchen, poked her head out and smiled at Su Ruanruan. "Ruanruan, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands and face. Dinner's almost ready." Although Granny Chin didn't go out to work in the fields with the others, she'd still heard about Su Ruanruan being praised by Xiao Dashan 2 days in a row. Her granddaughter was hardworking and had even been praised. Such a good thing definitely called for a celebration. It just so happened that they still had some fine grains that Ruanruan had brought home, so Granny Chin decided to make something delicious. A small pot of rice and red date porridge was simmering on the stove. Even with the lid on, the sweet fragrance wafted out through the cracks. In the big wok, she was stir-frying vegetables. On a plate nearby were several golden, crispy pan-fried yeast buns. The buns were made from pure white flour, soft and fluffy. Biting into one was like biting into cotton. In her previous life, Ruanruan and Granny Chen had only had each other. They never starved, but rice and white flour were luxuries they couldn't eat freely. But in this life, Ruanruan had her magical storage space, filled with all sorts of things in abundance. Still, she wasn't the type to keep everything for herself. Even when she had the chance to cook something special just for herself, she never did. Now, being able to openly eat fine grains with Granny Chen made Ruanruan incredibly happy. There were only 2 dishes, both vegetarian, but Granny Chen and Ruanruan were thoroughly satisfied. Rice and white flour and not a bit of coarse grain mixed in. The last time they'd eaten like this was during the new year, and half a year had already passed since then. After eating their fill, Ruanruan said to Granny Chen with a look of contentment, "Grandma, from now on I'll make sure you get to eat rice and white flour every day. We'll have meat buns, braised pork, and big fat chickens and ducks." Granny Chen couldn't stop grinning. "All right, Grandma will be waiting." That's what she said, but in her heart, she thought, Ruanruan is still just a little girl, so naive. Being able to eat enough and not starve is already good enough. Eat meat and fine grains every day? How could that be possible? But the very next morning, as soon as Granny Chen opened her eyes, she smelled the aroma of meat. Lying on the Kong, Granny Chen was a bit dazed. Was she dreaming? But she quickly sat up. This wasn't a dream. She really did smell meat. Granny Chen hurriedly got dressed and rushed to the kitchen. The moment she stepped inside, the smell of meat was even stronger. Granny Chen's gaze swept around the kitchen, finally settling on the stove. Both the big and small pots were steaming, and the delicious aroma of meat was wafting from one of them. Seeing Granny Chen come out, Ruanruan, who was tending the fire, smiled at her. "Grandma, I had really good luck today. I went into the mountains this morning to collect firewood and stumbled upon a wild chicken. I hid it in the firewood and brought it back. I cleaned it up and put it straight in the pot to stew. Don't worry, Grandma, I burned all the feathers, no one will find out." Of course, Ruanruan was lying. She had gone into the mountains for firewood, but she hadn't come across any wild chickens. The chicken had actually come from her treasure space, already plucked and cleaned. Over the past few days, Ruanruan had discovered that nothing in the treasure space ever spoiled. Everything on the shelves stayed as fresh as the moment it was put there. She'd even tried leaving a bowl of hot water on the shelf, and after several days, it was still steaming hot. It really was a wonderful thing. Sometimes, when she cooked too much food, she could just put the leftovers in the treasure space and take them out whenever she wanted to eat. Since the chickens in the treasure space were as fresh as if they'd just been slaughtered, Ruanruan wasn't worried that Granny Chen would notice anything strange. She'd been wanting to help Granny Chen build up her strength for a while now, but never had the chance. After thinking it over, she decided the only way was to get up early, stew the chicken first thing, and then tell Granny Chen the story she'd already prepared as soon as she woke up. As for whether Granny Chen would believe her, Ruanruan was confident she would. At this moment, after hearing Ruanruan's words, Granny Chen was first surprised, then smiled. "Ruanruan, you really are lucky. I go into the mountains every day and have never seen a wild chicken, but you just go to pick up firewood and run into one." Ruanruan just smiled at that. She thought to herself, if only the chickens in the treasure space came with feathers and were still warm, as if they'd just died. That way, she could secretly toss one onto Granny Chen's usual path and let her find it. But that was just wishful thinking. The fire in the stove was burning strong, and soon the chicken soup was ready. It was a clear broth, the meat tender and the soup fragrant. Paired with soft, fluffy steamed cornbread, both Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen had 2 bowls each and ate plenty of meat. Granny Chen ladled out the leftover soup and set it in a cool spot. At lunchtime, she'd just reheat it, add some vegetables, and it would be another meal. That afternoon, Su Ruanruan heard some news. Wang Aijuan hadn't shown up for work that morning and hadn't asked for leave. When old lady Wang found out, she gave Wang Aijuan a good beating at noon. Su Ruanruan only overheard this in passing and didn't pay much attention, just carried on with her own work. With work during the day and rest at night, and eating better than before, even though it had only been 2 or 3 days, Su Ruanruan already looked much healthier. Her complexion was no longer pale and translucent. Instead, it had a rosy glow that made her look pleasing to the eye. At least, that's what Xiao Chengjin thought. Carrying water behind Su Ruanruan, he even forgot how tired he was. Another day passed. The members of the 3rd production team were working in the fields when suddenly someone from the commune arrived. The visitor didn't say much, just called for Xiao Dashan and told him to come along. The serious look on his face made it clear that this couldn't be good news. Seeing this, Xiao Chengjin put down his buckets and walked over. "Grandpa, what's going on?" When Xiao Dashan saw that it was Xiao Chengjin coming over, his frown deepened. "Go fetch your water. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. I'll be back soon." The Xiao family owned a bicycle, which had been bought by Xiao Chengjin's father, Xiao Aigua. Because Xiao Dashan often had to go to the commune, Xiao Aigua had saved up his wages for a long time and called in quite a few favors before finally managing to buy the bicycle, just so Xiao Dashan could save some energy. Xiao Dashan cherished this bicycle dearly. Unless he had to attend a meeting at the commune, he never rode it. Most of the time, it was polished until it gleamed and hung up on the wall in the main room. But now, since he was in a hurry to get to the commune, Xiao Dashan had no choice but to go home and take the bicycle out. Watching the 2 of them ride off into the distance, Xiao Chengjin's brow furrowed tightly. There had just been a meeting at the commune a couple of days ago. Why were they calling Xiao Dashan over again now? Judging by the look of the person who came, Xiao Chengjin had a bad feeling about this. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He couldn't even focus on fetching water anymore. All he wanted was to follow along to the commune and see what was going on. Su Ruanruan was standing right behind Xiao Chengjin. Seeing that he was about to leave, she quickly called out, "Where are you going?" Xiao Chengjin didn't hide anything from her and replied directly, "I'm worried. I want to go to the commune and see what's happening." Seeing that he was about to leave, Su Ruanruan hurriedly put down her carrying pole and grabbed his sleeve. "Don't go. The brigade leader must have official business. He'll probably be back soon. If you rush over like this, what will people think of the brigade leader?" Hearing this, Xiao Chengjin hesitated. Su Ruanruan added, "Just wait a bit. If the brigade leader isn't back in an hour or 2, it won't be too late for you to go check then." Maybe he thought what she said made sense, because in the end, Xiao Chengjin agreed and silently picked up his buckets again. Su Ruanruan breathed a sigh of relief and followed closely at his side. In her previous life, this had happened too. She'd been watering the fields at the time and had seen the whole thing. About 2 hours later, Xiao Dashan returned, but he wasn't alone. But in any case, this matter didn't really affect Xiao Dashan himself, and it wasn't a bad thing. That's why Su Ruanruan had stopped Xiao Chengjin from going to the commune. She was afraid he'd act impulsively and cause trouble. As for why Xiao Chengjin hadn't gone to the commune in her previous life, it seemed he simply hadn't known about it at the time. By the time he found out, Xiao Dashan had already come back. Su Ruanruan, who had been keeping her attention on Xiao Chengjin, didn't notice that Wang Aijuan was watching her at that moment, her eyes full of gloating. Once Xiao Dashan was in trouble, let's see if Su Ruanruan can still earn full work points. When Xiao Chengjin finds out it was Su Ruanruan who got Xiao Dashan into trouble, with his temper, he'll definitely beat her to the ground. Then, no one will ever say she's not as good as Su Ruanruan again. The more Wang Aijuan thought about it, the happier she felt, and before she knew it, she started laughing out loud. Lu Xiuli, who was standing not far away, heard her laughter and walked over with concern. Aijuan, I know you got beaten at noon and you're feeling upset. If you're sad, just cry it out, don't bottle it up and make yourself sick. How could she be laughing after getting beaten? Did she get hit so hard she lost her mind? Wang Aijuan's smile grew even brighter at that. I'm not upset. Su Swanswan is about to get into trouble, she's too happy to be upset. Lu Xiuli, Wang Aijuan, this is work time. If you have something to say, wait until after work and talk at home. Suddenly called out by name, both Lu Xiuli and Wang Aijuan were startled. With Xiao Aimei staring at them with those piercing eyes, Lu Xiuli didn't dare keep talking to Wang Aijuan. She hurried back to her place. If she lost any more work points, she'd definitely get beaten again when she got home. Wang Aijuan lowered her head angrily, thinking viciously to herself. Just wait until Xiao Dashan gets into trouble. Let's see if Xiao Aimei can still keep her job as the scorekeeper. Seeing that Lu Xiuli and Wang Aijuan had gone back to work, Xiao Aimei finally looked away and turned her attention elsewhere. How can people be so different from each other? Look at that little Ruanruan, and then look at these two, there's just no comparison. After more than an hour, just as Xiao Chenjin was about to lose patience, Xiao Dashan finally came back, riding his bicycle. The moment she saw Xiao Dashan return, Xiao Chenjin dropped her carrying pole and buckets on the ground and ran over. Grandpa, are you all right? Xiao Dashan shook his head. I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? The commune just had to hold an emergency meeting, that's all. Hearing his explanation, Xiao Chenjin finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're all right, I'll get back to work then. With that, she hurried back, picked up her pole and buckets, and went off to fetch water again. Watching Xiao Chenjin's retreating figure, Xiao Dashan's weathered face was full of pride and comfort. But soon, his expression turned cold again. It was true he'd gone to the commune for a meeting, but there was something else as well. That morning, the commune leaders had received an anonymous letter accusing him, the brigade leader, of taking bribes and abusing his power. The letter claimed that because Su Ruanruan gave up her temporary worker spot to his granddaughter, Xiao Xiulan, he'd given Su Ruanruan full work points in return. If he hadn't explained the whole situation clearly, and if the cadre who came from the commune hadn't seen Su Ruanruan carrying water with his own eyes, it was hard to say whether he'd have made it back in one piece today. Xiao Dashan's gaze swept over the team members working in the field, finally landing on Wang Aijuan. He knew the temperament of most of the people on the team. Country folk were usually straightforward, they said what they thought to your face. They didn't have all those tricks up their sleeves, let alone write anonymous letters to the commune. Besides, the letter was delivered in the morning, and the only one who wasn't working that morning was Wang Aijuan. This Wang Aijuan, she was young, but her heart was ruthless. Not only did she go after her own younger sister, but now she wanted to drag him, the brigade leader, down as well. He, Xiao Dashan, had lived most of his life. Could he really be brought down by a teenage girl? Xiao Dashan stared at Wang Aijuan for a while, snorted coldly, and turned to get back to his own work. If there's anything to deal with, it can wait until after work. The moment Xiao Dashan walked away, Wang Aijuan, who'd been keeping her head down, cautiously looked up at his back, her eyes full of confusion. She'd already sent the letter, and the commune had sent someone to call Xiao Dashan away, so why was he back safe and sound? Could it be that even this wasn't enough to bring him down? And just now, Xiao Dashan had stared at her for so long. Did he already know she was the one who wrote the letter? Was Xiao Dashan going to take revenge on her? What should she do? Wang Aijuan was filled with anxiety. She wanted to rush over and ask Xiao Dashan directly, but she just didn't have the nerve. With such a big thing weighing on her mind, Wang Aijuan was even more distracted than usual while working. The people working near her couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw this. She was already a 15-year-old girl, yet she worked even less diligently than the 11- or 12-year-old kids. How embarrassing. She finally managed to make it through the workday, and as soon as it was over, Wang Aijuan was ready to leave. She didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Even though she knew no one was actually watching her, She couldn't shake off the feeling of being on pins and needles. However, she had barely taken 2 steps when she heard Xiao Dashan's voice. "Everyone, hold on a moment. I have 2 things to announce." At these words, Wang Aijuan's face instantly went pale. The other team members simply stood quietly where they were, waiting for Xiao Dashan to continue. Xiao Dashan cleared his throat and raised his voice. "I went to a meeting today, and the commune leaders notified us of something. In a few days, a group of educated youths will be coming to our team. They're responding to the call to support the countryside, so we need to make some preparations. The second thing." As he spoke, Xiao Dashan's expression grew even more serious. "The commune leaders told me they received an anonymous letter accusing me of abusing my position for personal gain. I, Xiao Dashan, have been the team leader for so many years. Standing here today, I can say with a clear conscience that I have nothing to be ashamed of. Am I the kind of person who would do such a thing?" As soon as he said this, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Xiao Dashan waited for everyone to quiet down before continuing. "I, Xiao Dashan, have always acted upright and fair. If any of you have an issue with me, you can bring it up to my face. Even if you don't want to do that and insist on writing a report, that's fine too. The commune leaders have sharp eyes and won't believe just one side of the story. Whether it's true or not, a simple investigation will reveal the facts. The commune leaders will come to investigate tomorrow. Let's all wait for their findings." With that, Xiao Dashan waved his hand, signaling that everyone could go home. But no one left right away. Instead, they all started voicing their opinions loudly. "Team leader, we believe in you. You'd never do something like that. Who's the little brat who wrote that letter? If we catch them, we'll give them a good beating. Team leader has led us all these years, never afraid of hardship or exhaustion, and never took advantage of the collective for even a single grain of food. For someone to report him, what a black-hearted person." Hearing everyone's words, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Dashan's face. "There's no need to get angry, everyone. Let's wait until the investigation is over tomorrow. You've all worked hard today, go on home and rest." After everyone had left, Ruanruan finally walked over to Xiao Dashan. "Team leader, do you think your being reported has something to do with me?" In her previous life, this had never happened. Now, suddenly, things had changed. Could it be because of her? Seeing Ruanruan looking at him with such worry, Xiao Dashan smiled and reassured her. "Ruanruan, don't worry. It's nothing." Ruanruan understood that if it really were something serious, Xiao Dashan wouldn't have been able to come home today. Still, even knowing that, she couldn't help feeling bad. If she hadn't given the temporary job to Xiao Xiulan, Xiao Dashan probably wouldn't have been reported. As she was thinking this, Ruanruan suddenly realized something. The person who wrote the report must have been Wang Aijuan. Wang Aijuan. Ruanruan clenched her teeth. "Don't worry, team leader. I'll clear your name." As soon as Ruanruan finished speaking, she ran off, leaving Xiao Dashan no time to stop her. Watching Ruanruan's figure disappear into the distance, Xiao Dashan turned to Xiao Chenjin and said, "What are you standing around for? Go after her and see what she's up to. Don't let her do anything foolish in a moment of impulse." It wasn't until Xiao Chenjin had also run out of sight that Xiao Dashan slapped his forehead in frustration. When it comes to being impulsive, Xiao Chenjin is actually the most hot-headed one. He must have been muddled with anger, otherwise why would he have told Xiao Chenjin to chase after her? Thinking this, Xiao Dashan wanted to go after them himself. But before he could take more than a few steps, a village cadre called out to him, asking what preparations needed to be made for the arrival of the educated youths. This was official business, so Xiao Dashan had no choice but to stop. He comforted himself by thinking that Xiao Chenjin had been much more well-behaved lately. Surely nothing would go wrong this time, right? Ruanruan ran all the way to the Wang family's door. She didn't go inside, but stood at the entrance and shouted, "Wang Aijuan, come out here." Xiao Chenjin had followed Ruanruan to the Wang house. Seeing her like this, he instantly understood what was going on. So Wang Aijuan was the one who wrote the report letter. Xiao Chenjin let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curling into a frosty smile. Inside, Wang Aijuan was feeling anxious and uneasy. The thought of the commune cadres coming to investigate tomorrow filled her with dread. Why hadn't things turned out the way she expected? She was racking her brains, unable to figure out what had gone wrong, when she suddenly heard someone calling her from outside. Listening closely, she realized it was Su Ruanruan's voice. What was Su Ruanruan doing here at this hour? Before Wang Aijuan could make sense of it, Lu Xioli had already jumped up in delight. Ruanruan's here. Has she finally come to her senses? Before she'd even finished speaking, she was already running out into the yard. Seeing this, Wang Aijuan bit her lip and followed her outside. As soon as Lu Xioli saw Su Ruanruan, she tried to grab her hand. Ruanruan, have you finally come around? Didn't I say we're family? Family shouldn't hold grudges. There's no such thing as overnight enmity. Su Ruanruan sidestepped, avoiding Lu Xioli's outstretched hand, and said coldly, "Where's Wang Aijuan?" At this, Lu Xioli looked at Su Ruanruan with some disapproval. What's with all this, Wang Aijuan, Wang Aijuan? You should call her sister, you know. Listening to Lu Xioli, Su Ruanruan didn't even know what kind of expression to make. Did Lu Xioli live in her own little world, completely unable to understand what anyone else was saying? But Su Ruanruan didn't bother arguing with Lu Xioli because she saw that Wang Aijuan had already come out. Before Wang Aijuan could say anything, Su Ruanruan got straight to the point. You wrote the report letter, didn't you? Wang Aijuan's face, already pale, turned completely bloodless at Su Ruanruan's words. What are you talking about? What report letter? I don't know anything about that. Wang Aijuan was still stubbornly denying it, but Su Ruanruan couldn't be bothered to argue. Tomorrow, when the commune cadres arrive, they'll compare the handwriting on the report letter with everyone in the team who can write. It'll be obvious right away who wrote it. Reporting the brigade leader and distorting the facts, making things up out of thin air, slandering and defaming, whoever wrote that letter must be vicious and ruthless. Someone like that deserves to be paraded around in shame, made to wear a dunce cap, and then sent to the farm to work. Only then can we set an example and put an end to these unhealthy trends in the team. With every word Su Ruanruan spoke, Wang Aijuan trembled. By the time Su Ruanruan finished, Wang Aijuan's legs were so weak she could barely stand. Lu Xioli looked at Su Ruanruan, then at Wang Aijuan, confused. What report letter? What are you two talking about? Before either could answer, Lu Xioli suddenly remembered what Xiao Dashan had just said. Her face went pale as she stared at Wang Aijuan in disbelief. Aijuan, you wrote the report letter? Why would you do that? Why write a report letter for no reason? Isn't that just asking to offend the team leader? Wang Aijuan was already frightened by Su Ruanruan's words, and now, with Lu Xioli's questioning, she couldn't take it anymore. Why I wrote the report letter, you don't know. If Su Ruanruan hadn't given the temp job to Xiao Xiulan, would she have been able to earn full work points? The team leader is biased toward her because he got benefits from Su Ruanruan. What's wrong with me writing a report letter? Su Ruanruan looked at Wang Aijuan coldly, her eyes full of mockery. Your own heart is dirty, so you see everything as dirty. Everyone in the production team knows why I can earn full work points every day. Do you really think that just because you wrote a report letter, the commune leaders will believe you? I came here just to tell you. Prepare a self-criticism letter and read it out loud tomorrow in front of the commune leaders and the whole team. If you do, maybe you'll get a lighter punishment. Otherwise, you're on your own. With that, Su Ruanruan didn't bother to see how Wang Aijuan reacted and turned to leave. As soon as she turned around, she saw Xiao Chengjin. Why are you here? Xiao Chengjin smiled at her. My grandpa asked me to check on you. Make sure you don't do anything foolish. Su Ruanruan found it funny. What foolish thing could I possibly do? She'd finally gotten a second chance at life. She wasn't about to do anything reckless. She still had to help Granny Chen live a good life. As for Wang Aijuan, it didn't matter if she was still stubborn now. Once everything was investigated tomorrow, she'd have to apologize anyway. And not just apologize, she'd be punished too. Falsely accusing a team cadre was a serious crime. It would be more than enough trouble for her. The reason Ruanruan had come to say all this wasn't to make Wang Ijuan admit fault right now, but to make sure the Wang family knew it was Wang Ijuan who wrote the report letter. Once her family knew what she'd done, they probably wouldn't wait until tomorrow to give her a good lesson. Xiao Chunjin didn't know what Ruanruan was thinking, but seeing her smile grow brighter, he couldn't help but smile too. Since you're done here, let's go. It's getting late. If you don't go back soon, Granny Chen will start worrying. Ruanruan nodded, and the two walked home together. When they got back to the Chen house, before they even reached the door, Granny Chen came out to greet them. Ruanruan, I heard someone wrote a report letter about the team leader. Is everything? Ruanruan hurried forward, taking Granny Chen's hand to reassure her. Don't worry, Granny. It's nothing. Everyone in our team and the commune leaders all know what kind of person the team leader is. Once they investigate tomorrow, everything will be fine. Xiao Chunjin chimed in, That's right, Granny Chen. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Since even Xiao Chunjin, Xiao Dashan's grandson, said so, Granny Chen felt much more at ease. That's good. Oh, right, Chunjin. I heard from Ruanruan that you brought that canned fruit. Why did you bring such an expensive thing? Wait here. I'll get it for you to take home and share with your sister. As Granny Chen spoke, she was about to turn and head back into the yard. Xiao Chunjin hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Granny Chen, there's no need to take it back. That's for Ruanruan. I can't take it back now. Besides, Ruanruan also gave me. Before Xiao Chunjin could finish, Ruanruan quickly cut him off. Granny, since he doesn't want to, just let it be. It's not like he's lacking one can of fruit. It's getting dark, let's let him hurry home for dinner, or the brigade leader will start worrying. Granny Chen didn't quite understand what was going on between Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin, but since the two of them seemed to agree, she didn't insist on having Xiao Chunjin take the canned fruit back. Oh, right. I made some sweet fried buns. Chunjin, take a few home to try. With that, Granny Chen briskly walked toward the kitchen, thinking to herself that she couldn't just take advantage of others for nothing. A few sweet fried buns certainly weren't as valuable as a can of fruit, but life was long, she'd have plenty of chances to repay this kindness. Xiao Chunjin watched Granny Chen's retreating figure, his face full of emotion. Both Granny Chen and Ruanruan were so good to him, the grandmother and granddaughter both eager to give him delicious food. In the future, whenever he had something tasty, he'd be sure to bring some over to them too. You had to admit, this was a lovely misunderstanding. After seeing Xiao Chunjin off, Ruanruan finally explained the matter of the anonymous letter to Granny Chen in detail. After hearing it, Granny Chen looked displeased but didn't say anything. Granny Chen understood Ruanruan's attitude toward the Wang family now, but after all, they were Ruanruan's blood relatives. She still didn't want to speak ill of them in front of Ruanruan. Not only did Granny Chen not want to talk about it, Ruanruan herself didn't want to either. Not for any particular reason, just because the Wang family was so infuriating that even mentioning them would ruin her mood. The next morning, just as everyone started working, a group of people arrived on bicycles. Xiao Dashan spotted them at once, quickly put down his work, and walked over. After talking with the newcomers for a while, Xiao Dashan led them into the fields. The group walked slowly, stopping now and then to chat with the people working in the fields. As Ruanruan came back from the river carrying 2 buckets of water, she saw the group. She didn't even need to ask. These were obviously the commune cadres sent to investigate the anonymous report. Ruanruan just glanced at them casually and continued carrying her water into the fields. When she reached the edge of the field, she set down the full buckets and picked up 2 empty ones to carry back. Her movements were smooth and her steps relaxed. It was clear she wasn't just putting on a show for the inspection. As Ruanruan passed by, Xiao Dashan called out to her with a big smile, Ruanruan, come here. The leaders have a few words they'd like to say to you. Hearing this, Ruanruan walked over with the buckets. After all, she'd lived 2 lifetimes. She wasn't like an ordinary teenage girl who'd get shy or tongue-tied in front of strangers. She just stood there with the carrying pole on her shoulders, relaxed and smiling. She was already pretty to begin with, and now, seeing her work so efficiently, she immediately left a good impression on everyone. The leading cadre greeted Ruanruan with a smile, asked her a few casual questions, and then let her get back to work. Once Ruanruan had walked off, he turned to Xiao Dashan and said, "She may be young, but she's a good comrade." Xiao Dashan laughed as well. "Isn't she? With such a good comrade, and yet someone still reported her. I really don't know what they were thinking." As soon as Xiao Dashan heard this, the cadre smiled and tapped him. "All right, stop pretending. How could you not know who wrote the report letter? Call them over. Whoever needs to be criticized, criticize them. Whoever needs to be punished, punish them." This was exactly what Xiao Dashan had been waiting for. He immediately called out Wang Aijuan's name in a loud voice. Wang Aijuan wasn't standing far away. The moment she heard Xiao Dashan call her, she started trembling. No matter how scared she was, she still had to go. By the time Wang Aijuan finally dragged herself over, the cadre was already getting impatient. He had thought the person who wrote the report letter would be someone significant, but it turned out to be a teenage girl. Young as she was, she sure had a lot on her mind. The cadre put on a stern face and gave Wang Aijuan a harsh lecture. His voice was loud, and no one around dared to speak. Everyone working nearby heard every word loud and clear. Though no one dared to gossip, curious eyes kept glancing over at Wang Aijuan. Who would have thought? There's actually someone like that in the Wang family. So young, but so vicious. From now on, we'd better be extra careful dealing with the Wang family. What if we get reported too? If you make a mistake, just a verbal warning isn't enough. You need some real training to truly understand your error. Here's what we'll do. From now on, the job of hauling pig manure for fertilizer in your brigade will be yours. Young people need to learn not to fear hardship or hard work. After giving out the assignment, the cadre chatted with Xiao Dashan for a few more moments, then got on his bicycle and left with his group. Watching them leave, Xiao Dashan finally turned to Wang Aijuan with a smile. "All right, you heard what the leader said. We've wasted enough time. Hurry up and get to work." Wang Aijuan's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Xiao Dashan, pleading. "Captain, I was wrong. I really was. I realize my mistake now. I'll write a letter of repentance. I'll apologize to you in front of the whole production brigade. Anything, just please don't make me haul pig manure." She would do anything as long as she didn't have to do that. No matter how much Wang Aijuan begged and cried, Xiao Dashan remained unmoved. Only when she finally stopped talking did Xiao Dashan speak. "Stop wasting time and get going. I'll come check later, and if you don't finish, your work points will be docked." Since Xiao Dashan wouldn't budge, Wang Aijuan had no choice but to leave, looking back with every step. When Su Swan came back carrying 2 buckets of water, she heard that Wang Aijuan had been reassigned. Her new daily job was hauling pig manure. Su Swan's first reaction was, Chi Anfu's workload will finally be lighter. Chi Anfu used to be a teacher, and he wasn't young anymore. He often didn't have the stamina for heavy labor. Every day, not only did he have to clean the pig and sheep pens, he also had to haul all the manure to the village's special compost pit. He had to make countless trips back and forth, and by the end of the day, he felt like he was falling apart. Now that Wang Aijuan was assigned to the job, things would be much easier for him. She'd been busy these past couple of days and hadn't visited Chi Anfu at the cowshed. She decided to go check on him after work. With that thought, Su Swan headed toward the cowshed after finishing her shift. She hadn't gone far when she heard someone calling her. Turning around, she saw it was Xiao Chunjin. Xiao Chunjin, tall and long-legged, caught up to Su Swan in just a few strides. "Grandma Chen's sweet steamed buns are delicious. Our whole family loves them. Swan Swan, help me thank Grandma Chen." When Xiao Chunjin praised Granny Chen's cooking, Ruanruan felt her mood lift as well. "No need to thank us. My grandma should be thanking you for the canned fruit." They had opened the can that morning and added some to the porridge. The whole pot turned sweet and fragrant, better than adding sugar. The two chatted as they walked forward. After a while, Su Ruanruan suddenly realized something and turned to look at Xiao Chunjin. "Where are you going?" Xiao Chunjin grinned. "To the pigsty." "Oh." Su Ruanruan responded and looked away, but after a moment, she turned back again. "What are you going to the pigsty for?" Xiao Chunjin was still smiling. "Just to have a look." He didn't need to explain further. Su Ruanruan could already guess what he wanted to see. As they passed the cowshed, Su Ruanruan glanced inside. By coincidence, Chi Anfu happened to be coming out, carrying a basin of water. He paused when he saw Su Ruanruan, then gave her a barely noticeable nod and a faint smile. Seeing this, Su Ruanruan felt much more at ease. She figured Su Yinghua must be doing better now. After all, the worry between Chi Anfu's brows was gone. Feeling lighter, Su Ruanruan's steps grew more cheerful. After passing the cowshed, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin arrived near the pigsty. The pigsty wasn't just a simple pen, it was a few low, thatched huts with small yards. It would be stifling for people to live in, too low and cramped, you couldn't even stand up straight inside. But for raising pigs, it was just right. But when people went in to clean out the pig manure, they had to stay bent over the whole time. Add to that the overwhelming stench, and it was hard to imagine anything more unpleasant. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin didn't say a word, but both instinctively lightened their steps and peeked into the yard. The pigsty wasn't that big, so it didn't take much effort for them to spot Wang Aijuan. Right now, Wang Aijuan looked a mess. Her hands, feet, and clothes were all sticky. Even from a distance, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin could tell she was covered in pig manure. Seeing Wang Aijuan in such a sorry state, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but smile in relief. Just as she turned to leave, Xiao Chunjin quickly grabbed her arm. "Don't go yet. I've got something fun to show you." As he spoke, he pulled a slingshot from his pocket and bent down to pick up a few small stones from the ground. Watching his actions, Su Ruanruan instantly guessed what he was up to. She didn't say anything, but her eyes shone with anticipation. The two of them continued peeking into the yard, just in time to see Wang Aijuan struggling to carry 2 buckets of pig manure out. She set down the carrying pole, picked up a basket full of manure, and headed toward the wheelbarrow. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chunjin quickly pulled back the slingshot. A few small stones whizzed through the air and hit Wang Aijuan squarely on the legs. She yelped in pain, her grip loosening. The basket dropped to the ground, spilling manure everywhere, and burying her feet in the process. It was summer, and everyone wore woven straw sandals that left their feet and toes exposed. Now, with her feet buried in pig manure, Wang Aijuan felt a sticky, slimy sensation, and with the overpowering stench, she nearly threw up on the spot. While she was still staring at her feet in shock, Xiao Chunjin grabbed Su Ruanruan, and the two of them ducked down and ran away. They didn't straighten up until they'd run a good distance, but even then, they didn't stop walking. With the gentle summer breeze blowing and the sun not yet too harsh, the two of them ran and laughed all the way until they finally stopped at the Su family's doorstep. Even after stopping, Su Ruanruan was still bent over, struggling to catch her breath. It was just too funny. There were 2 reasons she found it so hilarious. One was Wang Aijuan's expression just now, and the other was Xiao Chunjin. Su Ruanruan remembered that in her previous life, she hadn't interacted much with Xiao Chunjin, but she often heard others gossip about him. The gossip was always more or less the same. Xiao Chunjin was cold, aloof, hard to approach, and only cared about his studies, a model student with nothing else on his mind. But now it seemed those rumors weren't quite true. Not only was Xiao Chunjin easy to get along with, he was nothing like the so-called good kid who only cared about studying. What kind of good kid would use a slingshot to launch a sneak attack and deliberately choose the moment when someone was carrying pig manure to strike? Such a mischievous and cunning idea, Su Ruanruan had to admit, she really liked it. "Xiao Chunjin, you're really good with a slingshot. Teach me sometime, okay?" Su Ruanruan remembered that there was a slingshot in her treasure space too, but she'd never learned how to use it, nor thought about what it could be used for. Today, Xiao Chunjin had opened the door to a whole new world for her. Hearing that Ruanruan wanted to learn, Xiao Chenjin agreed without hesitation. Sure. Although Ruanruan was already quite strong, learning a new skill was always a good thing. At the very least, it would help her protect herself better in dangerous situations. And even if she never encountered danger, it would still come in handy for situations like today, where striking first gave her the upper hand. Back at the pigsty, after wailing for a long time, Wang Aijuan finally managed to shake the pig manure off her foot with her eyes squeezed shut. She swung her leg so hard that the manure flew everywhere. One lump even flew straight toward the main gate, nearly landing on Xiao Dashan, who had just arrived. Xiao Dashan was just turning 50 this year. Years of working the fields had kept him in good shape. When he saw something unidentified flying toward him, he quickly dodged to the side. After narrowly avoiding it, he let out a sigh of relief and looked down to see what had landed nearby. When he realized what it was, his face immediately darkened. Their production team wasn't wealthy. Buying chemical fertilizer was out of the question. They had to rely on manure from livestock and people to fertilize the fields, hoping for a good harvest. And now Wang Aijuan had scattered pig manure everywhere. What was she thinking? Xiao Dashan's face grew even darker as he lifted his foot to enter the yard, but just as he looked up, another lump of manure came flying his way. He quickly stepped back several paces, staying outside the courtyard until things finally quieted down. Only then, with a face as black as the bottom of a pot, did he walk in. Wang Aijuan was just about to go home and give herself a good wash when she saw Xiao Dashan coming in. She froze in fear. Xiao Dashan looked at the mess all over the yard, his face growing even darker, almost indistinguishable from soot. Wang Aijuan, what are you doing? Pig manure is precious fertilizer, and you've thrown it everywhere. Are you unhappy with your punishment and deliberately wasting it to vent your anger? Wang Aijuan was stunned by his words. Captain, I didn't. She wasn't stupid. Why would she use stinky pig manure to vent her anger? Captain, please listen to me. I was just carrying a basket of pig manure when I suddenly felt someone hit my calf a few times. I got startled and let go, and the manure fell on my foot. I was just trying to shake it off. I really wasn't wasting it on purpose. At this moment, Wang Aijuan felt especially wronged. The blows she had just received still made her legs ache. Seeing that Xiao Dashan still looked at her with disbelief, Wang Aijuan was so angry she could hardly breathe, nearly fainting from rage. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, I can pull up my pants and show you, Captain. That's enough. Xiao Dashan cut her off sternly. Don't waste my time with this nonsense. You say someone hit you. Where are they? When I came over just now, there wasn't a single person outside. Wang Aijuan was stumped. How would she know who hit her? That person must have run off long ago. Even though that's what she thought, Wang Aijuan insisted. It must have been Ruanruan. She did it on purpose to get back at me. Xiao Dashan shot her a cold look. You say she's getting back at you. Why would she want to do that? Why else? Of course it was because she wrote that anonymous report. But Wang Aijuan didn't dare say that out loud. Xiao Dashan was already angry about that business. If she kept bringing it up, wasn't she just asking for trouble? Seeing Wang Aijuan fall silent, Xiao Dashan put his hands behind his back. Clean up all the pig manure in the yard. And shovel all the manure from the pigsty into the manure pit. If you don't, you won't get any work points today. With that, Xiao Dashan didn't spare her another glance and strode away. After Xiao Dashan left, Wang Aijuan looked at the messy pig manure scattered all over the yard, but she decided to leave first. Even if she had to clean up, she wanted to go home and wash up first and change into another pair of shoes. Wearing these straw sandals, it was too easy to get pig manure stuck between her toes, absolutely disgusting. Ruanruan had no idea what Wang Aijuan was thinking at the moment, nor did she have the time or interest to care. Right now, Ruanruan was preoccupied with something else. It hadn't rained at all since the beginning of summer. As the team leader, Xiao Dashan organized the team members to carry water for irrigation every day, all while hoping desperately for rain. It wasn't just Xiao Dashan, everyone in the third production team, and even the entire Hongqi commune, was hoping for rain. But only Su Ruanruan knew that there wouldn't be any rain until the autumn harvest. Not only that, but the weather would get even hotter. That was exactly why this year's harvest would be so poor. A bad harvest meant every household would get less grain, and less grain meant people would go hungry. Now that she had a second chance at life, Su Ruanruan didn't want everyone to suffer through a year of hunger like in her previous life. But for the moment, she really couldn't think of a good solution. Carrying water every day helped a little, but it didn't make much difference. There were too few people, too much land, and the sun was too hot. The water they poured onto the fields would be dried up by the next day. If only the team could have a few wells. With more wells in the fields, irrigation would be much easier and more efficient, and productivity would go up significantly. Su Ruanruan believed she wasn't the only one with this idea. Xiao Dashan surely thought the same. But there were only so many people on the county's well-digging team, and there were countless production teams waiting for wells. If they just waited their turn, it would be like her previous life. They wouldn't get a well until the spring of the year after next. Maybe she could think of a way to get their team's well dug first. If so, maybe this year's harvest could be a bit better. Su Ruanruan was putting in all this effort not just for the third production team, but also for herself and Granny Chen. After all, only if the harvest was good would they get more grain. Otherwise, if the production team had no grain, it wouldn't matter how many work points she earned, there just wouldn't be enough grain to go around. Once she'd made up her mind, Su Ruanruan wasted no time. That very evening, she told Granny Chen about wanting to go to the county. Granny Chen's face immediately grew serious. Why do you want to go to the county? I can't let a young girl like you go there by yourself. I won't be at ease. Not only was she uneasy, Granny Chen also worried that Su Ruanruan might sneak off to the black market again. Back when Su Ruanruan was in junior high, she'd spent 3 years in town and knew a thing or two about the black market there, which was understandable. But the county was different. Su Ruanruan had never been there before. Su Ruanruan had already guessed that Granny Chen would never agree to let her go to the county alone, so she brought out the excuse she'd prepared earlier. Granny, Sister Xiaolan is going to the textile factory tomorrow. I want to go with her and have a look around. Hearing this, Granny Chen's expression relaxed a little, but she quickly thought of another issue. But Xiaolan won't be coming back after that. How will you get home by yourself? That's what Chenjin is for. Granny Chen was only surprised for a moment before she nodded in understanding. That's true. The brigade leader can't get away, but Xiaolan can't go alone either. Chenjin will definitely go to see her off. You can come back with Chenjin. Although Xiao Chenjin was only a year older than Su Ruanruan, he looked much more mature and steady than she did. Plus, both of Chenjin's parents worked at the food factory in the county, so Chenjin and Xiaolan often rode their bikes to visit them. They knew the route well. Once Granny Chen agreed, after dinner Su Ruanruan dragged her to find the brigade leader to get an introduction letter. These days, whether you were going to town or the county, you needed an introduction letter, or else the militia might detain you. When Xiao Chenjin heard that Su Ruanruan wanted to tag along to the county, his eyes lit up. Glancing at Xiao Dashan and Granny Chen, who were chatting inside, he sidled up to Su Ruanruan and whispered, I know all the fun places in the county. I'll take you around. Su Ruanruan just smiled at that and didn't take it to heart. The county was only a bit bigger than the town, and the department store there had a wider selection than the supply and marketing co-op in town, but as for fun places, there really weren't any. In this life, Su Ruanruan had never been to the county, but in her previous life, she'd gone many times and was quite familiar with it. The next morning, after breakfast, Granny Chen gave Su Ruanruan 2 yuan and 2 jin of grain coupons. Buy yourself something for lunch. Su Ruanruan had her own money and grain coupons, but Granny Chen didn't know that, and she couldn't refuse the old lady's kindness, so she just accepted them. Once they were ready, the two of them set out for the Xiao family's house. At the gate, Xiao Chenjin was waiting with his bicycle. When he saw Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen, he greeted them with a big smile. Granny Chen, Ruanruan, you're here. We can head out now. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Xiaolan came out from the yard, carrying a bundle, probably her daily necessities and clothes. After all, once she started working at the textile factory, she wouldn't be able to come home every day. She'd either be staying in the factory dormitory or living with her parents at their place. The Xiao family's bicycle was a Hongqi brand, classic 28 frame, with enough room for passengers in both the front and back. Xiaolan said it would be easier for her to sit in the back with her bundle, so Ruanruan had to sit in the front. Qian Aiju greeted the members of the Liang family and invited them to take their seats first before she began arranging seats for her own family. But before she could even start, Xiao Chengjin had already gone and sat down right next to Liang Jiaming. To Liang Jiaming's right was Li Chunfang, and originally Xiao Xiaolan was supposed to sit on his left, but now that spot had been taken by Xiao Chengjin. Qian Aiju shot Xiao Chengjin a glare, but he pretended not to notice. With no other choice, Xiao Xiaolan had to sit next to Xiao Chengjin, and Su Ruanruan sat beside Xiao Xiaolan. Next came Luo Yufeng, Xiao Dashan, Xiao Aigua, and finally Qian Aiju herself. After a few more words, Qian Aiju smiled and said, "Let's eat, everyone. Dig in." To welcome the Liang family, today's lunch was nothing short of a feast. It was probably on par with their New Year's Eve dinner. Li Chunfang's eyes went wide with amazement. Their family were workers, and in the city, everything was rationed with tickets. It wasn't easy to eat this well. Looking at the spread, she thought to herself, the Xiao family really is doing well. This marriage is definitely a good match. Liang Jiaming kept smiling as he picked up his chopsticks to help himself to some food. Just then, Xiao Chengjin slapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, brother. Don't be in such a hurry to eat. Let's have a couple of drinks first." Liang Jiaming was jolted by the slap, and his smile almost slipped from his face. But Xiao Chengjin didn't give him a chance to react. He reached under the table, pulled out a bottle of liquor, and set it down with a thud. Xiao Dashan's lips twitched. He wanted to ask where the liquor came from and when Xiao Chengjin had managed to stash it under the table. But with guests present, he held his tongue. Who could have guessed that at that moment, Xiao Chengjin reached under the table again and pulled out another bottle, setting it down with another thud. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 6 bottles in total. Xiao Chengjin finally stopped after bringing out 6 bottles. They hadn't planned on drinking at this meal, so there weren't any wine glasses on the table. Xiao Chengjin opened a bottle, grabbed Liang Jiaming's bowl, and filled it to the brim. Then he filled his own bowl just as full. Seeing this, Xiao Dashan's eye twitched. Xiao Chengjin had never drunk alcohol before. Wasn't this just fooling around? Xiao Chengjin raised his bowl to Liang Jiaming and said, "Drink. If you don't, there's nothing to talk about." With that, he downed his bowl in big gulps. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was drinking water. Now, Liang Jiaming's smile completely disappeared. Since Xiao Chengjin had already drunk, if he didn't drink too, wouldn't that be disrespectful? How could he embarrass himself like that? With no other choice, Liang Jiaming gritted his teeth, picked up his bowl, and gulped it down just like Xiao Chengjin. After a bowl of liquor each, both Xiao Chengjin and Liang Jiaming were flushed red and breathing heavily. But Xiao Chengjin hadn't forgotten his mission. He picked up the bottle and poured another full bowl for both himself and Liang Jiaming. Everyone at the table wanted to stop them but couldn't, so they could only watch helplessly. With the way the two of them were drinking, a bottle was emptied in no time. Xiao Dashan looked on, his heart aching. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd been able to drink so freely. Xiao Chengjin didn't rush to open the second bottle, but instead patted Liang Jiaming on the shoulder again. "Liang Jiaming, do you want to be the son-in-law of our Xiao family?" Sitting beside them, Xiao Xiaolan's face turned red all the way down to her neck. Xiao Chengjin must be drunk, otherwise, how could he ask something like that in front of everyone? The county wasn't exactly far from the 3rd Production Brigade, but it wasn't that close either. With a bicycle, it only took about an hour to get there. Once you entered the county, you could see a network of crisscrossing roads and rows of 2-story buildings. Overall, it really did look much better than the town. The factories in the county were all clustered together. The textile factory was not far from the food factory. When Xiao Chenjin and Xiao Xiulan went to visit their parents in the past, they often passed by the textile factory. Xiao Chenjin rode his bike and, familiar with the route, soon arrived at the gate of the textile factory. He handed the guard his letter of introduction and job notice and was then led inside. At this time, all the workers were busy in the workshops, so it was quiet and almost empty outside. After a few turns, they arrived in front of a two-story building. The guard pointed to the first door on the ground floor and told them this was the place, then turned and left. Ruanruan and the other two walked to the door and knocked gently. When they heard someone inside say, "Come in," they entered. The next steps were pretty straightforward. Since they were only hiring temporary workers, the onboarding process was simple. They just needed to fill out some basic paperwork and transfer the grain and oil rations. After that, someone led them to the single dormitory assigned to Xiao Xiulan. They were lucky. Just as they arrived, a bed had become available in the single dormitory. If they had come earlier or later, there probably wouldn't have been any beds left. Xiao Xiulan hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. She hadn't brought any bedding or daily necessities, so she was a bit at a loss. During the paperwork, someone had already told her that after dropping off her things, she'd need to go familiarize herself with the environment and, ideally, start work the very next day. Xiao Xiulan couldn't go back to get her things, so this task fell to Xiao Chenjin. Xiao Chenjin didn't mind making another trip, but what about Ruanruan? Xiao Xiulan would have to go to the workshop soon, and since Ruanruan wasn't a factory worker, she couldn't go in with her. But they also couldn't just leave her alone in the dorm. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chenjin suggested, "Ruanruan, why don't you come back with me? Then we can return together." Ruanruan refused without a second thought. She'd been worrying about how to get some time alone, and now the opportunity was right in front of her. There was no way she'd go back with Xiao Chenjin. "I want to check out the county's department store. You go back by yourself. After you bring Xiulan her things, just come find me at the department store. I'll be waiting for you there, okay?" As Ruanruan said this, her big round eyes stared unblinkingly at Xiao Chenjin, her gaze full of pleading. Xiao Chenjin's heart melted, and he just couldn't bring himself to say no. "All right, you can look around the department store, but don't wander off. When I get back, I'll take you to see other places." Xiao Chenjin reminded her again and again, and Ruanruan agreed with a smile every time. Once everything was settled, the two of them said goodbye to Xiao Xiulan and left the textile factory. Xiao Chenjin gave Ruanruan a ride to the entrance of the department store, reminded her once more, and then rode off. On the way back, Xiao Chenjin pedaled even faster. For one, it was easier riding alone. For another, he was worried about Ruanruan. Ruanruan guessed that Xiao Chenjin would hurry back as quickly as possible, but no matter how fast he was, it would still take more than an hour. An hour was more than enough for her. Ruanruan found a public restroom to disguise herself. After making sure everything was in order, she headed to the two-story building where the well-digging team was located. This building was just across the street from the department store, so it was really close. Ruanruan arrived at just the right time. The workers from the first squad of the well-digging team had just gotten back. When they went out to dig wells in the countryside, the workers had to stay at the brigade that needed the well, with food and lodging provided by the host brigade. Even so, there were so many brigades wanting wells dug that most couldn't even get on the waiting list. When Ruanruan entered the office with her basket on her back, she saw only one man sitting inside. He looked to be in his 20s, with dark skin and a sturdy build that was obvious even while sitting down. After all, digging wells was hard physical labor. Without a strong body, you couldn't do it. As soon as Ruanruan walked into the office, the man looked up. Seeing it was a thin, small old lady in her 50s or 60s, Zhao Adong gave her a warm smile. "Auntie, what can I do for you?" Being called auntie by a man in his 20s made Ruanruan feel a little awkward, but luckily she'd put powder on her face, so even if she blushed, it wouldn't show. "Young man, Su Ruanruan deliberately lowered her voice and drew out the words, really sounding like an old lady. Is this the well-digging team? Zhao Adong couldn't help but smile at her. There was a sign outside, after all, but the old lady was still asking. But he quickly understood, she probably couldn't read. That's right, Auntie. This is the well-digging team. What can I help you with? Su Ruanruan dug at her ear. I can't read, but I'm not deaf. No need to shout. Zhao Adong couldn't help but laugh at that. Su Ruanruan didn't want to waste time. She glanced at the cheerful Zhao Adong and continued, I'm from the 3rd Production Brigade of Hongqi Commune. Our brigade wants to dig a well. Can your team come and do it for us? Zhao Adong wasn't surprised by her request. Everyone who came here wanted the same thing. The problem was, there were so many brigades waiting for wells, most couldn't even get in line. Auntie, Zhao Adong tried to keep his tone gentle. It's not that I don't want to help, but there are so many brigades waiting for. Before he could finish, his eyes went wide as he stared at the tin can Su Ruanruan took out of her basket. He was speechless. To get into the well-digging team, and even become the first squad's leader, Zhao Adong not only knew how to dig wells, he could read. He clearly saw the 2 big characters on the can. Milk powder. Su Ruanruan set the can of milk powder on the table and, with a little force, popped the lid off. Inside was slightly yellowed milk powder, giving off a sweet, milky aroma. Zhao Adong couldn't help himself, he swallowed. Seeing his reaction, Su Ruanruan knew she was halfway to success. If you come dig a well for our brigade, you don't have to worry about food or lodging. Sooner or later you'll have to do the job anyway, right, young man? Zhao Idong's eyes were glued to the can of milk powder. He nodded instinctively. You're right, Auntie. Great. It's settled then. I won't bother you anymore, I'll head back now. As Su Ruanruan turned to leave, her eyes casually swept the table. She spotted a slip of paper with Zhao Adong written on it, picked it up, and slipped it into her pocket. When you come, I'll give this back to you. Zhao Adong was stunned by the formula milk that Su Ruanruan had taken out. By the time he came back to his senses, he saw Su Ruanruan quickly snatch a piece of paper from his desk, tiptoe out of the room, and disappear in a flash. Seeing this, Zhao Adong stood up to chase after her, but then worried that someone might come in and see the formula milk on his desk. So he quickly put the lid back on, wrapped it in a newspaper, and only then hurried outside with it in his arms. But because of this brief delay, Su Ruanruan was already nowhere to be seen outside. Zhao Adong looked around for a long time, but didn't catch sight of her, so he could only go back inside. Looking at the formula milk in his arms and thinking about the paper Su Ruanruan had just taken, Zhao Adong let out a deep sigh. Looks like he'd have to go to the 3rd production team of the Hongqi Commune tomorrow. As a man in his 20s, he certainly didn't want to drink formula milk himself. But his son was not even half a year old, and his wife didn't have enough milk. The little one was too young to eat anything else and was getting thinner by the day. Zhao Adong had been worrying about it. He'd been thinking about pulling some strings to buy a can of malted milk, but now he'd actually gotten his hands on formula milk. Formula milk was even better for his son than malted milk. Now, the goods weren't going back, and Su Ruanruan had something on him. All he could do was hurry up and go dig the well, and then get the paper back from her. That would be the end of it. No matter how you looked at it, he was still the one who got the better deal. After all, the well had to be dug sooner or later. She just wanted to move up the schedule by giving him something. He was the one who decided the order in which the teams got their wells dug. Even if he changed the order, no one would know. After leaving the well-digging team, Su Ruanruan went back to the public restroom. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, she quickly took off her outer clothes and washed her hands, face, and neck. Things had gone surprisingly smoothly, taking only half the time she'd expected, so Su Ruanruan was in an even better mood. As for whether Zhao Adong would take the formula milk and not do the job, or simply couldn't do it, Su Ruanruan wasn't worried at all. The moment she entered the office, she could tell from Zhao Idong's seat and the stack of documents on his desk that he wasn't just an ordinary team member. At the very least, he was a small team leader. He definitely had the authority to decide which team would get their well dug next. Sitting in a position like that, Zhao Adong couldn't possibly just take the goods and not do the job unless he didn't want his job anymore. Of course, even if Zhao Adong really didn't do the job, she wouldn't dare expose him for taking a bribe. After all, her identity as an old lady wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. But Zhao Adong didn't know that. So, Zhao Adong would definitely come to their team to dig the well. Ruanruan hummed a tune as she walked lightly back to the department store. Since she'd finally made the trip, she might as well take a look around. She wanted to see what the department store had, so she could later take similar things out of her treasure space for Granny Chen to use. No need to spend money or ration tickets. How wonderful. The county department store had 4 storefronts and was 2 stories tall. The space inside was impressively large, much bigger than the supply and marketing cooperative in town. On the first floor, they sold stationery like books and pens, daily necessities like toothpaste, toothbrushes, enamel mugs, wash basins, and thermos flasks, as well as snacks like candy and pastries. The second floor sold fabric, ready-made clothes, shoes, watches, a handful of transistor radios, and a few brand-new bicycles. There weren't many types of goods, and the quantities were limited. After just one round, Ruanruan lost interest. Browsing here wasn't nearly as fun as browsing her own treasure space. Having lost interest in looking around any further, Ruanruan headed back down to the first floor. But just as she walked out of the department store, she bumped right into an old lady. The old lady was very thin, so thin that her cheekbones stuck out, and there was hardly any flesh on her body at all. Despite her frail appearance, she seemed quite spirited. Her slightly cloudy eyes lit up the moment she got a good look at Ruanruan. Being stared at like that made Ruanruan feel a little uncomfortable. "Auntie, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" Ruanruan wasn't worried that the old lady would try to scam her. People were generally honest in those days. Folks like Wang Ijuan and Lu Xiuli were really few and far between. The old lady quickly shook her head at Ruanruan's question. I'm fine. Don't worry." Hearing that, Ruanruan smiled at her, stepped around her, and continued on her way. She hadn't gone far when someone grabbed her from behind. Ruanruan turned around, puzzled, and saw that it was the old lady holding onto her. "What is it?" The old lady glanced around nervously, but didn't say anything. Instead, she pulled Ruanruan over to the side of the entrance. Once she'd made sure no one was nearby, she leaned in close and whispered, "Young lady, do you have any baby formula?" The color drained from Ruanruan's face in an instant. But she quickly regained her composure and replied bluntly, "No, I don't." She was only carrying a small canvas shoulder bag. There was no way she could fit a can of formula in there. As long as she insisted she didn't have any, no one could do anything to her. Seeing Ruanruan's reaction, the old lady realized there'd been a misunderstanding and hurried to explain, "Don't get me wrong, miss. My daughter-in-law just had a baby, but she doesn't have any milk. The poor child cries from hunger every day, and it breaks my heart to hear it. We have money to buy formula, but it's so rare these days, we just can't get our hands on any. I come to the department store 3 or 4 times a day, hoping I'll get lucky and find a can. This is already my 3rd trip today. Miss, I could smell the scent of formula on you. If you really have some, could you spare a little for me? We can discuss the price, whatever you say." After hearing the old lady's explanation, Ruanruan was tempted. She had plenty of formula. Selling some to the old lady wouldn't be a problem. The trouble was, she couldn't just make it appear out of thin air. After thinking it over, Ruanruan said, "My relatives have some. I just came from their place, so that's why I smell like formula. If you really want some, take your money and ration tickets and wait for me in the alley behind the department store. I'll meet you there in a bit." The old lady's face lit up with joy, and she agreed eagerly, all right. I'll go wait right now. Miss, please come as soon as you can once you've got the formula." With that, she walked away, glancing back every few steps. Ruanruan stood there, watching as the old lady walked to the end of the street and turned toward the back of the department store. Only then did she head off in the opposite direction. This time, she didn't go to the public restroom. Instead, she found a quiet, deserted corner and took out a large basket. The basket was lined with dry straw, but otherwise empty. Carrying the basket, Ruanruan strolled slowly toward the agreed meeting spot. A 5-minute walk that she managed to stretch into 15. As soon as she entered the alley, she spotted the old lady waiting there. Seeing that the coast was clear, Ruanruan hurried over to her. The old lady's eyes lit up the moment she saw Ruanruan. "Young lady, you're finally here." Although she hadn't waited long, it had felt like every second dragged on forever. Ruanruan didn't take out the goods right away. Instead, she said to the old lady, "A can of milk powder at the department store costs 5 yuan. Before Ruanruan could finish, the old lady jumped in. "Young lady, I know milk powder isn't easy to come by. I can't let you take a loss. How about this? I'll give you 6 yuan for this can, plus 2 jin of meat coupons. How does that sound?" Ruanruan replied, "No problem." The old lady must have been really anxious. As soon as they'd agreed, she carefully took out a handkerchief, opened it, and counted out 6 yuan and 2 jin of meat coupons for Ruanruan. After taking the money and coupons, Ruanruan handed the basket to the old lady. "The goods are inside. You can keep the basket." While the old lady was counting the money, Ruanruan had slipped her hand into the hay in the basket and placed the can of milk powder inside. After a few days of experimenting, Ruanruan had gotten a better understanding of her treasure space. As long as she thought about what she wanted to take out and where it was, she didn't need to enter the space herself. She could retrieve it directly. The same went for putting things in. She had to admit, it was much more convenient this way. The two of them exchanged money and goods, made sure everything was correct, shared a smile, and then went their separate ways. Ruanruan had just returned to the entrance of the department store and hadn't been waiting long when she saw Xiao Chungjin riding over on his bicycle, drenched in sweat. As soon as he parked, Ruanruan hurried over. "Couldn't you ride a little slower? Look at you, you're sweating buckets." As she spoke, Ruanruan pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Chungjin. "Here, wipe your sweat." Xiao Chungjin was stunned for a moment, then carefully took the handkerchief and wiped his forehead. As he did, he caught a faint scent, the same one he'd noticed in Ruanruan's hair. The handkerchief was made of fine white cotton, embroidered with 2 little flowers. It looked so delicate and pretty. But now it was soaked with his sweat. Xiao Chungjin gripped the handkerchief tightly. Instead of returning it to Ruanruan, he slipped it into his own pocket. He'd wash it before giving it back to her. Seeing Xiao Chungjin put the handkerchief away, Ruanruan didn't mind. She wasn't short of handkerchiefs, she'd made plenty just like that one. If it weren't for Xiao Chungjin bringing her to the county, the well-digging matter wouldn't have gone so smoothly, and she wouldn't have been able to sell a can of milk powder. No matter how you looked at it, she owed him a big thank you. What was a handkerchief in comparison? Ruanruan glanced up at the sun and asked, "Did you already deliver everything to Sister Xiaolon?" "Yes, I came over after dropping everything off." Xiao Chungjin figured there was no need for Ruanruan to make another trip, so he'd taken care of the delivery before coming to find her. Ruanruan nodded. "Then let me treat you to a meal. Let's go to the state-run restaurant." She had money, food coupons, and meat coupons. Enough to treat Xiao Chungjin to a good meal, and even buy a few big meat buns to take home for Granny Chen. Xiao Chungjin glanced at the sky. It was indeed lunchtime. But how could he let Ruanruan treat him? As a man, of course he should be the one to treat Ruanruan to a meal. But Xiao Chungjin didn't say this out loud. He just took Ruanruan on his bike and headed to the state-run restaurant. The state-run restaurants in the county were bigger than those in town, and since it was still early, there weren't many people inside. After they went in, they went straight to the counter to order. Ruanruan glanced at the menu posted beside the counter and quickly placed their order. 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles, 1 plate of scrambled eggs, and 1 braised pork. After ordering, Ruanruan turned to Xiao Chenjin and asked, "Do you want anything else?" Xiao Chenjin thought for a moment and added, "One more gene of meat buns." "That's all." The female attendant behind the counter glanced at them suspiciously as she repeated their order. Shredded pork noodles are 50 cents a bowl plus 2 liang of food coupons. Scrambled eggs are 50 cents a plate plus half a gene of food coupons. And braised pork is 2 yuan a plate plus 1 gene of food coupons. The implication was clear. Do you have money? Do you have food coupons? Do you have meat coupons? If you don't have any of those, what are you eating for? Xiao Chenjin had come to the state-run restaurant with his parents plenty of times before, so he was used to the staff's attitude and didn't mind it. He was just worried that Ruanruan, being a young girl, might feel embarrassed. But to his surprise, when he turned around, he saw Ruanruan already pulling out her money and counting her coupons. This startled Xiao Chenjin. In a hurry, he pulled out a big handful of cash and coupons from his pocket and pushed them all toward the attendant. "How much in total? Take what you need." Then he turned to Ruanruan. "Ruanruan, put your money and coupons away. Don't lose them." Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chenjin, then at the money and coupons on the counter, blinking in confusion. "What are you doing? Didn't we agree that I'd treat you to this meal?" Xiao Chenjin grinned, showing off his big white teeth. "When did we agree to that? Did I say yes?" Ruanruan thought about it seriously. Actually, he hadn't agreed. But before Ruanruan could say anything else, Xiao Chenjin urged the attendant again. The attendant hadn't expected two kids who looked so young to be so generous with their money. She seemed a bit dazed, but still took Xiao Chenjin's money and coupons, pushing the change back to him. It didn't take long for their noodles and dishes to be ready. Back then, the staff wouldn't bring the food to your table. Once it was ready, they'd just call out, and you'd have to go get it yourself. Once all the food was on the table, Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin didn't say much and just started eating. Regardless of the taste, the portions were definitely generous. After finishing a bowl of shredded pork noodles with the dishes, Ruanruan was full. Xiao Chenjin not only finished his own noodles and all the remaining dishes, he also ate a whole gene of meat buns. Boys really do eat a lot. Ruanruan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then asked Xiao Chenjin if he had anything else to do that afternoon. Xiao Chenjin thought for a moment, then asked, "Don't you want to look around the county a bit?" Ruanruan shook her head. "No, I don't. There wasn't much to do in the county anyway. She'd rather go back early and help Granny Chen cut grass." Seeing this, Xiao Chenjin could only say, "All right, let's head back then." Ruanruan stood up. "Wait a bit, I want to buy some buns to take home for my grandma." Since Ruanruan wanted to buy buns for Granny Chen, Xiao Chenjin didn't insist on paying. Otherwise, wouldn't he be getting in the way of Ruanruan showing her filial piety? On the way back, with Xiao Xiulan gone, Ruanruan sat on the back seat. And, honestly, the back seat was way more comfortable than the front. Xiao Chenjin rode his bike, glancing every now and then at the empty front bar, feeling a bit of emptiness in his heart. With these feelings, Xiao Chenjin pedaled his bike, bringing Ruanruan back to the 3rd Production Brigade. He didn't stop until they reached the gate of the Su family home, where he let Ruanruan off. "You have your key, right? Hurry on home," Xiao Chenjin said to Ruanruan with a smile. "I have my key," Ruanruan replied, fishing it out of her satchel to unlock the door. "You should hurry home too. Thank you for today." Hearing her thanks, Xiao Chenjin scratched his head. He hadn't really done anything. Why was Ruanruan thanking him? Before he could figure it out, Ruanruan had already pushed open the door, stepped into the yard, and closed the gate behind her. Xiao Chenjin rode his bike straight back to the Xiao house. As soon as he entered the yard, Luo Yufeng, who had heard the noise from inside, came out. Seeing that it was Xiao Chenjin, she beamed. "Chenjin, you're back. Is Xiulan all settled in? Did you send Ruanruan home?" "My sister's settled in. I also left a message for Mom and Dad at the food factory. They should go see her after work. And I've already taken Ruanruan home. Grandma, I'm going to fetch some water to wipe down the bike." There was only one bicycle in the entire 3rd Production Brigade, and his grandpa treasured it dearly. If he didn't clean it and hang it up after every ride, he could forget about using it next time. Just as Xiao Chenjin was about to leave, Luo Yufeng asked in surprise, "Chenjin, what's that on the back seat? You didn't secure it, what if it fell off?" Xiao Chenjin was puzzled. Was there something on the back seat? He turned to look and, sure enough, there was a cloth bag tied to the back, bulging as if it was filled with quite a few things. Ruanruan had been sitting on the back seat earlier. Could this be hers? With that thought, Xiao Chenjin quickly untied the bag. As soon as he opened it, the aroma of meat buns wafted out. Looking closer, he saw that the buns were wrapped in the same wax paper used at the state-run restaurant. Carefully unwrapping the wax paper, the scent of the buns grew even stronger. Even through the cloth bag, the buns still felt warm. Xiao Chenjin guessed it was because Ruanruan had been holding them the whole way. Luo Yufeng wasn't far from Xiao Chenjin, and the delicious smell of the buns quickly reached her nose. Smelling the fragrant meat buns, Luo Yufeng's wrinkled face broke into a wide smile. "You silly boy, you went all the way to the county and even brought buns back for your grandpa and me. As long as you're eating well, that's all that matters." Xiao Chenjin had just been thinking about returning the buns to Ruanruan, but after hearing this, he immediately pushed that thought aside. He walked over to Luo Yufeng and handed her the bag. "Grandma, put these inside. When Grandpa comes home from work tonight, you can heat them up and eat them together. I'll go fetch some water to clean the bike first." In that instant, Xiao Chenjin understood why Ruanruan had left the buns on his bike. She must have worried he wouldn't accept them, so she secretly put them there. That little Ruanruan, she might be young, but she was stubborn and never wanted to take advantage of others. But Xiao Chenjin wasn't someone who liked taking advantage of others either. Holding the still warm buns, Luo Yufeng couldn't stop smiling. With filial children and caring grandchildren, what more could she possibly wish for? "Second grandma, are you home?" "Oh my, why is this bicycle in the yard? Why didn't you hang it up?" "Second grandma, what are you holding there?" "I think I smell meat buns." Hearing this barrage of questions, Luo Yufeng didn't even need to look up to know who it was. She frowned slightly. "Dawei's wife, shouldn't you be resting at home instead of wandering around?" The woman called Dawei's wife had already walked up to Luo Yufeng, craning her neck to peek into the cloth bag in Luo Yufeng's hands. But Luo Yufeng had already tied the bag tightly shut, so no matter how wide she opened her eyes, she couldn't see what was inside. Li Hongxia pouted in displeasure. "Second grandma, your family really has it good. We can barely get enough coarse grain to eat, and you're still having big meat buns made with white flour. They smell amazing." "Second grandma, give me one to try. If you won't let me have one, at least let your great-grandchild try it, okay?" She was already 20 years old, yet she still acted like a child, shamelessly begging for food. Luo Yufeng's brows knitted so tightly you could pinch a fly between them. "Then wait until my great-grandchild is born, and I'll let him have one." She was only 3 months pregnant, her belly barely showing, yet she did nothing all day but lounge around at home. Spoiled rotten. Xiao Dawei might indulge this lazy woman, but Luo Yufeng certainly wouldn't. She was just a granddaughter-in-law from a distant branch, yet she came over all the time, poking her nose into everything, wanting a bite of anything tasty she saw. Who knows, maybe she really was a glutton reincarnated. Even after being rejected, Li Hongxia wasn't discouraged. She glanced around the yard and spotted Xiao Chenjin carrying water. Instantly, she grinned. "Hey, isn't that Chenjin? I heard your Dawei brother say you've been hauling water in the fields these days, earning full work points every day. What's gotten into you, suddenly working so hard? Are you thinking about getting married? Tell your sister-in-law, what kind of wife do you want? I'll help you look." Xiao Chenjin actually laughed and looked at Li Hongxia. "I don't ask for much. I just want someone who can get first place at school and earn full work points in the fields. Not like you, sister-in-law. Barely literate, lazy, and greedy. You." Li Hongxia's face turned red and round like a steamed bun, so angry she wanted to fight Xiao Chenjin right then and there. But Xiao Chenjin was a whole head taller than her, and she knew she'd never win. Pointing at him, sputtering you for a while, Li Hongxia finally stomped her foot, turned, and stormed toward the gate. I'm telling Dawei you're bullying me. Xiao Chenjin watched her retreating back, still grinning. Make sure you tell Dawei exactly what happened. I'm just disgusted by you, not bullying you. Even if you threw yourself at me, I wouldn't want you. Li Hongxia, just out the gate, nearly tripped when she heard that. After steadying herself, she hurried off even faster, disappearing in no time. Luo Yufeng watched Xiao Chenjin for a while, then just sighed and went back inside without saying a word. Xiao Chenjin was still just a kid. As for Li Hongxia, as a sister-in-law, she didn't know how to respect herself. How could she expect a half-grown boy like Xiao Chenjin to respect her? What a pipe dream. Su family. As soon as Su Ruanruan got home, she took the buns out of her bag and put them in the cupboard before heading out again. Instead of going straight to Granny Chin, she went to the cowshed first. This time, Su Ruanruan was much more cautious than before. After all, Wang Aijuan was just up ahead in the pigsty, and if she saw Su Ruanruan coming to the cowshed, it would only cause more trouble. It had only been a few days since she last came, but Su Ruanruan was surprised to find the cowshed had changed a bit. The place was tidier and cleaner than before, and there was a faint scent of flowers in the air. Looking closely, she spotted a bunch of wildflowers in the corner. It must have been Su Yinghua who put them there. Su Ruanruan remembered hearing from Qi Anfu in her previous life that Su Yinghua was someone who enjoyed the little pleasures of life. At the moment, Qi Anfu wasn't there, only Su Yinghua was inside, sitting on a small stool by the door, mending a man's undershirt. When she saw Su Ruanruan, Su Yinghua smiled and pulled over another small stool for her to sit at the doorway. It was a good spot. Unless someone came right up to the door, no one passing by would see Su Ruanruan inside. Granny Su, you look so much better, Su Ruanruan said, though she felt a pang of sadness in her heart. It had just been a minor illness, something that could be cured with a couple days of medicine, yet in her previous life, Su Yinghua had lost her life because of it. Luckily, this time she'd come in time and could help these two elders. Su Yinghua looked at Su Ruanruan with eyes full of affection. I'm much better. It's all thanks to you this time. Ruanruan, thank you. Su Ruanruan smiled and asked, Where's Grandpa Qi? He went over to the pigsty. That little girl working there made a mess of things, and he couldn't stand it, so he went to help out. What? Before Su Yinghua could finish, Su Ruanruan shot to her feet and was about to rush out. Luckily, she remembered why she'd come in the first place. She took 2 jean of millet from her satchel and handed it to Su Yinghua. I figured you'd probably finish the last batch of millet, so I brought some more. There are a few eggs in there too. Be careful when you take them out so they don't break. Oh, and when Grandpa Qi comes back, tell him not to bother with Wang Aijuan in the pigsty anymore. She's no good. Without waiting to explain further, Su Ruanruan dashed off toward the pigsty. Just as she got outside, she heard Wang Aijuan's voice. Hurry up. What are you standing there for? I heard all about you. You're the one assigned to do this work. The pigsty is your job. I'm helping you out here, and you don't even thank me. Instead, you just stand there bossing me around. Don't you have any shame? You're not young anymore. How can you still be so clueless? Su Ruanruan couldn't listen anymore. She pushed the door open and strode in. Before anyone inside could react, she stormed up to Wang Aijuan and slapped her twice across the face. You're not a kid anymore, so why is your mouth still so foul? Is everyone in your Wang family this disgusting? Didn't you know Wang Aishue ate dog shit? Are you hoping to eat some with him? Or maybe you'd like to try pig shit instead? As she spoke, Su Ruanruan's gaze fell on a wheelbarrow nearby. It was half filled with pig manure. Following Su Ruanruan's gaze, Wang Aijuan immediately felt her whole body go numb. The pain on her face was forgotten in her fright. Wang Aijuan stared at Su Ruanruan in terror, backing away step by step. You! What are you trying to do? Su Ruanruan, I'm telling you, hitting people is wrong. Su Ruanruan beamed at her. I'm not planning to hit you. Wang Aijuan took a few more steps back. You, Forcing someone to eat shit is wrong too. The tense atmosphere from just a moment ago suddenly became a little strange after Wang Aijuan said this. Ruanruan bit down hard on the tip of her tongue to keep herself from bursting out laughing. This is wrong, that's wrong, but you think it's perfectly fine to talk shit all day? The pigsty work was assigned to you by the team leader. If you don't do it properly, I'll go tell him and have him dock all your work points. In the production brigade, work points were everyone's lifeline. No work points meant no food rations, which meant going hungry. The Wang family never expected Wang Aijuan, a half-grown girl, to earn enough work points to feed the whole family. But old lady Wang had already made it clear, if Wang Aijuan didn't work hard and earn her share, she wouldn't get any food. Even before, Wang Aijuan's food rations from old lady Wang weren't much, but with Ruanruan secretly helping her out, she'd never really gone hungry. But ever since Ruanruan suddenly stopped caring about her a few days ago, old lady Wang had found fault with her for everything, and her rations had gotten even smaller. She was so hungry at night she couldn't sleep, and during the day she still had to work, her limbs weak and shaky. If her work points got docked now, Wang Aijuan was sure she'd starve to death. The feeling of hunger was just too much to bear. She really didn't want to die like that. Swallowing hard, Wang Aijuan forced a smile onto her face and tried to sound gentle. Ruanruan, why did you suddenly stop calling me sister? And why are you treating me like this? Did I do something wrong? Tell me, I'll change, okay? We're real sisters. Do we have to fight like this? Think about it. Granny Chen is getting older and older. If you don't have any siblings to rely on, people will bully you in the future, won't they? Hearing this, Ruanruan let out a cold laugh and hefted the wheelbarrow in front of her with both hands. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll make them eat this whole cart of pig shit. With that, Ruanruan tossed the wheelbarrow to the ground and turned to leave. Before she left, she shot a look at Qianfu, signaling for him to go out as well. Catching Ruanruan's look, Qianfu didn't hesitate at all and walked out. Outside, Ruanruan was already gone. She must have left. Qianfu didn't linger either and headed straight for the cowshed. He hadn't even reached the door when Suinghua came up to him. There you are. As soon as Ruanruan heard you'd gone to the pigsty, she rushed over in a panic and told me to tell you not to help out there anymore. Qianfu gave a wry smile and shook his head. I really must be getting old and blind. Next time I meet someone, I'll have to look a little longer. Suinghua sensed something was off and quickly asked what had happened. After hearing Qianfu recount the whole story, she couldn't help but frown. So you're saying Ruanruan and that girl are real sisters? How can their personalities be so different? I guess it's true what they say, it takes all sorts to make a world. From now on, just mind your own business. With your health, who can you really help? Just don't cause trouble for that Ruanruan girl, and you'll be doing enough. Qianfu wasn't annoyed at these words. Instead, he nodded seriously. You're right. The two of us are still being looked after by Ruanruan. How do we have the energy or ability to help others? From now on, I'm not going to worry about anything else. I'll just finish my work and come back. If I have any spare time, I'd rather sit here and enjoy the sun. Suinghua sat down beside him, picked up a sweat-soaked shirt, and started mending it. That's the right way to think. Things aren't like they used to be. Her voice grew softer and softer, almost fading away as soon as the words left her lips. Qianfu kept nodding in agreement. After leaving the pigsty, Ruanruan went to look for Granny Chen. This time it took more effort than before. Ruanruan had to circle around for quite a while before she finally found Granny Chen. It wasn't that she'd forgotten the way, but rather that Granny Chen didn't take the sheep to the same place every day. This year's drought meant the crops in the fields needed to be watered daily, but the wild grass up in the hills didn't get that kind of care. Without water, the grass and plants were all wilted and drooping. To make matters worse, the 3 sheep were picky eaters. They would pick and choose while grazing, so Granny Chen had to take them to wherever the weeds were still lush. When Ruanruan found Granny Chen, she was already cutting grass. Seeing this, Ruanruan hurried over, took the sickle from Granny Chen's hand, and said, Grandma, you go rest for a bit. I'll cut the grass. Granny Chen stepped aside as told and looked Ruanruan up and down, making sure she was safe and sound. Only then did she smile. Did you have fun in town? Where did you go? Ruanruan thought for a moment and answered seriously. Actually, it wasn't all that fun. It's pretty much the same as the township. Granny Chen looked at her, amused. You silly girl. If it's not fun, then don't go next time. After all, it was the county seat. If Ruanruan, a young girl, always wanted to go there, Granny Chen would worry. Okay, I'll listen to you. That evening, when they got home, Ruanruan took out the buns she'd brought back. Granny Chen saw the buns but didn't say much. She'd given Ruanruan money and ration coupons, so she figured Ruanruan had bought them from the state-run restaurant. You brought these back, so what did you have for lunch? Granny Chen asked. Xiao Chenjin treated me to lunch. I bought 2 jean of meat buns and gave him 1 jean to take back for the brigade leader and the others. Granny Chen nodded at that. You did the right thing. We can't take advantage of him. Early the next morning, just as the workers were gathering and before they'd even started, a loud rumbling sound echoed across the fields. What was going on? It was a clear, sunny day. There was no way it was thunder. In no time, everyone understood what was happening because a tractor had come into view. Why would a tractor come to their production brigade? Xiao Dashan, holding his dry tobacco pipe, stared intently at the approaching tractor. When it got close, he finally stepped forward. You. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in surprise. Captain Zhao. Zhao Adong, captain of the number 1 well-digging team. Xiao Dashan had met him before when he'd gone to see the well-digging crew. Looking at all the tools loaded in the tractor's trailer, Xiao Dashan immediately understood. Are you here to dig a well? Zhao Adong jumped down from the tractor and looked around with a smile. That's right. We're here to dig a well. Captain Xiao, where are we supposed to dig the well for your brigade? Digging a well, of course, isn't something that can be finished in just a day or 2. From that day on, whenever everyone was working, they couldn't help but glance over at Zhao Adong and the others busy with the well, all secretly hoping the well would be finished soon. Then they wouldn't have to trek to the river to fetch water anymore. After discussing with the village cadres, Xiao Dashan decided they would dig 6 wells in total. 5 of them would be out in the fields, and the last one would be right in the main team area. Right now, their 3rd production team only had a single well, and every household had to go there for all their water needs. At mealtimes, the line to fetch water would stretch out ridiculously long. Now that the well-digging team was here, they figured they'd take the chance to dig another well, which would make things much more convenient for everyone. The new well was being dug not far from the Su family's house. Although this was a happy coincidence, Ruanruan was still delighted. Fetching water would be so much easier from now on. If she weren't worried about drawing too much attention, Ruanruan would have loved to dig a well right in her own yard, but she knew that was just wishful thinking. Still, this arrangement was pretty good. The new well was only about 100 meters from the Su house, so a round trip would only take a few minutes. It took several days to dig the well. While Zhao Adong was busy every day, he kept glancing around at the onlookers, hoping to spot the old lady he was looking for. But no matter how hard he looked, he never saw her. He wanted to ask Xiao Dashan about it, but didn't know how to bring it up. Besides, Xiao Dashan's attitude was clear. He acted as if he'd never given Zhao Adong anything at all, leaving Zhao Adong at a loss for words. With no other choice, Zhao Adong could only grit his teeth and keep working, hoping that old lady would return the paper to him soon. He waited and waited, but even after all 6 wells were finished, Zhao Adong still hadn't seen her. As the well-digging team was getting ready to leave the 3rd production team, Zhao Adong was starting to get anxious. It wasn't just Zhao Adong who was anxious. Ruanruan was feeling the pressure too. She worked in the fields every day and had noticed Zhao Adong's little gestures, so she knew what he was looking for. She wanted to return the paper to him as well, but she just couldn't find the right opportunity. With Zhao Adong and his team about to leave, Ruanruan knew she couldn't drag this out any longer. When she saw Xiao Dashan leading people to see Zhao Adong and his team off, she hurried over to help load things onto the tractor. Zhao Adong saw her and quickly tried to stop her. "That's way too heavy, you can't lift." Before he could finish, Ruanruan had already hoisted the item onto the tractor bed. That thing was definitely not light, at least 200 or 300 jin, 100 to 150 kilograms. Even Zhao Adong couldn't lift it by himself, but Ruanruan had managed it with ease. Zhao Adong was so shocked he was speechless and didn't even notice Ruanruan quietly slipping something into his pocket. The people around were all stunned by Ruanruan's strength, but by the time they snapped out of it, she had already walked away. Once she was away from the crowd, Ruanruan let out a sigh of relief. Finally, she'd managed to return the item to Zhao Adong. It hadn't been easy. She was determined never to do something like this again. Standing not far away, Xiao Chenjin watched Ruanruan with a complicated expression. Why did it feel like Ruanruan was even stronger than before? Was her strength just going to keep growing? Would he end up being the one protected by Ruanruan in the future? Just thinking about how he might have to whimper and beg Ruanruan for protection in the future made Xiao Chenjin's face turn ashen. Ruanruan was about to go fetch water when she spotted Xiao Chenjin standing there, drenched in cold sweat. She glanced up at the blazing sun overhead and suddenly had an epiphany. The weather was getting hotter by the day, and working under the scorching sun like this, Xiao Chenjin must have gotten heatstroke, right? Did you get heatstroke? Do you want to take the day off and go home to rest? Ruanruan earnestly suggested. Honestly, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Your family isn't relying on your work points to put food on the table. Besides, you've never done this kind of labor before, so it's normal if your body can't handle it. Ruanruan felt her words were very reasonable, but to Xiao Chenjin, they sounded completely different. Was Ruanruan looking down on him for being too weak? Xiao Chenjin's expression darkened even more. "I'm fine. I'll go fetch water right now." "No need for that." Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin turned around to see that it was Xiao Dashan walking over. Xiao Dashan grinned. "The well's finished. From now on, watering the fields will be much easier. We have plenty of strong adults for the work, no need for you two kids to fetch water." Ruanruan's first thought was, doesn't that mean I won't be able to earn full work points anymore? She didn't say it out loud, but her face made it obvious. Seeing this, Xiao Dashan's gaze towards Ruanruan grew even more kindly. "Ruanruan, I know you want to earn more work points, but there's plenty of work to do in our team. It doesn't have to be fetching water, right?" As long as she could earn work points, Ruanruan didn't care what the job was. "Then what should I do next?" The commune leaders said every brigade needs to set up a literacy class. In our team, you and Chengjin both graduated from junior high and were top students at school, so I'd like the two of you to take charge of our literacy class. You won't have to work in the fields, and you'll still get full work points every day. But I have one condition. The adults have to work in the fields during the day, so the literacy class for them will be at night. During the day, you'll teach the children in the team. Ever since the commune's elementary school was suspended, no one was looking after the kids at home. The adults were all busy working, who had time to watch them. The older kids were fine, they could help out with chores. But the younger ones just ran wild all day. To prevent accidents and give the adults some peace of mind, Xiao Dashan figured he'd use the literacy class as an opportunity to have two people keep an eye on the kids. So, what do you think? Are you two willing? Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. They'd both graduated from junior high, so teaching little kids and helping the villagers learn to read and write would be no problem. Compared to fetching water, this job was a breeze. And the work points were the same. Anyone who turned this down would be a fool. But where will we hold the classes? Ruanruan asked. Their brigade had a few empty houses, but they were all old and run down, not really usable. Didn't we just build new housing for the educated youth? I had them put up an extra courtyard. We'll use that as the classroom. Who would have thought Xiao Dashan had even prepared a classroom? There was really nothing left to worry about. All right, team leader, don't worry. We can definitely handle it. After arranging for the team members to start work, Xiao Dashan took Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin to the literacy class. The Educated Youth Center and the literacy class were two courtyards not far from each other. Both had mud walls and thatched roofs, but since the literacy class had just been built, it looked pretty decent. The windows in the literacy classroom were larger, and during the day they were kept open, making the room bright and well-ventilated. The literacy class consisted of 2 large rooms and 1 small room. Xiao Dashan pointed to the smaller one and said to Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin, "This will be your office. I've had 2 desks and 2 chairs put in there for you. You can prepare your lessons here. The other 2 rooms are classrooms. You can arrange how to use them as you see fit." Both classrooms were quite spacious, with rows of long tables and benches. There was even a black slate board hanging on the wall. Although it was a bit small, it would do the job. Aside from having fewer classrooms, there really wasn't much difference between this place and the elementary school in town. Of course, Su Ruanruan knew that Xiao Dashan had set everything up so well not just for the literacy class, but because he was planning to build an elementary school. The same thing had happened in her previous life. The only difference was that, in her previous life, this had happened after the educated youths arrived. The ones chosen to be teachers weren't her and Xiao Chenjin, but the educated youths who had come from the city. She didn't know why things were happening so much earlier in this life, but Su Ruanruan didn't bother to dwell on it. After all, this was a good thing. She could easily earn full work points without having to haul water under the blazing sun in the fields. After showing Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin around, Xiao Dashan told them to get ready. He would announce the news to everyone after work that day, and classes could probably start officially tomorrow. Once Xiao Dashan left, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin returned to their office. There were windows on 2 adjacent walls, and the 2 desks were placed by the windows. The desks were empty, so it looked like they'd have to figure out the teaching materials themselves. But that wasn't a problem. Su Ruanruan had always cherished her books. Ever since elementary school, she'd kept all her textbooks and notebooks in good condition. She just needed to bring them over from home. Thinking of this, Su Ruanruan turned to Xiao Chenjin. "Did you keep your old textbooks?" Xiao Chenjin nodded. "I did. My sisters are at home too, we can use those as well. Some of the kids in our brigade have also gone to elementary school in town. When they come to class, we can ask them to bring their textbooks. If we don't have enough, 2 kids can share a set." The elementary school curriculum was simple, just Chinese and math. It worked out perfectly for the 2 of them to each take 1 subject. Although Xiao Dashan hadn't said it outright, it was clear that the main focus was teaching the children. The evening literacy classes for adults were just an extra. The adults still had to work during the day, so very few would come to class at night. They didn't need to teach the adults everything like they did with the kids, just some commonly used characters would be enough. That would be much easier. They could take turns teaching in the evenings, so each of them would have time to rest. After discussing everything, it was already noon, so they each went home for lunch. In the afternoon, they would bring their books, paper, and pens when they came back. After making lunch at home, Su Ruanruan went to look for Granny Chen. As soon as Granny Chen heard that Su Ruanruan wouldn't have to go out to fetch water anymore, her face lit up with joy. Even though she knew Su Ruanruan was strong and carrying water wouldn't tire her out, Granny Chen still couldn't help but feel sorry for her. No matter how strong she was, Su Ruanruan was still just a young girl. Now things were better. Teaching people to read and write indoors, away from the sun and wind, was not only respectable but also clean and comfortable. Ruanruan, the brigade leader trusts you enough to make you a teacher. You must do your best and not let him down. Don't worry, Grandma. I definitely won't let the brigade leader down. In her previous life, Su Ruanruan had never been a teacher or taught anyone else. But she had a great teacher herself, Qianfu. When Qianfu taught her, his lessons were always clear and engaging, easy to understand and remember. She really liked his teaching style and never got distracted in his classes. Now that she had the chance to be a teacher herself, Su Ruanruan planned to use the same teaching methods. Although she hadn't tried it before, she wasn't worried at all. There's a first time for everything, she'd learn as she went along. And if she really ran into trouble, she could always ask Chianfu for advice. Su Ruanruan didn't tell Granny Chen about her plans. After Granny Chen finished eating, Su Ruanruan took the lunchbox and headed home. Once home, she started gathering her textbooks. Primary school books, paper, pens, erasers, she packed a whole basketful. When Su Ruanruan arrived at the literacy class carrying her basket of books, she saw the courtyard gate was slightly ajar. As soon as she stepped inside, she glanced through the open office window and saw Xiao Chengjin already inside, head down, writing. He's here so early. No wonder everyone calls him a good student. When it comes to learning, he really sees the essence of things. Xiao Chengjin was writing so intently that he didn't even notice Su Ruanruan walk into the office until she was right there. He finally looked up. You're here. Su Ruanruan set her basket down on her desk and walked over to him. What are you working on so seriously? I'm writing a teaching plan. A teaching plan? They had agreed that Su Ruanruan would teach Chinese and Xiao Chengjin would teach math. Although no students had signed up yet, both of them understood the situation in the brigade. It was the busy farming season, so all the adults in every household had to work in the fields. The housework and care of the younger children were left to the older kids at home. Even though Xiao Dashan had started a literacy class and wanted the brigade's children to attend, the only ones who could come would be those between about 4 or 5 and 11 or 12 years old, in other words, primary school kids. Those who were 13 or 14 were already considered almost full laborers in the brigade. Even if they went to the fields, they could earn half a work point. Their parents would never give up those work points just to let them attend a literacy class. That's why Su Ruanruan only brought primary school textbooks. She knew there'd be no need for middle school materials. Teaching math from grades 1 through 5 was definitely something that required a detailed teaching plan. Su Ruanruan didn't bother to look at his plan. Chinese and math were different, and she had her own ideas. That afternoon, the two of them stayed in the office, each at their own desk, minding their own business and not disturbing each other. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to finish work for the day. Xiao Dashan told everyone to go home and come back to the threshing ground for a meeting after dinner. After dinner, Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen also brought their small stools to the threshing ground. By this time, quite a few people had already gathered there. As soon as Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen arrived, Xiao Chengjin appeared from somewhere and walked over. Granny Chen, Ruanruan, you're here. Come on, sit with me up front. Ruanruan, my grandpa said we'll need to say a few words to everyone in a bit. Su Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chengjin in surprise. Say a few words? About what? Just to tell everyone that we'll work hard and do our best to teach everyone how to read and write. Su Ruanruan understood. Basically, they just needed to make a statement of commitment. That was easy enough. They followed Xiao Chengjin to the front of the crowd and sat down. Not long after, Xiao Dashan stepped up onto the platform. The platform was made of wooden planks and bricks and wasn't very high. Standing on it, Xiao Dashan waved to everyone, and the threshing ground instantly fell silent. Luckily, it was summer and it got dark late. Otherwise, if it were pitch black, Xiao Dashan could wave his arms all he wanted and no one would see him. Today's meeting is mainly about two things. First, the well for our production brigade's fields has been finished. It'll be much easier to water the crops from now on. We've already sorted out the work assignments during the day, but if anyone has other ideas, come talk to me afterwards. The second thing is that our brigade is starting a literacy class. The classroom is ready and it's not far from the educated youth's quarters. From now on, after dinner every evening, everyone can come for lessons, of course. It's completely voluntary. I was thinking, the classroom sits empty during the day anyway, and the kids in our brigade are always running wild. You parents can't keep an eye on them while you're working, and you're always worried. So why not let them have lessons in the classroom during the day? It's right here in the brigade, so it won't interfere with their 3 meals a day. What do you all think? As soon as Xiao Dashan finished speaking, a buzz of discussion rose from the crowd. Most of the team members had the same thought. They weren't interested in attending the literacy class themselves. But sending their own kids? They were more than happy to. After all, if the kids were just going to play around anyway, they might as well learn a few characters. No one expected them to become anything great, but at least they wouldn't be illiterate in the future. But would there be a tuition fee for these classes? Hearing this question, Xiao Dashan laughed and waved his hand. They're all our brigade's children. What tuition? No fees. You'll just need to prepare your own paper, pens, and notebooks. And as for teachers for the literacy class, I've decided to have Xiao Chunjin and Su Ruanruan do it. One will teach language, the other math. Both of them graduated from junior high, so teaching the kids to read and write is more than enough. What do you all think? Naturally, the team members had no objections. There weren't many junior high graduates in their brigade to begin with, and even fewer who actually finished. Choosing 2 junior high graduates to teach the literacy class, what was there to object to? They'll be teaching the kids during the day and you adults in the evening, so they won't be able to do field work. We won't pay them wages, but we'll give them full work points. No objections, right? Everyone, no objections. What was there to object to? Teaching classes day and night, it sounded tough enough as it was. Besides, when those 2 worked in the fields, they earned full work points anyway. When everyone was shouting that they had no objections, someone suddenly stood up. I object. At those words, everyone turned to look. Su Ruanruan also looked over, and by coincidence, her gaze met Wang Aijuan's. Seeing the jealousy and hatred in Wang Aijuan's eyes, Su Ruanruan just smiled indifferently. The 2 weren't far apart, and the lighting was decent, so Wang Aijuan could clearly see Su Ruanruan smile. In an instant, she became even angrier, her eyes practically shooting flames. Xiao Dashan looked at Wang Aijuan with some displeasure. What's your objection? Wang Aijuan raised her hand and pointed at Su Ruanruan. I graduated from junior high too. Why can Su Ruanruan be a teacher in the literacy class, but I can't? Wang Aijuan wasn't stupid. No matter how jealous she was, she wouldn't bring up Xiao Chunjin at a time like this. In her view, Xiao Qingjin was Xiao Dashan's grandson and had also just graduated from junior high. It was only natural for Xiao Dashan to give him a backdoor opportunity to be a teacher in the literacy class. But Su Ruanruan was different. She and Su Ruanruan both graduated from junior high. Why could Su Ruanruan be a teacher, earning full work points easily every day, while she had to slave away in the pigsty doing the dirtiest, hardest work and barely earn any work points? It was just unfair. Xiao Dashan was obviously biased towards Su Ruanruan. Xiao Dashan looked at Wang Aijuan impatiently. You say you graduated from junior high too. How were your grades in school? Teaching is a big deal. Since we're running a literacy class, of course we have to pick the best. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin were always top of their class. What's wrong with letting them be teachers? Wang Aijuan glared angrily, but couldn't say a word. She had graduated from junior high, but her grades were always at the bottom. Passing was already a stroke of luck. But she still wasn't convinced. Wasn't it just teaching the illiterate and little kids in the village how to read? Even if her grades weren't good, she could still teach. Wang Aijuan grew anxious and was about to argue back when Lu Xioli, who was sitting next to her, suddenly stood up too. Captain Aijuan is right. She graduated from junior high too. Why can't she be a teacher? How about we vote? Whoever gets more votes can be the teacher. What do you say? Xiao Dashan looked at Lu Xioli and Wang Aijuan with a dark face. Vote. Did you really think you'd get that many votes or something? At Lu Xioli's suggestion, they held a vote on the spot, and it was even a real name vote. The method was simple. Everyone was sitting down, so Xiao Dashan shouted loudly, anyone who agrees with Wang Aijuan being the teacher, stand up. After he finished speaking, only a dozen or so people stood up, most of them from the Wang family, and the rest were girls who were good friends with Wang Aijuan. Seeing that so few people supported her, Wang Aijuan felt a chill in her heart. But she quickly thought, Su Ruanruan didn't have many friends in the team either, so she'd probably get even fewer supporters. Just as she was thinking this, Xiao Dashan called out from the front, "Anyone who supports Su Ruanruan being the teacher, stand up." Whoosh! Almost everyone in the threshing yard stood up. Wang Ijuan was still sitting, her view blocked by the people in front of her, so she couldn't see anything. But just from the commotion, she knew she had lost. Su Ruanruan looked at the people who had stood up and gave them a sincere smile. "Thank you all for your support. I promise I won't let you down." Su Ruanruan was pretty, and her soft, gentle voice was pleasant to listen to. More importantly, she was always hardworking and never slacked off. She never gossiped with the other girls on the team, and she was always at the top of her class at school. With someone like her as the teacher, everyone on the team felt at ease. After all, their own children would be going to study there in the future. If someone like Wang Ijuan became the teacher and ended up leading their kids astray, what would they do then? Such a simple truth, 90% of the team understood it. But the Wang family just didn't get it, especially Wang Ijuan. She looked at the team leader on the stage, then at the team members who had already sat down. Wang Ijuan almost blurted out, "Did Su Ruanruan bribe you all or something?" Luckily, she had enough sense not to say something that would offend the entire production team. Still, when Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin stood on stage to speak, Wang Ijuan's eyes turned red, whether from anger or hatred, it was hard to say. But whether she was angry or resentful at that moment, all the team members' attention was on Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chunjin. No one paid her any mind. Even Wang Posey, sitting not far from her, just shot her a dissatisfied glare. What's the point of all those years in school? Just a waste of the family's money and food. Look at her, she's always first in her class. Why are you always at the bottom? Her brain is a real brain and yours is just pig's head. At least pigs can be fattened up for meat. What about you? What can you do? Useless thing. When Wang Posey scolded someone, she never cared about saving face, nor did she bother to lower her voice. So everyone around heard her loud and clear. But even though they heard, no one tried to intervene. After all, what's the point of stopping an old lady from scolding a child, especially a girl who was considered a burden? Besides, if Wang Ijuan had any ability and could stand up on that stage, would she be getting scolded like this? In the end, it was all because Wang Ijuan herself wasn't good enough. On the way home, people kept greeting Granny Chin, all saying pretty much the same thing. Praising her for raising such a good granddaughter, saying she'd be able to enjoy a good life from now on, and so on. Granny Chin was grinning from ear to ear, and she didn't forget to praise Su Ruanruan in return. Ruanruan's been sensible since she was little. She always rushed to do the chores at home, and I never had to worry about her studies. Don't worry, she'll definitely do a great job teaching the kids in our team. From start to finish, Su Ruanruan just followed along with a smile, not saying a word. Even if it wasn't for the work points, she was determined to teach those kids well. Otherwise, how would her grandma save face? The next morning, after breakfast, Su Ruanruan arrived early at the literacy class. When she got there, Xiao Chenjin was already there, and he'd cleaned up both the classroom and the courtyard until they were spotless. As soon as Su Ruanruan arrived, Xiao Chenjin walked over to greet her, but before they could say much, someone came in with their child to register. Xiao Dashan had already said there was no tuition, so as long as a family had a child of the right age, they sent them over. More and more people arrived, and Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin didn't have time to chat. They hurried to start registering names and ages. They also had to note whether the kids had ever been to school before and what grade they'd reached, so they could assign them to the right class. The busy morning passed by in a flash. The literacy class was held right in the brigade, and both teachers were also members of the brigade. With nothing to worry about, the parents simply dropped off their children and left. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin were soon sweating buckets. It took a lot of effort to sort everyone into classes and arrange the seating, and by the time they finished, it was already time for dismissal. After repeatedly reminding the children of the time to come back for afternoon classes, they finally announced the end of school. Once the kids had all rushed out like a swarm of bees, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin dragged their tired bodies back to the office. Sitting down in a chair, Ruanruan felt completely drained and didn't even want to say a word. Back when she was a student, she never thought much of it while watching teachers lecture. Now that she was a teacher herself, she hadn't even started teaching yet, and already her throat felt parched. Turns out, being a teacher really isn't something just anyone can do. Since they still had to teach in the afternoon, the two of them didn't dare rest for long. They quickly tidied up their things and headed home. Back at home, Ruanruan still had to make lunch and deliver it to Granny Chen. After eating, she returned home to wash the dishes and clean the pots. By then, it was almost time to head back to the literacy class. Just before leaving, Ruanruan had a thought, turned around, and slipped into her treasure space. She remembered that on the shelf where she kept candies, there was a kind of candy specifically for soothing the throat. Following her memory, Ruanruan walked over to the candy shelf, searching as she went. Before long, she found the throat lozenges. One look, and she could tell these were good candies. They came in palm-sized tin boxes. The boxes were green, and the words "throat lozenges" were written in large characters on top. Ruanruan picked up a box, opened it, and poured one into her palm. The candy was a pale green color and didn't have much of a scent. But once she put it in her mouth, it tasted cool and refreshing, very pleasant. Popping the candy in her mouth, Ruanruan walked toward the literacy class. By the time she reached the door, the candy had melted away. At that moment, she noticed the benefit of the lozenge. Her throat, which had felt a bit sore before, was now completely comfortable. What a great thing! When she entered the office, Xiao Chengjin was already there. Seeing her come in, he gave her a big smile. "Ruanruan, you're here? Sit down and rest for a bit. The kids won't be here for a while yet." But Ruanruan didn't sit down right away. Instead, she walked over to him, took out the box of throat lozenges from her pocket, and handed it to him. Xiao Chengjin raised his eyebrows and took the tin, asking, "What's this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the words, "throat lozenges," on the box. "Why are you giving this to me? You keep it for yourself. A young girl like her should take better care of her throat." He was a grown man, what did he need this for? But Ruanruan didn't take it back. Instead, she stepped back 2 paces. "This is for you. I have another box." As she spoke, she pulled out another box of lozenges from her pocket. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, she shook the box in her hand. Hearing the candies rattle inside, Xiao Chengjin finally smiled again. "Well, in that case, I'll accept it." If she found something good, she always shared half with him. Such a good girl, he'd have to look after her well in the future and never let her be bullied. Before long, the students started to arrive one after another. There were fewer than 40 children in the team who were of school age and whose families were willing to let them attend school. It wasn't that the 3rd Production Brigade had that many children, but rather that some of them were still too young to take care of themselves, so it was impossible for them to come to school. Another portion were kept at home by their parents to look after the younger children who couldn't manage on their own. At this time, all the adults in every household had to go out to work and earn work points, so it simply wasn't possible for them to stay home and look after the kids all the time. So it was very common for the older children to look after the younger ones. The nearly 40 children who did come were divided into 2 classes by Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin. Although there were only about 40 children split into 2 classes, the students ranged from 1st to 5th grade. The older students generally had their own textbooks. The new 1st graders didn't have textbooks, but this was easily solved. Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin brought some, and the older students obediently brought their old textbooks as well, so in the end, every new student had a set of books. In the afternoon, there were 3 class periods. Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin each took a classroom and taught the students. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. Otherwise, having to teach 2 or even 3 grades at the same time would have been overwhelming. Ruanruan didn't know exactly how Xiao Chengjin managed, but as for herself, she would first have the older students read the text aloud, so the younger ones could follow along. Once the text was finished, she'd have the older students memorize and write it out, while she went to teach the younger ones. Although it was a bit troublesome and there were some hiccups, the first day of school still ended smoothly. At the end of the day, Ruanruan assigned homework and told them the time for class the next day before letting them go home. After seeing the students off, Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin returned to the office. As soon as they sat down, both of them almost simultaneously took out their own candy tins, popped a piece of candy into their mouths, and smiled at each other when they noticed what the other was doing. They quietly opened the books on the table and began preparing for the next day's lessons. It wasn't until they heard the bell signaling the end of the workday in the team that they stood up, tidied up, closed the doors and windows, locked the gate, and each headed home. From that day on, Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin began their teaching careers. As with anything, the first time is unfamiliar, but the second time gets easier. As days went by, the two of them developed their own understanding of how to be good teachers and how to better guide their students. In the blink of an eye, the day to pick up the educated youth had arrived. Early that morning, Xiao Dashan put on clean clothes and, together with the brigade's cadres, set off to the commune to pick up the educated youth. Ruanruan hadn't seen Xiao Dashan in the past few days. She only heard about this from Xiao Chenjin. Although she had experienced this in her previous life, it had been so long ago that she couldn't remember the exact date the educated youth arrived. But the arrival of the educated youth didn't really have much to do with her, so after hearing about it, Ruanruan just put it out of her mind and threw herself back into her teaching. After school at noon, Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin locked the gate and were about to leave when they turned and saw Xiao Dashan leading a group of people slowly toward them. The group following behind Xiao Dashan were all young, looking to be in their teens or early 20s. Since they had never seen these people before, Xiao Chenjin immediately knew that these must be the educated youth. Xiao Dashan also spotted Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin and waved at them with a smile. Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin exchanged a glance and had no choice but to walk over. Xiao Dashan turned to the people behind him and introduced them to the two, saying, "These are the educated youths who have come to join our team. Their quarters are close to yours. If they need any help in the future, help them out if you can." As Xiao Dashan's grandson, Xiao Chenjin had lived with him for so many years. He knew his grandfather all too well. The moment he heard Xiao Dashan's words, he understood the deeper meaning behind them. Help if you can't, then don't. And as for what counted as can help and what didn't, wasn't that up to him and Ruanruan to decide? Xiao Chenjin didn't say a word, and neither did Ruanruan. Having been reborn into this life, Ruanruan actually knew a fair bit about these educated youths. With how capable they were, they really didn't need her help at all. Xiao Dashan was just being polite. Seeing that neither Ruanruan nor Xiao Chenjin responded, he simply waved them off. "All right, you two have been working all morning. Go on home and get some rest." Unlike before, after hearing this, Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin both smiled at Xiao Dashan, then turned and left. Only after watching them walk away did Xiao Dashan lead the educated youths toward their quarters. Although people said the educated youths' quarters were close to the literacy class, in reality, they were still 20 or 30 meters apart, with open ground between the two courtyards. There were 5 rooms in total at the educated youths' quarters. The kitchen was in the middle, with 2 rooms on each side, all set up as communal sleeping areas. This time, 6 educated youths had arrived, 3 men and 3 women. Xiao Dashan didn't bother arranging their living situation. After they put down their luggage, he said, "You've just arrived, so you haven't earned any work points yet. But we can't let you go hungry, so the team will lend you some grain for now. After the autumn harvest, you can pay it back. Don't worry, as long as you work hard, you'll definitely be able to pay back what you owe by autumn, and you might even have enough left over to last you until the new year." Xiao Dashan thought his words would be quite motivating, encouraging the educated youths to work hard. But he had no idea that after hearing this, all 6 of them were utterly shocked. They hadn't even had a chance to sit down and catch their breath, and already they were being told they owed the team grain. Not only that, but even if they worked hard all the way until the autumn harvest, the work points they'd earn would only be enough to feed them until the new year. What were they supposed to do after that? From the new year until the next autumn harvest, that was more than half a year. Were they supposed to just starve? Before they could voice their concerns, Xiao Dashan was already preparing to leave. The grain is in the kitchen. There's water in the water jar in the kitchen, and firewood in the corner, enough for you to cook lunch. In the future, you'll have to gather firewood and branches from the mountain yourselves and fetch water from the well. We passed the well on the way here, so you should remember the way, right? Take today to rest, and tomorrow morning, listen for the team's bell to go to work. I'll be off now. With that, Xiao Dashan walked off with his hands behind his back, leaving the 6 educated youths staring at each other. They were all from big cities and had always been in school. Not only had they never done farm work before, they'd barely done any housework either. Never mind anything else, just lunch today. How on earth were they supposed to make it? They couldn't cook, but they couldn't just not do it either. After a quick discussion, the 6 of them headed into the kitchen. But as soon as they saw the traditional earthen stove, they were stumped again. Even though the 3 female educated youths had helped with cooking at home before, none of them had ever used an earthen stove. Forget about cooking, the truth was, they didn't even know how to start a fire. 6 people stared at each other helplessly, but not a single idea came to mind. No one knew how much time had passed, but when they finally trudged out of the kitchen looking dejected, they saw a short-haired girl standing by the gate of a nearby courtyard, unlocking the door with a key. The group froze for a second, then broke into smiles. Wasn't this one of the 2 girls the brigade leader had called over that morning? Hey, little girl. Little girl. All 6 of them shouted at once, their voices jumbled and chaotic, but loud enough. At first, Ruanruan didn't pay much attention, but after listening for a moment, she finally realized they were calling her. She turned around and saw the 6 educated youths standing at the entrance to their compound, waving at her. Hey, little girl, come here. We need your help. Ruanruan frowned slightly. What did these 6 want? Did they think she was the brigade leader or something? She stayed where she was. What is it? We don't know how to start a fire. Can you come help us light it? There's an art to speaking and a skill to listening. They'd asked her to help them light the fire, not to teach them how to do it. Without even thinking, Ruanruan refused. I've got things to do. Go ask someone else. Just because she was young didn't mean she was easy to fool. If they couldn't even start a fire, they definitely couldn't cook. If she really went over and helped them light the fire, would they ask her to help cook next? If she helped at noon, would they expect her to help again at night? That wasn't helping others, that was just asking for trouble. Ruanruan's refusal left the 6 educated youths dumbfounded. Weren't rural people supposed to be warm, hospitable, kind, and always willing to help? Why was this cute, soft-looking little girl so tough? Seeing Ruanruan turn away and about to enter her courtyard, Cheng Yanhong couldn't hold back any longer. She strode forward, her face full of anger, and quickly caught up to Ruanruan, reaching out to grab her arm. Suddenly being grabbed from behind, Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, she shook off the hand with force and immediately heard a sharp scream. She turned around to see that the female, educated youth who'd just been standing at the gate was now lying on the ground, glaring at her with resentment. Ruanruan blinked. Sorry, you grabbed me first. I just reacted instinctively. Even though she was the one who pushed her down, the responsibility was clear. As Ruanruan spoke, she reached out to help Cheng Yanhong up, but Cheng Yanhong slapped her hand away and got up by herself. What's your problem? Didn't the brigade leader tell you this morning to help us? We asked you nicely, so how can you refuse? Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. That's funny. The brigade leader said I should help you, but he didn't say I had to do everything you say. I told you I was busy and to find someone else. Why are you clinging to me? Besides, aren't all of you older than me? Making someone several years younger help you, aren't you even a little ashamed? After all, she had lived 2 lifetimes, and she grew up in a village. Even if in her previous life Ruanruan had been shy, introverted, and not fond of talking, that didn't mean she couldn't speak up when needed. If she really wanted to argue, she could go on for an hour straight, leaving her opponent completely speechless. Just like now, although Cheng Yanhong was several years older than Ruanruan, she probably had never quarreled with anyone like this before. In an instant, Ruanruan's words left her stunned, unable to come up with a response. The literacy class wasn't far from the educated youth's quarters, and both Ruanruan and Cheng Yanhong were speaking loudly. Even if the remaining educated youths over there didn't catch every word, just by looking at their gestures and expressions, they could tell the two weren't getting along. They had just arrived and didn't know how long they'd have to live here. It was best not to get into conflicts with the locals if they could help it. Thinking this, the 5 of them hurried over. "Little girl, don't be upset. We didn't mean any harm, just wanted to ask you for a favor. If you don't want to, that's fine." "Yeah, whatever it is, we can talk it out. There's no need to get physical, right? We're all going to be neighbors from now on. Making a scene isn't good for anyone, don't you think?" The group chattered nonstop, making Ruanruan's head throb. She was just about to speak when she saw Xiao Chenjin running over. He quickly pulled her behind him. "What are you guys doing? You just got here and you're already bullying someone from our team." Xiao Chenjin was much taller than Ruanruan and looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. The few who had been pestering Ruanruan just now immediately forced a smile and took a step back. No, we just wanted to ask her for a favor. Since she doesn't want to, that's fine. We'll head back now." Once the 6 of them had left, Xiao Chenjin turned to Ruanruan. "Ruanruan, were they bullying you? If they really dared bully Ruanruan, even if they were educated youths sent down from above, he'd still give them a beating to show them who not to mess with." Ruanruan shook her head. "I wouldn't call it bullying. They just wanted me to help them start a fire. I refused, so they kept pestering me." Hearing this, Xiao Chenjin snorted. Can't even start a fire, what did they come to the countryside for? When they got to the office, Xiao Chenjin took off his satchel and started pulling things out. "My parents just got back, so I came a little late. These are things they brought back, try some." As he spoke, he kept taking things out, quickly piling up a small heap on Ruanruan's desk. There were fruit candies wrapped in glassine paper, a few packages wrapped in oiled paper labeled rice candy, brown sugar, and walnut crisps. There was also a piece of light-colored floral fabric. Xiao Chenjin pointed at the fabric and smiled at Ruanruan. "My sister asked my parents to bring this back for you. It was hot now, so light colors were best." Ruanruan had fair skin, so whether she made a blouse or a skirt out of this fabric, it would look great on her. People working in the city only got about 1.5 zheng of fabric coupons a year. Xiao Xiaolan had just started working. Where would she get the coupons to buy fabric? This piece must have been bought by the Xiao parents for Xiao Xiaolan, but she gave it to Ruanruan instead. Ruanruan pushed the fabric back to Xiao Chenjin. "I have enough clothes. Sister Xiaolan just started working, she should use it to make herself a new outfit." Xiao Chenjin took a few steps back and sat down in his chair. "My sister asked me to bring this to you. If you don't want it, just give it back to her yourself." That's what he said, but in his heart, Xiao Chenjin was thinking, if Ruanruan insists on going to the county to return the stuff, he just wouldn't let his grandpa write her a letter of introduction. Without that letter, Ruanruan wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Ruanruan looked at the things on the table, then at Xiao Chenjin's face, which clearly said, "What can you do about it?" She let out a deep sigh. So this is what he uses his shamelessness for? She wanted to say something more, but students were already arriving in the courtyard, and Xiao Chenjin stood up and walked out. There was nothing she could do. Ruanruan could only lock the things away in her drawer for now. She couldn't just leave them out. What if someone stole them? That would be a real loss. Once class started, the literacy class was soon filled with the sound of students reading aloud. Their voices floated on the wind into the educated youth spot, and only then did the newcomers realize that the courtyard was actually a school. Cheng Yanhong was stunned for a second, then said in disbelief, "So those two just now were teachers?" Before anyone could answer, Chung Yanhong curled her lip. They looked at most 15 or 16. Have they even graduated middle school? Can they really teach kids? No wonder it's so backward here. Anyone can be a teacher. Aren't they worried about ruining the children? But as she spoke, Chung Yanhong fell silent. If those two could be teachers, why couldn't she? After all, she'd attended a year of high school. Surely she was better than those two? But Chung Yanhong also knew she'd just arrived, and becoming a teacher wasn't that easy. She decided to put the idea aside for now and get familiar with things first. In the end, they had to walk even farther to find an auntie in the village to teach them how to light a fire. They managed to get the fire going, but couldn't control the heat, so the already late lunch ended up burnt. None of the 6 had ever suffered or done hard work before. They didn't even know how much grain to use for 6 people. They used too much, and more than half of it was inedible. They pinched their noses and ate just enough to be half full, and didn't bother cooking dinner. They just boiled some hot water, soaked what little dry rations they'd brought, ate, and went to bed. The 6 of them came from different places, but even the one with the shortest journey had spent a whole day and night on the train. After all that traveling, they fell asleep as soon as they lay down. They slept straight through to the next morning. By the time the bell was ringing outside, the 6 of them were still groggily opening their eyes. They hadn't even finished getting dressed when someone started pounding on the door. When they finally managed to get themselves together and open up, they saw Xiao Dashan standing outside with a stern face. Didn't I tell you yesterday? When you hear the bell, get up and go to work in the fields. The bell's rung several times already. The students are already in class, and you're still not up? Are you here on vacation or to work? The highest leaders said, when you come to the countryside, you have to integrate into rural life and make something of yourself in this vast land. Is this how you do it? You all call yourselves educated youth, but you're not even as good as the kids who just started school. Xiao Dashan had been the brigade leader for many years, and when he got angry, his presence was truly intimidating. The 6 educated youths didn't even dare lift their heads as they apologized over and over. They woke up so late that even the brigade leader came knocking on their door. Forget about breakfast. The group quickly washed up, locked the door, and followed Xiao Dashan out. Since the educated youths had just arrived and no one knew how well they could work, Xiao Dashan assigned them relatively easy tasks. He led the 6 of them to a patch of overgrown wasteland and pointed, "This is 3 mu of unused land. You'll split into pairs, each pair takes 1 mu. Clear out all the weeds and stones, dig the soil deep, and break up the clumps. Once you're done, go to the manure pit and bring some over to fertilize the land. If you get all this done, we'll be able to plant together in the autumn and hopefully harvest more grain." With that, Xiao Dashan left, leaving the 6 of them standing there with their hoes, staring at each other. He just left? They thought Xiao Dashan would at least supervise, but to their surprise, after a short while, 3 middle-aged men showed up. The 3 didn't say much. They just told them the brigade leader had sent them to teach the educated youths how to till the land, then got right to work. After a while, seeing the educated youths still standing around clueless, one of the men straightened up and called out, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get over here. We have our own work to do after teaching you." The 6 didn't dare waste any more time. They quickly split into pairs and got to work. Breaking new ground wasn't exactly technical. It was just digging, tossing out weeds and rocks, and breaking up big clumps of dirt. Once they'd gotten the hang of it, the 3 men strode off. As time ticked by, the sun climbed higher and the heat grew more intense. Sweat dripped down their faces, and their throats felt parched and burning. Eventually, the 6 threw down their hoes and flopped onto the ground. This is too hard. Farm work was just too hard. Chang Yanhong pouted, looking like she was about to cry. Are we really going to have to do this every day from now on? She didn't want to do this kind of work. She wanted to go home. She'd never suffered like this at home. No one answered her, but all 6 of them were probably thinking the same thing. They finally made it to the end of the morning shift and dragged their exhausted bodies back to the educated youth dormitory, hoping to wash up, only to find the water tank almost empty. They wanted to boil water for tea, but there were barely any sticks of firewood left in the corner. Seeing this, Chung Yanhong couldn't hold it in anymore. Her mouth twisted and she burst into tears. "I want to go home." Maybe it was because she'd been complaining nonstop, or maybe her crying was just getting on everyone's nerves, but one of the male educated youths snapped at her. "Stop crying. You're driving me crazy. You volunteered to come here for rural support, and now you want to go home? Why didn't you think of that earlier?" All of them had come to the countryside voluntarily. If they started talking about going home after just one day, where would they put their pride? Not to mention, could they even go home just because they wanted to? After being yelled at, Chung Yanhong's sobs quieted a bit, but she still sniffled and whimpered, "I don't want to do farm work. I want to be a teacher. I'm a high school graduate, I can teach a few kids. I'm going to find the brigade leader right now." With that, Chung Yanhong ran out, leaving the other 5 watching her back with complicated expressions. The young man who just yelled at her was named Li Weigua, the only high school graduate among the 6. Li Weigua stared after her, thinking that if Chung Yanhong could manage to become a teacher, then surely he could too. Not long after, Chung Yanhong came back. She looked utterly dejected, her head hanging low. It was obvious she hadn't succeeded. No one else said anything, but Li Weigua stepped forward. "So, what did the team leader say?" He shouldn't have asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chung Yanhong covered her mouth and started crying. "The team leader told me to keep my feet on the ground and not to daydream. All she wanted was to be a teacher. How is that daydreaming?" No matter how upset she was, she still had to cook, and after eating, they still had to go to work. The 6 of them left the Jiqing dorm, heading to the fields, when they happened to see Ruanruan with her satchel, on her way to the literacy class. Having failed to become a teacher, Chung Yanhong found Ruanruan even more of an eyesore. She gave a cold snort and quickened her pace. The others exchanged glances and sped up as well. Only Li Weigua quietly slowed down. When the others had gone ahead, he hurried a few steps to catch up with Ruanruan. Seeing Li Weigua suddenly block her path, Ruanruan felt a bit complicated. She hadn't interacted much with these 6 Jiqing in her previous life. She didn't even know some of their names. But this one she did. Li Weigua, the man who had pursued Wang Aijuan in her previous life. In the village, if a man liked a girl, he'd help her with chores or sneak her some food. But the city Jiqing were different. They knew how to sweet talk, how to write long letters. They always kept themselves neat and tidy, completely unlike the village boys. Back then, Wang Aijuan was already working at the textile factory and only came home twice a month. Even with just those 2 visits, Li Weigua would always seek her out, trying his best to impress her. But Wang Aijuan, working in the county town, only wanted to marry a city worker. She never outright rejected Li Weigua's attention, but she never gave him a kind word either. It wasn't until Wang Aijuan got married that Li Weigua finally gave up. After that, Ruanruan barely saw him again. "Hi, I'm Li Weigua. I just graduated from high school this year. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. You haven't been to high school yet, right?" Li Weigua's voice pulled Ruanruan out of her memories. Looking at the fair-skinned, gentle-looking Li Weigua in front of her, Ruanruan pressed her lips together. "There's nothing I don't understand." With that, she ignored Li Weigua's reaction and walked straight into the courtyard. Li Weigua stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the literacy class's gate, unable to understand why Ruanruan's response was so different from what he'd expected. "Heh." A low chuckle sounded, dripping with undisguised contempt and disdain, making Li Weigua's face flush red in an instant. Turning around, he saw Xiao Chenjin. That morning, while working, he'd asked the person teaching him farm work and learned that Xiao Chenjin was the team leader's grandson. He'd just graduated junior high this year and had always been a top student. If it weren't for bad timing, he'd definitely be starting high school this autumn. Xiao Chenjin was younger than Li Weigua but a bit taller. With his long legs, he strode over and stopped in front of Li Weigua. Lowering his eyes, Xiao Chenjin looked at Li Weigua expressionlessly. "You'd better rein in your little schemes. This isn't a place where you can do whatever you want. Ask him if she doesn't understand? Who does he think he is? Faced with Xiao Qingjin's intense stare, Li Weigua instinctively took 2 steps back. He quickly realized how embarrassing that looked and straightened up. What's your problem? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the captain's grandson. Seeing Li Weigua suddenly puff up like a fighting rooster, Xiao Qingjin's lips curled into a faint smile. How am I doing whatever I want? What did I do? All he'd done was say a couple of things, and Li Weigua was acting like he was facing a mortal enemy. He'd thought Li Weigua might be capable, but it turned out he was useless. Losing interest, Xiao Qingjin walked into the literacy class courtyard. After he left, Li Weigua's face shifted through several expressions before he finally took a deep breath and left as well. Once the daytime teaching settled into a routine, Xiao Dashan brought up the matter of the evening literacy classes again. But as they'd said before, attendance was voluntary. If people in the team didn't want to go, there was nothing Xiao Dashan could do. Besides, he understood, everyone was already exhausted from working all day. Who would want to go to a literacy class at night? So, in the end, the matter fizzled out. The weather was getting hotter by the day, with no sign of rain. Even with a well, the daily irrigation work was still tough. Everyone had to work hard every day, but the food at home was dwindling fast. The team members were all gaunt and yellow-faced from hunger, tightening their belts and gritting their teeth just to get by. All they could do was hope the autumn harvest would come soon, so they could get their share of grain. To get a bigger share at harvest time, most people were working as hard as they could, just for the chance to eat a few more full meals. But not everyone was like that. Take the Wang family, for example. Old Lady Wang had 2 sons. The eldest, Wang Dafa, married Lu Xiuli and had 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, Wang Aijuan, Wang Aishue, and Su Ruanruan, who had been sent away. The younger son, Wang Erqing, married Zhang Qiudi and had 4 daughters, Wang Aichuan, Wang Aixia, Wang Aiqiu, and Wang Aidong. They had all 4 seasons and daughters, but not a single son. Old Lady Wang's husband had died years ago. The whole family, big and small, added up to 11 people, but only Wang Aishue was the precious grandson. You can imagine how spoiled he was. Aside from Su Ruanruan, who was sent away, of the 5 golden flowers in the Wang family, only Wang Aijuan went to school. That was only because Lu Xiuli had given birth to Wang Aishue and insisted that Aijuan go to school with him, so he wouldn't be bullied. Otherwise, Aijuan wouldn't have had the chance to go to school either. But Wang Aishue didn't like studying. Before, he had no choice, but now that the town's middle school had closed, he absolutely refused to keep going to school. And since the teacher at the team's literacy class was Su Ruanruan, Old Lady Wang didn't want her precious grandson to be under Su Ruanruan's thumb, so she didn't force him to attend. With no classes to attend, Wang Aishue certainly wasn't going to work in the fields, either. There were 5 adults in the family who worked, and the 4 sisters Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong had started earning work points in the fields years ago. Now, with Wang Aijuan joining in, it was basically 10 people working to support Wang Aishue alone. He could do nothing all day, just lie on the kang and wait to eat, and that would be fine. But Wang Aishue didn't just lie around waiting to be fed. He didn't want to work, but he loved running around and playing. He'd climb mountains, wade in rivers, climb trees, and run wild on the sun-baked threshing ground with not a patch of shade. There was nowhere he didn't like to play. No matter what kind of person you are, you'll always have a few like-minded friends. Wang Aishue was no exception. That morning, Wang Aishue was playing with 2 of his buddies. The 3 of them were chasing each other around, roughhousing as they ran, until they ended up at the spot where the educated youth were reclaiming land. The educated youth had already been here for several days. Even someone like Wang Aishue, who only cared about goofing off every day, had heard about it by now. Watching the educated youth slowly turning over the soil in the fields, Wang Aishue burst out laughing. Goshing, Pidden, look at them. They work even worse than the girls in my family. And they call themselves educated youth sent down to support the countryside? What can they do? Our brigade is just feeding them for nothing. If we split up the rations they're getting, I could have a few more full meals. Wang Aishue was chubby, strong, and had a loud voice, so everything he said carried right over to the educated youth. But even though they heard him, the 6 of them didn't react at all. Xiao Dashan hadn't given them much food to begin with. When they first started cooking, they didn't know to ration it carefully, so after just a few days, nearly half their food was already gone. They had no choice but to go to Xiao Dashan for help, but he told them that the food had to last until the autumn harvest, and the brigade wasn't well off either. There was no way they could lend them any more. Now, every meal, they had to count out exactly how much grain to put in the pot, and each person could only eat until they were half full. And even then, they didn't know if they'd make it to the autumn harvest. Not getting enough to eat and still having to do hard labor, everyone was listless and drained. It wasn't like they had some life or death grudge with Wang Aishue. He was just a brat making fun of them. They didn't care anymore. Let him say what he wants. Seeing that the educated youth just kept their heads down and worked without saying a word, Wang Aishue started to lose interest. Just as he was about to leave, Goxing sidled up to him with a grin. "Aishue, let's go find Su Ruanruan. I heard someone say she's got a tin box full of candy, and she eats several pieces every day." The moment he heard there was candy, Wang Aishue's eyes lit up. His family had enough food to keep him fed, but getting candy was a different story. If you wanted candy, you needed money and a ration coupon for sugar. These past years, if Su Ruanruan hadn't given him candy from time to time, he'd have had nothing but drool to show for his cravings. Seeing Wang Aishue stay silent, Goxing urged him on. "Aishue, what are you thinking about? Let's hurry up. If Su Ruanruan won't give you any, just tell your mom or your grandma." If this had been before, Wang Aishue would have jumped at the idea. But things were different now. The 2 kids who used to get in trouble with Wang Aishue didn't play with him anymore. That's why there was only Goxing and Pidden now. If Goxing had ever seen Su Ruanruan fight, even if you gave him twice the courage, he wouldn't dare say that. But unfortunately, he hadn't. "Aishue, what's wrong?" "My mom says, even if Su Ruanruan's been given away, she's still your sister. A girl like her, a money-losing proposition. What does she need candy for? It should go to you, a boy." Before Wang Aishue could be completely brainwashed by Goxing, Li Weigua, who'd overheard their conversation, put down his hoe and walked over, staring intently at Wang Aishue. "You're Su Ruanruan's little brother? Her real brother?" "Yeah. Who are you? What do you want?" Li Weigua gave him a warm smile. "You want candy? I have some. Come back to the educated youth camp with me later, and I'll give you some, but you have to do me a favor." The moment he heard there was candy, Wang Aishue nodded so hard it was like pounding garlic. "Help, help, help. However you want me to help, I'll help." After school in the afternoon, Su Ruanruan dragged her tired feet back to the office. She sat down in her chair and took out her candy tin, ready to have a throat lozenge to soothe her voice. Just as she pulled out the tin, she heard someone call her name. The voice was so close, it was as if the person was standing right in front of her. Su Ruanruan looked up and, sure enough, saw someone standing outside the window. It was none other than Wang Aishue. Su Ruanruan raised her eyebrows. Wang Aishue actually dared to come looking for her? At that moment, Wang Aishue was staring intently at the metal tin in Su Ruanruan's hand, his eyes and mind filled with just one thing: candy. 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 His longing was so obvious that Su Ruanruan couldn't have ignored it even if she tried. Without a word, she quietly put the candy tin away before asking, "What do you want?" He'd come all the way over, said nothing, and just stood there staring. What was that supposed to mean? Su Ruanruan's voice finally snapped Wang Aishue out of his daze. He smacked his lips, reluctantly tearing his gaze away. "Su Ruanruan, someone asked me to give this to you." With that, Wang Aishue tossed a piece of paper onto her desk, turned around, and hurried off. As he ran, Wang Aishue thought to himself, that city youth Li Weigua must be a fool. He gave me a piece of candy just to deliver a piece of paper. What's so precious about this paper? It wasn't that Wang Aishue hadn't opened it, he just couldn't make sense of it. There were long passages of words, and just looking at them made his head and eyes hurt. Ruanruan stared at the paper on her desk, puzzled. What was this? A letter from Wang Aishue? Impossible. Feeling curious, Ruanruan finally picked up the letter and unfolded it. Comrade Ruanruan, hello, I am Li Weigua. She only read the first line before tearing the paper to shreds and stuffing it into her pocket. All told, she'd only met Li Weigua 2 or 3 times. They weren't nearly close enough for him to be writing her letters. Even though Li Weigua hadn't done anything in this life, just the fact that he'd chased after Wang Aijuan in his previous life was enough for Ruanruan to want nothing to do with him. As for what the letter said, Ruanruan didn't want to read it, nor did she care to know. She packed up her things and headed out. She'd been busy before, but now that things had settled down, she wasn't so swamped anymore. Tonight, she planned to cook a good meal for Granny Chin. Xiao Chunjin had just stayed behind in the classroom to help a few 5th graders with their math problems. As soon as he finished and came out, he saw Wang Aishue toss something onto Ruanruan's desk and then watched as Ruanruan tore the paper to pieces. He was a little suspicious, but when he saw Ruanruan coming out of the office, he didn't ask anything. Hurry on home. There's nothing else today, go get some rest. I'll lock up in a bit. Ruanruan nodded and waved goodbye to Xiao Chunjin. See you tomorrow. Watching Ruanruan walk out the gate, Xiao Chunjin quickly went back into the office, tidied up, closed the windows, locked the door, and rushed outside. He followed Ruanruan from a distance, not relaxing until he saw her enter the Su family's front gate. Ruanruan was still young. What if she got tricked by one of those city youths? As a member of the brigade and her colleague, it was his duty to keep a close eye on Ruanruan. Fortunately, for now at least, it looked like Ruanruan hadn't been fooled. When Ruanruan got home, Granny Chin still hadn't returned. Judging by the time, Granny Chin would be back soon, so Ruanruan didn't go out to look for her. Instead, she started preparing to cook. There was still some of the fine grain she'd brought back last time. Mostly, Granny Chin would cook with half coarse grain and half fine grain, otherwise, those 2 gene of fine grain would have been gone long ago. Even so, there wasn't much fine grain left. Ruanruan felt a bit troubled. It was like guarding a treasure mountain, but not being able to use anything from it, such a frustrating feeling. How could she use these things openly and above board? She rested her chin on her hand and thought for a long time, until suddenly, an idea came to her. She quickly entered her treasure space and found some of the premium packaged rice and flour, taking 1 bag of each. Each of these premium bags weighed 20 jin and only had rice or flour written on them, nothing else, so Ruanruan didn't even need to change the packaging. After grabbing the rice and flour, Ruanruan also took 2 cans of braised pork and a can of malted milk. She brought everything out and set it on the kitchen table. Then Ruanruan sat quietly to wait. She hadn't been waiting long when she heard a knock at the door. She ran over and opened it. It was indeed Granny Chin coming back. Ruanruan glanced around mysteriously, then quickly pulled Granny Chin into the courtyard and shut the door behind them. Once the door was closed, Ruanruan tugged Granny Chin toward the kitchen. "Grandma, come quick." Granny Chin was startled by Ruanruan's behavior and hurriedly asked, "Ruanruan, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Without answering, Ruanruan pulled Granny Chin into the kitchen. As soon as they entered, the things on the kitchen table were immediately visible. Even Granny Chin was shocked when she saw them. "What's all this? Ruanruan, where did these things come from?" Ruanruan widened her innocent eyes and looked at Granny Chin, confused. "I don't know either. When I got back just now, all this was already here." "Grandma, didn't you put it here?" Granny Chin was both anxious and amused. "How could I have so many good things?" She did get a pension every month, but that was just money and ration coupons. It's not like they'd just give her this much food directly. Besides, before, the brigade leader would always bring things from the commune for her. How could it suddenly appear on their kitchen table without a sound? The more Granny Chin thought about it, the more wrong it seemed, and her expression grew serious. "Ruanruan, Was the door locked when you got back? Yes. Ruanruan nodded. The front gate was locked tight. I unlocked it myself to come in, and the kitchen door was locked too. If everything was locked, then where did all this come from? Granny Chin was still puzzling over it when Ruanruan whispered, maybe Grandpa saw we were running out of food and sent it to us? At those words, Granny Chen's eyes went wide. How could that be? Her old man had been gone for years. That's what Granny Chin was thinking, but when she saw Ruanruan's innocent face, the words stuck in her throat. Instead, she gently patted Ruanruan's head and said kindly, Ruanruan, you're right. These things had appeared so mysteriously, she couldn't scare the child. That's what she said, but Granny Chin didn't let them eat any of it. She thought, if someone had secretly left it here, maybe they'd come back to take it away. But several days passed, and the things just sat there on the table, no one touched them. All the fine grains at home had been eaten up, and now every meal was coarse grains. The coarse grains were rough on the throat, and every time Ruanruan ate, her little face would scrunch up in a frown. Watching Ruanruan's face grow thinner by the day, Granny Chin, who had been fairly resolute at first, began to waver. That night, Granny Chin had a dream. In her dream, she saw the man she hadn't seen in years. He looked just like he did when he left to join the army. He asked her if she'd finished eating the things he'd sent. If she had, he'd send more. Even after she woke up the next morning, Granny Chen's feelings were still complicated. After all these years, she had never dreamed of him before. She hadn't expected it to happen now. If it really was him who sent the food, then they might as well eat it. So breakfast that day was much more sumptuous. Not only were there plump, white steamed buns, but also white rice porridge so rich it had a layer of rice oil on top, and even fragrant braised pork. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Ruanruan finally asked Granny Chin, Grandma, why are you letting us eat this now? Hadn't she been refusing to let them eat it before? Granny Chin smiled and patted Ruanruan's head. Last night I dreamed of your grandpa. He asked if we'd finished the food he sent, and said he'd send more once we did. Your grandpa was a capable man. Looks like you'll be eating well from now on. Hearing Granny Chen's words, Ruanruan had to muster all her strength to keep her expression in check. She figured Granny Chin was just so emotional from her dream that she'd forgotten the old saying, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. But Ruanruan didn't plan to say anything. Granny Chen's dream had come at just the right time. Now she could keep taking things out as needed. In high spirits, Ruanruan was all smiles on her way to literacy class. So when someone suddenly blocked her path, she didn't have time to wipe the smile off her face, it just froze there. Liwegua saw Ruanruan's beaming face and smiled too. Ruanruan, she seemed to be in a great mood today. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Ruanruan cut him off. Her smile gone, Ruanruan said, comradely, please call me Teacher Su. What's with all this Ruanruan business? Were they that close? Liwegua was taken aback, then looked at Ruanruan in confusion. Ruanruan, I said, call me Teacher Su. What do you want? I have to get to class. Having been interrupted twice, Liwegua was getting annoyed. Why didn't you reply to my letter? Ruanruan looked at him as if he were an idiot. Just because you wrote to me, I have to reply? Did I ask you to write? I didn't even read it, I tore it up. At that, Liwegua's face darkened. I wrote you so many letters, and you tore them all up? You're so disrespectful. Liwegua looked upset, and Ruanruan's expression wasn't any better. So many letters? Didn't you just send me one? With that, Ruanruan couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore and walked around him. Is there something wrong with this guy? She'd only ever received one letter. Not long after Ruanruan left, Xiao Chenjin stepped out from behind the firewood stack, his face cold as he looked at Liwegua. This guy really was shameless. He might not know how smart Liwegua was, but he was sure his skin was thick. Didn't he know when to back off? He even had the nerve to come and ask Ruanruan why she didn't reply to his letter. After watching Liwegua leave, Xiao Chenjin finally dragged his heavy steps toward the literacy class. As soon as he entered the office, He saw Su Ruanruan looking over at him. There was still a hint of confusion on Su Ruanruan's face. "Chenjin, I ran into that Li Weigua again today. He said he's written me lots of letters and asked why I haven't replied, but I only ever got one letter from him." Ahem. Hearing Su Ruanruan's words, Xiao Chenjin almost choked on his own saliva. Seeing him coughing nonstop, Su Ruanruan hurriedly stood up and rushed to his side. "Are you okay? It's so hot out, could he have caught a cold?" Xiao Chenjin finally managed to stop coughing and quickly waved his hand at Su Ruanruan. I'm fine. That Li Weigua is clearly no good. He's just saying that to get your attention. Don't bother with him in the future. People from the city are full of tricks, and you're too kind-hearted, Ruanruan. Don't let yourself get fooled by them." Thinking back to her past life, when Li Weigua was pursuing Wang Aijuan with all sorts of schemes, Su Ruanruan completely agreed with Xiao Chenjin's assessment. "You're right. From now on, I'll steer clear of him whenever I see him." As she spoke, Su Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chenjin with even more admiration. No wonder everyone praised Xiao Chenjin, he really was smart. He'd only met Li Weigua a few times, but he'd already seen through to his true nature. Xiao Chenjin had no idea what Su Ruanruan was thinking. If he did, he'd probably start coughing all over again. This wasn't some insight into Li Weigua's true character. He'd simply intercepted and torn up all the letters Li Weigua had written. Wang Aishue had accepted Li Weigua's candy and delivered his letters every day. Except for the first day, when the letter actually reached Su Ruanruan, all the others were intercepted by Xiao Chenjin before they even made it to the literacy class. The incident with the dog poop that Xiao Chenjin had made him eat weighed on Wang Aishue like a heavy stone. Whenever he saw Xiao Chenjin, his legs would go weak. So when Xiao Chenjin asked for the letters, Wang Aishue handed them over without a second thought. After all, Xiao Chenjin had said he'd pass them on to Su Ruanruan. And so, neither Li Weigua nor Su Ruanruan knew that, once the letters reached Xiao Chenjin's hands, they went straight into the Xiao family's clay stove and turned to ashes. The two of them hadn't been talking long before the students started arriving one after another. Seeing that the students had all arrived, Su Ruanruan put the matter out of her mind, grabbed her books, and headed to the classroom. Watching Su Ruanruan's departing figure, Xiao Chenjin thought to himself, this won't do. He had to make Li Weigua give up on writing letters himself. Otherwise, if the truth about the letters ever came out, what would Su Ruanruan think of him? But how could he get Li Weigua to give up? Feed him a pile of dog poop too? Li Weigua had no idea he was about to get a taste of dog poop himself. At that moment, he was being blocked on the path to the wasteland. He hadn't expected that just being a little later than usual would result in someone blocking his way. Looking at the yellow-haired girl standing in front of him, Li Weigua was full of impatience. It was bad enough that her hair and skin were yellow, but she also reeked of pig manure, making him feel like he was about to throw up the coarse grains he'd eaten for breakfast. Still, Li Weigua cared about his image. No matter how annoyed he was inside, he didn't show it. He just asked gently, "Is there something you need?" Hearing Li Weigua's gentle voice, Wang Aijuan blushed shyly, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Hello, my name is Wang Aijuan. You're one of the educated youths sent to our team, right? I know your name is Li Weigua. If there's anything you don't know, you can ask me." Her voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes darting everywhere except at Li Weigua, not daring to meet his gaze. Whether in the third production team or when she was at school in town, she had never met a boy like Li Weigua. He wore a clean white shirt, his skin was fair, his features delicate, he looked so refined and cultured. He always spoke softly and kindly and greeted everyone with a warm smile. From the very first time she saw him, she had been drawn to him. But she never had the courage or the right opportunity to talk to him. She never expected such a coincidence today. She was just heading to the pigsty when she ran into him. Maybe, just like the books say, this was fate. Thinking this, Wang Aijuan stole another shy, timid glance at Li Weigua. Li Weigua was already 18 this year, old enough, even by city standards, to be considered for marriage. So, seeing Wang Aijuan's demeanor, Li Weigua could already guess what she was thinking. Heh, Li Weigua sneered inwardly. This village girl, Wang Aijuan, didn't even know her own place, and yet she dared to block his way. What a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. No matter how much he looked down on Wang Aijuan, Li Weigua didn't show it. He smiled again and said, "Comrade Wang Aijuan, thank you. I don't have anything I need to ask for now. It's almost time to start work, so I'd better get going." Oh. Okay. I need to get to work too. Wang Aijuan's face turned even redder. She had never thought her name could sound so nice. Just those 3 simple syllables, spoken by him, sounded unbelievably beautiful. There was no name in the world better than hers. Comrade Li Weigua, Wang Aijuan tried to imitate his way of speaking. I work over at the pigsty. If you ever need anything, you can find me there. I'll get going now. Li Weigua smiled and nodded. All right. So she worked at the pigsty, no wonder she smelled so bad. Wang Aijuan mustered her courage and looked up at Li Weigua, just in time to catch his smile. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurried off at a little run. By the time she reached the pigsty, her heart was still pounding like a startled deer. Educated youths from the city really were different, not superficial at all. Even after finding out she worked in the pigsty, he didn't look down on her. The more Wang Aijuan thought about it, the sweeter she felt. She even worked with a smile on her face, and the pigsty didn't seem nearly as smelly anymore. After school, Ruanruan went home, washed her hands, and started preparing dinner. Granny Chen had said that even though they now had some fine grain at home, they still couldn't eat their fill openly. Everyone in the team was still gaunt and sallow. If the 2 of them, grandmother and granddaughter, suddenly became rosy and plump, wouldn't that make them targets? Ruanruan understood this well, so she still mixed coarse and fine grains together. The food didn't taste as good as if it were all fine grain, but it was still pretty decent. Amidst the busy days, July arrived quietly. On the first day of the month, after school at noon, Ruanruan was just about to head home when she saw Xiao Dashan riding his bicycle toward her. Hearing him call her name, Ruanruan stopped where she was and waited for him to come over. Don't be fooled by how old Xiao Dashan is. When he rides his bike, he's still incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Ruanruan. Xiao Dashan stopped his bike, pulled an envelope out of his pocket, and handed it to Ruanruan. "Ruanruan, this is your grandma's pension for the month. Take it home for her, so I don't have to make another trip." So that's what this was about. The literacy class wasn't far from the Xiao family's house, and it wasn't too far from the Su family's either, but there was still a bit of distance between the 2 homes. By giving the pension to Ruanruan, Xiao Dashan could save himself a trip. Although he had a bicycle and wouldn't get tired even if he went straight to the Su house, Ruanruan figured he probably just wanted to save some time. She took the envelope without checking it and slipped it straight into her satchel. "Thank you, Captain." Hearing her thank him, Xiao Dashan waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. Hurry on home now." As they were talking, Xiao Chenjin came out of the yard. Seeing Xiao Dashan standing outside, he asked curiously, "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" Xiao Dashan glared at him. "Why can't I be here? Now that you're out, hurry up and give me a ride home. Your grandma's waiting." Xiao Chenjin grinned. "Grandma's not waiting for you. She's waiting for the egg cake you're supposed to bring back." Ever since Luo Yufeng got older, she developed a taste for sweet, soft pastries. If the family couldn't afford it, that'd be one thing, but their family was doing well. Xiao Dashan was the brigade leader, his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter all had jobs, and even his grandson was a teacher in the brigade. The Xiao family was thriving, so buying an egg cake was hardly a big deal. Knowing Xiao Dashan was going to a meeting at the commune today, Luo Yufeng had reminded him before he left in the morning to bring back a pound of egg cake. She'd said this right at breakfast, and Xiao Chenjin had heard every word. Now, with Xiao Chenjin exposing the truth in front of Ruanruan, Xiao Dashan's face flushed red. He shot Xiao Chenjin another glare. "You talk too much. Hurry up and take me home." Xiao Chenjin wasn't the least bit upset by his grandfather's stern face. He just kept grinning. All right. I'll take you home right now. Then he turned to Su Ruanruan. Ruanruan, do you want to ride home? Su Ruanruan quickly waved her hands. No, that's all right. It was less than a 10-minute walk from here to the Su house. Sure, it'd be faster by bike, but riding on the back was a bit of a pain. The village roads were all dirt, full of bumps and potholes. Growing up in the village, she was used to walking and didn't think much of it, but sitting on the back of a bike meant getting bounced around until your backside hurt. For the sake of her own comfort, Su Ruanruan would rather take a little longer and walk home. It was midday, with people coming and going everywhere, so there was nothing to worry about. Seeing her refuse, Xiao Chengjin didn't insist. After saying goodbye, he pedaled off with Xiao Dashan. Su Ruanruan watched the bike disappear into the distance before turning and heading the other way. As she walked, she couldn't help but think, the captain is really tough. He doesn't mind those bumpy roads at all. Inside the educated youth courtyard, Cheng Yanhong had been hiding behind the front gate. Only after Su Ruanruan walked far away did she finally poke her head out. As soon as she stepped out the door, Cheng Yanhong quickly darted back inside and peeked out through the crack. Not far away, Su Ruanruan was talking to someone. Standing opposite her was none other than Li Weiguo. Because of the distance, Cheng Yanhong couldn't hear what they were saying, but from her angle, she could clearly see Li Weiguo's expression. It was downright ugly. She figured Li Weiguo must be in a terrible mood right now. And in fact, Cheng Yanhong's guess was pretty much spot on. Li Weiguo was in a very bad mood. He had gone to ask Wang Aishue about it, and after paying the price of 5 pieces of candy, he finally got to the bottom of things. It turned out that all the letters he'd written except for the first one had been taken by Xiao Chengjin. No wonder, when he asked Su Ruanruan about them, she acted like she didn't know anything. He'd thought she was just pretending, but it turned out she really didn't know a thing. Li Weiguo's face was ashen, and his breathing was heavy. Ruanruan. As soon as he spoke, Su Ruanruan looked over impatiently. Li Weiguo paused for a moment, then quickly changed how he addressed her. Teacher Su, I already asked Wang Aishue. All the letters I wrote you were taken by Xiao Chengjin. Xiao Chengjin has really gone too far. Just because he's the brigade leader's grandson, he thinks he can do whatever he wants here. Those letters were for you. What right does he have to take them? Juan. Teacher Su, someone like that really isn't fit to be a teacher. I really worry about you, having to work with someone like him. When Li Weiguo said that Xiao Chengjin had taken the letters, Su Ruanruan was a little surprised. But before she could wonder why Xiao Chengjin would take Li Weiguo's letters to her, she heard the rest of what Li Weiguo was saying. Hearing all this, Su Ruanruan didn't have time to think about anything else. She looked at Li Weiguo seriously. Comrade Li, you're new here, so it's understandable that you don't know much about our production team. But saying things like that, that's your fault. Our brigade leader is a fair and upright person. He would never allow his family to throw their weight around here. The last person who said things like that about the brigade leader ended up cleaning out the pigsty after the commune leaders came to investigate. Comrade Li, do you want to try cleaning pig manure too? You're from the city, so you've probably never seen pig manure or smelled it either. I suggest you go take a look at the pigsty first, and then think about whether you should be saying things like that. Li Weiguo looked at Su Ruanruan in surprise. So that young girl was sent to clean the pigsty because of this? Su Ruanruan was surprised too. So you've already met Wang Aijuan? So, had Li Weiguo fallen for Wang Aijuan in this life, just like in the previous one? Was he writing her letters just to help Wang Aijuan deal with her? Write her letters, then once he got her replies, spread them around and ruin her reputation. Thinking of this, Su Ruanruan's gaze toward Li Weiguo grew even colder. Xiao Chengjin was right, these city youth really were schemers. Don't write me any more letters, and don't block my way again. Otherwise, I'll report you to the commune for hooliganism. Hooliganism was a serious crime. If you were lucky, you'd just be sent to work on a farm, if not. As a city youth, Li Weiguo knew all too well what that meant. The moment he heard Su Ruanruan say this, his face went deathly pale with fright. Seeing Li Weiguo standing there dumbfounded, scared silly by her, Su Ruanruan couldn't be bothered to deal with him any further. She walked around him and headed home. Back at the Chen house, after making lunch, Su Ruanruan took the food and went to find Granny Chen. Before they ate, Su Ruanruan handed an envelope to Granny Chen. "Grandma, this is from the team leader. He asked me to give it to you." For so many years, Granny Chen had received an envelope like this every month. It was thanks to this envelope that she'd been able to raise Su Ruanruan all on her own. Now things were better. Su Ruanruan had grown up and was capable, able to earn full work points. Not only that, Su Aimin was now sending things over as well. With this money and the ration tickets, the two of them were living quite comfortably. Granny Chen opened the envelope and glanced inside, then said to Su Ruanruan, "Ruanruan, when does your literacy class get a break? Let's go to town together." In the past, every month when she got her pension, Granny Chen would rush to town right away to buy grain. Now that they had enough to eat, there was no need to hurry into town. The literacy class didn't meet every day either. After all, the students were all quite young, and it wasn't realistic to have them studying all the time. After discussing it with Xiao Dashan, they decided to follow the town elementary school's schedule and take one day off each week. Su Ruanruan did a quick calculation. There were 2 days left until Sunday. She said, "In 2 days we'll have a break. Then I'll go to town with you, Grandma." Granny Chen nodded and didn't say anything more. While eating, Granny Chen was mentally tallying up how many cloth coupons they had left at home. When they went to the supply and marketing cooperative in town, she hoped to buy a few pieces of cloth to make Su Ruanruan 2 new sets of clothes. That afternoon at the literacy class, Su Ruanruan found a moment to tell Xiao Chengjin about what had happened at noon. As she spoke, she was still grading homework, not noticing the stiff expression on Xiao Chengjin's face. After she finished recounting the incident, she added, "Chengjin, I think you were right. Those educated youths from the city are way too scheming. It's like they're made entirely of tricks. I'll definitely keep my distance from them from now on." From the moment Su Ruanruan started telling him about what happened at noon, Xiao Chengjin had gone rigid, frozen in place. But while he didn't move, his mind was racing, trying to figure out how to explain things to Su Ruanruan so she'd believe him. He hadn't expected that Su Ruanruan wouldn't question him at all. Instead, she even said he was right. Xiao Chengjin thought, "What exactly did I say before?" Seeing Su Ruanruan go right back to grading homework after she finished speaking, Xiao Chengjin slowly turned his head and quietly let out a long sigh of relief. This little girl, Su Ruanruan, was just way too easy to fool. Why did she believe everything he said so easily? Did that mean she'd believe whatever anyone told her? That Li Weigua. Thinking of Li Weigua, Xiao Chengjin's expression darkened. He'd been hesitant before, but now he wasn't hesitant at all. Li Weigua had to eat shit. He had to. Right now. Immediately. After school that afternoon, Su Ruanruan was still packing up her things when Xiao Chengjin stood up, ready to leave. Seeing him go so early, Su Ruanruan was a bit surprised. "Do you have something to do today?" Xiao Chengjin paused, then smiled calmly. "Yeah, something urgent." Su Ruanruan wasn't the nosy type, so she just smiled and said, "Then you'd better get going. School lets out much earlier than the end of the workday." After leaving the literacy class, Xiao Chengjin didn't go to look for Li Weigua right away. Instead, he wandered around the production team for a bit and soon found Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang. Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang were about the same age as Xiao Chengjin. The 3 of them had grown up together and had always been classmates. However, Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang didn't have grades as good as Xiao Chengjin's. They were never very noticeable in school, nor were they in the production team. Since their grades weren't as good as Xiao Chengjin's or Su Ruanruan's, they couldn't be teachers in the literacy class. After Xiao Chengjin abandoned them to work hard earning work points, the 2 of them discussed it and decided not to idle around anymore. They started going to the fields with their families to earn work points as well. Because of this, it took Xiao Chengjin a bit of effort to track them down. By the time he found them, it was almost the end of the workday. Once most people had left, Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang grinned and teased Xiao Chengjin. Well, teacher Xiao. What brings you to us today? Aren't you busy all day nurturing the flowers of the motherland? Xiao Chenjin punched them both. Cut the crap. I've got serious business with you. The three of them had grown up together, friends since they were in split pants. Who didn't know each other inside out? Seeing Xiao Chenjin's expression, Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang immediately got serious. So it's really something important? What is it? Did someone bully you? What are you talking about? Who could possibly bully me? Xiao Chenjin shot them a look. Stop guessing. You know the educated youths who joined our team, right? Tonight, after it gets dark, I need you two to lure that Li Weiguo guy out of the educated youth dorm and take him over to the pigsty. Xiao Chenjin hadn't kept the incident with Wang Aishue eating dog poop a secret from Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang. Given how well they knew Xiao Chenjin, they instantly understood what he was planning as soon as he spoke. The two exchanged a glance and clicked their tongues. This Li Weiguo, does he have something wrong with his head or his eyes? Of all the people to mess with, he picks you. There was still some time before dark, so Xiao Chenjin simply took them back to the Xiao house. Luo Yufeng had already finished making dinner. When she saw Xiao Chenjin bring Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang home, she greeted the three of them with a smile and invited them to eat. Xiao Dashan saw them, and though he kept a stern face, he didn't say anything. These three were much better than before. They knew to earn work points now and didn't cause him trouble anymore. Since that was the case, what's the harm in letting them eat and drink a little? As long as they behaved themselves, there'd always be enough food. After dinner, Xiao Dashan took his dry tobacco pipe and went out. As soon as he left, Xiao Chenjin and the other two slipped out as well. On the way, Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang teased Xiao Chenjin. Chenjin, you've gotten soft now. You're actually scared of your old man. Xiao Chenjin curled his lips. What do you know? Scared? This is called strategy. Think about what we're doing tonight. If word gets out tomorrow and he starts suspecting me, what then? Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang. What do you mean, what if he suspects you? Aren't you the one doing this? What did you used to say? If you do something, you take responsibility. If you've got the guts to do it, you've got the guts to admit it. Have you forgotten all that now? As they talked, they reached the fork in the road. Xiao Chenjin headed off to the pigsty to make preparations, while Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang went to the educated youth dorm. At the educated youth compound, the young people had already finished dinner and were getting ready for bed. The third production team didn't have electricity. Once it got dark, they could only use candles or kerosene lamps. But whether it was candles or kerosene lamps, both cost money and required ration tickets to buy. The educated youths were living here on their own, and none of them had much to spare, so naturally, they saved wherever they could. That's why, even though dinner had just ended not long ago, the compound was already shrouded in darkness. There were 4 rooms in the compound, but 6 people had to sleep there. To be fair, the 6 of them drew lots to decide who got which room. Li Weiguo was quite lucky. He drew a room all to himself. After a whole day of hard labor, his body ached all over, but Li Weiguo still couldn't fall asleep. Thinking it wasn't too late yet, he decided to go look for Wang Aishue. Wasn't he Ruanruan's younger brother? He should know what Ruanruan likes, right? Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang arrived at the educated youth compound and stood outside the door, exchanging uneasy glances. What should they do now? Everyone was already asleep. Xiao Chenjin had told them to quietly take Li Weiguo away alone. If they shouted and woke up the others inside, what would they do then? Just as the two of them were worrying, the tightly closed door in front of them suddenly opened. In the pitch-black night, they could only vaguely make out each other's outlines, with no way to see anyone's face clearly. Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang looked at each other, wondering if they should get closer to see if the person who opened the door was Li Weiguo. Just then, the person across from them asked in a puzzled voice, "Who are you? What are you doing standing here so late at night?" The educated youths hadn't been at the third production team for long, so they didn't know many people in the team. But the team members all pretty much knew who they were. After all, they were from the big city and had caused quite a stir when they arrived. Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang had also joined the crowd to gawk at the newcomers, so they naturally recognized Li Weiguo's face and voice. As soon as they heard Li Weigua speak, the two didn't hesitate. One rushed forward to cover his mouth, and the other grabbed his arms. Li Weigua was startled by their sudden move and struggled hard, but it was no use. Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang weren't as big as Li Weigua, but they'd grown up in the team and, even while attending school, had done plenty of farm work. Both were strong and sturdy. Li Weigua was different. From birth until he came to the countryside, he'd never done a day's work. One person against two, and with such a difference in strength, his struggles were weak and futile. In the end, he was subdued and dragged away. Having only just arrived at the third production team, Li Weigua wasn't very familiar with the area. It might have been easier to get his bearings during the day, but now, with everything pitch black, he had no idea where he was being taken. But when he caught a whiff of pig manure, he understood they were heading toward the pigsty. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was shoved into the yard. The pigsty was pitch dark as well. No one lived here, so it was quiet at night. Inside, 5 big fat pigs were snoring away, completely unaware that 4 people had just barged into their territory. Xiao Chenjin looked at Li Weigua, whose mouth was still covered, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Without saying a word, he dragged Li Weigua over to a wheelbarrow, pressed the back of his head, and shoved his head into the wheelbarrow. There actually wasn't much pig manure in the wheelbarrow, so even though Li Weigua's head was pushed in, he didn't actually touch any. But this wheelbarrow was used every day to haul pig manure, and the stench inside was truly nauseating. Li Weigua had never smelled anything like it before. The moment he was pushed in, he started vomiting. Seeing him bent over the wheelbarrow, throwing up non-stop, Xiao Chenjin and the other two weren't sure if they should keep going. Xiao Chenjin frowned as he watched Li Weigua, who was still retching and couldn't even straighten up without being held down. All he felt was disgust. He knew Li Weigua was weak, but he hadn't expected him to be this weak. Xiao Chenjin wanted to teach Li Weigua a lesson, but bullying someone this feeble just felt pointless. He patted Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang on the shoulder, and the 3 of them turned and walked away. It wasn't until they were some distance off that Zheng Chang and Zhao Gang finally burst out laughing, clutching their stomachs. Ha ha, that's killing me. He didn't even eat any, but he's puking like that. Xiao Chenjin nodded in agreement. What a wimp. He's not even as tough as Wang Aishue. Wang Aishue had actually gotten a mouthful of dog poop once, and even he didn't throw up like that. All right, forget about him. Let's go home and get some sleep. Xiao Chenjin was still grinning as he spoke. Early the next morning, on her way to the literacy class, Su Swan saw groups of people from the brigade walking together, all talking animatedly about something. Curious, Su Swan wondered what could have everyone in the village so worked up this early in the morning. Before she could find someone to ask, someone blocked her path. When she saw who it was, Su Swan nearly rolled her eyes to the sky. Comrade Li, did you already forget what I told you yesterday? Li Weigua's fists were clenched tight, his face dark as iron. Su Swan, I never thought you'd be this kind of person. Su Swan? What kind of person am I? Last night you brought people and tied me up in the pigsty and then... Li Weigua couldn't finish his sentence. The way he looked at Su Swan was practically murderous. Su Swan's mouth dropped open in surprise as she looked at him. And then what? Fed you pig manure. Li Weigua's face turned even uglier at that. How can you even say that? Su Swan blinked. Why shouldn't I? I didn't do it. You're still denying it? It wasn't me, so why should I admit to it? Su Swan thought Li Weigua must have something wrong with his head. She had better things to do. Why on earth would she tie him up in the pigsty in the middle of the night and feed him pig manure? Was she the kind of person who'd do something like that? But clearly Li Weigua thought so. Seeing him like this, Su Swan couldn't even be bothered to explain. Just because you say it was me? At least show me some evidence. Making wild accusations without any proof. Why don't you just fly to the moon while you're at it? With that, Su Swan didn't spare him another glance, simply walked around him, and headed for the literacy class. It was just the time when everyone was heading out to work, so the road was crowded, and plenty of people saw what happened. After Su Swanswan left, someone started laughing. That educated youth is really something. He's only been here a few days, and teacher Su doesn't even know who he is. How could she have tied him up in the pigsty? Exactly. He looks like a smart young man, but he talks like he's completely muddled. He's only been in our production brigade for a few days, and already he's accusing us of harming him. What's that supposed to mean? Is he looking down on us? He's still eating our food, you know. Hearing the others gossiping and pointing fingers at him, Li Weigua felt both ashamed and angry. He quickly ran back to the educated youth compound. Last night, he had been vomiting by the cart for ages. When he finally lifted his head, maybe he did it too quickly, because he felt dizzy and lightheaded. After that, he didn't remember a thing. The next time he became aware of his surroundings, it was already daylight. He had spent the whole night sleeping in the pigsty yard. A pigsty is never a clean place to begin with, and in the summer nights, there are even more mosquitoes. The exposed skin on his body was covered in big, itchy, painful welts from all the bites. On top of that, he reeked, and his arms and legs felt weak and limp. It took all his strength to struggle out of the pigsty, only to run straight into a group of team members. They stared at him in shock for a moment, then rushed into the pigsty, anxiously checking on the big fat pigs. Just thinking about that scene made Li Weigua's face turn an ugly shade. What did they mean by that? No matter how much he wanted to eat meat, would he really stoop so low as to gnaw on a live pig in the pen? Back at the educated youth compound, Li Weigua headed straight for the kitchen, lit the stove, and took a fierce bath. If it weren't for the pain, he would have scrubbed off a whole layer of skin. Whether it was just his imagination or not, even after bathing, Li Weigua still felt like he stank. Before Xiao Chunjin even arrived at the literacy class, he'd already heard about Li Weigua going to look for Su Ruanruan. With nothing to do besides work, gossip like this was the only entertainment around, so it spread like wildfire. After hearing the news, Xiao Chunjin slowed his pace on the way to the literacy class. He was the one who'd tied up Li Weigua, but Li Weigua was blaming Su Ruanruan for it. Su Ruanruan was being wrongly accused for no reason. Was she angry now? And that weakling Li Weigua, going to pick on a young girl like that, what kind of man was he? A jumble of thoughts flashed through Xiao Qingjin's mind, and before he knew it, he was standing at the door of the literacy class. He was a bit later than usual today, and some students had already arrived. Seeing him standing outside and not coming in, a student even asked if something was wrong. Xiao Qingjin waved them off, took a deep breath, and finally walked through the door. If you do something, you should take responsibility for it. Xiao Qingjin wasn't afraid. If Su Ruanruan really was mad, then he'd just apologize properly and buy her some treats. With that thought, Xiao Qingjin's steps grew more determined. As soon as he walked into the office, he met Su Ruanruan's gaze. She was still smiling, her round eyes curved like crescent moons. Anyone could tell she was in a great mood. Xiao Qingjin was stunned for a moment. This wasn't what he'd expected at all. Just then, Su Ruanruan walked over to him. She stopped right at his side, stood on tiptoe, and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "You were the one who tied up Li Weigua last night, weren't you?" Her warm breath tickled his ear, and Xiao Qingjin blushed for no reason. How did you know?" Su Ruanruan's smile grew even brighter. "Because besides you, there's no one else in our team who'd do something like that. You've got a track record, you know that, right?" Seeing the slightly confused look on Xiao Qingjin's face, Su Ruanruan was at a loss for words. Last time, she'd said she wanted to make Wang Aishua eat dog poop, and in the blink of an eye, Xiao Qingjin had actually fed Wang Aishua dog poop. This time, she threatened Li Weigua, saying she'd make him clean the pigsty, and now Li Weigua had ended up eating pig manure. She didn't even need to think about it. Su Ruanruan knew for sure that Xiao Qingjin was behind it. How to describe Su Ruanruan's feelings right now? A bit surprised and delighted. Having someone help her do what she wanted to do, of course she was overjoyed. Besides being surprised, she was also truly grateful. "Thank you. Li Weigua definitely won't bother me anymore after this. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this, and I won't let Li Weigua cause you any trouble." Su Ruanruan's tone was utterly sincere, but Xiao Chenjin's feelings were rather complicated. He thought Su Ruanruan would be angry. After all, being slandered and accused early in the morning would put anyone in a bad mood. But to his surprise, not only was Su Ruanruan not angry, she even thanked him and promised to keep his secret. Looking at Su Ruanruan's earnest face, Xiao Chenjin let out a deep sigh. Well then, thank you, Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan might be getting stronger these days, but her soft-heartedness hadn't changed one bit. Fortunately, she was only soft-hearted toward him. Su Ruanruan didn't understand why Xiao Chenjin sighed. She was already thinking about how to properly thank him. Xiao Chenjin had helped her solve such a big problem with Li Weiguo. Just saying thank you wasn't enough. She had to show her gratitude properly. Having made up her mind, Su Ruanruan didn't let it show. After saying a few words to Xiao Chenjin, she headed into the classroom. Xiao Chenjin watched Su Ruanruan walk into the classroom, his gentle expression gradually turning cold and grim. Li Weiguo. Even feeding him pig manure was letting him off easy. Wang Aijuan only hurried over to the pigsty after washing the dishes and sweeping the yard. By then, there was no one left on the road, everyone was busy working in the fields. It wasn't that Wang Aijuan was deliberately slacking off. It was just that Granny Wang had specifically ordered her to wash the dishes and sweep the yard, and she couldn't refuse. Luckily, no one watched the pigsty in the morning, and Old Man Xiao only came by mid-morning to check on things. Otherwise, if she was late every day, she'd definitely have her work points docked. Because she left late, Wang Aijuan hadn't seen what happened that morning, nor had she heard any gossip. When she arrived at the pigsty and was about to clean up the pig manure, she suddenly discovered a pile of vomit in the wheelbarrow. If she hadn't been cleaning pig manure for a while already, she probably would have thrown up on the spot at the sight. She managed not to vomit, but Wang Aijuan was still thoroughly disgusted. After silently cursing whoever had thrown up in the wheelbarrow countless times, she pinched her nose and got to work. Finally, when noon came and work was over, Wang Aijuan dashed out of the pigsty and headed toward the educated youth compound. She wanted to see if she could run into Li Weiguo, and if she could say a few words to him, even better. As soon as she arrived, Wang Aijuan spotted Li Weiguo carrying buckets of water into the yard. She called out to him, "Comrade Li Weiguo." Li Weiguo turned around at the sound, and when he saw it was Wang Aijuan, his expression grew a little annoyed. Wang Aijuan, full of joy, didn't notice Li Weiguo's displeasure at all. With a sweet smile, she said, "Comrade Li Weiguo, you finished work so early today." Li Weiguo's face was cold and indifferent. "I didn't go to work today." Huh? Wang Aijuan hadn't expected that to be the case. She stared blankly at Li Weiguo, and after a long moment, finally stammered, "And not going to work isn't so bad. You've never done this kind of work before, so of course you'd find it tiring. It's good to take a break." Li Weiguo's expression grew even more impatient. "Are you saying I'm too weak?" Even Wang Aijuan, as slow as she could be, realized from his words that Li Weiguo was in a bad mood. Afraid he'd misunderstood her, Wang Aijuan hurriedly explained, No, that's not what I meant at all, don't get me wrong." After snapping at her, Li Weiguo's mood inexplicably improved a little, though his face remained cold. "I know." Looking at Li Weiguo's expressionless face, Wang Aijuan couldn't figure out why he was upset. She thought for a moment, then forced a smile. "When I went to work today, I saw someone had thrown up all over the cart. I don't know who could be so shameless of all places to puke. They had to do it in the cart I use for work. It was filthy. If everyone in our team were like you, Comrade Li, things like this would never happen." Li Weiguo's face, which had just softened a little, turned ugly again. "You work in the pigsty and you're calling other people dirty?" With that, he stopped looking at Wang Aijuan, picked up his buckets, and headed toward the kitchen. If Wang Aijuan understood Li Weiguo better, she would have noticed he was walking faster than usual. Obviously, he was really angry. Unfortunately, Wang Aijuan didn't know any of this. She stood there with innocent eyes, staring at the kitchen door for a long time, but Li Weiguo never came out. She was just wondering whether she should go in and ask him why he'd said that, when she heard someone behind her. "Who are you? What are you doing standing here?" Wang Aijuan turned around to see a fair-skinned girl staring at her, and her face flushed red in an instant. Because they were standing so close, Wang Aijuan could even smell the girl's light fragrance. After spending all day in the pigsty, Wang Aijuan had become especially sensitive to scents. Standing in front of a girl who was so clean and smelled so nice, Wang Aijuan felt ashamed of herself for the first time. Seeing that Wang Aijuan wasn't answering, Cheng Yanhong frowned. "I'm talking to you. What are you doing here?" "Looking for someone?" Wang Aijuan shook her head, said nothing, and turned to run away. Cheng Yanhong watched her run off, completely baffled. "What's going on? Who is that?" She didn't get it, and neither did the other educated youths. They'd been working all morning and were now exhausted and hungry, so they didn't give Wang Aijuan another thought. When they saw her run off, they just let it go and headed into the courtyard together. When they entered the kitchen and saw Li Weigua boiling water, Cheng Yanhong spoke up first. "Li Weigua, why didn't you go to work this morning?" The team leader said if you skip work without asking for leave, you'll lose a day's work points. Li Weigua's face was cold. "Dock them then." He couldn't stand this wretched place any longer. He was going home. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin stood at the door of the literacy class, both hiding by the entrance. When they saw that the educated youth courtyard was empty, they finally walked out together. Who would have thought? Getting out of class at just the right time, they'd managed to catch quite a show. Because they were far away, Xiao Chenjin and Su Ruanruan didn't hear the conversation between Wang Aijuan and Li Weigua. But that didn't stop Xiao Chenjin from bad-mouthing Li Weigua. "This Li Weigua is really scheming. Not only did he write to you, but he's also trying to get close to Wang Aijuan. He's got no shame, and yet he dares to question you about not replying to his letters. Serves him right to eat pig slop." Su Ruanruan nodded in wholehearted agreement. "I think so too." Even as she said this, Su Ruanruan was secretly thinking that Li Weigua must truly love Wang Aijuan. If it wasn't true love, why would he still pursue her when Wang Aijuan never became a worker in her life? It had to be true love. Such a moving, heartfelt love. They were definitely destined to be together in this lifetime. On the day the literacy class had a break, Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen set out for town early in the morning. The night before, Granny Chen had asked Xiao Dashan to write them a letter of introduction, just so they could leave early today. After all, with the weather so hot, the earlier they went, the earlier they could return. When the two of them left, the sky was just beginning to lighten. There was no wind, but it was still cooler than when the sun was fully out. Though Granny Chen was already 50, she was still strong and sturdy, and walked just as fast as Su Ruanruan. In just half an hour, the two of them reached the town. They had arrived too early, even the supply and marketing cooperative hadn't opened yet. There weren't many people on the streets, but when they got to the grain station, they could see a long line stretching out in front of the entrance. The line was long but orderly. Everyone looked anxious, but no one dared to cut in. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but if anyone was caught cutting in line, the grain station wouldn't sell them any grain. With such a strict rule, no one dared to try anything sneaky. Granny Chen pulled Su Ruanruan to the end of the line. "Ruanruan, you wait here to buy the grain. I'll go line up for meat. As for which kind of grain to buy, just use your judgment." The two of them weren't short on food these days, but they still couldn't waste their monthly ration coupons. Aside from saving a little just in case, it was always more reassuring to buy as much grain as possible. Su Ruanruan thought the same. Everyone in the village knew that Granny Chen went to town to buy grain at the start of every month. If she suddenly stopped, people would notice something was off. Even just to avoid suspicion, they had to keep buying grain. Since she wasn't desperate to cook rice right away, Su Ruanruan wasn't anxious as she waited in line. After about half an hour, it was her turn. Su Ruanruan glanced over the counter and quickly made up her mind. She bought half coarse grain and half fine grain. Unlike before, when Granny Chen would only buy a third fine grain and the rest coarse. Because back then, that was the only way the two of them could make it through the month without going hungry. Now, Ruanruan was much stronger, so carrying 2 bags of grain was an easy task for her. Looking around, Ruanruan didn't wait for Granny Chen to come back, but headed toward the butcher's shop. The butcher's was a dedicated shop, open every day, but the meat would be sold out before noon. If you wanted to buy meat and get the cut you wanted, you had to come early. So the line here was just as long as at the grain station. Ruanruan spotted Granny Chen before she even got close. Granny Chen was standing in the middle of the line, with quite a few people still ahead of her. Ruanruan wanted to see how much meat was left at the butcher's, but to avoid looking like she was trying to cut in line, she only glanced over from a distance and didn't go any closer. Fortunately, there was still plenty of meat left. Ruanruan was a little surprised at first, but quickly figured out why. There were a lot of people in line, but not everyone was buying a lot of meat. A pound or 2 was already considered a lot. Many people were only getting 3 or 5 taels. There was nothing they could do about it. Meat coupons were limited, so even if you wanted to buy more, you couldn't. Granny Chen spotted Ruanruan too and waved at her with a smile. Go find a cool spot to wait. Ruanruan just smiled at that and didn't move. Where was she supposed to find a cool spot? There wasn't even a single tree nearby. Granny Chen soon realized this herself and didn't say anything more. The third production team wasn't far from town, but neither Granny Chen nor Ruanruan could come here every day to buy meat. So when it was finally Granny Chen's turn, she made a big purchase and bought 3 pounds of meat. She could get 5 pounds worth of meat coupons every month, but she didn't want to use them all up at once. There was still a long way to go this month, and who knew when she might need them. Even if she didn't end up using them, she could always come back at the end of the month to buy more. After buying meat, they lined up again for oil and tofu. By the time they'd finished making the rounds, both Ruanruan's and Granny Chen's baskets were packed full. Checking the time, Granny Chen figured the supply and marketing cooperative should be open by now, so she led Ruanruan over. On the way, Ruanruan leaned in and whispered with a smile, "It's really not easy being a city person. Having to stand in long lines for everything, how could it be easy? Even for vegetables, you had to queue up." Thinking of the vegetables growing in her own backyard, Ruanruan's face lit up with a smile. "We really have it better." Granny Chen laughed too. "You're not like everyone else, Ruanruan. Other people are all desperate to get into the city, to become workers, to eat government rations. Only you think life in the production team is better." Ruanruan beamed. "Of course it's better. Other people might not know, but she did. In another 10 years or so, people would be allowed to raise their own poultry and livestock, and the college entrance exam would be reinstated. The good days were still to come. She was in no hurry to become a city worker." Of course, that wasn't something she could say to Granny Chen. As they chatted, they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. There weren't too many people inside. Granny Chen used her various coupons to buy white sugar, brown sugar, soap, toothpaste, and laundry powder, then pulled Ruanruan over to the fabric counter. Compared to the county's department store, the fabric counter here was pitifully small, with only a single shelf behind it, and you could see everything on it at a glance. There were only 3 colors of fabric on the shelf: black, blue, and gray. There was nothing to be done about it. The co-op was just too small to stock much, so they could only offer these mainstream colors. Granny Chen took one look and didn't really want to buy anything. These colors were all so drab and old-fashioned, none of them suited Ruanruan at all. But Ruanruan was delighted. She pointed to the blue fabric and said, "Grandma, let's get the blue one. I can make you a new outfit. I'm already so old, what do I need new clothes for?" Granny Chen refused without even thinking. "Why don't we go to the county department store next time? They definitely have more colors there." Ruanruan shook her head. "No, let's just get this blue one." Everyone who knows Ruanruan says she's gentle by nature, soft-tempered, and always smiling, an easy person to get along with. Old Lady Chen used to think so too. But this time, Old Lady Chen was surprised to discover that wasn't the whole truth. Ruanruan insisted on buying fabric, and she made it very clear it was to make clothes for Old Lady Chen. After old lady Chen refused several times, Su Ruanruan's eyes turned red. Granny, you haven't worn new clothes in years. If you won't wear new clothes now, then I won't wear any in the future either. She paused, then added, even if you buy them for me, I won't wear them. Looking at Su Ruanruan's stubborn little face, old lady Chen's heart melted completely. All right, we'll do as you say. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan immediately broke into a smile. Afraid old lady Chen might change her mind, Su Ruanruan quickly turned to the shop assistant and said with a grin, hello, we'd like that blue fabric. 1 zhong and 6 chi, please. Old lady Chen never hid how many ration coupons they had at home, so Su Ruanruan wasn't worried about asking for too much and coming up short. As Su Ruanruan spoke, old lady Chen had already pulled out her handkerchief and started counting out a stack of coupons. Seeing that they really had the coupons and weren't just making trouble, the shop assistant didn't say much and quickly cut the fabric for them. Once they'd bought the fabric, they could head home. About 500 or 600 meters from the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Ruanruan suddenly stopped. Granny, I just remembered, Xiao Chunjin asked me to buy something for him to take back. You wait here for me, I'll be back soon. As she spoke, Su Ruanruan took off the basket from her back and set it down beside old lady Chen. Granny, keep an eye on our things. I'll be right back. Before she'd even finished speaking, she was already running back toward the store. Old lady Chen could only shake her head helplessly at the sight. It wasn't until she'd run a fair distance that Su Ruanruan slowed down. Of course, Xiao Chunjin hadn't asked her to buy anything. She'd planned all this in advance. By leaving the basket with old lady Chen, there was no way she could chase after her. Su Ruanruan could wander around the store, and whatever she brought back, old lady Chen would just assume she'd bought it at the cooperative. When she got back, she'd give the things to Xiao Chunjin, and he certainly wouldn't go out of his way to thank old lady Chen in person. After all this time interacting with Xiao Chunjin, Su Ruanruan was confident about that much. Old lady Chen didn't have to wait long before Su Ruanruan returned. She wasn't carrying anything in her hands, but her shoulder bag was bulging, obviously stuffed with things. What did you buy? How come you got so much? Old lady Chen asked casually. Su Ruanruan slung the basket onto her back and replied offhandedly, just some snacks. Old lady Chen didn't ask further. Even though Xiao Chunjin was already a teenager, loving to eat has nothing to do with age. Besides, it's just some snacks, nothing to fuss about. Far away in the third production team, Xiao Chunjin had no idea that, in old lady Chen's mind, his image now included not just being clever and sensible, but also being a bit of a foodie. Because of the time spent shopping, Su Ruanruan and old lady Chen didn't get home until almost 11. At that hour, the team members hadn't finished work yet, so they didn't run into anyone. When Su Ruanruan got back to the Su house, she had just set down her basket when Granny Chen hurried her out the door. Quick, go deliver those things to Chunjin. He must be waiting anxiously. Su Ruanruan. No, he's not. Xiao Chunjin didn't even know she'd bought something for him. How could he possibly be waiting anxiously? But no matter how much she protested in her heart, Su Ruanruan could only head out the door. After all, she was the one who told the lie, so she had to see it through. So, even though she'd already been running around all morning, Su Ruanruan didn't even get a chance to catch her breath before she set off toward the Xiao house. Just as she was about to reach the Xiao family's door, she ran into Li Hongxia. Seeing Li Hongxia strolling along at a leisurely pace, Su Ruanruan didn't think much of it. They were both from the same production brigade, so of course Su Ruanruan knew Li Hongxia was Xiao Chunjin's sister-in-law. But that was about it, she didn't know much more. After all, in her previous life, Su Ruanruan hadn't interacted much with Xiao Chunjin, let alone his sister-in-law. Since they weren't close, Su Ruanruan simply nodded at Li Hongxia when she looked over, then continued on her way to the Xiao house. But just as she passed by, Li Hongxia reached out and stopped her. Li Hongxia beamed at Su Ruanruan. Teacher Su, are you here to see Chunjin? Although she didn't understand why Li Hongxia was asking, Su Ruanruan nodded. Seeing her nod, Li Hongxia's eyes sparkled and her smile grew even wider. Teacher Su, you're with Cheng every day in class. Do you know what kind of girl he likes? He asked me to set him up with someone, but he won't say what kind of girl he likes. I'm completely in the dark here. Can you tell me? At least give me a clue. Su Ruanruan was a bit surprised. Xiao Chenjin asked you to set him up? That's right. Chenjin isn't young anymore, and now that he's not in school, isn't it time for him to find someone? Teacher Su, just tell me. Chenjin seems mature on the surface, but when it comes to things like this, he's actually a bit shy. I'm worried I'll introduce someone he doesn't like, so I wanted to ask around. You two are together in class every day, you must know something, right? Su Ruanruan actually started thinking seriously about it. In her previous life, up until her tragic death, she'd never heard of Xiao Chengjin getting married. How come in this life he was looking for a match so much earlier? The more she thought about it, the wider her eyes grew. Could it be that the reason Xiao Chenjin never married was because he never found the right person? Or maybe it was because Li Hongxia's introductions didn't suit him, so he gave up looking altogether? That can't be. Xiao Chenjin was a good person. It would be such a pity for him to spend his life alone. Besides, he'd helped her so much. The least she could do was lend him a hand with something like this. I'm not really sure what kind of girl he likes, but I can help you ask him. Once I find out, I'll let you know. Su Ruanruan smiled at Li Hongxia. How about that? Li Hongxia. Wait, what? How about what? Li Hongxia stared at Su Ruanruan in disbelief, completely unable to understand her reaction. Shouldn't Su Ruanruan be sad or upset right now? Even if she wasn't heartbroken, shouldn't she at least be angry? Li Hongxia stared up and down at Su Ruanruan for a long while, and in the end, she had to admit, Su Ruanruan didn't look the least bit sad or upset. As for being angry or furious, not at all. The smile on her face couldn't have been more genuine. Seeing that Li Hongxia hadn't said anything for a while, Su Ruanruan repeated herself, I'll ask about it and let you know, okay? Li Hongxia replied, I have something to do, I'll be going now. With that, she didn't bother waiting for Su Ruanruan's reaction and hurried off on tiptoe. As she walked, Li Hongxia was still puzzled. What was going on with Su Ruanruan? Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chengjin were classmates. Both of them had good grades, both were good-looking, and now they were even teaching together at the literacy class, always seen together. Li Hongxia had only started paying attention to them after hearing a few things from people on her team. Once she started watching, she noticed something was off. Even if she hadn't had much schooling and wasn't all that clever, as a young wife who'd been married for just a year, a woman with some experience, she could still see a lot. Li Hongxia was sure Xiao Chenjin definitely liked Su Ruanruan. It wasn't just the way they acted around each other, but also things Xiao Chenjin had said to her before. First in exams, and earning full work points in the fields. In the entire 3rd Production Brigade, besides Su Ruanruan, there wasn't anyone else who fit Xiao Chenjin's standards. Even though she thought she'd figured out the truth, Li Hongxia hadn't planned to spread it around. If she did, wouldn't that just help Xiao Chenjin and Su Ruanruan get together? Then Xiao Chenjin would marry Su Ruanruan and make her, Li Hongxia, look bad by comparison. But that was before. Today, she just happened to run into Su Ruanruan. On impulse, Li Hongxia went and said all those things to Su Ruanruan, just to stir things up between her and Xiao Chenjin. But now, it seemed like it was all for nothing. Could it be that Xiao Chenjin was the only one with feelings? That Su Ruanruan didn't think of him that way at all? Li Hongxia thought back carefully to how Su Ruanruan had just acted, and the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. In that instant, Li Hongxia laughed. Who would have thought that Xiao Chenjin, who always looked at her like she was beneath him, was actually pining away in unrequited love? Su Ruanruan watched Li Hongxia's quickly retreating figure with suspicion, unable to make sense of what had just happened. Wasn't Li Hongxia the one who came to ask her something? So why, after Su Ruanruan agreed to help ask, did Li Hongxia run off herself? But since Li Hongxia was already far away, there was no way Su Ruanruan could chase her down to get to the bottom of it. All she could do was head to the Xiao family's door, full of questions. The Xiao family's front door was ajar, but Su Ruanruan didn't just push it open. She knocked. "Xiao Chenjin, are you there?" After asking, Su Ruanruan paused for a moment. Just as she was about to call out again, the door was yanked open from inside, and Xiao Chenjin appeared in front of her, water dripping from his hair and face. They looked at each other for a moment before Su Ruanruan spoke first. "Were you washing your hair?" Xiao Chenjin nodded. "Yeah." His parents had come home today and brought him a box of shampoo. He couldn't wait to try it out, wanting to see if, after washing, his hair would smell like Su Ruanruan's. But as soon as he started washing, he realized it was nothing like hers. There wasn't that fresh, clean scent at all. Xiao Chenjin was still puzzled about why the scent was different when he suddenly heard Su Ruanruan's voice. For a split second, Xiao Chenjin thought he was hallucinating. He knew that Su Ruanruan had gone to town with Granny Chen today. After all, he'd seen Xiao Dashan write a letter of introduction for Granny Chen last night with his own eyes. But then he quickly realized that, at this time, it made sense for Su Ruanruan to be back. Thinking this, he didn't bother wiping his hair. He just swiped the foam off his head and ran to open the front door. Sure enough, Su Ruanruan was standing outside. Xiao Chenjin smiled. "Ruanruan, you're back from town? When did you get back?" "Just now." "Just now? You've been out all morning, you must be tired. Why aren't you resting at home? I brought you something." As she spoke, Su Ruanruan pulled a box out of her satchel. Xiao Chenjin couldn't be more familiar with this box. He'd just been using it to wash his hair. "That's right, it was a box of shampoo. You asked me before what kind of shampoo I use, so when I went to the supply store today, I picked up a box for you. You should keep it for yourself. I have more. A lot more." After spending so much time with Su Ruanruan, Xiao Chenjin knew she never lied. If she said she had more, then she really did. Since that was the case, Xiao Chenjin smiled and accepted it. "Thank you, Ruanruan. I just ran out at home." Hearing this, Su Ruanruan suddenly realized, no wonder there was no foam when you were washing your hair. Xiao Chenjin almost burst out laughing, but managed to hold it in. No foam while washing his hair? That was because he'd already rinsed it all off. Having delivered her gift, Su Ruanruan was ready to head home. It was just too hot at noon. Standing outside felt like being baked in an oven. Before she left, Su Ruanruan suddenly remembered running into Li Hongxia. "Oh, right, I just bumped into your cousin's wife. She told me you asked her to set you up with someone and asked what kind of girl you like. I didn't know, so I told her I'd ask you. Chenjin, what kind of girl do you like?" "Xiao Chenjin? Cousin's wife? Li Hongxia? When did he ever ask her to set him up?" Wait, last time Li Hongxia came over, in the middle of their conversation, he really did mention it. But Li Hongxia was actually being so helpful? Thinking back to what he'd said, Xiao Chenjin suddenly realized that Su Ruanruan fit the description of his ideal type perfectly. So was Li Hongxia, trying to help him in a roundabout way? This cousin's wife might be lazy and greedy, but she did have some good points. Looking at the box in his hand, Xiao Chenjin decided to give the box of shampoo his parents brought back to Li Hongxia. That afternoon, when Li Hongxia received the shampoo from Xiao Chenjin, she was completely baffled. What on earth was going on? She was screaming and roaring inside, but on the surface, she just kept smiling. If something falls into your lap, there's no reason not to take it. Meanwhile, seeing that Xiao Chenjin didn't answer, Su Ruanruan had to ask again, "Chenjin, what kind of girl do you like?" Xiao Chenjin grinned. "I'm still young. I'm not in a rush to find someone. You don't need to worry about this. I'll talk to my cousin's wife myself." Su Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chenjin in surprise. How did his answer change so suddenly? Could it be that, just like in her previous life, he was going to end up alone again? Su Ruanruan wanted to persuade Xiao Chenjin, but the midday sun was just too harsh, making her feel uncomfortable all over. On top of that, after running around all morning without eating anything, she was starting to get hungry. Anyway, Xiao Chenjin was still young, and there would be plenty of time to talk to him in the future. With that thought, Su Ruanruan didn't insist any further. She waved goodbye to Xiao Chengjin and headed home. When she reached the crossroads, Su Ruanruan turned off toward the cowshed. Lately, she had been visiting Qianfu and Suinghua from time to time, but since she spent all day at the literacy class and hadn't gone into town, she hadn't had any excuse to bring them food. Since she'd gone to town today, Su Ruanruan decided to check in on them and bring them something to eat. It was almost noon by now, the hottest time of the day. After finishing work, everyone was hurrying home as quickly as possible, not lingering outside at all. This area was especially remote, so Su Ruanruan didn't run into a single person along the way. When she arrived at the cowshed, Suinghua was making lunch. There wasn't a proper kitchen here, just a simple clay stove. Su Ruanruan couldn't see what was cooking in the clay pot, but after taking a sniff, she quickly guessed what it was. Sweet potato porridge. Compared to other grains, sweet potatoes had a much higher yield. Not just Qianfu and Suinghua, most of the team members received sweet potatoes as their main ration. Baked sweet potatoes, steamed sweet potato porridge, sweet potato cakes, sweet potato flour cornbread, sweet potato noodles. There were countless ways to eat sweet potatoes. But no matter how you changed up the recipe, it was still sweet potatoes you were eating. Sweet potatoes were tasty enough if you had them once in a while, soft, sweet, and sticky. But if you had to eat them every meal, every day, all year round, anyone would get sick of them. Eat too many sweet potatoes and you get heartburn, and the worst part is, they don't really fill you up. If it hadn't been for Granny Chen's monthly pension, Su Ruanruan figured she'd be eating sweet potatoes 3 times a day too. These days, Su Ruanruan liked to add a bit of sweet potato to her porridge or bury one in the stove to bake. While cooking, it was delicious. But looking at Suinghua and Qianfu's faces, it was clear they were already sick and tired of eating sweet potatoes. Su Ruanruan blinked, pushing down the sour feeling in her chest, and started rummaging through her bulging shoulder bag. Grandpa Qi, Grandma Su, I went to town today and bought you some food. Here's 2 jin of rice and 2 jin of fine noodles. Don't be reluctant to eat them. When you finish, I'll bring more. The most important thing is to take care of your health. Seeing the food Su Ruanruan took out, neither Qianfu nor Suinghua reached out to take it. Ruanruan, you're Grandpa Qi, and I can eat anything. You should take these back and eat them with your grandma. Su Ruanruan had already brought them food twice. How could they keep accepting it from her? They'd heard things since coming to the team. Su Ruanruan and Granny Chen depended on each other, and life wasn't easy for them either. If they couldn't help, the least they could do was not take advantage. Suinghua's voice was quiet, but her attitude was firm. Su Ruanruan hadn't interacted with Suinghua in her previous life, so she didn't know how easy she was to talk to. At this point, she could only turn to Qianfu. Grandpa Qi. AI. Qianfu answered with a smile. Grandpa Qi, do you not want me to come visit you anymore? Su Ruanruan's little face scrunched up, looking both troubled and sad. Seeing her like this, even though they knew she was partly putting on an act, Qianfu and Suinghua couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Suinghua sighed and took Su Ruanruan's hand. Silly girl, what are you saying? You're Grandpa Qi and I don't have any family here. We're always happy when you come to see us. How could we not want you to visit? But, Ruanruan, times are tough right now. It's not easy for you and your grandma as it is. How can we keep taking things from you? Besides, food is food, you're Grandpa Qi and I can eat anything. Suinghua truly didn't care what they ate. Back in the day, she and Qianfu had eaten plenty of good things. Ever since things went wrong, going hungry or only half full had become the norm. Before coming here, she and Qianfu didn't even dare to hope for enough food or warm clothes. Now, being able to eat until they were mostly full, and having a thatched hut to live in was already more than enough. They didn't dare ask for anything more. Qianfu felt the same way. Ruanruan, your Grandma Su is right. Your grandma works so hard herding sheep every day. You should take all this back and make sure she eats well. Hearing their words, Su Ruanruan felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Taking a deep breath, she pushed down her complicated feelings and said firmly, I can't take it all back. You have to keep either the rice or the noodles, one or the other. Xianfu and Su Yinghua exchanged a glance and, in the end, had no choice but to keep one. Both rice and noodles were considered fine food. It didn't make much difference which they kept. In the end, they chose the noodles. Finally managing to leave something behind, Su Ruanruan felt relieved. Grandpa Chi, Grandma Su, hurry up and eat. I'm heading home now. She'd been out for quite a while and hadn't gone back yet. Granny Chen was sure to be worried. Seeing that she was leaving, Su Yinghua and Qianfu didn't try to stop her and watched her go. Only after Su Ruanruan's figure disappeared from sight did Qianfu turn to Su Yinghua. That child is a good one. We can't just keep accepting her kindness without doing anything in return. Su Yinghua glanced at him. You think I don't know that? Don't worry, I have an idea. Qianfu looked at her doubtfully. What idea could you have? They had no money, no food, no ration tickets, and couldn't even leave the production brigade. What could they possibly give Su Ruanruan? Su Yinghua just smiled mysteriously. You'll see when the time comes. Seeing that she didn't want to tell him, Qianfu chuckled. You're not going to say? Fine, keep your secret then. Even as he said this, Qianfu was already thinking hard about what he could possibly give Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan, of course, had no idea what they were thinking. By this time, she had already returned home. The front gate wasn't locked, just left ajar, so Su Ruanruan pushed it open easily. As soon as she stepped into the yard, she caught the smell of meat. Luckily, the Su family lived in a remote spot with no neighbors nearby. The closest house was at least 50 meters away. If anyone else had smelled that aroma, this lunch would definitely not have gone smoothly. After all, it was no easy thing to eat meat these days. Some people in the production brigade only got to eat meat once a year. Every month, Granny Chen received 5 pounds worth of meat coupons, but that didn't mean she and Su Ruanruan got to eat meat every month. In the past, Su Ruanruan had to help out the Wang family every month. Because of this, Granny Chen would always exchange their meat coupons for grain coupons so she could buy more food. Thinking about this, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but sigh. How could she have been so foolish before? But from now on, she definitely wouldn't be like that. From now on, every month, she would make sure Granny Chen ate meat. Ate fine grains. She was determined to help Granny Chen build up her health so she could live a long, happy life and enjoy her old age in comfort. As soon as Su Ruanruan walked into the courtyard, Granny Chen heard the commotion. When she saw Su Ruanruan approaching the kitchen, she quickly called out, "You're back. Hurry and wash your hands, we can eat now." They'd bought quite a bit of food today, so Granny Chen decided to make a nice meal for Su Ruanruan. There was braised pork stewed with potatoes, pure white rice with no coarse grains mixed in, a spicy tofu dish, and tomato egg soup. Just the two of them, 2 dishes and a soup, plus unlimited rice. They ate until they were completely full. After eating and cleaning up the kitchen, Granny Chen was about to go cut grass. She'd taken the day off, so no one had taken the sheep out to graze. The grass she'd prepared yesterday was probably almost gone by now. It was a bit late to take the sheep out, but she still needed to cut grass, otherwise the sheep would go hungry tonight. It was just after lunch, around 1 o'clock, the hottest part of the day. Naturally, Su Ruanruan stopped Granny Chen from going out. "Grandma, let's wait until 2 or 3 o'clock. I'll go with you then, and we'll finish faster together." Granny Chen thought it over and agreed. Neither of them were in the habit of taking afternoon naps, and even if they tried to sleep now, they probably wouldn't be able to. So Su Ruanruan simply took out the fabric she'd bought and pulled Granny Chen over to make clothes together. Granny Chen was very skilled. Su Ruanruan's clothes were all made by her. From taking measurements, to drawing patterns, to cutting and sewing, Granny Chen handled everything herself. Don't be fooled by the fact that Granny Chen was already 50. Her eyesight was still sharp, and the clothes she made had neat, tight stitches. They were both good-looking and sturdy. If it weren't for the current social climate, Granny Chen would have liked to embroider flowers on Su Ruanruan's clothes. Growing up with Granny Chen, Su Ruanruan naturally learned her sewing skills too. But in this life, She was only 14 and had only been learning for a few years. She was fine with mending, but not up to cutting out patterns yet. Although Ruanruan had memories and experience from her previous life and knew her skills were just as good as Granny Chen's, Granny Chen didn't know that. So, Ruanruan could only urge Granny Chen to do the cutting and then help out with the sewing. Under Ruanruan's constant urging, Granny Chen had no choice but to get out the sewing basket and start making herself some clothes. Summer clothes were simple anyway, a short-sleeved top and a pair of light pants. Granny Chen was an old hand and quickly finished cutting the fabric. Grandmother and granddaughter sat by the window, both sewing clothes, their needles flying. In about an hour, the clothes were finished. Once they were done, Ruanruan urged Granny Chen to try them on. "Grandma, put them on and see if they fit. I'll wait outside for you." Even as she said this, Ruanruan was sure the clothes would fit perfectly. Before Granny Chen could say anything, Ruanruan had already gone outside. Seeing this, Granny Chen could only shake her head helplessly, close the window, and change her clothes. The sun was still scorching at 2 in the afternoon. Ruanruan picked a shady spot to stand in, her mind wandering to how Granny Chen would look in her new clothes. She was lost in thought when she heard someone knocking at the door. Summers here were unbearably hot, and the sun set late. That's why Xiao Dashan had told everyone to start work after 3 in the afternoon. 3 o'clock was still hot, but much better than 1 or 2. At this hour, everyone from the team should be resting at home. Who would come by now? Puzzled, Ruanruan walked toward the gate. "Who is it?" She spoke as she opened the door and saw who was standing outside. As soon as Lu Xiuli saw Ruanruan, her face broke into a fawning smile. "Ruanruan, your mother came to see you." Ruanruan's expression immediately turned cold. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you before not to come looking for me again?" Despite Ruanruan's frosty tone, Lu Xiuli's smile didn't waver in the slightest. "What silly things are you saying? I carried you in my belly for 10 months and gave birth to you. Do you think I'd take your little temper seriously? We're mother and daughter. There's no such thing as holding a grudge overnight. That's why I came to see you as soon as I had some free time." As she spoke, Lu Xiuli looked at Ruanruan with eyes full of affection and indulgence. Ruanruan had heard words like these countless times over the years, always accompanied by this same expression from Lu Xiuli. In the past, Ruanruan would have felt happy, even excited, believing that Lu Xiuli truly cared about her. She'd thought that sending her away had been a last resort, and that not letting her return to the Wang family was only because she worried Ruanruan would miss Granny Chen too much. But the truth was nothing like that. Lu Xiuli would never let her return to the Wang family, and Ruanruan herself had no desire to go back. The only reason Lu Xiuli said these things was to win her sympathy and trick things out of her. Thinking of this, Ruanruan immediately understood why Lu Xiuli had come. Every month at the beginning of the month, Lu Xiuli would bring Wang Aijuan to see her. The two of them would hold her hands, crying and laughing, saying all sorts of sentimental things, then complain about how hard life was at the Wangs, how they went hungry every day. In the end, Ruanruan would always give them food to take home. This time, Lu Xiuli was probably here for food again. She hadn't brought Wang Aijuan along, most likely because she knew Ruanruan didn't have a good impression of her anymore and was afraid it would backfire, so she came alone. While Ruanruan stared at Lu Xiuli was also watching her closely. She'd already said all her emotional lines, so why was Ruanruan still looking at her so coldly? Lu Xiuli bit her tongue, the sharp pain quickly bringing tears to her eyes. "Ruanruan, do you really not recognize your own mother anymore? You're the daughter I carried for 10 months. All these years you haven't been by my side, you've never left my mind or my heart. Whenever I have time, I come to see you. Even if I get scolded for it, I never complain. Is this really how you repay me?" Ruanruan looked at Lu Xiuli with interest. Was she trying to play the victim now? "You really miss me that much?" Lu Xiuli nodded vigorously. "Of course. You're the child I carried for 10 months. Then do you want to live with me?" Of course, you're the child I carried for 10 months. In that case, I'll go back to the Wang family with you. What? But I've lived with the Su family for so many years, eating, drinking, wearing their clothes, using their things, plus the money they gave at the beginning. Altogether, that must be worth at least 1,000 or two, right? I may not have raised any children myself, but I've heard you say it before. Raising a child doesn't just take money and food, it takes time and effort too. Time and effort can't be compensated, so let's just say 1,000 yuan. Add that to the 2,000 just now, that's 3,000 in total. If you give my grandma 3,000 yuan, I'll go back to the Wang family with you. From then on, we'll share a bed, and every morning when you open your eyes, you'll see me. Every night before you close your eyes, you'll see me too. How does that sound? Lu Xioli was so shocked by Su Ruanruan's words that she was left speechless. How does that sound? Of course it doesn't sound good. Never mind 3,000 yuan, she'd never even seen 300. She didn't even know if selling herself would fetch 300 yuan. Where was she supposed to get 3,000? Much of the grain had been washed into the soil, and some had even sprouted. Last year's harvest had already been bad, so this year everyone was gritting their teeth, tightening their belts, just waiting for the autumn harvest to get some grain to supplement their families. But after that week of rain, not only was there no chance to supplement their families, but after handing over the public grain, there wasn't even enough left to last until the next spring. Su Ruanruan remembered clearly that in her previous life, it was after that autumn harvest that every household's days became even harder. Life was tough, and people grew increasingly restless. Fights would break out over the smallest things, sometimes escalating into full-blown brawls. There were even those who, driven by hunger, started sneaking around at night, stealing food from others. By the time spring came the following year, almost every household had run out of any leftover grain. They could only dig up whatever wild vegetables they could find to throw into the pot. But there was only so much wild vegetables to go around. With so many people in the production brigade, the wild greens simply couldn't grow fast enough for everyone to pick. When there were no more wild vegetables, some people started digging up roots and stripping bark from trees. Anything remotely edible was stuffed into their mouths, no matter the consequences. Some families, unable to find anything else to eat, even started eating guanyin clay. Guanyin clay was smooth and white. Mixed with water and steamed, the buns looked just like those made from white flour. But once you ate that stuff, you couldn't pass it out again, and many people ended up dying from it. When they died, their bodies were nothing but skin and bones, but their stomachs were swollen like they were several months pregnant, a terrifying sight. Thinking of all this from her past life, Su Ruanruan's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat sliding down her temples. Xiao Chunjin waited a long time for Su Ruanruan to respond, but when he looked up and saw her frightened expression, he was startled. Ruanruan, what's wrong? Did something happen? His shout snapped Su Ruanruan out of her memories. The blank look in her eyes gradually faded, and she regained her composure. But Xiao Chunjin still noticed the lingering fear in her eyes. Ruanruan, what's wrong? If something's bothering you, tell me. I'll help you solve it, no matter what. Xiao Qingjin's voice was firm and resolute. No matter what it was, as long as Su Ruanruan said it, he would do it, no matter how difficult. Su Ruanruan's eyes slowly moved to Xiao Qingjin's face. Qingjin, do you think there's any way we could harvest the grain earlier? Xiao Qingjin hadn't expected a question like that, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. The grain in the fields could only be harvested when it was ripe. How could they possibly harvest it early? Xiao Chunjin didn't answer, but Su Ruanruan could already guess what he was thinking. Exactly. How could they possibly harvest the grain early? Unless the crops could ripen ahead of schedule. But how could that even happen? It was like an unsolvable math problem. No matter how hard Su Ruanruan thought about it, she couldn't come up with an answer. She couldn't solve the problem, but class time had already arrived. With no other choice, Su Ruanruan had to put the matter aside and focus on her studies. When school let out in the afternoon, Xiao Chunjin noticed Su Ruanruan's furrowed brow. She was clearly still deep in thought. Still thinking about that question from lunch? Xiao Chenjin pressed his lips together, saying nothing. He simply followed quietly behind Su Ruanruan as she made her way back to the Su family home. He watched as she went inside and closed the door behind her. Only then did Xiao Chenjin turn and quickly head home. Back at the Xiao house, Xiao Dashan hadn't returned from work yet, so only Luo Yufeng was home. When she saw Xiao Chenjin come in, Luo Yufeng set aside her needlework, smiling as she looked at him. "Chenjin, you're back. What would you like for dinner?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Chenjin looked at Luo Yufeng seriously. "Grandma, is there any way to make the crops in the fields ripen earlier?" Luo Yufeng was baffled by the question. "You want to harvest the crops early? Why? There's still more than a month until the autumn harvest. Why are you asking about gathering grain now?" The 3rd Production Brigade of the Hongqi Commune was in the north, where winters were extremely cold. By October, winter had already set in, and heavy snow would fall again and again until the following March, when it would finally start to melt away. In winter, the temperature outside could drop to -20 or 30 degrees Celsius. Even bundled up, people could barely stand it, let alone try to grow anything. So here, they only planted one crop a year. Sowing happened around Qiming Festival, and the harvest came in mid or late August. After the main crops were gathered, they could plant some potatoes, radishes, or Chinese cabbage, fast-growing and cold-resistant vegetables. Although the exact date of the autumn harvest varied a little each year, it was always around the same time. The chance of harvesting early was almost non-existent. Luo Yufeng stared at Xiao Chenjin for a while. When he didn't say anything, she asked again, "Chenjin, are you just craving some freshly harvested grain?" She really couldn't think of any other reason for his question. Xiao Chenjin didn't know why Su Ruanruan had asked such a thing, so of course he couldn't tell Luo Yufeng the real reason. Seeing that she had no solution either, he just shook his head and went back to his room. Xiao Chenjin figured that since Xiao Dashan had been farming his whole life, he'd surely have an answer. He'd just wait until Xiao Dashan got home and ask him then. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan was inside the treasure space. The treasure space was huge. She'd never managed to explore it all. Before, she'd only thought about food, drink, and daily necessities, so after checking a few shelves, she'd stopped wandering around. Today, Su Ruanruan decided to take a proper look around. Who knew, maybe she'd find something useful. The shelves in the treasure space all looked pretty similar, and there weren't any signs or directions, but Su Ruanruan wasn't worried about getting lost. After all, as long as she focused her mind, she could leave the treasure space at any time. And the next time she entered, she'd appear wherever she wanted to go, super convenient. Looking at the dazzling array of items on the shelves, Su Ruanruan didn't really feel like browsing carefully. No one knew exactly how long she had been walking, or how many shelves she had passed, when Su Ruanruan suddenly stopped. On the shelf beside her were stacks of large bags. The bags were huge. Each one could probably hold 100 jin of grain. But these weren't filled with grain. Instead, 2 big characters were printed on the bags: fertilizer. The moment she saw the fertilizer, Su Ruanruan's eyes lit up. Of course, she knew what fertilizer was. Crops grew much faster with it. Unfortunately, fertilizer was expensive and hard to come by, not something their small production team could afford to use. If they could spread fertilizer on the fields, wouldn't the crops ripen a little earlier? Even if it was just 2 or 3 days, or 3 or 4 days earlier, they could harvest and dry them before that heavy rain came. Su Ruanruan hefted down a bag of fertilizer and noticed that on the back of the bag, there were rows of small print. Looking closely, she realized it was instructions on how to use it, exactly how much fertilizer to use per mu of land, all clearly written out. After reading it, Su Ruanruan was even more delighted. This treasure space really was a treasure. She'd been worrying about what to do, and now she'd found fertilizer. But after the excitement passed, another problem came to mind. Their production team had so much land, how was she supposed to spread all this fertilizer on the fields? She had classes during the day and no time, so she could only do it at night. But what if Granny Chin caught her sneaking out at night? Ruanruan was still worrying when she heard a knock at the door. It must be Granny Chin coming back. Ruanruan hurriedly exited the treasure space and ran to open the door. Outside, Granny Chin looked at her in confusion. Why are you in here with the door closed? What are you up to? It's nothing. I must have accidentally closed the door. I was just tidying up a bit. Granny Chin wasn't the type to discipline Ruanruan much, especially over such small things. Hearing Ruanruan's answer, she didn't ask further and instead turned toward the kitchen. I'll go make dinner. Ruanruan, you go do your thing. Ruanruan still had homework to grade every day after coming home, so Granny Chin never let her help with dinner. But right now, Ruanruan wasn't in the mood to grade homework at all. Hearing Granny Chin, she followed her into the kitchen. Grandma, I'll help you with the fire. I've almost finished grading the homework anyway. Elementary school language homework was easy to grade. After dinner, she could finish it quickly, so there was no rush. The two of them went to the kitchen together. Ruanruan tended the fire, and Granny Chin cooked. It was already hot in summer, and the smoky, stuffy kitchen made it even hotter. Granny Chin felt sorry for Ruanruan and didn't want her to suffer, so she tried to shoo her out several times, but Ruanruan wouldn't listen. In the end, Granny Chin could only give up. As Ruanruan stared at the fire in the stove, her thoughts wandered far away. It wasn't until Granny Chin finished cooking and called her to eat that Ruanruan snapped back to reality. At that moment, Ruanruan's eyes were sparkling, and a bright smile lit up her face. She had just come up with a solution. Even if it wasn't the most reliable plan, as long as she was careful and didn't get caught, it didn't matter how unreliable it was. Seeing Ruanruan suddenly so cheerful, Granny Chin grew even more puzzled. Ruanruan, what's gotten into you today? Nothing, Grandma. Let's hurry up and eat. Hearing this, Granny Chin could only shake her head helplessly and sit down to eat. Girls grow up and they start having their own little secrets. With her little secret, Ruanruan was up and out the door early the next morning, while it was still pitch dark outside. Not long after, Granny Chin woke up. As soon as she stepped out of the house, she saw Ruanruan pushing open the main gate and coming in from outside. Ruanruan, what are you doing out so early in the morning? It was summer, so the sun rose earlier, but right now it was still dark, probably not even 5 o'clock yet. Why was Ruanruan coming back from outside at this hour? Ruanruan closed the gate and ran over to Granny Chin. Granny, I was going to go out and collect some firewood, but then I heard a loud rumbling, so I got curious and went to the main road to check it out. Guess what I saw? What did you see? A huge truck. It was even bigger than one of our houses. Ruanruan gestured excitedly as she spoke, her face full of enthusiasm. Granny Chin had never seen a big truck before, but listening to Ruanruan's description, she could picture it in her mind. You silly girl, it's just a big truck. Look how happy you are. The main road outside their production brigade ran north to south. The road wasn't in great shape, but at least it was wide enough. They hadn't seen any big trucks pass by in all these years, but maybe someone got lost and ended up here. As she was thinking this, Ruanruan continued. The truck kept stopping and starting. When the driver saw me, he stopped and came over to ask for directions. He was lost. Granny Chin nodded knowingly. She figured as much. Why else would someone end up outside their production brigade? I gave him directions, and then the driver said he wanted to thank me. He asked if our brigade needed any fertilizer. He had a bunch in his truck, and if we wanted some, he could sell us a bit. At this, Granny Chin couldn't keep her cool anymore. Ruanruan, are you serious? He really wants to sell us fertilizer. Granny Chin only herded sheep and didn't work the fields, but that didn't mean she didn't know what fertilizer was. After dealing with Xiao Dashan all these years, she'd heard him talk about fertilizer plenty of times, though she'd never actually seen any. Now, hearing this out of the blue, how could she not be excited? Ruanruan understood why Granny Chin was so worked up, so she hurried to continue her made-up story. I heard Xiao Chunjin say fertilizer is good stuff, so when he asked if we wanted any, I said yes. Then he unloaded half a truck's worth by the roadside. What? Granny Chin was so shocked she dropped the broom in her hand. He left it by the road? Did you pay him? Where would you get that much money? Ruanruan shook her head. I didn't pay him. He said he was in a hurry, so he left the fertilizer here for us. We just need to get the money ready, and he'll come by in a day or two to collect it. But he said this is a black market deal. If anyone else finds out, he'll be in big trouble. So he told me to bring the money to the main road before dawn tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me there. If anyone else shows up, he'll just take the stuff back, even if it means getting reported. After finishing her story, Ruanruan nervously glanced at Granny Chen's expression. She knew her lie was pretty flimsy, even she was half convinced, half doubtful. Would Granny Chen believe her? Just as she was thinking this, Granny Chen grabbed her hand. Come on. While it's still dark, take me to see the stuff. Granny Chen was a little suspicious. Maybe her granddaughter had gone out before she was fully awake, and now she was just talking in her sleep. Granny Chen was burning with anxiety as she grabbed Ruanruan and dashed off at full speed. Don't be fooled by Granny Chen's age. When she really started running, she was surprisingly fast. They ran all the way to the main road before Granny Chen finally slowed down. Ruanruan, where did you put the stuff? It was still pitch black outside. There was neither moon nor stars in the sky, and you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, let alone anything farther away. It was precisely because of this darkness that Ruanruan dared to do what she did. Ruanruan looked around, pretending to check their surroundings, then pulled Granny Chen forward. After walking about 100 meters, they stopped. At this point, even without Ruanruan saying anything, Granny Chen was convinced she had been telling the truth. Right in front of them, a row of large sacks was neatly arranged. Granny Chen reached out and felt the sacks. Shocked, her mind started working rapidly. Very quickly, she figured out what to do. Ruanruan, I'll stay here and watch. You go to the team leader's house and bring him over. After all, they were on the main road. Someone could pass by at any moment. Granny Chen didn't feel comfortable leaving Ruanruan here alone. Ruanruan didn't think much of it. She nodded and turned to run toward the Shao family's house. She had walked the roads in the village for decades. She knew them like the back of her hand. Even though she couldn't see anything, Ruanruan still ran quickly. In just 5 or 6 minutes, she reached the Shao family's front gate. Ruanruan knocked softly, afraid of disturbing the neighbors. After a few knocks with no response, she started to get anxious. In summer, the sky brightens quickly. If someone saw those things before she had a chance to talk to Xiao Dashan and agree on what to say, it would be a real problem. Ruanruan bit her lip and was just about to call out when the door in front of her opened. The person who opened the door immediately recognized her and whispered in surprise, Ruanruan? What are you doing here at this hour? Did something happen? Ruanruan recognized the voice as Xiao Qingjin's and breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly said, Qingjin, is the team leader up yet? Go get him. There's something important I need to tell him. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, someone appeared behind Xiao Qingjin. Ruanruan? What's going on? Team leader, my grandma is waiting on the main road. Let's go over there first. I'll explain when we get there. Although Xiao Dashan and Xiao Qingjin couldn't see Ruanruan's expression clearly, they could hear the urgency in her voice. Hearing this, they didn't ask any more questions and followed Ruanruan to the main road. The three of them hurried along, and by the time they found Granny Chen, dawn was breaking. Now, before Ruanruan or Granny Chen could say anything, Xiao Dashan and Xiao Qingjin were already stunned. They circled the huge pile of fertilizer several times before finally turning to Ruanruan and Granny Chen. This is fertilizer? Where did it come from? Why is it here? Xiao Dashan was so shocked and excited that he fired off a string of questions as soon as he opened his mouth. Ruanruan was just about to answer when Granny Chen grabbed her hand and stopped her with a look. Ruanruan looked at Granny Chen in confusion, but then heard Granny Chen calmly repeat the story she had just told her. In an instant, Ruanruan understood what Granny Chen meant. Granny Chen was trying to keep her out of this matter. At this moment, all of Xiao Dashan's attention was focused on Granny Chen. He didn't notice the change in Su Ruanruan's expression at all. Xiao Chenjin, on the other hand, did see it, but didn't think much of it. He just felt that Su Ruanruan's luck was really something. Just yesterday, she was asking how to make the crops ripen faster, and today, by coincidence, here was a whole load of fertilizer. Meanwhile, Granny Chen had already finished explaining to Xiao Dashan where the fertilizer came from. "Captain, do we want this fertilizer or not? If not, I'll have them take it away tomorrow." "Take it away? How could we let them take it away?" "No, absolutely not." Xiao Dashan's voice was noticeably louder than usual in his urgency. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought he was about to start a fight. But the three people present all knew that he was just too excited. After all, he'd been the team captain for so many years, and Xiao Dashan quickly calmed himself down. Taking a deep breath, he tried to slow his speech. "We're really in luck to have come across this batch of fertilizer. We can't just let them take it away. Here's what we'll do. I'll call a meeting in a bit and see what everyone thinks. Chenjin, Ruanruan, you two stay here and keep an eye on things." The sky was getting brighter and brighter. It was broad daylight now, and they were on a busy road with people coming and going. Xiao Dashan wasn't worried that anything would happen to Su Ruanruan, Xiao Chenjin, or the fertilizer. Granny Chen felt the same way. After giving Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin a few more instructions, she left with Xiao Dashan. Although she'd already explained everything to Xiao Dashan, it was clear he wanted her to tell the rest of the team again later. As Granny Chen was thinking this, she suddenly heard Xiao Dashan say, "Old sister-in-law, tell me the truth. Did you pull some strings to get someone to buy this fertilizer for us? Last year, the weather was bad and the harvest was cut in half. They'd hoped this year would be better, but it turned out to be even worse than last year." Xiao Dashan figured Granny Chen must have been worried about a poor harvest and hungry bellies, so she'd used her connections through Su Aimin's old comrades to get the fertilizer. "Don't worry, old sister-in-law. Chenjin and Ruanruan are young and might let something slip, so it makes sense not to tell them. But you don't have to hide anything from me. If I know, I'll keep it to myself and never tell anyone else on the team. That way, if anything comes up in the future, they won't bother you about it." Xiao Dashan thought the reason Granny Chen didn't admit to pulling strings for the fertilizer was because she didn't want trouble. But since he'd guessed it, he couldn't just pretend he didn't know. Otherwise, what kind of person would he be? Granny Chen was walking with her head down when she suddenly heard Xiao Dashan say all this. She wasn't sure how to respond. She'd already explained everything clearly, so why did Xiao Dashan still say that? But Granny Chen didn't deny it right away. After thinking it over, she had to admit that Xiao Dashan's explanation sounded even more convincing. Plus, since he promised not to tell anyone and would help her keep it a secret, she didn't have to worry about anyone noticing anything odd. Thinking this, Granny Chen smiled. "As long as you know, Captain, that's enough. No need to thank me. I'm part of the team too. If our harvest is good, Ruanruan and I will benefit as well. Besides, it's not like you'd make me do all the work and pay for everything, right?" Early in the morning, just as every household was getting up and hadn't even started making breakfast, the sound of a gong echoed through the air. Everyone in the 3rd Production Brigade was familiar with this sound. It meant there was going to be a meeting. But what kind of meeting could there be at this hour? Though everyone was puzzled, they still made their way to the threshing ground. The threshing ground was spacious and bright, able to hold a large crowd. Any important brigade meeting was always held there. Standing on a makeshift platform, Xiao Dashan saw that almost everyone had arrived. He struck the gong twice more. "Quiet. Everyone quiet down." The threshing ground, which had been buzzing with chatter, instantly fell silent. Everyone looked expectantly at Xiao Dashan, waiting for him to continue. He quickly got to the point. "With this batch of fertilizer, our crops are sure to grow better. So, what do you all think? Should we buy the fertilizer or not?" Buying fertilizer was a big deal. It affected the harvest, so the whole team had to be notified. There was almost no disagreement. The decision to buy the fertilizer passed unanimously. Everyone was counting on a good autumn harvest and their share of the grain. As long as it was good for the crops, no one would object. A verbal agreement wasn't enough, though. Xiao Dashan took out a notebook, wrote down the reason, and had a representative from each household sign or put their mark on it. For those who couldn't write, Xiao Dashan wrote their names and had them press their fingerprint. By the time everyone had signed, an hour had passed. While the others were busy signing, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin were eating the breakfast that Granny Chen had brought. Each of them had an aluminum lunchbox filled mostly with rice and sweet potato porridge. One of them also had a steamed bun made from white flour with a fried egg golden and crispy on both sides stuffed inside. Granny Chen had even brushed some of her homemade soybean paste on top. One bite and the savory aroma filled your mouth. Each of them held a lunchbox in one hand and a bun in the other, taking turns between a spoonful of porridge and a bite of the bun. They couldn't have enjoyed it more. After finishing, Xiao Chenjin licked his lips a little wistfully. Ruanruan, you're so lucky. Granny Chen's cooking is amazing. Su Ruanruan burst out laughing. Are you saying Granny Luo's cooking isn't good? Before Xiao Chenjin could reply, Su Ruanruan looked behind him and feigned surprise. Oh, Granny Luo, when did you get here? Xiao Chenjin's smile froze. Without even turning around, he blurted, my grandma's cooking is delicious too, so I'm lucky as well. Su Ruanruan tried her best not to laugh, but couldn't hold it in. That's some serious survival instinct. Seeing Su Ruanruan's eyes crinkle with laughter, Xiao Chenjin suddenly realized something. He turned around to look, but there was no one behind him. Ruanruan, you tricked me? Xiao Chenjin was genuinely surprised. This soft, sweet girl, she could actually play tricks? Su Ruanruan tried to keep a straight face. It's called all's fair in war. Xiao Chenjin. Clearly just being mischievous, and she calls it strategy. Luckily, Granny Chen had left right after bringing breakfast. If she'd seen this, where would he put his face? Looking at Su Ruanruan, who was laughing again, Xiao Chenjin let out a deep sigh. Forget it. As long as this girl is happy, who cares about face? Not long after they finished eating, they saw Xiao Dashan leading a group of people over in grand procession. Watching the bags of fertilizer being carried away one by one, Su Ruanruan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. With all this fertilizer, the crops should ripen a day or two earlier, right? Su Ruanruan had no idea how much fertilizer was needed per mu of land, and this wasn't something she could just ask about, otherwise, people would definitely get suspicious. So she made a rough estimate and took out 100 bags of fertilizer. Each bag weighed 100 jin, so 100 bags made 10,000 jin. That much fertilizer should be enough, right? She had heard about the price of fertilizer before. 10 yuan per bag. 100 bags would be 1,000 yuan. That was a huge sum of money. Could the production brigade even come up with that much? As it turned out, Su Ruanruan had underestimated Xiao Dashan. Xiao Dashan knew even better than Su Ruanruan how much fertilizer their brigade needed. For land that had never used fertilizer before, even using a little for the first time would have a dramatic effect. Out of these 10,000 jin of fertilizer, their brigade could only use half. As for the other half, Xiao Dashan planned to sell it to the neighboring second production brigade. The two brigades were separated only by a river, with a bridge connecting them, so it was easy to go back and forth. Xiao Dashan was also on good terms with the second brigade's leader. Xiao Dashan figured that the leader of the second brigade would never pass up such a good opportunity delivered right to his door. So after locking the fertilizer in the grain warehouse, Xiao Dashan rode his bicycle over to the second production brigade. That evening, as soon as Su Ruanruan got home, Granny Chen pulled her inside and carefully shut all the doors and windows. Seeing how cautious Granny Chen was, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but get a little nervous herself. Granny Chen took a cloth bundle out of the Kang cabinet, and as she opened it, a stack of money was revealed. Thick wads of 10 yuan bills. Su Ruanruan swallowed nervously. Grandma, what's this? This is the money for the fertilizer. Our brigade took 4,000 jin, and the second and fourth production brigades next door each took 3,000 jin. Altogether, it's 1,000 yuan, all right here." As she spoke, Granny Chen sighed. The brigade leader wanted to keep all the fertilizer for ourselves, but there was no way to come up with that much money at once. So, with a heavy heart, he had to share it with the other two brigades. Grain is a matter of life and death. No one will talk about this outside. Ruanruan nodded, not doubting this at all. With the extra decade or so of experience from her previous life, she knew that the leaders of those two brigades were just like Xiao Dashan. If they weren't, Xiao Dashan wouldn't have gotten along so well with them. Granny Chen quickly put away her worried expression and brought up another matter. "Ruanruan, you said that person would come for the money tomorrow morning. How about I go with you to deliver it?" Granny Chen really couldn't rest easy letting a young girl like Ruanruan deliver so much money by herself. Ruanruan shook her head. "Grandma, they're nervous too. They don't want to see anyone else. If you're worried, just wait at home. If I'm not back in 20 minutes, then you can come look for me, okay?" It took about 10 minutes to walk from the Su house to the main road, so a round trip would be 20 minutes. Granny Chen found this time frame acceptable. There was no clock at home, but after so many years, everyone had gotten good at estimating time. Seeing Granny Chen agree, Ruanruan finally felt relieved. She had really been worried that Granny Chen would insist on coming with her. Wouldn't that blow her cover? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. That evening after dinner, Ruanruan went to bed early. After all, she had to get up early the next morning. But with so much on her mind, she didn't sleep well. When she woke up, the room was still pitch black. Ruanruan got up, lit the kerosene lamp, and fished a watch out from under her pillow to check the time. It was only 3:30. That's really early. Even as she thought this, Ruanruan didn't slow down at all as she got dressed. The earlier, the better. At this hour, everyone was sleeping deeply. There shouldn't be anyone wandering around outside. The watch was something Ruanruan had taken from her treasure space, and she'd set the time by checking the clocks at the department store when she'd gone to the county. She couldn't let anyone know about the watch, but as long as she was careful and used it secretly, it would be fine. She had to admit, having a watch to check the time was so much more convenient. Ruanruan had just finished getting dressed and opened the door to go out when she heard a creak. Looking up, she saw Granny Chen coming out of her room as well. Seeing this, Ruanruan smiled helplessly. "Granny, why are you up too?" "I'll be right back." Granny Chen's face was full of worry. "Is that person coming at this hour? How about I go with you?" "Granny, I've already made arrangements with them. If I back out now, what if they get angry? The fertilizer's already been divided up." Granny Chen understood Ruanruan's concern. I know. I just can't help worrying. It was so dark out. What if something happened?" Ruanruan walked over to Granny Chen, took her arm, and reassured her over and over again before finally getting her approval. "All right, go on. I'll wait for you," Granny Chen said, following Ruanruan to the front gate. She watched as Ruanruan walked farther and farther away, her figure melting into the thick darkness of the night. Still unwilling to go back inside, Granny Chen simply sat by the door, staring out without blinking. After Ruanruan had walked some distance, she turned back to look. In the endless night, there was a dim light at the Su family's door and a shadowy figure beside it. Ruanruan knew that was Granny Chen waiting for her. Taking a deep breath, Ruanruan quickened her pace. She probably wouldn't meet anyone on this trip, but she still had to keep track of the time and head back once enough time had passed. Standing on the main road, the cool summer night breeze brushed past her, and the chirping of crickets filled her ears. Everything felt peaceful and beautiful. After standing there for a while, Ruanruan decided to head back. She had only walked a short distance when she suddenly heard hurried, chaotic footsteps approaching. Startled, Ruanruan quickly looked for a place to hide. Not far away was a pile of firewood, so she dashed over and hid behind it. She had barely settled in when the footsteps drew near. "Huh? Where'd they go? I could have sworn I just saw someone over here. How did they disappear? Ching Yanhong, can you stop being so paranoid? Who would be out here at this hour?" "What do you mean, who? Aren't you a person? Am I not a person? Isn't Li Weiguo a person?" You too, shut up. Do you want to get caught or not? If you wake someone up, not only will we not get away, we'll get criticized too. Think about whether you can handle the consequences. At that, the two who had been talking immediately fell silent. Ruanruan hid behind the firewood stack, not even daring to breathe loudly. She was huddled up tightly, not moving a muscle. Of the three people talking, one was Chung Yanhong, one was Li Weigua, and the other she didn't know by name, but figured was also a fellow educated youth. From what they were saying, were they planning to run away? But where could they possibly go? These days, you couldn't just travel the world on your own 2 feet. You needed a letter of introduction to leave town, to stay at an inn, to take a bus, even to eat at a state-run restaurant sometimes. Without a letter of introduction, you couldn't go anywhere. What's more, the three of them were educated youths sent to the countryside to support agriculture. If they ran off without orders to return to the city, they'd be punished for sure. These educated youths were at least junior high or high school graduates. They couldn't possibly not know this, could they? What good would it do to escape under cover of darkness? Wouldn't they just end up coming back in the end? But if they ran and then came back, the way they'd be treated then would be worlds apart from now. Most importantly, this never happened in her previous life. Ruanruan's mind raced as she listened intently to the three people's movements. Even after she heard their footsteps gradually fade away, she didn't move. Not long after, the footsteps returned. I told you, there's no one here. Qing Yanhong, you must have been seeing things. Let's hurry up, or we'll miss the bus. Maybe I really did see wrong. Whatever, let's just go. Once we're on the bus, we'll finally be out of this godforsaken place. Qing Yanhong's voice was full of relief and excitement. Even though Ruanruan couldn't see her face, she could imagine it was lit up with joy and hope for the future. Ruanruan held her breath, waiting until their footsteps had completely faded into the distance before she hunched over and ran off. Just as she rounded a corner, the three came back again. This time, it was Li Weigua who spoke. All right, looks like there really isn't anyone. Let's go. You're so fussy. I already said there's no one, but you just had to come back and check. Qing Yanhong grumbled, then turned and headed toward the main road. Ruanruan had no idea this little episode had happened. Right now, she was running toward the Su house. Because of what just happened, she'd lost quite a bit of time. If she didn't hurry back, she was afraid Granny Chin would come looking for her. Just as Ruanruan expected, Granny Chin was already getting anxious and was about to head out to find her. But as soon as Granny Chin stepped out the front gate, she saw Ruanruan running back, out of breath. Ruanruan ran up to Granny Chin and finally stopped, panting, "Grandma, let's go home." All right. We'll talk at home." The grandmother and granddaughter entered the courtyard, shut the gate, and went inside. Once they were in Granny Chen's room and Ruanruan had caught her breath, she said, "Grandma, it's all taken care of. As long as it's done." Granny Chen let out a sigh of relief. "Why did you run so fast? Look how tired you are." Ruanruan leaned in and whispered, "On my way back, I heard footsteps, so I hid. Then I overheard a few of the educated youths from our brigade talking. They're planning to run away. They've probably already left by now." "Run away?" Granny Chin was startled. "All of them?" "No. I only heard 3 people talking, so I think just 3 of them ran." Granny Chin frowned deeply. "Those 3 didn't see you, did they?" "No," Ruanruan shook her head. "As soon as I heard footsteps, I hid behind the firewood stack. I waited until they were far away before I ran back." Hearing this, Granny Chin nodded approvingly. "You did the right thing, Ruanruan. If they want to run, let them run. You don't need to get involved. Sooner or later, they'll have to come back anyway. If you'd seen them and made a fuss, when they come back, they might hold a grudge against you. We're not afraid of them, but in this world, it's the petty people you have to watch out for. Better to prevent trouble before it starts." What Granny Chin said was exactly what Ruanruan had been thinking. She also felt that Li Weigua and the other 2 wouldn't get far. They'd have to come back eventually. The 3 of them were always up to no good anyway. Maybe a little hardship would do them some good, stop them from always thinking about causing trouble. After the grandmother and granddaughter finished talking, it was still dark outside. Neither of them had slept well that night, so they simply lay back down on the king and caught a bit more sleep. By the time they woke up again, daylight was streaming in. Granny Chen quickly got dressed and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Ruanruan deliberately moved a bit slower, turned her back, took out her watch for a look, and was relieved to see it was only 6 o'clock. Still plenty of time. Sure enough, even after they finished eating and washing the dishes, the bell for work hadn't rung yet. But it was getting close, so they didn't dawdle and headed out together. Granny Chen went to the sheep pen, while Ruanruan made her way to the literacy class. She hadn't even reached the classroom when she saw, from a distance, a crowd gathered at the entrance to the educated youth dormitory. Ruanruan immediately spotted Xiaodashan, his face dark with anger as he listened to the educated youths across from him. Standing beside Xiaodashan were all the brigade's cadres, none of them looking happy either. She figured they must be discussing the escape of Li Weigua and the other two. Ruanruan was so focused on watching the commotion that she didn't even realize she'd reached the entrance to the literacy class. It was only when Xiao Chenjin, standing at the door, saw her and gave her a tug that she snapped out of it. Otherwise, she really would have walked right past the door. Xiao Chenjin looked at Ruanruan curiously. "Ruanruan, what are you looking at? You were so absorbed. I called you twice and you didn't even hear me." Ruanruan's cheeks flushed slightly. "I was just watching the brigade leader and the others." "Oh." Xiao Chenjin understood. "Let me tell you, 3 of the educated youths from our team ran off. My grandpa and the others are furious. I bet he'll go to the commune soon to report it to the leaders." Ruanruan nodded. "He should. These educated youths came from all over the country. Since they were here, their safety was the brigade's responsibility. If they snuck off and something happened, what then? They had to find them first, then criticize and educate them as needed." Xiao Chenjin didn't mention who exactly had run off, afraid Ruanruan would ask, so she quickly changed the subject. "Ruanruan, Granny Chen is amazing. With that fertilizer, my grandpa says our crops will definitely do well this year." "Really? That's great, that's great." Ruanruan didn't want to talk about fertilizer. "The more you say, the more likely you are to slip up. Better not to say anything at all. It's time for class, let's hurry in." With that, Ruanruan walked into the courtyard, and Xiao Chenjin quickly followed. As long as they didn't mention Li Weigua, Ruanruan was fine with anything. Li Weigua and the other 2 were gone for 2 whole days, and it wasn't until noon on the 3rd day that they finally came back, looking utterly bedraggled. That morning, someone had ridden a bicycle over to find Xiaodashan. After whispering with him for a long while, Xiaodashan called a few people together and followed the visitor to the commune. Since there were a lot of them, of course they didn't ride bikes. Luckily, the commune wasn't far, walking there and back only took about an hour. When they returned, the team members noticed there were a few extra people with them. The newcomers were none other than the 3 educated youths who had been missing for 2 days. Seeing the 3 of them, faces sallow and thin, looking haggard and worn, clothes in tatters, the team members were all a bit stunned. Hadn't they only been gone for 2 days? Why did they look like they'd been gone for 2 years? They looked absolutely miserable. Xiaodashan and the others took them straight back to the educated youth quarters. At that moment, Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin had just locked up the literacy class and were planning to head home for lunch. They hadn't expected to turn around and see the scene, so both of them stopped in their tracks. Seeing Xiaodashan and the others head into the courtyard, and being too far away to hear what was being said, Ruanruan felt a little disappointed. Xiao Chenjin was about to suggest they leave, but when he saw the disappointed look on Ruanruan's face, he changed his mind. "Ruanruan, let's go over and take a look." "Can we?" Ruanruan asked uncertainly. Xiao Chenjin didn't care. Why not? If they had the nerve to run away, they can't complain about being seen by others, can they? That made a lot of sense. The 2 of them walked side by side toward the educated youth quarters. As soon as they reached the gate, they heard Xiaodashan's voice from inside. This time you were lucky and got rescued. If you hadn't been, who knows which remote mountain village you'd have been sold off to by now. By then, even if you wanted to come back, it'd be impossible. You think life in our team is hard? Do you even know what real hardship is? Let me tell you, you haven't seen real suffering yet. In some mountain villages, there are only a dozen or so households. During the New Year or festivals, each family contributes a single egg. If a relative comes to visit, they put the egg on the table for show, just to look at, not to eat. If some clueless guest actually eats it, all the families will sit together and cry. That's what real hardship looks like. If you want to live like that, then just wait for your chance and keep running. Let's see if anyone comes looking for you then. The three of them stood there, heads hanging, not daring to say a word under Xiao Dashan's scolding. Just then, the other three educated youths came back from work. Seeing the scene in the courtyard, the three were first startled, then broke into smiles. Qing Yanhong, Li Weigua, Zhang Chongqun, you're back? Hearing this, Xiao Dashan turned to glare at the three who'd just come in. You're laughing? What are you laughing at? You all live in the same courtyard. Don't tell me you didn't know they snuck out in the middle of the night? If something had really happened to them, would your conscience be clear? Let me tell you, the six of you came here together, so I'm treating you as a group. You'd better keep an eye on each other from now on, and don't let anything like this happen again. Otherwise, if one person gets into trouble, you'll all be held responsible. Xiao Dashan really had no other choice. The educated youths were too clever for their own good, always coming up with crazy ideas. All he could do was tie them together, hoping they'd keep each other in check and cause less trouble. The six educated youths were scolded so harshly by Xiao Dashan that they couldn't even lift their heads, let alone dare to talk back. All they could do was nod repeatedly to show they understood. Seeing them like this, Xiao Dashan found it hard to keep up his anger, no matter how much he wanted to. They had already admitted their mistakes obediently. If he kept scolding, he'd just come off as unreasonable. With a sigh, Xiao Dashan clasped his hands behind his back and walked out. He hadn't even reached the door when he saw Xiao Chenjin and Su Ruanruan standing outside. Xiao Dashan put on a stern face. What are you two standing here for? Hurry up and go home for dinner. He really didn't want the young people from the brigade mixing too much with the educated youths. What if they picked up bad habits? Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin had no idea what Xiao Dashan was thinking. They were both obedient kids, so they just smiled at him and said, "We're going. We're going." Xiao Chenjin followed Xiao Dashan home, while Su Ruanruan headed back to the Su family by herself. On her way to bring food to Granny Chen, Su Ruanruan mentioned that the educated youths had been found and brought back. Granny Chen didn't think much of it. She'd known all along that the educated youths would be found eventually, it was just a matter of time. She only hoped that after this ordeal, they'd finally settle down and live honestly. At the educated youth spot, Li Weigua and the others stood in the yard, watching Xiao Dashan and his group walk away. Only then did they finally relax their stiff bodies. Qing Yanhong snorted coldly and turned to head straight into the kitchen. She wanted to boil some water and take a bath. These past 2 days had been miserable, and she felt like she stank. But just as she stepped into the kitchen and reached for the water ladle, someone smacked the back of her hand hard. Qing Yanhong yelped in pain and quickly pulled her hand back. Looking down, she saw a big red mark on the back of her hand. She glared angrily at Zhao Xiaoyan. "Why did you hit me?" Zhao Xiaoyan snorted, chin held high. "I carried this water myself. If you want to use it, go fetch your own." "What? What do you mean by that?" Qing Yanhong looked at Zhao Xiaoyan in shock and confusion. "Aren't we all?" Before she could finish, Zhao Xiaoyan cut her off coldly. "Who's we all with you? You, Li Weigua, and Zhang Chongqun are your own little group. While you three were gone these past 2 days, the rest of us agreed. Each person takes a day to fetch water, make the fire, and cook. The other 2 already did their turns, today's mine. If you want to use water today, go fetch it yourself. If you agree to this arrangement, you can join the rotation starting tomorrow." Qing Yanhong's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that after just 2 days away, things had changed so much at the educated youth spot. She and Zhao Xiaoyan had never been particularly close, but it had never been like this before. It was just a little water. Zhao Xiaoyan would never have quibbled over it before. Qing Yanhong wanted to say more, but Zhao Xiaoyan didn't give her the chance. You three made your plans and just left. The rest of us spent the past 2 days getting pointed at and lectured by the brigade leaders. Do you have any idea what we went through? When there's something good, it's always you and us, but now that there's nothing good, suddenly it's all of us together. You wish. The more Zhao Xiaoyan spoke, the angrier she got. Her eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. The other two, though they hadn't spoken, stood not far from Zhao Xiaoyan, making it clear through their actions that they supported her. Li Weiguo and Zhang Chongqun were still in the yard, and naturally, they heard the commotion coming from the kitchen. The two exchanged a glance, then Li Weiguo stepped forward and said to Zhao Xiaoyan and the others in the kitchen, "Of course we're willing. From now on, we'll follow these rules. I'll fetch water tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyan just gave a soft snort and didn't reply, but her expression showed she was quite satisfied. In the end, Cheng Yanhong and the other two still went to fetch water and gather firewood, boiled some water, and took a bath. They also cooked dinner together. After making so many meals, this time at least the food wasn't burnt, though it still couldn't be called tasty. But Li Weiguo and the other two didn't care about the taste anymore. They wolfed down their food as if they hadn't eaten in 10 days or half a month. Seeing how sallow and thin the three looked, Zhao Xiaoyan and her group didn't say anything. Still, they couldn't help but wonder, just what kind of hardships had these three suffered outside. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Li Weiguo got up. He tiptoed into the yard, picked up the carrying pole, opened the gate, and headed out. Not far from the educated youth spot, there was a well. Dug by the well-digging team last time. When Li Weiguo arrived, there were already a few people lining up at the well. But not many, just 2 or 3. Li Weiguo walked over and stood at the end of the line. As soon as he got in place, he heard people talking up ahead. Ruanruan's really strong. 1 bucket of water from her is worth 2 of ours, saves us a trip. Hearing this, Li Weiguo instinctively looked ahead. Only then did he realize that the person drawing water at the well was none other than Ruanruan. Next to her were 2 water buckets, both big and tall. Ruanruan filled each one with 2 rounds of water before they were full. After filling the 2 large buckets, Ruanruan picked up the carrying pole, set it on her shoulders, and hooked the buckets on. The buckets were so big and full that they were incredibly heavy. As soon as Ruanruan straightened up, the pole bent under the weight, creaking as she walked. Good thing Ruanruan tied 2 poles together, or else she wouldn't be able to carry those buckets. Granny Chen worked so hard for over a decade to raise Ruanruan, and now she can finally enjoy some comfort. Exactly. Ruanruan earns full work points every day and is so strong. Granny Chen is really blessed. What a good girl, and yet the Wang family just gave her up like that. TSK, 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 what were they thinking? Why do you care what they were thinking? Besides, Granny Chen raised Ruanruan. How could the Wang family just take her back now? Wishful thinking. The voices weren't too loud or too soft, but Li Weiguo, standing there, heard every word clearly. Ruanruan, who had just walked a short distance away, also heard it all. Ruanruan had heard the villagers gossiping since she was little and never took it to heart. But it was different for Li Weiguo. He hadn't even finished marveling at Ruanruan's strength when he heard another bombshell. Ruanruan was actually sent from the Wang family to the Su family. From the sound of it, Ruanruan didn't have a good relationship with the Wang family. So all those candies he gave Wang Aishue before, were they all for nothing? No wonder. If Wang Aishue had really put in a good word for him in front of Ruanruan, how could Ruanruan still treat him so coldly? So that's it. Turns out Wang Aishue and Ruanruan aren't close at all. Li Weiguo's face darkened with anger, as if a fire was burning in his chest. He wanted nothing more than to confront Wang Aishue right then and there, but in the end, he managed to hold himself back. It wasn't until he finished hauling water, made breakfast, and gathered a bundle of firewood that Li Weigua finally ambled off to work with the other educated youths. Around mid-morning, Wang Aishue showed up. He came alone, and as soon as he arrived, he walked straight up to Li Weigua. "You're back? Want me to deliver a message for you again?" As he spoke, Wang Aishue licked his lips nostalgically. These past few days, Li Weigua hadn't asked him to deliver any messages. In fact, Li Weigua had even disappeared for a couple of days. Now that Li Weigua was finally back, Wang Aishue couldn't wait to come find him. He hadn't had any candy for days, and he was craving it like crazy. Li Weigua looked at Wang Aishue with a blank expression, but his eyes were burning with fury. "Come with me. I have something to say to you." With that, Li Weigua took the lead and walked toward a patch of wasteland off to the side. This area was at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by wild, uncultivated land. If you walked a bit farther, you'd reach the woods at the base of the mountain, pretty secluded. Right now, Wang Aishue's mind was filled with nothing but candy, candy, candy. He didn't notice anything strange about Li Weigua and just followed him along. The other 5 educated youths saw this, but didn't think much of it. After all, Li Weigua often talked with Wang Aishue, they were used to it. Li Weigua led the way into the woods. Once he was deep enough that the others couldn't see them, he stopped and turned to face Wang Aishue. Wang Aishue was still grinning. "Comradely, what did you bring me here for? Want me to deliver a message for you?" Li Weigua gave a twisted smile. "Deliver." Before he finished speaking, his fist shot out toward Wang Aishue. Wang Aishue was so startled by the sudden attack that he forgot to dodge. At that critical moment, someone suddenly rushed out from somewhere and yanked Wang Aishue aside. Li Weigua's punch hit nothing but air, and he stumbled forward a few steps. When he steadied himself and looked over, he saw Wang Aijuan. By now, Wang Aishue had come to his senses. He stepped out from behind Wang Aijuan and started yelling at Li Weigua. "Li Weigua, you actually dared to hit me. I'm gonna tell my grandma, my dad, my mom, my uncle, my aunt. They'll beat you to a pulp." After shouting his threats, Wang Aishue ran off, leaving Wang Aijuan standing there, looking at Li Weigua nervously. Why did you try to hit my brother?" Li Weigua raised an eyebrow. "He's your brother?" Wang Aijuan looked surprised. "You didn't know?" If he'd known, would he not have tried to hit him? Thinking this, Wang Aijuan felt a little sweetness in her heart. "Comrade Li Weigua, my brother's just spoiled, but he doesn't mean any harm. Don't take it to heart. I'll apologize on his behalf, okay?" Li Weigua clenched his teeth in secret. Apologize on his behalf? Who do you think you are? But if she was Wang Aishue's sister, then she was also Ruanruan's sister. How come she was nothing like Ruanruan? Li Weigua frowned as he looked at Wang Aijuan. The more he looked, the more he realized. Wang Aijuan and Ruanruan did share a certain resemblance. It's just that Wang Aijuan's skin was rougher, her complexion sallow, and her features more ordinary. "Comrade Li Weigua, why do you keep staring at me?" Wang Aijuan spoke, her eyes darting left and right, but a smile was playing at the corners of her mouth. Seeing her smile made Li Weigua feel even more disgusted. They were born to the same parents. How could they be so different? "I still have work to do, so I'll be going now." With that, Li Weigua turned and hurried off. Wang Aijuan watched his retreating figure, the smile on her lips growing wider. Comrade Li Weigua is shy. Wang Aishue ran all the way home to the Wang family and exaggerated the story of what had just happened to Granny Wang. The moment she heard that someone had dared to hit her precious grandson, and that person was a Jiqing educated youth, Granny Wang's eyebrows shot up. If it had been someone from another family in the village, she might have hesitated. But a Jiqing? She had nothing to worry about. So, what if they came from a big city? Here in their production brigade, weren't they just as alone and unsupported? Without another thought for the fact that it was still working hours, Granny Wang grabbed Wang Aishue and headed straight for the fields. First, the grandmother and grandson went to find her 2 daughters-in-law, Lu Xiuli and Zheng Qiudi, then her sons, Wang Dafa and Wang Erqing. The 4 of them looked at the flustered Granny Wang, completely confused. Mom, what's going on? Granny Wang's face was stern. What's going on? Our Aishue was bullied. He's the only male heir of our Wang family. How can we let people push him around? Come with me. We're going to settle the score with that brat. Lu Xioli and Wang Dafa didn't hesitate and followed Granny Wang immediately, but Zhang Qiudi held Wang Erqing back. Wang Erqing looked at her in confusion. What are you doing? Didn't you hear what Mom said? Zhang Qiudi rolled her eyes at him. That's their eldest son. What's it got to do with you or me? Let them handle it. Wang Erqing's face fell. If I had a son, I'd... Before he could finish, he suddenly realized something and looked at Zhang Qiudi in surprise and delight. You're pregnant. Zhang Qiudi nodded. Yes. This pregnancy feels different from the others. It must be a boy. Thinking back, when Zhang Qiudi was pregnant before, she'd always been terribly sick, but this time she felt fine. Maybe it really was a boy. It's definitely a boy. Sons are more considerate. They wouldn't let you suffer. Come on, let's go home. You don't need to work anymore. Just rest and give me a son. As soon as literacy class was dismissed, the children burst out like chicks let out of a pen, swarming outside. Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin locked the classroom door and strolled toward the office. Just as they entered, a student rushed up to the door. Teacher Xiao, Teacher Su, come quick. There's a fight outside. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin were both startled. School had just ended. How could a fight have broken out already? They dropped their books and ran outside without even locking the door, only understanding what the student meant when they reached the gate. It turned out it wasn't the students fighting, but a brawl at the entrance to the Jiqing compound. This area was rather remote, with no houses nearby, so the only onlookers were the children who'd just gotten out of class. The kids weren't very tall and didn't block the view much, so Su Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin could easily see what was happening. Granny Wang, Wang Dafa, and Lu Xioli were ganging up on Li Weigua, while Wang Aishue would run up every now and then to give Li Weigua a kick. Su Ruanruan couldn't help but shake her head again and again. Too miserable. It was just too miserable. Su Ruanruan clearly remembered that in her previous life, Li Weigua had always been refined and cultured. He dressed neatly and tidily every day, one look, and you could tell he was from a big city. But in this life, he was just too pitiful. Eating pig slop, nearly being sold off when he tried to escape, and now, just after coming back, he'd been beaten up. Su Ruanruan couldn't help but wonder if Li Weigua had used up all his good luck in his previous life. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge difference between his two lives? Although this place was remote, it wasn't completely deserted. Someone must have seen the scene from afar and rushed off to find Xiao Dashan. Not long after, Xiao Dashan arrived, leading the brigade's officials, both big and small. What's going on? What's going on? Lu Xioli, Wang Dafa, what are you two doing? Xiao Dashan scolded as he hurried over, not forgetting to bring people with him to pull apart the fighting group. Once Lu Xioli and the others were separated, Su Ruanruan finally got a clear look at Li Weigua. He was lying on the ground, curled up in a ball, arms wrapped around his head, looking weak, helpless, and pitiful. The white, crisp shirt he usually wore was now wrinkled and dirty, covered in mud. Just looking at him made people frown. Xiao Dashan stepped forward, bent down to check on Li Weigua. Li Weigua, are you all right? Are you hurt? Hearing this, Li Weigua almost burst into tears, but at the last second, he bit his lip hard and held it in. All right? How could he be all right? His whole body felt like it was falling apart, and every little movement sent a jolt of pain through him. His parents had never even laid a finger on him growing up. When had he ever been beaten like this? There was no way he was going to let this go. Li Weigua staggered to his feet, his face full of indignation as he looked at Xiao Dashan. Captain, they just started beating me for no reason. You have to give me an explanation for this. I'm an educated youth. I came here to support the countryside, not to be beaten and humiliated. If the brigade doesn't give me an explanation today, I'll go straight to the commune and talk to the leaders. Before Xiao Dashan could respond, Wang Pozi jumped in, hands on her hips. You want to go to the commune and talk to the leaders? Go ahead. I'll go with you. Let's go right now. You're a city-educated youth, an intellectual, and you dare to hit people? You hit my grandson, shouldn't I hit you back for him? Then she turned to Xiao Dashan. Captain, these city youths can't carry a load, can't do any work, can't do anything right, and eat more than anyone else. Keeping people like that in our brigade is just feeding freeloaders. And now he even dares to hit people. We absolutely can't keep someone like that here. Let's go to the commune right now and ask the leaders to take them all away. Li Weigua, who had been full of confidence just a moment ago, turned even paler after hearing Wang Posi's words. He'd only just come back yesterday, and before he returned, the commune leaders had already given him a severe scolding. If Wang Posi went to the commune leaders and complained about him, wouldn't their impression of him get even worse? When the time came for city return quotas, would he even have a chance? The more Li Weigua thought about it, the more terrified he became. He didn't even care about the pain in his body anymore. Wang Po's endless nagging was giving Xiao Dashan a headache. He glared at her fiercely. Fine. Let's go to the commune. Let's talk to the leadership. Since you all want to go so badly, let's go right now. Their third production team hadn't always been rated as advanced every year, but they'd never had so many messy problems before. Lately, though, trouble had been coming one after another, making him infamous throughout the entire commune. If they all wanted to go to the commune and talk to the leaders, then so be it. He wasn't going to stop them. Wang Po was about the same age as Xiao Dashan, and the two had known each other for decades. How could she not tell that Xiao Dashan was angry now? Besides, even though she'd been making a big fuss just now, when it came down to actually going to the commune and facing the leadership, she didn't dare. Just the thought of seeing the leaders made her legs go weak. She'd probably collapse before she even got a word out. Wang Po didn't really want to go to the commune. Li Weigua didn't really want to go either. And Xiao Dashan wanted to go least of all. But even though none of them wanted to go, none of them wanted to be the first to back down and lose face. Xiao Chenjin, seeing this, wanted to step forward and help Xiao Dashan out of the predicament. After all, that was his own father. He couldn't just stand by and let two outsiders bully him. But before he could step forward, someone suddenly charged into the crowd like a soldier rushing into battle and stood protectively in front of Li Weigua like a mother hen shielding her chick. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned for a moment. When they finally came to their senses, things got even stranger. Wasn't that Wang Aijuan from the Wang family standing in front of Li Weigua? Su Swanswan blinked, her big eyes full of confusion. She kept her gaze on Wang Aijuan, but tilted her head toward Xiao Chenjin. Do you think she ran too fast and didn't see clearly and ended up standing in the wrong place? Wang Aijuan's own grandmother, father, mother, and younger brother were all standing over there, but she'd rushed over and stood in front of Li Weigua instead. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like she'd gone to the wrong side. Xiao Chenjin was just as baffled. Maybe? As the two of them whispered, Wang Po spoke up. Wang Aijuan, what are you doing? Where are you standing? Wang Aijuan's face was full of stubbornness. Grandma, don't hit comradely anymore. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. He didn't really mean to hit Aishue, and besides, he didn't even touch him. I stopped him. She turned anxiously to Li Weigua. Comradely, hurry and tell my grandma you didn't do it on purpose. It was all a misunderstanding. My grandma and the others are reasonable people. They'll definitely forgive you. Li Weigua looked at Wang Aijuan with a complicated expression, pressing his lips together, unwilling to speak. He really hadn't expected Wang Aijuan to suddenly rush out like that, but he had to admit, her sudden appearance had defused the awkward situation. Still, he was the one who'd been hit. There was no way he was going to apologize. But before he could hesitate any longer, Wang Aijuan turned back around, her gaze firm as she looked at Wang Po. Grandma, comradely, and I are together now. He's going to be Aishue's brother-in-law, just like a real brother. How could he possibly hit Aishue? It was all just a misunderstanding. Really, it was. Grandma, don't be angry anymore. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. The educated youth had only been here a short while, and Wang Aijuan was already together with Li Weiguo. While everyone else was reeling in shock, only Su Swan smiled. Just as she expected. In their previous lives, the two had missed their chance. In this life, they'd finally come together. This could be considered fulfilling Li Weiguo's dream. Su Ruanruan, feeling satisfied after witnessing the whole spectacle, smacked her lips contentedly and smiled at Xiao Chengjin. I'm heading home now. She still had to cook. Otherwise, Granny Chen would go hungry. Xiao Chengjin nodded. You'd better hurry home. I'll go call Grandpa back for dinner too. Before Wang Aijuan said what she just did, the Wang family and Li Weiguo's issue was seen as just a dispute between team members, something Captain Xiao Dashan would have to mediate. But now things were different. Wang Aijuan had said it herself, she and Li Weiguo were together. That made Li Weiguo the Wang family's son-in-law. Since they were all family now, it was best to let them handle their own affairs. Xiao Chengjin, tall and long-legged, walked over to Xiao Dashan in just a few strides. Grandpa, let's go home. Family matters are best left to the family. We shouldn't get involved. Hearing this, Xiao Dashan nodded repeatedly. Chengjin's right. Let's go home. Everyone, stop gawking and hurry back for lunch. We still have work this afternoon. Wasn't it better to go home, eat, and get some rest than to stand around in the hot sun watching someone else's family drama? In no time, only the Wang family and the educated youths were left. Cheng Yanhong and the other 4 educated youths looked at Li Weiguo with complicated expressions, occasionally glancing at Wang Aijuan. The others might not care, but Cheng Yanhong's feelings were especially tangled. She still remembered Wang Aijuan. After all, that girl always smelled so bad, the stench lingered in her memory. But this country girl, who was smelly, plain-looking, and dressed so shabbily, had actually gotten together with Li Weiguo. Did Li Weiguo have something wrong with his eyes? If he wanted a country girl, shouldn't he pick someone like Su Ruanruan? Cheng Yanhong was reluctant to admit it, but she had to concede that Su Ruanruan looked even more like a pampered city girl than she did. If Li Weiguo had chosen Su Ruanruan, that would at least make sense. She was pretty and capable. But Wang Aijuan? Did he like her because she was ugly and dressed poorly, or because she smelled bad? The more Cheng Yanhong thought about it, the more speechless she became. In the end, she simply turned and went back into the educated youth's courtyard. Forget it, out of sight, out of mind. After Cheng Yanhong left, the other 4 educated youths exchanged glances and followed her. In just a short while, everyone else had left. Even if Li Weiguo wanted to explain, he didn't know who to explain to. Old Lady Wang looked at Wang Aijuan with disdain. After all those years of school and all that money spent, you've only earned a few work points for the family, and now you want to get married? But soon, Old Lady Wang thought it through. Wang Aijuan was no good at farm work, barely earned any work points, and still ate at home. If she got married, that'd be one less mouth to feed. But, Li Weiguo, since you and our Aijuan are together, I won't be the one to break you up. But marriage isn't just talk. I won't ask for all 3 big items. Just buy one is enough. And give us 30, no, 50 yuan as a bride price, 10 jin of meat coupons, and 20 feet of cloth coupons. Then you two can get married. Although Wang Aijuan was only 15 and couldn't get a marriage certificate yet, that didn't matter. There were plenty of couples in the team who'd had 2 or 3 kids before getting their marriage certificates, and some never got them at all. At 15, she was already a grown girl, old enough to get married. Back in her day, when she was 15, her eldest child had already been born. After saying this, Old Lady Wang took Wang Aishue's hand and left, thoroughly satisfied. Aishue, once Li Weiguo brings over the bride price, Grandma will buy you some meat to eat and get you fabric for new clothes. Old Lady Wang was grinning so widely that the wrinkles on her face seemed to blossom like a flower. Since he was an educated youth from the big city, he must have meat coupons and fabric coupons, right? Even if he didn't have any on him now, so what? Couldn't he just write home and ask his family for some? All these years raising this granddaughter hadn't been in vain after all. Su Ruanruan thought that was the end of it. But after lunch, when she was on her way to the literacy class, Wang Aijuan suddenly charged at her like a madwoman. Luckily, Ruanruan reacted quickly and dodged to the side. Otherwise, with the way Wang Aijuan was barreling toward her, she probably would have been knocked to the ground. Ruanruan quickly took several steps back, still shaken, and looked at Wang Aijuan. "What's gotten into you?" Wang Aijuan's face was streaked with tears, but her expression was full of hatred for Ruanruan. "Ruanruan, how can you be so shameless? You already have Xiao Chenjin, so why are you trying to steal my Liweigua?" Ruanruan was completely baffled. What nonsense are you talking about? When had she ever tried to steal Liweigua? Ruanruan's reaction was so genuine, so incredulous, that it was impossible to think she was faking it. Seeing this, Wang Aijuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly started cursing again. "Liweigua told me himself. He said he likes you and doesn't want to marry me. He must be lying to you." Ruanruan replied firmly, looking Wang Aijuan straight in the eyes. "He doesn't like me at all. Last time, he even said I fed him pig dung and hated me so much he could die. How could he possibly like me?" Ruanruan was so sincere that she didn't look like she was lying at all. She and Wang Aijuan had grown up together, as close as sisters, almost inseparable. Based on what Wang Aijuan knew of Ruanruan, she would never lie to her. If that was the case, then why did Liweigua reject her? Very soon, Wang Aijuan realized what the problem was. It must be that old lady Wang was asking for too much as the bride price. 50 yuan. 10 pounds of meat coupons. 20 feet of fabric coupons. She'd never seen so much in her whole life. Liweigua must have been scared off by all those demands, and that's why he didn't want to marry her. Once she figured it out, Wang Aijuan didn't bother with Ruanruan anymore and turned to run back to the Wang family home. She had come in a whirlwind and left in a hurry, not noticing at all how cold and indifferent Ruanruan's gaze was as she watched her leave. Ruanruan was never someone who repaid evil with kindness. In her previous life, Granny Chen died at Wang Aijuan's hands, and Ruanruan herself had died because of her too. This time around, she hadn't gone out of her way to make trouble for Wang Aijuan, she just didn't want to dirty her own hands. But that didn't mean she could just stand by and watch Wang Aijuan live a peaceful life. Since Wang Aijuan wanted so badly to marry Liweigua, she'd help her out. As for what kind of life Wang Aijuan would have in the future, that was none of her business. Only when Wang Aijuan's figure had disappeared from sight did Ruanruan look away and continue on to the literacy class, her steps light. When she arrived, Xiao Chenjin was already there. Seeing Ruanruan come in with a bright smile, Xiao Chenjin smiled too. "Ruanruan, you seem to be in a great mood." Ruanruan nodded with a smile. "That's right. I'm in a great mood. After all, there's going to be a wedding in our team." In her previous life, Liweigua had pursued Wang Aijuan, but in this life, it was Wang Aijuan who was chasing after Liweigua. Although the roles were reversed, the important thing was that the two of them were finally going to be together. All in all, it was something worth being happy about. When Xiao Chenjin heard Ruanruan's words, he was momentarily at a loss for what to say. After everything Wang Aijuan had done to Ruanruan in the past, now that she was getting married, Ruanruan was still genuinely happy for her. Ruanruan really was too soft-hearted. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chenjin tentatively asked, "Ruanruan, Wang Aijuan's getting married. You're not planning to give her a gift or anything, are you?" It was one thing to be happy for Wang Aijuan, but if Ruanruan was thinking of giving her something, he would definitely put a stop to it. Wang Aijuan was like a piece of sticky plaster once she latched on. It was hard to get rid of her. Now that their relationship had finally become a bit more distant, Xiao Chenjin didn't want Ruanruan to get entangled with Wang Aijuan again just because she felt soft-hearted for a moment. Ruanruan looked at Xiao Chenjin in surprise. "Why would you ask that? What could I possibly give her? Of course I'm not giving her anything. Give Wang Aijuan a gift? She'd sooner send her a cartload of pig manure." Seeing that Ruanruan was serious and not just brushing him off, Xiao Chenjin let out a huge sigh of relief. Good, no gifts. No gifts. The next day, news that Wang Aijuan and Li Weigua had gotten together spread throughout the entire third production team. When everyone went to work, some busybodies gathered around Wang Dafa and Lu Xiuli to get the scoop. I heard your Aijuan is with one of the educated youths now? I never would have guessed. She always seemed so quiet and kept to herself, never saw her getting close to any of the young guys in the team, and now suddenly she's with an educated youth. Impressive. When that educated youth goes back to the city, will he take Aijuan with him? Does that mean she'll be a city person from now on? Will he take you too as well? Will you all get to eat state-supplied grain? No more working in the fields for work points, right? The speaker was just making conversation, but the listeners were paying close attention. Lu Xiuli, who had been unhappy about Wang Aijuan and Li Weigua getting together, suddenly brightened up after hearing the string of questions. Marrying an educated youth was great. They could become city folks. Eat state rations, live in an apartment building, get all sorts of ration tickets every month, never have to toil in the fields again. That was basically a life of luxury. The more Lu Xiuli thought about it, the more excited she became. She beamed at the onlookers. These are the kids' own affairs. We don't go in for those old-fashioned arranged marriages anymore. Since Aijuan and Weigua have made up their minds, of course I won't object. When it's time for the wedding banquet, you're all invited. Let's all celebrate together. The others had only been joking around, but hearing Lu Xiuli say this so earnestly, they were momentarily at a loss for words. What were they supposed to say? Say they'd just been talking nonsense? But looking at Lu Xiuli, it was clear she was taking it seriously. And thinking about it, it actually made sense. The educated youths really were from the big city, and sooner or later they'd go back. So, what was there to be conflicted about? Once they figured it out, everyone chimed in, all right. We'll definitely come to the banquet. Free booze, of course they'd go. Only a fool would miss out. That afternoon, when work was over, Li Weigua was walking back to the educated youth compound with the others, and along the way, plenty of people greeted him. Li Jiqing. You've got good taste, huh? Set your sights on Aijuan. That's right. Aijuan's a good girl. Huh? What's so good about Aijuan anyway? Shut up. What's not good about Aijuan? A group of people, pant legs rolled up and hose slung over their shoulders, joked and chatted as they walked along. No one really expected Li Weigua to respond. Teasing each other on the way to and from work had become a habit for everyone in the production team. Most of the time, people just said whatever came to mind, and even they didn't remember what they'd said after a while. After all, work was exhausting. When you got home, you just wanted to eat a few bites and collapse into bed. Who had the energy to care about other people's business? But Li Weigua wasn't like that. He listened to the people around him joking, one after another, and his face changed color so much it looked like a painter's palette. He'd made things clear to Wang Aijuan just yesterday. He had no intention of marrying her, and told her to go home and explain that to her family. So why was everyone still talking like this today? Each person spoke as if it were true, as if he'd really said he was going to marry Wang Aijuan and take her back to the city with him. Never mind that he didn't even know when he'd be allowed back to the city. Even if he could go, there was no way he'd bring Wang Aijuan with him. What would he do that for? Just to embarrass himself, his parents, and give his relatives and friends something to laugh about? Li Weigua returned to the Jiqing dorm with a dark face. Once inside the courtyard, he finally escaped the teasing voices. He was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Cheng Yanhong's voice. Li Weigua, are you really getting married? Where are you going to live after you get married? You're not still going to live with us, are you? That would be so awkward. After she spoke, the others all nodded in agreement. Exactly. If you get married, you can't keep living with us. That would be so embarrassing. They were all young people around the same age, and everyone knew more or less the same things about each other. When this topic came up, it was always met with laughter and waggling eyebrows. Seeing them like this, even Li Weigua couldn't help but picture himself lying on the kang with Wang Aijuan. The thought made his expression even uglier. He even felt a little nauseous. I have something to do. I'm going out for a bit. With that, Li Weigua hurried out the door. Watching his hasty retreat, Cheng Yanhong curled her lip. I don't know what's wrong with his eyes, picking a country bumpkin like that and getting all worked up. Has he never seen a woman before? The others didn't say anything, but their eyes were full of laughter. Li Weigua rushed all the way to the pigsty. Standing at the entrance, memories of that night came flooding back, and he felt even more nauseous. He just stood at the door, unwilling to go in. He glanced inside a few times, but didn't see Wang Aijuan and started to hesitate. Should he go in or not? Just as he was wavering, Wang Aijuan's surprised voice sounded behind him. Weigua. Li Weigua froze, then slowly turned around to see Wang Aijuan standing not far away, pushing a cart and looking at him with delight. Weigua, did you come here just to see me? As she spoke, she smiled, a blush spreading across her cheeks. That shy, bashful look, honestly, it was just an eyesore. Weigua, I know now. What you said yesterday, it's all because my grandma was asking for too much. Don't worry, I've already talked to her and told her not to ask you for so many things anymore. I want to be with you, to live our lives together. I'm not after your things. Even if you had nothing at all, I'd still be willing to marry you. Li Weigua's face immediately darkened when he heard this. I'm not willing. Huh? What do you mean, huh? I said it already. I'm not willing. I don't like you and I won't marry you. The one I like is Ruanruan. I don't believe you. You must be lying to me. Fine. You don't believe me, huh? I'll go find Ruanruan right now. With that, Li Weigua spun around and stormed off, moving so fast it was like he was being chased by a dog. Wang Aijuan bit her lip, abandoned her cart, and hurried after him. When Wang Aijuan arrived at the Su family's door, she saw Li Weigua pounding on it with all his might. She had barely stopped when the door swung open from the inside. Standing there was none other than Ruanruan. Ruanruan glanced at Li Weigua at the door and Wang Aijuan not far behind him, raising her eyebrows in confusion. What's going on here? Li Weigua took a deep breath and shouted, Ruanruan, I like, ah. Before he could finish, a stabbing pain shot up from his foot straight to his heart. The pain was so intense he couldn't even stand, let alone finish his sentence. Wang Aijuan was startled by the sudden turn of events and rushed to Li Weigua's side, supporting him as he nearly collapsed. Weigua, what's wrong? Ruanruan, what happened to him? What did you do to him? What could I have done? Ruanruan curved her lips into a sweet, innocent smile. I think he was probably trying to tell me that he likes you and wants to marry you, but he got so excited that he couldn't finish and just started yelling. After all, he's still young. Meeting his other half and getting married right away, being this excited is normal. Anyone with half a brain could tell Ruanruan was talking nonsense. Besides, Li Weigua's forehead was bulging with veins from the pain, and sweat was pouring down his face. He definitely didn't look excited. But right now, there was no one else around except Wang Aijuan, who had her sights set on Li Weigua. Wang Aijuan looked at Ruanruan, then at Li Weigua, whose lips were trembling from the pain. Suddenly, she smiled. Ruanruan, you're right. Weigua's just too happy. I'll take him home now. When we get married, we'll invite you to the wedding banquet. Lately, Wang Aijuan had been pushing a cart full of pig manure every day, and her strength had grown quite a bit. She might not be a match for the production team's strongest, but compared to the city's educated youths, she was doing pretty well. At least right now, the weakened Li Weigua had no way to break free from her grip. Standing at the door, Ruanruan watched as Wang Aijuan half-dragged, half-carried Li Weigua away, her smile growing even brighter. Wang Aijuan really was clever otherwise. In her previous life, she wouldn't have been able to fool Ruanruan for over 30 years. But in this life, Wang Aijuan was destined to be outsmarted by her own cleverness. Ruanruan, time to eat. Coming, Grandma. The weather was scorching hot today. Even the sheep couldn't stand being outside at noon, so Granny Chen brought them back and tied them up in the shady spot behind the house, planning to take them up the mountain again once it cooled off a bit in the afternoon. It was rare for Ruanruan to be home at midday, so no matter what, Granny Chen wouldn't let her cook. Instead, Granny Chen kneaded the dough herself and made hand-pulled noodles for Ruanruan. With such hot weather, soup noodles were out of the question, so Granny Chen made dry mixed noodles instead. Once the noodles were cooked, she rinsed them in cold water, put them in bowls, topped them with tomato and egg, and added some crisp, fresh cucumber shreds. The result was a dish that was incredibly refreshing and appetizing. Ruanruan loved sour and spicy flavors, so she poured some aged vinegar and chili oil into her bowl, making the noodles even more irresistible. Granny Chen hadn't made a small amount of noodles, but the two of them still finished every last bite, not leaving a single strand behind. After they were full and satisfied, Granny Chen finally asked about what had happened earlier. "Ruanruan, what was going on outside just now?" "I heard someone shouting." Aside from her rebirth and the secret of her magical space, Ruanruan didn't plan to hide anything else from Granny Chen. So when Granny Chen asked, Ruanruan told her everything that had just happened. After listening, Granny Chen's brows furrowed tightly. "That Li Weigua, why is he always stirring up trouble? He just doesn't have enough work to do. Once the autumn harvest starts and he's worked to the bone, he won't have any energy left for nonsense." Seeing Granny Chen getting angry, Ruanruan scooted over and tugged on her arm, shaking it playfully. "Grandma, don't get upset. He's not worth it. By the way, your new clothes have been finished for days now. Why haven't you worn them yet? If you don't, Grandpa will definitely bring over more fabric and make you sew a few more outfits so you can change into something new every day." Hearing this, Granny Chen chuckled and tapped Ruanruan on the head. "You and your nonsense. I'm not making it up," Ruanruan insisted, leaning her head on Granny Chen's shoulder. After mentioning this last time, so many things had happened that she'd completely forgotten about it. Tonight, she had to find time to take out the fabric she'd prepared. With that thought, Ruanruan waited until the middle of the night, then quietly got up and snuck into the kitchen. It was pitch black inside, and she couldn't see a thing. Feeling her way to the square table, she gently placed the fabric she'd prepared earlier on top, then quickly turned and hurried back to her room. She had just lain down on the heated brick bed when she heard the creak of a door opening. Was Granny Chen up? Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat. But this wasn't her first time doing something like this, so her nerves were pretty steady. After a moment, she calmed her breathing and her heartbeat gradually returned to normal. She listened intently for any sounds from the kitchen. Soon, a sliver of light shone through the crack under her door. Then came Granny Chen's muffled exclamation. "I mean, how come I never knew you could buy fabric?" Hearing this, Ruanruan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before she could think further, she heard Granny Chen mutter again, "Why'd you give me so much fabric? You should have given Ruanruan a few more pieces. She's grown up now and she needs some nice new clothes. What am I supposed to do with just these 2 pieces? Next time, remember, get a few more for Ruanruan." Lying on the heated brick bed, Ruanruan listened to Granny Chen's endless chatter, and her eyes stung with emotion. Whether in her previous life or this one, Granny Chen had always treated her with wholehearted kindness. She wasn't her biological granddaughter, but she was even closer than one. Ruanruan took a deep breath, pushing all the chaotic thoughts from her mind. The things from her past life were already over. There was nothing she could do to change them now. All she could do was be good to Granny Chen and make sure Wang Aijuan, who had harmed Granny Chen in her previous life, got what she deserved. Ruanruan didn't even know when she fell asleep, but when she woke up again, daylight was already streaming in from outside. Startled, she quickly reached under her pillow for her watch. Seeing that it was only 6 o'clock, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Summer mornings came so early that she always felt like she had overslept. She quickly got dressed and went to the kitchen, only to find Granny Chen already making breakfast. When Granny Chen saw Ruanruan come in, she beamed and said, Ruanruan, your grandpa brought back quite a bit of fabric yesterday. When I finish work tonight, I'll make you some new clothes." Hearing this, Ruanruan froze for a moment, then quickly smiled and nodded. Okay. Why did Granny Chin have to use the words "brought back"? Even though she knew perfectly well that the fabric had come from her own treasure space, hearing Granny Chin say that still gave her goosebumps. Ruanruan silently prayed in her heart, "Grandpa, if your spirit is watching from above, please don't blame me for using your name to take things." Ruanruan thought that, just like before, Granny Chin would mention it once and then drop the subject. But to her surprise, when they sat down to eat, Granny Chin brought it up again. "When your grandpa and I first got married, he was such a quiet one. Sometimes he wouldn't say a word all day. If I asked him whether my new clothes looked good, he'd look at me in shock and say, 'You're wearing new clothes?' Who would have thought? After all these years, your grandpa's changed so much. He actually gets things done now." Granny Chen's eyes crinkled with laughter as she spoke, clearly in a wonderful mood. Looking at her, Ruanruan didn't know whether to marvel at Granny Chen's ability to accept things or to admire her imagination. In the end, Ruanruan nodded seriously. "People do change. You're right, Ruanruan." Granny Chen picked up her bowl and took a big sip of porridge. Hurry up and eat, hurry up and eat. She really was getting old and muddle-headed, talking to Ruanruan about these things. If outsiders heard, wouldn't they laugh at her? Luckily, there were no outsiders at home, and Ruanruan wasn't the type to gossip. After that, Granny Chin kept her head down and ate in silence. Ruanruan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't know how to answer Granny Chin. Telling the truth was even more out of the question. Granny Chin was obviously happy. If she told her the truth and made her upset, what then? Thankfully, Granny Chin dropped the subject herself, so she didn't have to struggle with it anymore. A couple of days later, Ruanruan heard that Wang Aijuan and Li Weigua were getting married. Li Weigua was an educated youth from elsewhere and didn't have a house in the village. But after getting married, he obviously couldn't keep living at the educated youth dormitory. So after some discussion, it was decided that Li Weigua would pay for it himself, and the production team would provide the materials to build him a new house. Building a new house is a big deal. Even among the families who have lived in the 3rd Production Brigade for generations, not everyone can afford to build a new house when they get married. And it's not like you can just decide to build a house and get it done right away. With the autumn harvest approaching, who has the time to help build a new house? So, while they've agreed on it in principle, the actual construction will have to wait until after the harvest. But the marriage between Wang Aijuan and Li Weigua has been firmly settled. Ruanruan was a little surprised when she first heard the news. The bride price that old Lady Wang demanded was no small sum. Looking at the entire 3rd Production Brigade, aside from Ruanruan herself, probably no one else could come up with that much. And even if someone could, no one would be willing. Forget about all those things. Even if you just took one of them, you could have any girl in the brigade you wanted. It's not like Wang Aijuan is some rare beauty descended from the heavens, so why would anyone be willing to pay such a hefty bride price to marry her? Just as Ruanruan was about to marvel at Li Weigua's true love for her, Xiao Chunjin sidled over mysteriously. "Ruanruan, I've already found out Li Weigua didn't actually give that much for the bride price." Ruanruan's eyes widened. Huh? Then why did old Lady Wang agree to it? She hadn't interacted much with old Lady Wang, but she had a pretty good idea of what kind of person she was. Someone who could heartlessly throw her newborn granddaughter into the mountains to feed the wolves. How could she possibly let go of a granddaughter who could bring in such a large bride price without getting anything in return? After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiao Chunjin saw the doubt on Ruanruan's face and explained, "It's because Wang Aijuan moved to the educated youth spot herself and went to live with Li Weigua. A young, unmarried woman taking the initiative to move in with a male educated youth, this kind of scandalous topic spreads faster than anything else in the brigade. Not just their 3rd Production Brigade, even the 2 neighboring brigades had heard about it. Wang Aijuan even said that this is the new society, and selling daughters is out of fashion. If old lady Wang insists on such a high bride price, she'll go to the commune and report her for arranging a marriage and trafficking people. By the end, Xiao Chenjin could only click her tongue in admiration. She's got guts. To be willing to report her own grandmother just to marry the man she loves, that really does take guts. After a moment of silence, Ruanruan simply said, all those years of schooling weren't wasted on her. Xiao Chenjin wholeheartedly agreed. You're right, Ruanruan. If she hadn't gone to school for so many years, she probably wouldn't even know she could go to the commune to file a complaint about arranged marriage and human trafficking. Most people in our brigade don't know about these things. Wang Aijuan's drastic actions had completely torn things apart with the Wang family. Old Lady Wang even announced that from now on, Wang Aijuan had nothing to do with the Wang family. Whether she lived or died, she wouldn't care. But since Wang Aijuan had eaten the Wang family's food for so many years and would have starved to death without them, she now had to pay the family back with 1,000 jin of grain, or 1,000 yuan. All this fuss over an educated youth had even reached the ears of the commune leaders. When Xiao Dashan went to a meeting at the commune, the leader called him aside to talk about the matter privately. The gist of it was, the educated youth were sent down to support rural development, but before they'd even done anything, something like this had already happened. It was a bad influence, and he was told to go back and have a serious talk with Li Weiguo. Xiao Dashan agreed repeatedly on the surface, but in his heart, he was cursing Li Weiguo up and down. On the way back to the production brigade, Xiao Dashan was still being teased by the other brigade leaders. People used to say that pretty girls were femme fatale, but that educated youth in your brigade, Li, she's really become a femme fatale, hasn't she? Xiao Dashan spat fiercely when he heard this. Femme fatale my foot. She's just a troublemaker. He really was unlucky. There were so many educated youths assigned to their commune, how come the only troublemaker ended up in his brigade? Not wanting to be the butt of any more jokes, Xiao Dashan stopped pushing his bicycle and hopped on, pedaling away at top speed, leaving the other brigade leaders laughing heartily behind him. Back at the 3rd Production Brigade, Xiao Dashan barely caught his breath before heading straight to the wasteland to look for Li Weiguo. It wasn't quitting time yet. The sun was high in the sky, not a cloud in sight, and the scorching sunlight beat down relentlessly, as if it could peel a layer of skin right off you. When Xiao Dashan arrived at the wasteland, he immediately spotted Li Weiguo sitting in the shade, drinking water. It was still working hours. Was Li Weiguo slacking off? But the educated youths always worked in pairs. If he was slacking, that meant his partner had to pick up the slack. Would the other person really be okay with that? Thinking this, Xiao Dashan looked over to the other side. He recognized the other 5 educated youths, but the one bent over, working hard, wasn't that Wang Aijuan. Afraid he was seeing things, Xiao Dashan stopped his bike, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Sure enough, it was Wang Aijuan. Now, Xiao Dashan felt a rush of anger go straight to his head. Wang Aijuan, what are you doing? His shout was especially loud and sudden, startling everyone, both those working and those taking a break. The others were fine, but Li Weiguo, who was drinking water, choked and started coughing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Wang Aijuan dropped her hoe and hurried over to Li Weiguo's side, patting him on the back and anxiously asking, Weiguo, are you okay? Xiao Dashan's face darkened even more. He parked his bike, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode over to the two of them. Wang Aijuan, Li Weiguo, what are you two doing? Wang Aijuan turned her head at his words. Seeing it was Xiao Dashan, she stood up, looking a bit scared. Li Weiguo, on the other hand, managed to smile. Brigade leader, what's the matter? Li Weiguo, it's working hours. Why aren't you working? What are you doing sitting here? Brigade leader, as long as I finish the work assigned to me, isn't that enough? I don't believe there's anyone in our brigade who doesn't help each other out. Xiao Dashan was momentarily at a loss for words. It was true, people in the brigade did help each other out, but was this really mutual help between Li Weiguo and Wang Aijuan? He turned to Wang Aijuan. Wang Aijuan, have you finished your own work? Wang Aijuan nodded quickly. Yes, I've finished. Don't worry, brigade leader, I've done all my work. Wagwa isn't used to farm work, so I'm helping him out. Brigade leader, you're not going to dock his work points, are you? Looking at Wang Aijuan, who was watching him nervously, Xiao Dashan suddenly lost all his anger. What was there to be mad about? These two were clearly both willing, one happy to take advantage, the other happy to help. Why should he play the bad guy? What good would come of it? Having figured it out, Xiao Dashan took a deep breath and said coldly, if you want to help each other, then help each other. I'll be checking your work every day. If it's not done well or not finished, both of your work points will be docked. Ruanruan first heard about this from Xiao Chenjin, and after hearing it, she had only one thought. Could Wang Aijuan have something wrong with her head? In her previous life, Li Weigua had bent over backwards to please Wang Aijuan, writing love letters and all, but Wang Aijuan never spared him a second glance. So how come in this life, Li Weigua can't stand her, avoids her like the plague, and yet she insists on chasing after him, pouring her heart out for him? Is it really true that what you can't get is always the best? Ruanruan felt like she'd figured out the truth and couldn't help but laugh happily. This was great. She didn't even need to lift a finger. Wang Aijuan was running herself ragged all on her own. As for what's left of her, it probably isn't even enough for Li Weigua to play with. Once August rolled around, every afternoon after work, Xiao Dashan would hold a harvest mobilization meeting at the threshing ground. They'd shout slogans, boost morale, everyone's voice loud and clear, everyone beaming with joy. And for good reason. Their production team's crops were looking great this year. Even though there'd been a drought all summer with no rain, the team members were diligent, hauling water every day to irrigate the fields, so the crops never went thirsty. With the help of chemical fertilizer, the crops grew even better. Looking at the fields full of ripening grain, everyone was eager for the harvest to begin. Just a few days into August, the crops were fully ripe and ready to be harvested, almost 10 days earlier than usual. With the autumn harvest underway, the literacy class was suspended. Nothing is more important than food. When it's harvest time, everything else takes a back seat. The younger kids couldn't help much, but the slightly older ones were all assigned to the threshing ground to help spread out the grain to dry and chase away sparrows. Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin also went down to the fields. They weren't that old, but both were strong. When they took up the sickles to cut wheat, their speed was incredible. Swish, swish, swish. In no time at all, they'd covered a long stretch, leaving neat rows of wheat lying on the ground behind them. Even Xiao Dashan was a bit stunned at the sight. Ruanruan and Xiao Chenjin had always been in school before. They'd never really done farm work, and this was their first time joining the harvest. But looking at them now, you'd think they'd done it 1,000 times fast and efficient. Could it be that smart people aren't just good at studying, but also good at working? What Xiao Dashan didn't know is that at this moment, Xiao Chenjin himself was also shocked. When he first started cutting wheat, he was really slow. After all, it was his first time doing this, and he needed to figure things out. But when he finally got the hang of it and looked up, Ruanruan was already far ahead. Being left in the dust by Ruanruan was hard for Xiao Chenjin to accept, so he hurried to speed up. Several times, he swung the sickle so fast he almost cut his own hand. Luckily, his reflexes were quick, or he'd have become the laughingstock of the production team. Even now, he had to stay on high alert, not daring to relax for a second, just to barely keep up with Ruanruan. Xiao Chenjin's hands were busy, and so was his mind. Ruanruan was just a little girl. Having strength was one thing, but how is she so good at cutting wheat? Ruanruan had no idea Xiao Chenjin was pondering this. Her mind was completely focused on the harvest. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could dry the grain and store it away. Even though the harvest was nearly 10 days early this year, there were only about 10 days left before that heavy rain was supposed to come. It was still a tight schedule. The autumn harvest was the most exhausting time of all. In the production brigade, regardless of age or gender, everyone got up before dawn and was already working in the fields by the time the sky began to lighten. They wouldn't head home until it was completely dark, tidying up a bit before leaving. There was no shade in the fields, so everyone was exposed to the sun. They had to wear long sleeves and long pants, with hats on their heads and towels hanging down the back to cover their necks. Fully armed like this in the middle of summer, working under the blazing sun from morning till night, everyone was unbearably hot, and their sweat never dried. But there was no other way. If they didn't dress so thoroughly, by the end of the day, they'd be sunburned and peeling. It was definitely hard work, but there was a reward for the effort. Looking at the grain drying in the threshing yard, no matter how tired or worn out they were, everyone felt it was worth it. Those who weren't as strong sometimes got heat stroke, but they'd just sit in the shade, drink a few sips of water, rest for a bit, and then pick up their sickles and get back to work. After working hard for most of the year, no one wanted to slack off at such a crucial time. The more work you did, the more work points you earned, and when it came time to divide the grain, you'd get a bigger share. That meant your family could eat a little more. While everyone was working up a sweat, there were still a few who seemed especially relaxed. The educated youths had been assigned a plot of wheat to harvest. There were only 6 of them, but somehow there were 7 people working in the field. The members of the 3rd Production Brigade were used to this by now. They didn't even need to look to know that the extra person was definitely Wang Aijuan. People in the brigade were puzzled by her. She wasn't married yet, but she lived at the educated youth spot instead of going home, and she'd completely fallen out with her family. The Wang family had given up on her, and she became even more brazen. She didn't do her work properly at the pigsty, didn't care when her work points were docked, and spent every day following Li Weigua around, helping him with his chores. Just like now. While the other educated youths were doing their best to harvest wheat, Li Weigua was the only one holding a sickle but not really working. He'd just stand there looking around, or bend over to cut a few symbolic stalks, then walk over to the shade with his sickle. Sitting under the tree, sipping plain boiled water from an enamel mug, watching others sweat it out in the field, what a great feeling. That's what Li Weigua was thinking as he glanced at Wang Aijuan. She wasn't completely useless, after all. At least she helped him with a lot of his work. Now he didn't have to do much, but still got his full share of work points. Life couldn't be more comfortable. After being sent down to the countryside for so long, it was only recently that Li Weigua had started to enjoy himself. Watching Wang Aijuan bending over and cutting wheat nonstop, Li Weigua sighed regretfully. If only Wang Aijuan didn't smell so bad and was a bit better looking, it really wouldn't be so bad to marry her. But things just never go the way you want. Thinking of this, Li Weigua's good mood faded. He stopped looking at Wang Aijuan and turned his gaze elsewhere. As he looked around, his eyes landed on Ruanruan. Ruanruan was also bent over harvesting wheat, but she was much faster than Wang Aijuan. The wheat she cut was stacked neatly, unlike Wang Aijuan's, which was just piled haphazardly on the ground. The autumn harvest had been going on for several days, and even though he hadn't worked much, Li Weigua had gotten a lot tanner. But Ruanruan was still so fair-skinned. Although Ruanruan was most concerned about the autumn harvest at the moment, it wasn't as if she was oblivious to the world around her. She quickly sensed that someone was watching her. It was a strange feeling. Those sticky, lingering eyes made her feel uncomfortable all over. Ruanruan paused, straightened up, and glanced around. She hadn't even finished scanning the area when her gaze met Li Weigua's. Li Weigua hadn't expected Ruanruan to suddenly look his way. He froze for a moment before hurriedly looking away. Last time, Ruanruan had nearly broken his toes. The sharp pain had made it clear Ruanruan truly disliked him. She wasn't pretending at all. If Ruanruan were just a soft, gentle girl like she appeared, even knowing she disliked him, he would have kept trying to get close to her. But Ruanruan was not what she seemed. She looked so cute and delicate on the outside, but she had incredible strength. He couldn't reason with her, and he couldn't beat her in a fight. What else could he do but avoid her? Xiao Chongjin noticed Ruanruan had stopped, so he stopped too. He straightened up and asked, "Ruanruan, what are you looking at? Are you tired? Do you want to take a break?" Hearing this, Ruanruan wiped the sweat from her face with her sleeve and nodded. Let's take a break. The two of them picked up their sickles and walked together to the shade of a tree by the roadside. There were no benches, but neither of them minded. They simply sat down on the ground and started drinking from their military canteens. The others glanced at them resting, but quickly looked away and went back to their own work. Ruanruan and Xiaoqinjin were both strong and fast. What took others a whole day to harvest, they could finish in just over half a day. With such speed, it was only fair for them to rest when they got tired. Ruanruan sat there calmly, drinking her water, not at all anxious to get back to work. In her previous life, after she stopped going to school, she spent more than 10 years working the fields with the production team, experiencing countless spring plantings and autumn harvests. She couldn't be more familiar with farm work. And in this life, with her newfound strength, she was even more efficient. But Ruanruan had no intention of working herself to the bone day and night. No matter how capable she was, she couldn't possibly do all the work for the entire production team by herself. She only needed to complete the tasks assigned to her and earn her full share of work points each day. That was enough. As for the rest of the fields, the other members of the production team would naturally take care of them. At times like this, no one could afford to slack off, otherwise, they'd go hungry. Since Ruanruan wasn't in a hurry to get back to work, neither was Xiaoqinjin. How many work points he earned didn't really matter to him. The only reason he worked so hard was that he didn't want to be outdone by Ruanruan. It was one thing to be outdone by others, but if he was beaten by a little girl like Ruanruan, how could he ever face her again? Fortunately, after several days of hard work, there was only a day or two's worth of crops left to harvest. Just as Xiaoqinjin had expected, 2 days later, all the crops of the third production team were finally harvested. During the autumn harvest, tasks were divided up very carefully. Some people harvested in the fields, some transported the grain, and others dried it at the threshing ground. So by the time all the crops were brought in, most of the grain had already been dried and stored in the granary. The only grain left to dry was what had been harvested in the last couple of days. The weather was unbearably hot, and the sun's rays were even more merciless. 2 more days passed, and the remaining grain was thoroughly dried, bagged, and stored in the granary. Only after personally watching Xiaodashan lock the granary doors did Ruanruan finally let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, Xiaoqinjin smiled at her. Are you worn out? After all, she was still just a young girl. No matter how strong or capable she was, after such intense labor, she was bound to be exhausted. But now all the grain was safely stored away, and they could finally take a good rest. Hearing Xiaoqinjin's question, Ruanruan didn't bother to explain much. Instead, her smile grew even brighter. Ever since her rebirth, the autumn harvest had weighed heavily on her heart, to the point where she could barely breathe. She had to rack her brains for solutions while also being careful not to reveal herself. Now that all the grain was finally stored away, how could she not feel a huge sense of relief? Even if no one else knew what she had done, at least she could face herself with a clear conscience. It wasn't just the third production team. The neighboring second and fourth production teams had also seen their grain ripen early. Just like the third team, those 2 teams had worked day and night to bring in the harvest and store it in their granaries. The very next day after the grain was stored, before dawn, while everyone was still fast asleep, a sudden clap of thunder exploded in the sky. The sound was so loud and abrupt that it startled everyone awake, making them sit bolt upright in bed. With the burden finally lifted from her heart, Ruanruan had slept especially soundly that night, which also meant she'd forgotten what was coming the next day. When the thunder woke her, she was still a bit dazed, staring blankly ahead until she heard Granny Chen's voice and snapped back to her senses. Granny Chen had also been startled awake by the thunder. As soon as she woke, she quickly lit the kerosene lamp and came to check on Ruanruan. Standing outside the door, Granny Chen tried to keep her voice gentle. "Ruanruan, are you awake?" "I'm awake," Ruanruan replied, lighting her own lamp, getting out of bed, and putting on her shoes to open the door. The moment she opened the door, she met Granny Chen's worried gaze. Ruanruan, did it scare you? Hearing this, Ruanruan felt a warm glow in her heart. Granny, I'm fine. She wasn't a little kid anymore. She wasn't afraid of thunder. Outside, the thunder rolled on, each peal seeming to explode right by their ears. In this situation, there was no way to go back to sleep. So Ruanruan and Granny Chen simply got dressed and went to the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. Before long, the sound of rain began outside. At first, it was like ping-pong balls, as if something was pounding hard against the ground. Soon, the rain intensified, the drops merging into strings of beads, falling continuously to the earth. Standing at the kitchen door, Ruanruan could see the sky growing lighter outside and the rain forming a curtain. Watching the torrential downpour, Ruanruan suddenly realized something was off. In her previous life, this rain had started in the middle of the afternoon. At that time, everyone was working in the fields, and the grain was still spread out on the threshing ground to dry. The rain had come suddenly, leaving no time to gather the grain. They could only watch helplessly as it was washed away by the downpour. But things were different now. At this hour, everyone was still asleep. Even if the other teams hadn't finished drying their grain, they would have brought it indoors for the night. The grain wouldn't be washed away by the heavy rain. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Ruanruan almost burst out laughing. Although the crops in the fields would still be battered by the storm, at least some could be saved. Combined with what they'd already harvested, even if they couldn't eat their fill, at least they wouldn't go hungry. Anything was better than gnawing on tree bark and eating grass roots. Ruanruan never thought of herself as overly sympathetic, nor did she believe she could save everyone. All she could do was take out some fertilizer from her treasure space, and even then, she had to rack her brains for an excuse. But now, she hadn't done anything, and the rain had changed its timing all on its own. How could she not be happy? Granny Chen put the kneaded buns into the pot and covered it with the lid. Looking up, she saw Ruanruan standing at the doorway, staring outside, and asked, Ruanruan, what are you looking at? Hearing this, Ruanruan turned around and said softly, I was just thinking, thank goodness we already brought our grain into the granary. Granny Chen sighed deeply at her words. Isn't that the truth? If the grain they'd worked so hard to harvest had been soaked by the rain, everyone in the production team would be crying their eyes out. The rain had come suddenly and poured down hard. It was so heavy that there was no way to go outside. It wasn't until dawn the next day that the rain finally began to let up. Once the rain stopped, the production team became lively again. After breakfast, Ruanruan heard the sound of a gong. That sound was all too familiar. It was Xiao Dashan calling everyone to a meeting at the threshing ground. Ruanruan and Granny Chen tidied up, locked the yard, and headed out together. On the way, they heard many people expressing their relief and gratitude. Thank goodness our production team bought fertilizer this year. Otherwise, we wouldn't have finished harvesting before the rain. With a downpour like that, who knows if even half would be left. Exactly. Our captain is really something. He's got foresight. The teams next door, the second and fourth production teams, only managed because of our captain's help. Otherwise, who knows where they'd be crying their eyes out now. Next time I see someone from their teams, I'll make sure they thank us. Thank who? Thank you? What's it got to do with you? Did you buy the fertilizer? That's all thanks to our captain. I never said it was my credit. I was just saying, that's all. Hearing this kind of conversation, Ruanruan didn't react much, but Granny Chen let out several sighs. Hearing her sigh, Ruanruan thought she was upset. Granny, what's wrong? Why aren't you happy? Granny Chen frowned. It was clearly you who. Granny, don't say it. Ruanruan felt her heart leap into her throat. If Granny Chen finished that sentence and someone overheard, she'd never have a peaceful day again. Granny Chen quickly realized this too and clamped her mouth shut. Forget it. Let people misunderstand if they want. Nothing was more important than Ruanruan's safety. By the time Ruanruan and Granny Chen arrived at the threshing ground, Most people were already there. Even after the torrential rain, the threshing ground was a muddy mess. But no one cared about that. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed eagerly on Xiao Dashan, just hoping to hear him say the words, grain distribution, next. Of course, distributing the grain now was out of the question. They hadn't handed in the public grain yet. How could they possibly divide up the grain before that? Xiao Dashan had called everyone together for a meeting precisely to talk about handing in the public grain. The weather's cleared up, so it's time for us to go to the commune and hand in the public grain. In a bit, each household needs to send out 2 strong laborers to come with me. The rest of you, get out all the grain sacks at home and lay them out in the sun. Once we're back, we'll open up the storehouse and distribute the grain. Hearing that last sentence, Ruanruan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She'd been working for over 2 months now, earning full work points every day. No matter how she calculated it, she'd be getting at least several dozen jin of grain. Even though she had plenty of food stored in her baibao space, it just wasn't the same as receiving grain earned through her own hard work. At the very least, it felt different. Xiao Chenjin was planning to go along to the commune to hand in the public grain as well. When he saw Ruanruan, he came over to ask if she wanted to join. Ruanruan thought it over and agreed. She'd been so busy lately that her days were basically spent shuttling between 2 places. Now that she had a chance to go out, of course she wanted to take it. After letting Granny Chen know, Ruanruan set off with Xiao Chenjin and the others, heading to the granary with the group. There were quite a few carts in the brigade, and each one was loaded to the brim. With just one trip, they could deliver all the public grain to the commune. Yesterday's rainstorm had been heavy, and there was plenty of rainwater, but the drought had lasted so long before that the roads had cracked open. Even after such a downpour, there wasn't much water left on the main road. So, as the group from the 3rd Production Brigade made their way along the road, it wasn't too difficult. As they walked, Ruanruan heard some noise behind them. She turned around and saw a group of people in the distance, also pushing carts piled high with grain. At that, Ruanruan immediately understood. They must be people from the 2nd Production Brigade, also on their way to hand in the public grain. Handing in the public grain was a big deal. No one wanted to waste time on the road. They hurried along and reached the town in less than half an hour. In both her previous and current lives, this was actually Ruanruan's first time coming to the grain station to hand in the public grain, so she couldn't help but look around curiously at everything. The entrance to the grain station was quiet, with hardly anyone around. It wasn't until Xiao Dashan went inside and waited a while that someone came out with him. That person followed Xiao Dashan to one of the carts, untied a sack, reached in and grabbed a handful of grain, inspecting it carefully. He even picked out a single grain, popped it into his mouth, and chewed thoughtfully before nodding in satisfaction. The grain's completely dry. Not bad. Next came the weighing. All the grain was unloaded from the carts, the sacks untied, and the grain poured into the big barrel on the scale. Once it was weighed, it was repacked into the grain station's own sacks. Though this whole process was a bit of a hassle, it ensured that the public grain handed in was up to standard. By the time the 3rd Production Brigade finished handing in all their public grain, an hour had already passed. After Xiao Dashan and his group left with their empty carts, the leader of the 2nd Production Brigade brought his people forward to hand in their grain. The staff at the grain station were all smiles, their grins especially bright and genuine. After all, they knew that the autumn harvest was just beginning, but the start date changed every year. They'd been worried that the heavy rain might have washed away the crops. But early that morning, seeing both the 3rd and 2nd Production Brigades coming to hand in their public grain, and all of it new, thoroughly dried grain, they finally felt at ease. The rain might not have come at the best time, but at least it hadn't affected the autumn harvest. In fact, it had eased the drought, so all in all, things had turned out pretty well. The 2nd production team hadn't even finished weighing all their grain for the state quota when the 4th production team arrived. The staff at the grain station were busy, but they still found time to glance up at the carts pushed by the 4th production team. Seeing that they were all piled high with grain, the staff felt instantly more at ease. By noon, they had already collected the state grain from 3 production teams. As they packed up to eat lunch, the grain station workers were still thinking that the other teams would probably come in the afternoon. However, from after lunch until dusk, they waited and waited, but none of the other production teams showed up. Everyone at the grain station looked at each other in confusion, unable to figure out what was going on. It wasn't until another day had passed that they finally heard the news. It turned out all the other production teams had suffered disasters. Each team's situation was different, but overall, things weren't looking good. If they handed over the full quota of grain as required, the amount left to distribute among the team members probably wouldn't be enough to last them through the new year. Of course, all of this happened later. At this moment, Ruanruan knew nothing about it. By the time she returned to the 3rd production team with the others, it was almost lunchtime. Xiao Dashan smiled at everyone and said, "Go home for lunch, and after you've eaten, head over to the grain storehouse." Everyone cheered in response and hurried off toward their homes. Ruanruan was about to leave as well, so she waved at Xiao Chenjin beside her. "I'm going home for lunch too." Seeing that Ruanruan was about to go, Xiao Chenjin quickly stopped her. "Wait. What is it?" "This is for you." As he spoke, Xiao Chenjin quickly shoved something into Ruanruan's hand, then turned to leave. Ruanruan looked down and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She called after him, "Why are you giving me this?" Xiao Chenjin's face was red, maybe from being out in the sun all morning. "I just bought it randomly. You can use it if you want." As he spoke, his eyes darted around, not meeting hers. If Ruanruan had looked closely, she would have noticed something was off about him. But at that moment, all her attention was on the hair tie in her hand. She didn't notice anything strange about Xiao Chenjin. She stared at the hair tie for a while, then handed it back to him. "I don't need this. Give it to Sister Xiaolan." Xiao Chenjin thought Ruanruan was just embarrassed to accept it, so he waved his hand nonchalantly. "She lives in the county. She can buy whatever she wants. But I really don't need it." Ruanruan was a bit helpless. "I don't tie my hair up, so it's no use to me. See if you can give it to someone else." Hearing this, Xiao Chenjin could no longer keep his composure. His eyes stopped darting around and stared straight at Ruanruan. "You don't use it?" "Why not?" "Because my hair is short, I can't tie it up." Ruanruan answered matter-of-factly, not giving it a second thought. But the moment Xiao Chenjin heard her answer, his face turned even redder. He stiffly reached out to take back the hair tie, his expression darkening. Ruanruan beamed at him. "We still have to divide up the grain later. I'm going home for lunch. You should go home early too." With that, she jogged off, leaving Xiao Chenjin standing there, his expression growing more and more complicated. It wasn't until Ruanruan's figure disappeared from sight that Xiao Chenjin finally looked away, cursing himself in his heart. Idiot. In Xiao Chenjin's memory, girls all liked colorful hair ties. Whether it was his older sister Xiao Xiaolan or his cousin-in-law Li Hongxia, both were especially fond of all kinds of hair ties. Every time the two of them went to the supply and marketing cooperative, they would buy 1 or 2 hair ties. To him, all those hair ties looked exactly the same, and he couldn't understand why they needed to buy so many to switch between. This morning, while everyone else was busy handing in public grain, he slipped away to the supply and marketing cooperative. After picking and choosing for ages, he finally selected what he thought was the nicest hair tie. He thought for sure Ruanruan would like it. But how could he have forgotten? Ruanruan has short hair. Just now, after Ruanruan turned and walked away, he stared at the back of her head for a long time. Her hair barely reached her earlobes. She definitely didn't need a hair tie. So, was he just not thinking straight before? There were so many things at the supply and marketing cooperative. Why did he pick something Ruanruan couldn't even use? Listlessly clutching the hair tie, Xiao Chenjin headed back toward the Xiao family home. Just as he was about to reach the door, he ran into Li Hongxia. Li Hongxia was already more than 4 months pregnant. Her belly was starting to show, and she was a bit plumper than before. What surprised Xiao Chenjin most was that Li Hongxia had actually cut her hair short. It was even shorter than Su Ruanruan's, a bit dry and frizzy and slightly curly, looking rather messy. Catching Xiao Chenjin staring at her, Li Hongxia raised her eyebrows. Chenjin, what are you staring at your sister-in-law for? As she spoke, Li Hongxia noticed the flash of red in Xiao Chenjin's hand and immediately understood. What's this? Did you buy that hair tie especially for your sister-in-law? Too bad I can't use it anymore. Xiao Chenjin ignored her first question and just asked, why did you cut your hair short? Li Hongxia touched her short hair and laughed. Short hair is cooler. And it's easier to wash. Of course, the most important thing was that she didn't have to spend money on hair ties anymore. She didn't say that last part, and Xiao Chenjin didn't care. After hearing Li Hongxia's answer, the frown on his face finally relaxed. He had short hair himself, so of course he knew it was cooler and easier to wash. So, Su Ruanruan must have cut her hair short for the same reasons. Compared to having Su Ruanruan use the hair tie he bought, he'd much rather she be comfortable and at ease. With that thought, all his earlier frustration disappeared. Xiao Chenjin stuffed the hair tie into his pocket and strolled leisurely toward the Xiao house. As he passed Li Hongxia, he couldn't help but add, sister-in-law, hasn't my cousin said anything? You look like you've got a chicken's nest on your head right now. With that, Xiao Chenjin quickly slipped into the Xiao family courtyard. Just as he closed the door, he heard something heavy slam against it with a dull thud, followed by Li Hongxia's furious voice. Xiao Chenjin didn't care at all. He pretended not to hear and headed straight for the kitchen. In the kitchen, Luo Yufeng had just finished making lunch. When she saw Xiao Chenjin come in, she smiled. Chenjin, you're back? Just in time for lunch. Looking at the bun on Luo Yufeng's head, Xiao Chenjin had an idea and pulled the hair tie out of his pocket. Grandma, I went to the supply and marketing cooperative this morning and bought you something. What is it? Before she even finished asking, Luo Yufeng saw the red hair tie in Xiao Chenjin's hand. There was even a little flower on it. Luo Yufeng's brows furrowed in indecision. A hair tie from her grandson, should she use it or not? When Luo Yufeng brought lunch into the house, Xiao Dashan immediately noticed the red hair tie on her head, along with the little red flower swaying back and forth. Seeing Xiao Dashan staring at her head, Luo Yufeng smiled. What do you think? Chenjin bought it just for me. Looks nice, doesn't it? Nice, my foot. At her age, she was still wearing the kind of hair ties only little girls used. Wasn't she afraid people would laugh at her? Before Xiao Dashan could reply, Luo Yufeng didn't seem to care and kept talking. When we go out to collect our grain later, I'll wear it so everyone can see how filial our Chenjin is. Hearing this, Xiao Dashan nearly choked. Go out and let the whole production team laugh at them? At this point, Xiao Dashan couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, Xiao Chenjin, get over here. Hearing his shout, Xiao Chenjin carried his lunch back to his own room. Only a fool would go over. When Su Ruanruan got home, Granny Chen was still cooking. Seeing her come in, Granny Chen smiled. You're back, Ruanruan. Was handing in the public grain fun? It was okay. She couldn't say if it was fun or not, but it was something she'd never seen before, so it was pretty interesting. Su Ruanruan told Granny Chen all about handing in the public grain, then paused for a moment and mentioned what had just happened. Granny, when I was about to leave, Chenjin wanted to give me a hair tie. As she spoke, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh again. Granny, look at my hair, it's so short. What would I do with a hair tie? I really don't know what he was thinking. She said it casually, but Granny Chen took it to heart. She had been busy cooking and listening to Su Ruanruan, but when she heard this, her hands froze and she turned to look at Su Ruanruan, a bit nervous. Seeing the smile on Su Ruanruan's face and no other expression, Granny Chen finally relaxed a little. Su Ruanruan had just turned 15 after the new year. Granny Chen had never thought about letting her start dating so young. Chenjin was a year older than Su Ruanruan and a boy, so he was probably a bit more mature. So, did he? The more Granny Chen thought about it, the more conflicted she felt. She even forgot to stir the food, and soon a burnt smell filled the air. It was Su Swanswan who noticed the smell and hurried over, taking the spatula from Granny Chin and giving the food a quick stir. She moved quickly, so the food didn't really burn. She scooped a ladle of water into the pot. After adding the water, Su Swanswan belatedly asked, "Granny, how about we have noodle soup today?" Granny Chin snapped out of her thoughts. Seeing the water in the pot, she could only nod. "All right, let's have noodle soup." So, in the sweltering midday heat, Su Swanswan and Granny Chin each ate a bowl of noodle soup, sweating buckets with flushed cheeks. There was no helping it. If you let noodle soup cool, it gets all clumpy, so you have to eat it while it's hot. After the meal, Su Swanswan hurried Granny Chan to grab a bag and head to the granary. There were a lot of people from the production team, and you had to line up to get your grain. If you went early, you could get your share sooner and spend less time standing in the sun. With Su Swanswan urging her, Granny Chin didn't have time to dwell on her earlier worries. She grabbed the bag, locked the door, and set off for the granary with Su Swanswan. At the granary, Xiao Jin was already near the front of the line. When he saw Su Swanswan and Granny Chin coming, he waved at them. "Granny Chin, Swanswan." Watching Xiao Jin greet everyone so enthusiastically, Granny Chin was still hesitating about whether to go over when Su Ruanruan had already hurried forward. "What's going on?" Su Ruanruan asked with a smile. Xiao Jin stepped out of the line and nudged Su Ruanruan. "I saved your spot in line. You stand here." Su Ruanruan blinked, momentarily caught off guard. It was Granny Chin, who had followed behind, who spoke up. "Jin, you waited in line. How can you just give up your spot to us? Hurry and get back in line." Granny Chin didn't really care whether she was at the front or the back. She'd get her share of food either way. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Xiao Jin just grinned. "My grandpa is always the last one to get his food anyway. Even if I line up, it's no use." Hearing this, Granny Chen's brow twitched. Was Xiao Jin really interested in her Ruanruan? Otherwise, why would he be so nice to her? This wouldn't do. Ruanruan was still so young. As Granny Chin was thinking this, she was about to refuse Xiao Jin's offer.